room for another wolf. my questions are like these.
You should get this, bro.
Oh my god.
This is the easiest question. Which is taller, a brute or an elite?
I feel like it's low-key elite.
Elite.
It's a brute. Oh
Wait,
my
what?
God. It's a brute.
Has to be a brute. You seen the Infinite Brute?
I would not have
They
known
like
that.
charge you like supersonic speed.
All right, what weapon is used to kill Guilty Spark in Halo 3?
Spartan laser.
Okay, that's right.
That one's easy, yeah.
The Spartan laser.
See, like you're in these questions.
Yes, sir.
Guilty Spark. What's that?
Guilty Spark, like that orb.
Oh, Spartan laser.
Yeah, wow.
I know these. Why do
You don't know them.
That's,
You
I
have-
literally know that.
You know why
one.
you know them? Because it's in front of you. You have the answers right in front of you. That's why you know them.
What gas do the grunts breathe?
Bro, you're not gonna get this.
Shoot, no clue. That's
No
like,
idea?
No idea. That's,
Really?
Well, because they have to have the tanks to go to like Earth and stuff because they don't breathe like, I don't remember.
Nitrogen.
No, it's methane. Yeah, you're not gonna. That's hard as hell.
Alright.
They breathe methane gas?
That's kind of crazy.
All right, who activated the Halo array in Halo 3?
Dude, I don't remember. I'm just gonna guess 343 Guilty Spark.
Master Chief?
Master Chief. I don't know.
Sergeant Johnson.
Who won?
Me.
Whatever, man.
These are the hardest questions.
That was very hard.
King of the Hill. Hill taken. Hill contested. First point. Hill ready. Land grab. 3 zones incoming. Game tied. Triple kill. Elimination. Danger zone incoming. 4 Spartans remain.
Listen, Snipedown, we are here today because Game Pass has PC games. I don't know if you saw my shirt when you walked in here or not, but
Did notice that.
do you want one?
Yes.
We're gonna need one sent to him. We're gonna go through some burning questions with the legend Snipedown today. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Snipedown. He's been a professional Halo player since he was a toddler. So, how do you phase up on a normal day, Eric? What's it look like for you?
Some coffee definitely helps.
If I gave you $42, would you play on mouse and keyboard throughout this whole weekend?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Who is your favorite player to match up against in tournaments? Not online. We don't talk about the players online.
Favorite player to match up in tournaments was Roy back in the day. For
Wow.
sure. Him and I always had like a friendly rivalry. That was just like we loved playing each other, loved to try and outshoot each other. It was like an ego challenge.
What's your controller look like? Is it a phase theme controller now?
It's a phase, yeah. It's got the phase skin. It's a Scuff Instinct Pro. It's
You big paddle guy?
I am a big paddle guy.
2
Yeah.
paddles or 4 paddles?
I use 4 paddles.
No 6 paddles?
Is that a thing?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
Called
like
the
an overkill.
octopus.
Wow,
Yeah.
the octopus.
Once you get that kind of rolling, it's kind of just a PC thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It sounds a little excessive.
Overclock. I've been called excessive my entire life.
Yeah,
Mostly
really?
verbally. Just a lot of
I
people
wouldn't
don't even
guess
want to
that.
be around me a lot of the time, including. Are you aware that the entire Master Chief Collection and Halo Infinite are available on the Game Pass for PC?
I knew Halo Infinite was because that was like one of the main selling points
From
at the
day
beginning
one.
of the game. Yeah,
From
that's
day
where I knew the whole $1 Game Pass question.
They've got Bethesda on Game Pass. They've got EA. I mean, listen, like,
What's your favorite game?
my favorite game right now, I mean, obviously I'm playing a lot of Halo Infinite. I've been actually playing a lot of throwbacks from the Game Pass. I've been playing a little Fusion Frenzy. You remember that game?
Yeah.
Fusion Frenzy!
Hold on, pause. That's on Game Pass?
That's on Game Pass. Fight Night is on there. If you want to relive your boxing career we talked about earlier.
I gotta protect these hands now. I can't do that.
How soft are they?
They're pretty soft. Charmin. Wow, they really just let anybody up here, don't they?
They really just, they're not even paid to be here.
HCS Kansas City Major is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, the Marines, Dolby, PC Game Pass, Zowie, Rockstar Energy, and Xbox Plays.
Welcome to the Halo Championship Series Kansas City Major. It is day number 3, which means one thing and one thing only. It's Championship Sunday. And by the end of today, we will be crowning our Kansas City Major champions. I am so excited to find out who that is going to be. And joined with me, finding out also real time, we have Clutch, Goofy, and Gaskin on the desk. Folks at home, welcome. It's so lovely to have you joining us. And of course, we had a mad day number 2. We had pool play, part 2, which was absolutely amazing. Of course, all of our open bracket teams who made it into the pools had to battle their way against some of the pros who had really kind of enjoyed the settlement that they'd got, especially the top 2 spots here, heading into the winners bracket. We need to talk about it. Clutch, what were some of the standout moments of day 2?
Well, we got to talk about Quadrant and the show that they've been able to put on for the EU scene. It was not this team that any of us thought was really going to lead that EU charge, but they have looked damn good all weekend long, taking Sentinels to a game 5 at the end of the day and almost taking that one home. A heartbreaking loss, but couldn't be more excited to see their journey continue in the elimination bracket later today.
Yeah, I know, it was a pretty incredible situation there. Quadrant really have gone strength to strength here. And Goofy, I think another thing to note here is EUnited and Pioneers. That was a crazy battle on the main stage yesterday, especially with the hometown crowd. EUnited, we kind of talked about the struggles that they've been under and where are they right now in your mind. So EUnited, after coming out pretty fierce against Pioneers, how are you feeling about them?
I feel great about EUnited. I mean, I'm a big believer in this team. I'm a big fan of Ryan Noob and what he brings to any roster, and being surrounded by the likes of Spartan, Rain, King Nick. This team is perfect, and they're perfectly set up for a big run here on Championship Sunday. Me and Clutch got a chance to catch up with Ryan Noob and the rest of the EUnited squad yesterday, and they did themselves mention, yeah, we're not playing up to that 100% standard that we want to, but going into Pioneers, they definitely changed that and came out really strong in that win.
They certainly did. We've had some fierce games, and if you guys want to catch all of the action today, you can do so. We have 4 streams for you. A and B will be casters, C and D will be gameplay only. I've got to say, Gaskin, we've had a chance to kind of look over all of the streams, and you certainly have with Shorzy yesterday. There's a lot going on, isn't there?
I wish I could cast it all again today. I mean, there's just so many amazing games, and I tell you what, there's Twitch drops to go alongside it, Lottie.
There certainly is. There's plenty for you guys at home to get through as well, and just by watching, of course, the Kansas City Major, you get the vehicle, some sick color schemes with it. We've got banners if you watch our co-streamers, as well as, of course, our Make-A-Wish streamers as well. You can get that HCS trophy and exclusive drop as well in the grand finals with that awesome clean sweep medal that you guys can have on your gun, on your weapon, wherever you want to pop it. But incredible stuff, so make sure you guys are tuning in to get your hands on those goodies. But there is so much to play for today, and of course we do have a massive schedule for you guys, so make sure you guys are tuning in all day long. We do have OpTic Gaming up first in our winners semi-finals, going up against EUnited. We've got Cloud9 versus Sentinels in our second winners semi-finals, and then we're going to be filling in the gaps, folks. We've got Elimination quarterfinals up after that, our winners final, Elimination final, and then the all-important grand final spot. This honestly is just absolutely wild, and we're playing for a lot of money here today. $250,000 on the line, of course, and $100,000 in first place. But we also have a little announcement to make a bit later on, so I'll make sure that the prize pool is updated, and stay tuned for that one as well. But folks, you know, we've got some serious competition to get through, and I've got to say, I've got to ask you here as well, Clutch, you know, is this the highest competition that you've seen in terms of the competitors here, and how the skill level has just really reached a whole new peak? You know, would you say that everything is just changing, it's swinging here?
Yeah, it's actually unbelievable when you take a look at the elimination bracket, see all the talent, and you have to ask yourself, like, damn, we were backstage and we were saying, no, this match was for top 12, not top 8, and it's like these juggernauts are knocking each other out time after time, and teams are placing lower and lower and lower because there's so much talent to go around. There's only so many seats at the table, and all of the action, all the best of 5s have decided it up until this point, and I couldn't be more excited to see the competition continue.
Indeed, and I've got to say as well, you may notice our prize pool has been updated.
No
Crowdfunding
way.
has brought us to $350,000.
Wow.
Gaskin, what does that do to players out there knowing that there's even more on the line here?
I mean, that's great for those guys who know they can reach, you know, that grand final. You get an extra little bit of cheddar in your pocket. And for those you maybe are fighting for that top 4, there is that extra little bit of incentive, isn't it? With the crowdfunding, I think we all knew it was going to get there again. That's how amazing the community's been. Every single tournament, we're seeing more money pumped in by you guys at home. It's absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure the players are delighted with it.
They certainly are. I'll tell you what, though, I've got to share this with all of you because I went through it alone the other day. Well, I meant to be doing an interview before coming into Kansas City, and it was meant to be about some high-level Halo plays, and I was meant to be talking about them, and then suddenly this random guy just walked into the room and started asking me some really random questions. I think you guys at home need to see it. Take a look.
Lottie, I'm so sorry I'm late. I went to the hairdresser and I asked for something specific. And this is what they did to me.
Wow.
I wanted something like what you had, and this is what they did to me.
I can see my soul reflected back.
Is it glistening?
It is really glistening.
What is your future telling you?
It's telling me that this interview will be wrapped up fairly soon, so not to worry.
Love that. I freaking love that. Listen, we're here with Game Pass because they have PC games. I'm here with Lottie. Lottie, let's just jump right into these burning questions. What's your dream PC build? You know, what does it look like? What are the colorways? RGBs? What are we doing?
God, yeah. I love a bit of color, actually. My keyboard lights up like a rainbow, so
Really?
if I could get my PC build to do the same. I love the white aesthetic with RGB, so that's kind of like my vibe.
What's your funniest memory from the hosting desk? Don't look at that.
I was like, there's no way. I was like, did someone
This doesn't
push
happen.
that over?
This isn't something, because I've never, because it's what, because and we're
Did
fixed.
you build this set?
They didn't give me a lot of budget.
Oh, right,
for
okay.
that. What do your frames look like on your PC right now?
They're all right, I think, from what I'm doing.
So when are you transitioning from hosting to the Pro League?
To be honest, I've been trying for years, so I took the second best, and it's talking about it. I'm just joking, I love what I do.
If you could just outro for,
Yeah.
if you could just,
Yeah.
yeah, you could,
So,
I can get closer in case you want to point at it.
So, Game Pass has PC games. They're really good in terms of price. Go get them.
Today. Can you give me a ride home?
Yeah, so that happened. Legion, he is a ball of fun. That
One
is
of the
for sure.
funniest people in the entire world. I love Legion.
Pretty wild. The set was collapsing behind me. We were talking about things that I have no idea about in terms of PCs, but I'll tell you what, I do know that PC Game Pass, they're pretty cool. So that was a really fun chat with Legion, of course, and a big shout out to him and PC Game Pass, of course. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket right now. Let's bring it back to business, of course, and see what we have here going on, because Sunday, a lot of teams are going to be going home because it's only going to be one at the end of it, lifting up that trophy. Now, looking at some of the biggest upsets, just a couple of things in last night. Na'Vi eliminated, elimination round 1. Gaskin, talk to me about this because it was against Red Wolves. I did actually get a chance to watch it this morning when I was getting ready. 3-2 game 5. What I did notice, they looked really off.
I wish I hadn't watched it. I'm going to be honest, it ruined my night. I didn't sleep very well, and I'm sure the Na'Vi boys didn't. They did not win a series this event, and I would not be surprised if we see changes because of that. Top 24 for them, not good enough if you're representing Na'Vi. They know it, we know it. But I will shout out EMGG. They had one heck of a run in that elimination bracket, eventually shut down by G2. But to see some of these open bracket teams come through and then still being able to get those results in champ bracket, it shows the standard of Halo here in Kansas City. It's amazing.
It certainly does. And Clutch, looking at the elimination bracket, if you are in the winners bracket currently, who would you be scared of dropping down and meeting?
I don't think you want to play FaZe right now. I think that's one of the teams in that top 6 tier that has the potential to make a losers bracket run and elimination bracket run, I'm sorry. But I think there's a lot of talent on FaZe. They can turn the ship around at any moment. Haven't seen the best of them this weekend, and maybe they saved it for Sunday.
Hey, maybe they did, and I hope they have, to be honest, for FaZe. Let's take a look at the winners bracket right now and see who is sitting pretty currently and who is potentially going to get disrupted and have to head down to the elimination bracket. Of course, we have Cloud9 and Sentinel is going to be facing off in our semi-finals, as well as EUnited versus OpTic Gaming. You know, I mean, 4 incredible teams here, Goofy. What have you got your eye on in particular with each of the stories that we have for our 4 teams?
I mean, there's storylines everywhere in this winner's bracket. Looking at that Cloud9 Sentinels matchup that I got my eye on, both of these series are going to be fantastic in the FaZe Invitational leading up to Kansas City. In the Elimination Bracket Finals, we saw Cloud9 versus Sentinels go all the way to a Game 5, right? So these two teams match up so well together. The storyline goes so far back, all the way dating to Halo 5, Talk, Splice days, right? Eco, Frosty, there's so much there, and that EUnited and that EUnited series is going to be wonderful as well.
It certainly is. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And talking about that EUnited series, let's talk about it. OpTic versus EUnited happening on the main stage behind us very shortly. Let's head over to the green wall first. Why not? OpTic Gaming, my goodness, clean record so far in the tournament, and every single player is standing out at the moment, but I've got to give a big shout out to APG. He has stepped up to the plate, so much so that he's sitting at a 1.19 out of pool play, but he's done so much more than slaying for his team.
Something I really wanted to talk about with APG is the pressure is off him now. Ever since that change, it was kind of him or Pistola. Their heads were on a chopping block. Now he's stayed on that team. Now he wasn't that player who lost that role. He looks like a completely different player altogether. Some are saying Formal is bringing that out of him, but I really just think having that pressure, that weight off your shoulders, allows you to play the game you want to.
It really does allow you to play a game, and we're kind of seeing that happen. I feel like APG is really blossoming into the player that we know he can be, and I'm excited to see what he brings to Sunday. Another player I want to highlight here as well, Clutch, is Trippy. What is Trippy doing currently for this roster?
Consistently dominating is what Trippy's doing. This whole team has looked so good so far this weekend. Couldn't be more excited to get their championship Sunday underway. I mean, just take a look at the kid. He's focused. He is ready for this series, and this is a big one because this is OpTic's real first test at a top team.
I've noticed as well, Clutch, as Trippy's been leading an objective for OpTic Gaming. He has been getting into those strongholds, he's been getting into the flags, but also his damage is on par with the rest of the squad. He is an all-rounder. It's amazing.
Trippy's evolution as a player has been one of the most impressive things to watch over the past 2 years. In Halo 5, he was good. In Halo Infinite, he is great. He gives this OpTic Gaming team more firepower than they've ever had, and I couldn't be more excited for this young kid to continue his career.
He certainly does. Well, I'll tell you what, I want to hear from the man himself. We actually caught up with him to find out how he's feeling about this weekend. Let's hear from the all-rounder.
My name is Joey Trippy Taylor. I play for OpTic Gaming. Representing OpTic, honestly, is just like a dream come true almost in a way, because growing up, you know, you had OpTic and then you had like FaZe were like the main two. Kind of been a big fan of them for a while, and then finally being able to like represent them is kind of like, wow, like there's no way in a million years I thought I'd be on OpTic. I wouldn't say I feel as much pressure being on this team because, I mean, at the end of the day, C9 is still reigning two-time LAN champs, you know. A lot of people are expecting us to win this event with how we played in the FaZe Invitational and how we've been doing in online scrims. But, you know, at the end of the day, we still got to play on LAN. We still got to beat C9 on LAN. The pressure is somewhat there, but knowing all of that, not so much. Tommy and I work so well together because I think it's just that duo chemistry. I mean, we came up together as amateurs. I still remember our first tournament was 2016. Las Vegas, Halo 5. And ever since then, we kind of have been rising the ranks together, kind of have built that chemistry throughout the years. We just have a lot of trust. I think having trust in like a team is very, very important. And Tommy and I definitely do have that with how much we've been through together. I just want to give a huge shout out to the Green Wall, all of our fans. I just want to say thank you for kind of always being there, even when the times are hard. It makes getting on and playing every day like 10 times better, knowing that we have all that support.
It's pretty incredible what scrim results, an invitational win, can do for a team in terms of the favorite swing. And it just shows you how good those moments have been for this team in terms of how incredible this roster has become, which is pretty impressive because sometimes it takes a couple of wins to actually convince a lot of people. But my goodness, this roster really is starting to shine here, and I'm excited to see how shiny they can get this Sunday. But looking to buff that shine out is EUnited on the main stage, and we need to talk about these guys because, of course, EUnited filled to the brim with talent. And, you know, I want to talk a little bit here about some of their main slayers here, and Spartan comes into conversation a lot. You know, he's sitting at a 1.51 currently, second best KD in this tournament. Gaskin, how are you feeling about this guy, what he's able to achieve for his roster, but what the team has to do around him too?
The damage that we're seeing him output is pretty crazy indeed. And I tell you what, EUnited as a roster in general, they've impressed me more as the tournament goes on. I know I've not been the biggest fan here, and EUnited, I've had a lot of grief from the social team, but I was their biggest fan back in Anaheim. What they've been doing really well and what Spartan's been doing really well is adjusting to how teams are playing. They are always adapting, and I'm wondering what is up the sleeve now for OpTic Gaming. They completely outplayed the KC Pioneers. They had a plan for every single movement, every game was structured in a way, but now what happens against OpTic? What's coming up against them?
Very true, and Clutch, you know, to note as well, OpTic yesterday dropped a Slayer against Ascend. EUnited, top slaying team here, arguably one of the best, if not the best, in the HCS. You know, right now, EUnited, do they need to have that same mindset as, oh, hey, look, we'll win an objective, but we'll crush these Slayers, or do they have to have a totally different game plan against OpTic?
I think you definitely got to win the Slayers. If you plan on winning the best of fives, there's 2 of them in there for a reason. This team goes as far as their Slayers. Take them, they will be able to steal an objective. If they can win both Slayers, they can win this series.
Well, there we go. We've heard from the desk. It is time to head over to the main stage to get the action going here for Championship Sunday. We've got EUnited versus OpTic on the main stage. Your Kansas City Major Championship Sunday starts right now.
Rockets will not be a factor. The Bulldog double tap drop as well. Monster going to be challenging. You don't challenge Super CC. Cloud9 snipe shot to the spine of Trippy. Headshot! See you later, pal. Penguins 3 for 3 with a sniper rifle. You leave that one player in the box in the league. You can go back to back, and that is exactly what Fnatic do. Wobbling them wigs, it's an overkill! Well, welcome along everybody to Championship Sunday here in Kansas City. The crowd has been hot for the entire weekend that we've been here, and as you can see, it's the morning here in Kansas City, and these guys are already hyped up.
I was going to say, we're just getting started, and even during those OpTic Gaming intros, the green wall's already getting loud. It's a fantastic pleasure to have you with us here for Championship Sunday, whether you're joining us in the arena with this OpTic Gaming chant already underway, or joining us from home, Twitch and YouTube and elsewhere across the globe. Welcome to Championship Sunday on set alongside Bravo here, and we have a fantastic matchup to start the day. OpTic Gaming versus EUnited.
Well, this is a quick look at your series layout, but there's a story to be told here, Andy. This is the matchup of 2 teams coming into this event that you have to say are probably Cloud9's biggest challengers. A lot of hype behind this OpTic Gaming lineup. Maybe some doubters on the EUnited side. Are they still a top 2 team? Are they still a top 3 team? We're about to find out, and what a map to start things off. We're starting off by going to live fire. We got some oddball to play.
That's right, it's a rematch of your Anaheim losers bracket finals. Between these 2 squads, only one of them will advance in the winners bracket. OpTic versus EUnited on live fire will be our first battleground.
Well, you can hear the green wall already getting loud here in Kansas City, but on the other side of the stage, you have a team in EUnited who silenced the crowd yesterday against Pioneers. The question is, will they be able to do it again?
And here we go, we are straight into the gameplay with a Trippy, the man on your screen that we saw earlier. 2 dead for OpTic early. So far, EUnited winning that opening rush, though we traded out 2-2.
This is going to be such an interesting game type to watch to open up our day here on Championship Sunday. Live fire oddball, we know how setup heavy EUnited have been. Almost throwbacks to Halo 2, Halo 3. They like to approach this map. OpTic a little bit more free-forming. We'll have to see if EUnited follow that game plan, though, in our game 1.
Throughout this entire game, the big thing we're looking for is which team is getting the opening damage, which team is getting the first pick. Speaking of picks, there's a double for Lucid.
Lucid starting off warm, and he's going to heat himself up a little bit more with an overall in the shape of an overshield. But even though Lucid's popping off and hitting some nice kills, a few headshots to start things, it's the oddball in the hands of EUnited here. 25 seconds, they get the play ball, and OpTic still not to get off the board.
Not a bad first hold there, and not a bad trade in the back. Rain and Nick even sneaking out a few extra kills. They will be 3 dead though, so an opportunity for OpTic Gaming to put points on the board.
They're going to get that ball back towards tower. Now, keep an eye on that clock. OpTic are probably going to be thinking 25 seconds. That's a pretty strong hold coming in from EUnited. If they can match that, then we'll get a little bit of an idea of how efficient both setups are for both teams.
3 dead again, and already we're seeing questions answered about which team can get opening damage, which team can get that first pick, which can be so difficult. And OpTic Gaming back-to-back 3 deads on the side of EUnited, just about tying up the game here.
Lucid with the sniper top tower as well, just holding down this middle lane. Nick's going to be challenging, and Nick is going to destroy Lucid. Confidence coming out the man on your screen.
Very good shots there from Nick, and a very rare moment that you see from Lucid's POV. He doesn't generally lose battles like that. Like you said, Nick off to a hot start.
We said we're going to compare the setup times, and if you wanted to know how tight this series is going to be, 25 seconds, EUnited 24 to OpTic on their first ball hold. However, second overshield in the hands now of Trippy from OpTic Gaming. It's 2 out of 2, and they're moving that ball back to house.
OpTic Gaming will take the lead. Trippy and Co bringing that ball through Rat Tunnel. Look at the Sandbag's presence. Look at this. They're ready for the B push. They're not just waiting for this. They're being the aggressor here. But 3 will fall. Right. It's a great push from EUnited.
Rain almost single-handedly breaking it there, getting the damage, getting the triple. Spawn will clean up that final player. I mean, you've got to kind of give a huge amount of credit to EUnited there. OpTic tried to face them 3v3 on that push, and it is EUnited who come off on top. And now you're going to see Nick managing to get the trade. Oddball could be rotating away smartly from this green spawn.
This should be a rotate to tower if EUnited play this correctly. They trade out 1 kill for 1. You see the ball's down, but if they're able to rotate this towards dummy and tower, they should continue holding. Great shots from Rain once again.
Now, one thing we wanted to highlight as well is the man on your screen, Rain, statistically pretty damn good for EUnited as well, but it's the comms of this man that have been outstanding so far today. You match that with a killing spree, and the way that he started this game, he might be the difference in this series.
He's 9 and 5 already. Players on EUnited starting to heat up, but guess who wants to say something about that? The man on your screen, it's Formal. Haven't seen him popping off just yet. 7 and 7 so far in this game, leading OpTic Gaming in kills.
If you wanted the definition of a Sunday player when a championship is there to be won, the man on your screen, Formal, knows how to get that job done. OpTic are about to go into a lead here. Only by a couple of seconds.
Eagle team halfway.
But it is a lead in this first round here for OpTic.
A little bit of a less traditional setup here. You see the balls being held on key door. Not something you see all the time, but OpTic knew they had an opportunity to put some points on the board with a little bit of a less orthodox setup. Look at Formal in the back of the base. How dare you push? Double kill. Tries to find a triple on key door. It will not be there, but still fantastic work. 2 dead.
Timing of those 2 kills vital as well. You can see why the overshield is popping up, and it looks like OpTic are going to be able to slam 3 out of 3. 3 power-ups on the map, 3 picked up by OpTic. It's time for Formal to go to work.
Now seems like the time as they're starting to heat up. 2 dead. Formal, last player alive. Let's see what he can do on scoreboard. Off of the respawn though. 4 dead for OpTic. It's a perfect opportunity to see how they will push. EUnited will have the ball, but let's go to an OpTic listen in to see how they make this next 4-man rush.
Dummy door. 3 round ball, guys.
Top mid. 3 top mid.
Right side weak.
Invent my drop when you going.
Link up, please.
You going here? Tower? Alright. I mean, I'm gonna flank, guys. I'm flanking.
Right,
one shot up, one shot top tower. Absolutely top tower. One side. Bogus her. One shot up, guys. Two there. Two elbow. Nice, one there. Double there. Nice, two. Nice. Nice. Play for new ball. Last guy elbow.
He's still elbow right now. Going top tower.
Yep, I'm here.
You guys need to get off elbow. Elbow.
I was watching him.
Elbow still.
2. Yeah, you're good.
Fine, guys. I spawn green, actually.
Pillar door, guys.
See boxes. One shot, see boxes.
Two pillar door.
See boxes.
Two pillar door, guys. Two pillars.
You can tell.
One pillar. Last guy. Just let us on.
Good to do as fast as I can, Tommy. He's going bottom mid.
One mid.
Okay, river. Okay, river.
Nice, real elbow.
Look at Joey. They're dummies.
Let me rip. Please, wait.
Tires.
You got both.
Force that.
No,
you guys might want to force that. Push this guy. Wait, we don't have A. We do not have A. We do not have A. Two sandbags. This guy in tower. I killed sandbag. This guy here in tower. Ryan or Smarty.
Cuts. Going down cuts.
Watch out, cuts. Top mid, watch out. There's another guy.
Nice. Might be one more.
Maybe key wave on ball. Rain has key wave.
Run away. Run that shit away.
Yeah.
I'm top with you, man.
I'm top watch you, Tom.
Well, lots to take away from that listening, Andy. It's one of your things that you always highlight is just that one word, right? Play close, play tight. OpTic, making sure they're playing together when they go down numbers.
Absolutely. If you've been listening to this OpTic gaming squad over the past 2 weeks and their scrims and the FaZe Invitational, it's amazing how intentional their comms are. Everything they say is just calculated and dialed, and it will give them a little bit of a lead here, but that has run away as the lead will now change off the back of that list, and EUnited in control of the scoreboard and only 20 points away from closing out the round. Lucid needs to clutch up here.
He needs to hit a headshot. He needs to get damage down for the push. To be out camera, there's one way to open up the push. Formal gets 2, and now Rain has to put his skates on. The play ball will come in. Spartan last player alive.
Look at Lucid from the backfield, had to hit that shot on Nest. Had only a few frames to do it. Big key kills there, 90-74 in our home stretch.
Trippy's going to move that ball towards tower again. Lucid playing close with his sniper rifle. He's going to get a beat down, but he's going to get one from Spartan as well. EUnited flooding across the platform now in front of tower. 90 points on the board. OpTic down by 5, but EUnited get the break.
2 dead for OpTic, 2 dead for EUnited as well. One away to end this round. 5 points separating them. It's a big win from Trippy in the back, but they will be traded out. Lucid with the ball grab and the rotate.
Lucid managed to steal that ball away, and he can just stand still here. OpTic going to a lead with just 53 seconds left on the clock, but here come EUnited again. Spartan picks up 1. Nick picks up 1 as well, and Nick picks up the odd ball. Huge moments in this game, but where are OpTic? It looks like they can't get in position here. Formal tries to force his way in, but he's not going to get the time. EUnited take the first round here of odd ball.
My God, at the end of the late game, that big push there on the big door to cut off the rat tunnel rotation from Lucid. Great plays from EUnited. They will take that first round and silence the green wall here in Kansas City.
Into round 2 then. Rain, what a first round it was from him as well. And now he's putting Lucid on his back. Winning his first battle of this second round. I mean, he had a huge amount of kills. His rotations with the oddball, the objective time. It was the perfect first round performance coming in from Rain.
Trippy, last player alive. Sniper on C plat. He's all alone, and he has to make a play here to shut down this hold.
Spartan's going to be challenging, and that's great prioritization once again coming in from EUnited. But here is the flank from Lucid. He realizes he's got the timing here on the last 2 players from EUnited. He can just scarper in, grab this ball, run to tower, and keep it out of the hands of EU.
Oh my gosh, I mean, this should not be happening. Take a look, somehow Lucid just shooting anything with a head, including the dummies. He's also going to kill Nick. Nice little curb slide down. Stays alive, gets the heat wave as well. He's got all the goodies. I got to tell you though, on set, Trippy, last player alive on C plat. The way that he was able to spawn his teammates, that should not be OpTic Gaming still controlling back tower. That should have been an EUnited hold.
OpTic have the weapons. Heatwave and Sniper now for Lucid to go to work with. Once again, just locking down this top middle lane. But as you can see, a bit of communication coming in. This time, Nick is going to narrowly avoid a bullet flying towards his visor. Ryan is going to be challenging as well, and the perfect bait for Spartan to come around the corner and say good morning to Lucid and picks up the backsmack.
Great opportunity to highlight this here in Kansas City. These 2 players, Lucid and Spartan, #1 overall. Lucid, in terms of KD, Spartan not far behind your 2 KD leaders here.
Spartan now with a chance to go to work with his power weapon too. 17 points on the board now. Spotting out Formal. It's going to be Sparty. APG will take him down. 3 players fall. And it looks like 2 actually down on either side. So a little 2v2 on the map. No play ball again here from EUnited though. Rain going to be pushing. APG looking to shut it down. Picks up 1. Ryan, what have you got? Not too many shields.
Oh my God, look at APG. That ball gets repulsored or naded off. It was repulsored actually by Spartan there. Really interesting play from him. And it's a pretty clutch play ball to be honest. But Formal now with the overshield and a double kill to boot.
This man's power up control. All tournament has been almost flawless. We saw him yesterday with multiple camos in the series against the Sen. Now he's putting it to work with that overshield in his hands, but this time he's going to get melted, but not without doing damage. EUnited find themselves all in the respawn screen. Trippy has the ball in his hand, and OpTic go into a lead.
That will be a lead change, as you say. Now 29-24. OpTic once again off of the back of that overshield grab, getting 4 dead for EUnited. That's something EUnited cannot afford if they want to close this game out. To be honest, they want to do it right here, right now. They do not want to go to a round number 3.
They're going to be taken down. This time Lucid wins that battle from sandbags to tower. Sniper rifle going to be popping up in a few moments as well, so we'll have to see if OpTic Gaming do make a move on that. Form was trying to pressurize the spawns by... Well, while all this is going down here, Andy, you can see that OpTic are just racking up time. They've crossed 50 points now. They're doubling up on EUnited.
That's right. TikTok goes the clock. All 4 players spawning in the back. Lucid just shooting once again anything that comes towards tower, and he runs this part of the map. More assists are coming in. It's still 2 dead for EUnited.
And look how much of a nuisance he's being. He just will not die. The man does not want to add another death to his tally, and with the teammates flooding towards him, Nick is going to maybe try and force that ball back towards respawns, but OpTic more than aware of that, making sure they get those shots down and force Nick to try and survive instead.
Great movement here from Formal, even hits the body shot on the pillar tunnel. He will reset around top C. Right now, big moment in this game. About a 20-point game. First death goes to EUnited.
Sniper's still in the hands of Formal as well. It looks like APG this time is going to take the objective role here, bringing that oddball back towards the tower, around this dirt area. But Spartan does get that first pick, so now it's going to be a case of how do we play this OpTic? Do we want to try and play the slaves? Do we want to try and hold off this push? Or do we want to get that play ball? It looks like the play ball was the safest option. That's what OpTic have done. Spartan cleaning up here, back tower.
It's a great little highlight of the skill gap in Halo Infinite. One of the best players to ever play any FPS title misses that jump twice, right? This is a difficult game playing at a very high level right now.
First time we've seen an overshield in the hands for EUnited for quite some time, and it means a double kill and time for EUnited. It seems to be the story so far of this game, Andy. With how closely matched these 2 teams are in slays, the overshield has been the difference maker.
Absolutely, it has been, and EUnited going to need to continue to prioritize that. Big battles on Rat Tunnel and Victor as well. That'll be a double kill trade for Trippy. 4 dead, though, for EUnited. Lucid, the only player alive on the map for a moment. He's looking for that first spawner. It was Spartan as well as Nick.
Unfortunately for Lucid, he's just thrown a frag grenade at 2 spawning teammates, so now he's going to have to turn around and maybe try and do a little bit more damage to the players, making this push over at green. But that information, Andy, is so important on this game type. It's not about picking up the kills, it's about rotating that odd ball away and taking some new angles.
And rotating himself. Take a look at this. He rotates all the way back around. He takes Closet to get a new angle on these players, including Nick, as well as this top mid push on Ryan Noob. Very good awareness from Ryan Noob, knowing that you might have seen a Lucid rotate, and he picks up 2 off the back of that. 3 dead for OpTic. Trippy is going to go for the hero play ball, and I think he's going to hit it.
He's going to be able to get this ball off the map. Only 20 points, 19 points to go here for OpTic Gaming to tie up our first game of the day at 1 round apiece. EUnited have got 2 in the death screen, though, from OpTic Gaming, so an opportunity for maybe them to get their hands on that oddball. But you can see, at the moment, just pressure still coming in from OpTic. They do not want to make this an easy move for Spartan.
Yeah, Spartan, even though they had a man, oh boy, we'll see you later. Lucid with the repulsor just sends Spartan for a swim. He'll be back in just a moment. Pressure now on bottom middle as the new ball spawns.
Huge moments in this game. OpTic managed to get this ball back towards tower. And managed to pick up a couple of kills along the way. That could be the round going their way. For EUnited, they know this might be their last available push to get back into this one. You can see that they've managed to get 2, 3, 4 dead from OpTic Gaming. They're all stuck on respawn here, plus the overshield here for Rain.
There was 3 dead there. They have the overshield, they have the sniper, they have ball control. EUnited game in their hands. They just need to get the first pick, and they don't even do it. They lose the first 2.
And it's Formal who's opened things up. It was a spike grenade. They've got the first damage down. Nick now left on his own with a sniper rifle. Here's APG to clean up business, and no play ball again as APG picks up 2.
Do not let APG in the back of your tower. Do not give him a sniper rifle. And that's what we talked about in this game type. Clock is going to tick down for OpTic Gaming.
Just a few more points for them to tie up this game. APG, drop wall is going to buy him the time he needs. Ball is still down though. Maybe EUnited have got one more chance. They've got their hands on this oddball somehow. Rain has it in his hands. OpTic losing a couple of members. Comebacks have been the story here in KC. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for EUnited to pull off another.
It's not over just yet. Here comes the rotate from EUnited. No room for error. Only 4 seconds to go for OpTic Gaming, and we need to see about 40 on the board for EUnited, uncontested.
Look at that prioritization coming in though from Rain. Not only does it pick up one, not only does he rotate that ball, he gets a double kill. 3-4 for OpTic Gaming. Rain really is starting to take over in these final moments. EUnited are chasing down that 96-point margin.
Big.
Now they cross 75, it's getting closer and closer to this.
APG with the first kill here. These kills will determine if the comeback is possible or not.
It looks like they've gone for the play ball though. That's that ball fall off the map. It looks like Nick is going to milk this time for as long as he possibly can. The play ball comes in and now the battle will go down bomb mid.
Oh my god, Trippy knows he has to play this so carefully. APG though, right on the ball.
He might have the ball, but there's going to be pressure coming in. APG does have the ball in hand. 99, 100. APG manages to clutch out those final moments here for OpTic Gaming. We're tied up a 1-1. Next round will win.
My god, here we're now jumping into round number 3. And it's starting to get loud in here. The third and final round of your game number 1, OpTic Gaming versus EUnited. This round will determine who takes the first game of the series. It's an early grab for Trippy.
Early grab for Trippy, early double kill coming in for Formal on the overshield side of the map. And what that means is I've got all the confidence in the world, if you're Trippy, to pick up that ball and just watch Formal go to work.
We talked about earlier how important those first picks, that first death is. In the end, OpTic Gaming really winning that because of those first picks. Can they do it again in round number 3? Trippy here. Overshield gets melted. Noob actually sends a few shots back, somehow stays alive on Keydor. But Trippy will rotate and try once again.
Overshield keeping Trippy alive, but not able to take anyone with him at this point. It looks like EUnited did get the ball in their hands for just a few seconds too. Noob has absolutely no idea where Trippy is, still hovering around this tower area. I should say the overshield area as a double's picked up by Spartan here. 2 headshots in quick succession. EUnited now up by 1.
Talk about the pop-off potential of Spartan. You put a sniper rifle in his hands, this man can do wild things. He's still doing damage, not afraid to challenge Formal as well. This will be more points on the board for EUnited as still 2 dead for OpTic Gaming.
This man is the player who silenced the crowd here in KC yesterday, but he is the heartbeat of EUnited, Andy. He is the emotional leader for them. He gets them fired up. He is the game changer.
Oh!
Goodness me, Spartan!
Speaking of game changer, you felt that he was going to hit that. You saw in the Observer a player coming around the corner, Spartan, not afraid to hit it, and it's a 36-12 lead for EUnited in our 3rd round of ball.
Looks like OpTic are trying to set up for that overshield as well, but look at the pressure now coming in from EUnited, trying to force those spawns back, trying to put the damage down, and while you're having a fight on the plat, you can see the Rain is just holding the ball down at that tower. They cross the 50-point line,
to victory.
And Rain is in position to cross that deadline as well. He's going to play that ball, throw himself off. 2 dead here for EUnited.
Perfectly played by Rain. Every single moment there, he was in a position to play. If he got naded at top tower, that ball was going to go flying. When he doesn't get naded, he sits back tower for just an extra 5 seconds, and milking that extra time really could be the difference maker. Lucid now trying to see how they can push together, but Spartan gets the first kill again.
There's a big hole in the setup here. A huge hole in the setup. You can see the Spartan is just trying to bait out this player back tower. He will be taken down eventually by the looks of things. 3 players fall for OpTic Gaming, 4 players fall for OpTic, and it's Spartan again with that flank back tower. We talked about how vital communication could be in these game types, Andy. When you've got that set up, it looks like just a little hole there for OpTic that EUnited were able to kind of find themselves between.
They get the first 2 picks again. EUnited looking very, very good, and if they keep this up, they could end this game very, very quickly. It's already 76-18.
What a round this has been from EUnited. Just double kills, really opening things up for them. Rainbow's going to be pushed. 3 players now from OpTic flying forward just to try and get that ball in their hands. Nick is going to be still alive on Nesto. They need to deal with him because he's going to be a problem here. And there's also Rain to deal with as well. It looks like Nick is still alive. He picks up 2. But the play ball does come in here for both teams. Rain versus APG. Rain's going to run this one back, but look at the spawn coming in for Formal.
Oh my, split spawn. This is a blessing for OpTic Gaming. Somehow they get 2 players spawning house in that scenario. Rain had no idea, and now OpTic Gaming will look to mount the comeback.
Ryan Noob, though, that is massive from you. Not only is it a double kill to open things up, it's taking both the weapons out of the hands of OpTic Gaming, and this is going to mean a hold again for EUnited. Like we saw in that round number 1, 1 more push here for OpTic. Otherwise, this could be EUnited not just winning the round, but possibly taking this first game home.
First pick to OpTic, that's big. That gives them a moment to breathe, a moment to reset here. Rain needs to stay alive on a mid.
Lucy going to be challenging. Rain going to say, That's cool. Well, I'm going to win that fight. Overshield battle as well as the ball. All the goodies down here. OpTic are going to be challenging, but here's Nick again trying to make the difference. Grenades being desperately thrown. Nick trying to survive, but it's EUnited who lose 3 players, and OpTic gain an overshield.
And look at this. Half an overshield left for Trippy. They had to work very hard to get that OS, and now Trippy knows all players spawning back tower and C. Might go for a rotate here.
All actually resets as well, which means that Trippy's got to play a little bit of a different angle. 2 players dead here for OpTic Gaming. Nick's on the flank as well. Trippy's got a repulsor. Trippy needs to win this fight, and he will.
2 dead each side now. OpTic will see 2 fall. It's continued hold for EUnited. Bottom in rat tunnel. 1 or 2 more kills. They can win this.
So unorthodox is hold. Just trying to avoid all these OpTic players. Trying to just hold the ball away from the spawns, but APG will come in. EUnited find themselves 3 down. And now OpTic need to be precise. They need to be surgical in the way that they play this next team fight, because if they drop that oddball and they go down, EUnited will win this game.
This is down to the wire. EUnited knows they only need 1 good push, and with as organized as they are, expect them to make sure this next push counts.
One thing that's really important to note here, and I love what APG's doing, if you lose this fight inside a house and you got that ball down, it's over. No play ball opportunity. APG recognizes this. This isn't to keep the game alive. This is so that they can keep playing after that play ball. If it goes down, like you say, EUnited win that game.
Ryan Noob doing very well to catch a player out there. 2 dead for each side. Lucid and Trippy versus Ryan Noob and Nick here.
Been so impressed with the man on your screen all weekend long. Nick really has found another level to his game. A lot of questions asked at the start of Halo Infinite, kind of one of the class of Halo Infinite, coming through from Halo 5, and now he's found that composure. It seems like he's found that ice as well. They're going to try and force these players away from OpTic. Trippy will win the fight alongside Formal as well. EUnited, they're struggling here with just 10 points to go, and OpTic get 3 dead.
That's very poor game management there from EUnited. They found themselves 3 players down bottom middle on dummy door. There's no way that ends well for them. Ryan Noob is all the way out at green, and now OpTic Gaming will continue scoring, and they're only 25 points behind.
You can hear the OpTic fans starting to believe a little bit more as well. Trippy with the overshield, Lucid with the sniper, and Trippy also with the heat wave. 72 points on the board. Ryan Noob trying to be a nuisance, dealt with by Trippy. Rain's got his hands on the ball though. While Trippy's pushing out, I'm not sure what else has happened on the other side of the map, but it seems like OpTic have managed to deal with things. They get 3 dead, they get 4 dead, and now OpTic bring that ball back in the house.
That ball grab from Rain was an attempted play ball. He tried to throw the ball out scoreboard to power up to buy them a bit more time. It did not pay off. Now it is a 10-point game.
So much to watch on your screens wherever you are right now, but the most important piece of information is that score that is ticking at the bottom of your screen. Lucid is going to allow the players from EUnited to flood past. OpTic are going to allow themselves to take the lead, and with just a few moments left, the resilience of OpTic is on display. They take home game number 1. They're up 1-0 in the series.
That is a 70-point run for the Green Wall in round number 3. That game was over, done and dusted. But not so fast, says OpTic Gaming. They will close out round number 3 with an enormous comeback win to secure the first game of the series.
Highlighted that play from APG, moving that ball from house to green. What happens at the end of that game? EUnited can't get that play ball. Desperately trying to throw it towards the overshield, but they can't get it away far enough to essentially allow themselves to refight off of respawn, and that was the difference maker in that game. Lucid with a beautiful angle top middle just to cut off that desperate push into the big door as they approached house. But I mean, you have to say that OpTic, one thing that was always been questioned with this lineup is in those tight games, can they get over the line? And you've got a born winner on your team in Formal, maybe that's the difference.
Talk about that late game clutch factor there for OpTic Gaming. Let's not forget, EUnited had 90 points on the board when that ball was played. And you find themselves 3 players bottom mid, 2 players around dummy door, 1 player on the ball spawn. I don't care what setup OpTic Gaming has on the map. It happened to be around 2 dummies. But you know that as soon as OpTic saw that there was 3 players bottom mid from EUnited, they're thinking, oh my God, we're gonna win this game. I'm really surprised to see that game management from EUnited at the end of the game. I think it's just a factor of letting the game fall apart towards the end. You don't send 3 players bottom mid there when you need only 10 more points on the board.
A little bit of desperation, obviously on display, and this hold here from OpTic right in these final moments. You can see the score even here, and 7 points to go.
Watch the Lucid play.
This is the hold that won the game, and Lucid taking this aggressive angle top middle, picks up 1 onto Nick. You can see that there, and then again, Lucid with that sniper rifle picks up 2.
I mean, if you look at this, Lucid's gonna sit here. You need to be checking your sandbags angles. Yeah, I know time is of the essence, but someone is sitting sandbags at that point in the game, and his name is Lucy. He's got a sniper rifle in hand. And just like with that, they get the opening damage, they get the first 2 picks. It's a tale as old as time. OpTic Gaming is too strong at getting those first damage and really converting. And in the end, they will close out that game 2-1. It's a great win for OpTic Gaming. I think we also learned that EUnited is here to play. A very, very close game, number 1, and it's setting us up for a fantastic first series of Championship Sunday.
It certainly is, and now we move on to Streets Slayer. Now, if you're looking at records, you can see them in front of us right now. This is Slayer records overall in Kansas City. EUnited 5-1, OpTic Gaming 4-1, but historically, as we have seen, EUnited are Slayer specialists.
Let's go OpTic chant right away here in game number 2 in the arena. As you say, EUnited do not lose Slayers. It's almost freakish the way that they win this game type so heavily. You have to think, if OpTic Gaming can take 1 or 2 Slayers here, they will win the series.
I think if they win this Slayer, they win the series. Yeah. Something we highlighted, if you can take a Slayer off of EUnited, you're probably going to be in with some good shout. 3-3 off the start of this game though. Rhino versus Lucid, and Lucid probably shouldn't have won that one, but he does.
He will let his shields recharge in the back here, 4-4. The most even start we could ask for. EUnited edging it out just a bit, but those kills get traded once again. Expect a very, very back and forth game here.
Couple of things to keep an eye on if you're watching this as well. We always highlight the Rockets, understandably so. You would expect it to be at least 1 guaranteed kill. But there's also another weapon on the map we wanted to highlight because there's a couple of players who seem to have so much success with it. It's the Stalker rifle, Andy. You put it in the hands of Formal, you put it in the hands of Spartan, those guys can go to work.
Absolutely. You just saw the Stalker rifle down in tires, actually. That is the weapon we will focus on. Yes, there's a lot to play with here. Bulldog and Rockets in play, but perfect timing here from our observer. Rain has that Stalker rifle in hand. Going to try to regain the lead with this back C push.
That 3-shot kill really can open up some lanes. There's 1-2. Can't quite connect with that headshot for the 3rd. Lucid will escape. However, Rhino's there to clean up the damage. So it's a 9-9 score here as kills going to be traded. And it's not just the Stalker rifle. You can see in the kill feed as well. The Trippy, he's got his hands on a Sentinel beam and he's trying to beam.
Ooh, look at the timing there with the spikers and Lucid on Heaven. The EUnited pushes the answer back perfectly from OpTic Gaming. As we said, angles from tires and Heaven to stop that B push. Now they have themselves a 4-kill lead. It's a clean wipe, and Rockets are coming up in 10 seconds.
One thing I love here from OpTic is the pace they're playing this at. EUnited love to be methodical. They love to set up, pick apart their opponents. As soon as OpTic get 2 kills, they get even the first pick. They are flying at EUnited, using their numbers just to flood an area of the map and essentially just get more reticles onto EUnited players than they can answer back with.
Look how much this has slowed down. Just as you say, these 2 teams respecting one another so much. Trippy going to try to come around the corner with the microwave. Will only hit a little bit, but during all that scuffle, it'll be Formal who comes away with the rocket launcher.
2 to play with.
Oh.
1 to play with. First one not quite connected, but EUnited find themselves down 3 players on the map here. Formal moving with his teammates. APG will clean up the last. So all players now from EUnited coming fresh off a respawn. And when you've got a rocket to play with, you would imagine opening damage should here go to the hands of OpTic Gaming.
We've been here before. Formal on Street Slayer. We know what this man can do. We've seen him do unbelievable, ungodly things that are illegal in most states, including Kansas and Missouri. We know what he's capable of on this map. Can they maintain this lead? It's 20-13.
Strong start here from OpTic Gaming though. Just extending the lead as well. Nick's trying to prod, he's trying to poke with that Stalker rifle. And unfortunately, you can see most of the time that EUnited are having to back up. They're having to try and play tight, as we like to say. Well, OpTic can't let them do that. Trippy now going to be challenging, but so is Nick. He needs to win this fight. Lucid will turn around and snap onto that headshot. And not only is that the Stalker, now in the hands of OpTic, it's the Bulldog 2.
The control of tires, pillars, and B this entire game has been the story of OpTic's success. Look at Lucid also just able to dodge those grenades around the Geo so wisely. Look, apparently frag grenades don't hurt Lucid. He knows something that we don't, which isn't a surprise. 1, 2, 3, 4 goes the Bulldog. It's a double kill for Lucid in the red room, and this is a water cooler conversation that EUnited's not too happy about. Formal will also pick up the Bulldog off the back of that. It's a 12-kill lead for OpTic Gaming.
Frag grenades don't hurt Lucid, but the Bulldog is hurting EUnited right now. 7 seconds until that rocket is going to be popping in the middle of the map as well. Formal already set up for it too. Challenging onto Rhino, has the Bulldog to play with as well, but look at the flank now coming in. It's a swarm from OpTic again, and this is starting to get a little bit out of hand now. It's 31-17. Rockets in the hands of Lucid as well. EUnited, they're being taken apart here on Streets.
Picked apart. A team that is so good at Slayers, that is so good at a map like this, where you can really just telegraph your plays, like you said. start to work as a team. So far, that's not working, but on the side of the OpTic Gaming stage, it's looking real good. 31-17 is an unbelievable scoreline.
Lucid showing great resilience not to fire away at Rocket as well. He'll only pick up one, but the damage is done for Trippy to move in and pick up two. And again, EUnited just surgically picked apart. 3 players fall in exchange for 1 from OpTic. That was all dead. 37-18, and Formal starting to pick up a couple of double kills as well.
More than double the score of their opponents in a Slayer. We've talked all weekend about how EUnited is the Slayer team. OpTic Gaming has something to say about that. This scoreline is getting out of hand. And these do not look like 2 evenly matched teams in this game number 2.
Certainly don't. There's the Bulldog again. Rynoob trying to clean up the kill onto Lucid, but Lucid by name, elusive by nature. Rynoob finally will get that grenade down, but it needs to be more than that here for EUnited. It can't be 1-for-1s. It has to be 3-for-1s. It has to be 4-for-1s if they want to try and tie this game up.
It has to be a prayer. It has to be a miracle for them to come back into this game. And with the way that OpTic Gaming is playing, I don't see it happening anytime soon. This game essentially is a write-off. But we've been proven wrong before, Mark. 41-23.
We certainly have. However, this is looking more like we might be eating pretty early in the morning today with a steak dinner on the menu. 41-25. EUnited got to cross that 30 kill mark if they want to avoid that. For OpTic, it's just been a constant flood. And one thing I've been noticing a lot in the kill feed as well is Formal's picking up opening damage and opening kill with frag grenades, with spike grenades. He's clearing out so many areas of the map with some precise projectile throwing.
Great control from EUnited. Look at them rallying back. What was just a 37-18 game is 44-27. It's a great run from EUnited, but it is too little, too late. 5 kills to go.
They try and force that rocket launcher as well. They get baited in almost, and now OpTic, well, we've seen this story before. Formal moving through the tires towards PD at the end of the game with a rocket. He wins games, but no. EUnited, they pick up 3. Lucid, last player alive! Wow! Double kill for Lucid as the last man standing brings OpTic within 2.
Talk about a little bit extra at the end of that game to just boost the confidence even further. The man is dancing around the map. 1 kill to go.
OpTic Gaming, too good on streets. And the streets were certainly painted green for EUnited there. No way for them to even challenge what OpTic brought to the table. And this was going to be the series about who is the challenger, Andy. And it could be a series that ends 3-0 for OpTic Gaming.
Look at Lucid on your screen there, 17-7 in that game. He's the #1 KD leader in this tournament for a reason. The OpTic chance will continue, and OpTic Gaming has got to be feeling good. And I think you put it best, Mark, that was a complete dismantling of EUnited in one of their best game types.
Every single time that you saw a fight going down, it was OpTic who had weaponry to play with. It was Formal who'd open things up with a couple of spike grenades, a couple of frag grenades. It always felt like the numbers were on OpTic's side, and I'm not just talking about that final score that we did see. Rockets also, it was just complete and utter control dominance. There really wasn't much that EUnited could do there.
Yeah, you and I talked about it, right? There's one thing you could do if you have to watch one place on this map that would tell you the story of the map. Just watch tires. And OpTic Gaming not only held tires the whole game, but they held rockets and tires the whole game, and Bulldog and Stalker. In the end, it's a 50-31. They just missed the steak dinner by 1, which is a shame because Kansas City, let me tell you, some great steak in this city without a doubt. It would have been a tasty one. Regardless, though, OpTic Gaming going to be very happy with that 50-31. And as you say, Onset, we're now 1 game away from this potentially being a 3-0. And OpTic Gaming reminding everyone here and at home why they are the challenger here at the tournament.
Well, EUnited need to answer back, and they need to answer back now. The next map we're going to be moving on to is Recharge, and we got a little bit of Strongholds action to play with. Now, both teams we saw play some Recharge yesterday. We did see EUnited take down Pioneers on this game type. Sorry, crowd, by the way, just to remind you of that fact, but it was a very impressive display from EUnited. But you just feel like, with all due respect to Pioneers, the way that OpTic are playing right now, it almost has to be an even better performance here on Strongholds Recharge to stand a chance of taking this one away.
There are 0 gaps in the gameplay. Every time, like you say, they get the opening damage, they know they have to convert. This game is played at too quick of a pace at this level where you do not hesitate. Every time EUnited is starting to push up towards an area like B stairs or B pillars on that game type, they get immediate grenade damage, Lucy's in the perfect position, and they collapse. You can't let the players on OpTic pop off the way we just saw Lucid go 17-7. EUnited backs against the wall.
Looking at this EUnited lineup right now, who's going to be the man to step up and just raise the spirits a little bit? I mean, just take ourselves back to that game #1. EUnited got up by 1 round. Then they lose that second one. Then in a heartbreaking way, they lose the third one. And then that game, it wasn't close. EUnited probably thinking, hey, we were doing quite well at the start of this series. Now we're 2-0 down. Someone needs to step up here for EUnited, be that vocal leader, but for OpTic, what an opportunity this is to close the series out at 3-0 and set up a potential matchup against either C9 or Sentinels.
We've all heard EUnited say that they are the hardest working team in the game. Now is the time to dig deep. Do they have what it takes to come back in this series and send it the distance? So far, it's a great start for them.
Great start for them. They've got the control of A and C, and they've also got control of the camo. Now, something we wanted to talk about is how good OpTic were at controlling that camouflage yesterday when we saw them on recharge against the set. Yes, it was a full game type, but their control of power-ups in general has been superb on this map.
Absolutely. EUnited, though, they do convert off of the initial 3 dead and the camo grab to get A and B, and they will put points on the board here. OpTic Gaming going to make sure to wait for their teammate here. Lucid is off the spawn. Now they're 4 up. Here will come the push out of control. Ryan Noob already still holding A and trying to maybe bait that.
Once again, though, it's Formal in the kill feed, getting that first kill with a couple of grenades. Opening things up. Good news, though, for EUnited. With control, trades are good enough here. It means that OpTic aren't going to be able to fly across the map and challenge one of those strong
Ryan Noob actually leaves A to go to control to pick up the first kill. And EUnited with very, very good pressure. They will keep 2 dead for OpTic Gaming. They will continue scoring. They're already here at 40-0.
One thing that EUnited did extremely well yesterday was hold the 2 cap as well. A lot of the time we see players and they're desperate to go for that triple cap, right? They get a couple of dead, let's collapse, let's go for the triple. And then sometimes you can get a couple of funky split spawns. You can get a few players spawning behind you if you don't collapse quick enough. And EUnited have slowed this right down. So like I mentioned in that first game type, it's almost as if they played strongholds and a couple of oddball game types like it's Halo 2, like it's Halo 3. They control half the map, and they force OpTic to make a play.
Oh, they get the first pick again. Once again, we'll see what IND can do here. He picks up a double, and it's a perfect time to hear just how coordinated this team is. Let's go into an Astro listening with EUnited.
Needles on me. Needles formal. I can push my help.
Blue cash trying to push. I'm trying to call. R2 formal. One shot R2 formal.
On blue, I think.
Mingler. Back. It could be in red on us. Careful. Needles weak. APG.
Trippy on me. Red.
Uphill red. APG.
Trippy dead.
Nice. Look at camel. Mangler. He's probably gonna try to have him kill. He's one shot. Stuck me, dude. Okay, one shot at me, Needles. Shots out. Recorded. Burn camel.
Good time though.
Yep.
Focus on C alpha spawn.
Spawn red.
Can we kill this red guy?
One shot or 2.
I traded with batteries.
You guys, one shot. Sniping. Top cat. Weak. Trip going.
Dead.
Top cat on the upper. I'm trying to
Stop blue. One shot. Absolute default.
Right
in the window. We're getting B and A.
Leaving it.
Deep flat.
I'm gonna die getting out of it. I died. Girl's weak. Formal. Top blue. Got one. Another guy long hole.
Top cat. One shot.
Carol box. Grapple. Above you.
Top cat. One shot.
Needles weak. Shot. One shot grapple. On grapple. Absolute. Grapple into you. One shot. 1 HP. Nice. Needles? I think I just saw one needle box.
Needles running back.
Red steps. One shot red steps.
Needles one shot. One blue one shot. In red steps.
Blue red steps.
I have an 8 on red steps.
One blue shot. Still Trippy on the stairs.
Bottom red steps. One shot. Red steps. One shot. Formal. He's sitting there. Sitting red steps. Dead. That's sword. That's sword.
I'm trying to look at your chest. He's glass. One was still blue. Remember that, Trippy? Yeah, no.
I need
glass. One shot, Lucid. One shot, Lucid.
Well, even though EUnited find themselves down by 2 in the series, you can hear from the communication, Andy. The players to step up to revive those spirits, to keep things looking good is Ryan Noob. He's saying, good time. Even when they're 4 dead. This has been a phenomenal start here from EU.
Absolutely great run from them. They will keep 2 dead on OpTic Gaming, and what a hold at AB. One thing I want to highlight during that listening, off of their spawn, you saw that they were 4 dead. They said great time, like you say. They said focus up on C when we spawn. However, they got different damage there, and they actually saw that there was an opportunity for an AB hold. They so quickly pivoted away from C. They get the AB hold, they get the damage and control, and they continue scoring. And it's a very, very different game number 3 for EUnited. They are up 157-9.
OpTic Gaming are finally going to break this 2 strongholds hold, though. They get control of A, they get control of C. They're also going to be able to scoop up the camouflage by the looks of things. Lucid the man is going to now choose to pop that. 2 dead for EUnited. Now, how do OpTic approach this game? Are they going to try and hold the 2? Are they going to hold this side of the map that we see right now, with the tower as the central focus, force the spawns back at pipes and top gold? Or are they going to try and get a little bit more aggressive? It looks like Lucid's going to make some plays with the camera.
In Lucid's own words, you hear him say it all the time on his stream and in scrims, play for info. That's exactly what he's doing. He's playing for info, he's playing for damage. They're able to get 2 dead there and get the B cap. They will continue scoring on BC, and EUnited needs to be careful. Stick goes as well for Lucid to pick up an extra one.
I'm going down, but I'm taking you with me. OpTic starting to rise a little bit in this game. Looking across the stats at the moment, Ryan, the man who we mentioned, who kind of seems to be the emotional leader on this team when it comes to those big moments. He's also leading the way with Slays. Spartan's going to join him on 10 kills. On the other side of things, you can see that Formal and APG both on 9. A little bit of a slow start here, though, for Trippy.
Look at this run here. It's over a 60-point uncontested run. Unanswered points on the board for OpTic Gaming to get right back in this game and bring it within 100. They'll move back to A as well.
Cast your minds back to that first game. OpTic Gaming looked like they were down. Looked like they were out in a couple of rounds of oddball, being down by huge margins. They find themselves here again, but a similar story is starting to be written once more. Now they're halfway towards closing down on that EUnited lead. The AB hold is strong, and with 2 players falling here for EUnited, Trippy's thinking about a triple. The cap is coming in here on C, and OpTic Gaming, they were closing the gap. They were crawling towards that EUnited score, but now they've got the running shoes on. The triple cap is going to have them sprinting.
Oh boy, this is dangerous territory for EUnited. The trip cap is in effect, and what a better time to go into a listening with the side of OpTic Gaming.
Double stack, I burn it. Going repulsor. One shot B. I'll get the guy. One shot in B, L2. I got him. Look at C together. Look at C together. Watch out back saddle. Watch out back saddle, guys. Alone. And caution. Watching one shot, Rain. Double stack, guys. Two guys repulsor. Rain, one shot. Rain, one shot. Yo, headlight strategy. Look at that guy. I can't. C flat. Shot C flat. Going double stack. Right. What's B2? Yo, grappling tower, I think. Weak top tower. Nick. Yo, mid-bridge. One more. 3 mid-bridge. 3 on mid. 3 Mangler. On mid. Come on, Mangers. I'm pushing it. Force, I can help you. Yo, T-shirt, one shot. One shot, T-shirt. Look at Joey, back to the way. You see stairs, you can't help you. Get in the goal. Class. Get B. Yeah, hold. Too long haul, guys. I'm watching this, man. I'm hopping it. Just make him get nervous. Yeah, glass, one guy, glass and long haul. Glass.
Off the back of the triple cap. You can probably hear the green wall getting loud here in KC because OpTic have gone into the lead. It's 187 to 161, and that triple cap is just throttling EUnited at the moment. They can't get out of this.
This OpTic Gaming roster has had control of C and Tower this entire time. Sword as well as the Shock. I don't know if I need to remind you, Lucid heating up again on the pipes angles. This was 157 to 9. I don't need to do the math for you. It's now 215 to 161. What an unbelievable run from OpTic Gaming that just really encapsulates what this team is capable of.
Now, last time we saw Lucid as last player alive, he was able to take down 2 EUnited players. It looks like the move is coming in on A. Lucid gets 1, but will be taken down. So EUnited finally managing to break that extreme hold that OpTic have had with the triple cap for quite some time. They're going to be able to flip, by the looks of things, C. OpTic get the reset onto B. So EUnited, they're going for that AC hold once more.
Very nice shots from Rain there to win that battle. He'll win another one without trading at B, but has to stay alive. You know the call-outs are coming. And there's the angle from C plat from Formal. Still, as you say, good pressure from EUnited. This game is far from over.
The huge responsibility now for Ryan, though, with his shock rifle. He's got to watch this cross. He's got to watch the push into tower. And most importantly, he's got to respond to the information that Spartan is going to be giving him. If he does so, if he can pick up 1 headshot here, this AB hold will still be strong for EUnited. And OpTic find themselves in a position they were a few minutes ago now. How do you break this setup?
Formal top control, picking up kills. Lucid is also in pipes and batteries, but they take down Lucid. Doesn't hit the shot.
That's where the shot he needs to hit. This time it's going to be the sword. The stick doesn't come in, so Ryan survives, but by missing that 1 shot on APG, APG's been able to work with Formal, work with the rest of OpTic to take hold of B once more. But the reslays now come in from EUnited. They have a triple cap, and they still have something to say in this game.
Oh my God, what a moment for Ryan. He finds himself 2 dead. They have the triple cap, but he needs to make sure to get kills here for his teammates who are respawning.
It looks like OpTic have made the play to go to C, and that means that Ryan is just going to be chasing shadows here. He recognizes that Formal going to be caught off guard. Very, very important there for Ryan just to check that corner, because now he can start the conversion of B. Grenades will come in here, but he manages to escape just in time. APG, come in, boy! The sword slice comes in, and it looks like OpTic at the moment are looking a little bit shaky. It looks like EUnited are trying to put the pressure back on.
C converting right away after the A cap for OpTic Gaming. C should finish here based on what we're seeing on screen. And this game is now within 15 points.
Oh, and Ryan Noob is just holding this pipe so effectively well, but it's one thing to hold pipes. You can see in the feed that Formal's got a shock rifle. He's cleared the map here for OpTic, and now Spartan's just trying to survive.
You can almost tell based on Spartan expression that this is dangerous territory here. Needs to stay alive bottom middle, but Formal will clean it up.
Formal will clean it up. OpTic, get control of A, get control of B. Rain takes him down, the camo is up, but do you have the time to play with that power up? It looks like a desperate play. Coming in over at A, coming in from EUnited. Now the battle for B is gonna be what both teams are fighting for. Rain has the camo, and Nick is inside of B, but look at the info. Rain is getting a triple cap here for EUnited.
Oh my God.
And Rain has the game in his hands here.
Game in his hands, if he gets spotted out here, they get 1 kill. The trip cap is stopped. OpTic now scoring again. OpTic only need 5 points.
Only need 5 points. They need to jump in a stronghold here. Rain's gonna make the play. A couple of grenades go down from Lucid. Rain no shields, but still alive here for EU. They get B. APG and Formal. 2 kills for OpTic. B being converted by OpTic as well. Spartan last player alive here. Trippy inside of the stronghold. And with that, OpTic Gaming showing the ice they need to not just win the series.
And as you'd expect, Forma with some choice words across the stage as well. He remembers very well that that game was 160 to 9. And OpTic Gaming come back with the support of the green wall to bring that game all the way back and close out the series 3-0.
I mean, what a performance from OpTic. What a performance from OpTic. We asked the question coming into this series, who is the challenger to Cloud9's throne? EUnited, OpTic. 3-0 to OpTic, I think, gives us the answer.
It certainly does, and OpTic Gaming in the Championship Sunday whites. And they are also looking on Championship Sunday form in this series, and I think reminding a lot of people why they are not just the challenger, but in some people's eyes, the favorites for this tournament. I think EUnited showed up in a big way, but OpTic Gaming just too strong for them in the end in terms of the way that they manage the scoreboard. I think we should look at the slays there. OpTic Gaming actually outslayed by 1 in that game. EUnited with incredible numbers on the board, but OpTic Gaming playing 1 step ahead throughout that. And if you're EUnited, I'll be honest, you cannot let a 150-point lead slip away in a game like that.
100%. I think one thing that really stands out to me is, we'll take a look at that final series score. The most impressive thing, of course, the 3-0 result at the top of it, but it's the composure in those massive final moments. You hear Renegade talking about it on C9. I've got the iciest players that I could possibly hope for in a game 5. You look at Sentinels, historically, game 5s, that's what wins them series. But in these close moments that we've just seen, OpTic is showing that they're gonna be very, very difficult to beat.
Yeah, they look great. It's a fantastic start for OpTic Gaming, but we also know it's not the end of the road for EUnited, a team that has not placed outside the top 3 on LAN. We certainly expect to see them back here once again.
Well, OpTic are looking extremely strong. They will beat EUnited into the ground. It's the 3-0 victory for the Green Wall, and it's time for us to send it back to Lottie and the guys on the desk.
Thank you so much, Onset and Bravo. My goodness me, what a start to Championship Sunday. OpTic 3-0 sweep against EUnited. My goodness, they have woken up on the right side of the bed, or if you're from the UK, they've eaten their Weetabix, that's for damn sure. I think we've got to talk about some of the highlights in that match, and for me, the last moments of that stronghold were really, really significant to understand where EUnited are at. Gaskin, significant leads on several of the maps here, just cannot seem to get it across the line.
Yeah, we see 2 different EUniteds. We see an EUnited who look absolutely incredible, like they can beat any team when they're ahead and they have structure. But as soon as they go behind and they have to think on their feet a little bit, they really struggle to find those entry points to try and break other teams' setups. And OpTic were able to really capitalize off that. They were really able to punish this EUnited roster at times. And even though there was a trip cap temporarily, this was a key moment with the camouflage. Rain had so much information, such a big play for him. But what OpTic did well is they didn't panic when they knew the camo was somewhere. They just kept their eyes out, they made sure their head was on a swivel, and they were always looking for him. An amazing response from them, and I think they'll be delighted with a 3-0.
Incredible response. I mean, they only needed a few seconds to close that one out, and being able to clutch up, ice up is so important at the best of times. And moving forward into this championship bracket, you're going to need some ice in your veins if you want to take down the Titans of Cloud9 and try and dethrone these guys as well. And moving on across the series here as well, you know, Goofy, What did OpTic do that really, really impressed you against EUnited, despite having leads from EUnited coming in, but being able to push back? What did you see out of their gameplay as a team, as a unit that's working together, that's going to convince you they can take it today?
Yeah, this series was a lot closer than the score conveys, right? Game 1 was totally in favor of EUnited up until that last second. Bravo and Onset talked about it in that round 3 of that oddball here as we're getting into the highlights. That was EUnited's game to lose. I think EUnited lost that more than OpTic won that game 1. They had them right where they wanted them, not able to close that game 1. And whenever I think of EUnited, I think of them as an emotional team. That's a good thing. It can also be a bad thing, and it can work against them. And we saw that here play out in the series. After losing such a close game 1, they just completely fell apart in game 2 and game 3. We've talked about that again, up 160-9 on that final stronghold and not able to close it out. So this EUnited roster definitely kind of shot themselves in the foot here with this series. They had a lot of these games in the bag and they just couldn't close it out.
They certainly couldn't. And Clutch, when it comes down to moments like this, such a significant lead in this round 3 oddball, and unfortunately OpTic just blew it out of the water. Is that a testament to what OpTic can do to turn a game around, or is it more so what EUnited weren't able to do and accomplish?
I'm with Faisal. I think EUnited lost that game more than OpTic won it, and I almost hate those sayings, but I think it stands true here. All EUnited needed to do was focus on slaying, but they kept trying to rack up maybe some scrappy ball time here and there. If they just got 4 dead once, that game would have been over. But OpTic didn't let that happen, so that's a testament to OpTic's wherewithal and how they played at the end. But, I mean, EUnited, twice in this series, you lost games with significant leads where all you needed to do was focus on slaying. And in all honesty, in these objectives, sometimes that's EUnited's biggest crux.
It certainly is going to be a heartbreaker, I think, in terms of what EUnited wanted to accomplish here. They got so close at certain moments. Right now they're going to be falling into the elimination bracket, of course, not succeeding against OpTic. And Gaskin, where is the road here for EUnited? Where do you see them now falling? Because obviously not being able to take down OpTic, and it wasn't convincing either. So in this elimination bracket, where do they stand?
The victory here, I really would have eaten my words, right? I said that EUnited are a top 6 team. They're already at top 6, but now you're going to have to beat, depending on how the elimination bracket goes, either a Sentinels or a FaZe, maybe one of the EU teams if they have an amazing run, but likely Sentinels or FaZe. That's where they're at. Can they break into that top 4 once again to show what they're made of? Once they've got there, then I believe, okay, yes, they could get to that top 3, maybe even try and upset and have another stab at the likes of OpTic or Cloud9 in the elimination bracket. But realistically, they're around top 6 to top 4, but they need to find a way to stop throwing away these leads.
I'm not sure where your head's at, Dan, but I think this EUnited's team still has a chance to win this tournament. The way they just played up there was phenomenal. They erased 2 mistakes, literally just 2 lives they played differently. They're up 2-1 in that series. They can beat a team like OpTic. They can beat a team like Cloud9. They have what it takes to come through the elimination bracket and win this whole thing. They just need to correct those mistakes.
Yeah, I feel very differently about that. I think this was actually one of the worst ways you could lose if you're EUnited. I feel like, again, I'm gonna go back to that emotional point. I think they thrive on emotion, and sometimes that's what holds them back a little bit. And coming into the series, I don't think a lot of people would have predicted EUnited to beat OpTic, but to lose that way, it's just it's really gonna affect them, I think. And hopefully they can make me eat my words as well, Dan, and prove me wrong. But that's a bad way to go into the losers bracket.
I tell you what, I'm loving this. I'm loving the conflict, because that's what we want to see. We want to see opposing opinions here. But look, they're going to do one thing that's either prove us right or wrong here on the desk as well. Let's take a look at the bracket updates. Let's start with the winners and see where we're at here, because of course we've just come off the back of that OpTic Gaming EUnited semi-finals. OpTic Gaming 3-0. Quite a large reflection in terms of the crawling back OpTic had to do at the beginning of maps here, but it just showed how resilient this team are when they're under the pressure of EUnited, who we know are very fast-paced, very aggressive. They want to get under your skin. They're so well practiced. OpTic Gaming 3-0 them. Easy stuff. They're into the finals here. We're going to be seeing our next semi-final, Cloud9 versus Sentinels, happening on the main stage behind us as well. But really, I'm excited about the elimination bracket as well, because we have some things going on. I think I heard that Quadrant were actually 2-1 up against XSET. I've heard that FaZe have also come through. So Quadrant could potentially, depending on obviously the result of that game here, be actually facing FaZe. So they are still 2-1 up. But what does that mean, Gaskin? Because Quadrant, they have gone from strength to strength. Are they strong enough for FaZe?
Well, that's going to be a real test, isn't it? Quadrant, if they beat XSET, they're into the top 8, which is their best placement yet. Ascend also up against G1. We could have 2 EU teams in the top 8, I believe for the first time ever. But one of them would want to match that historic top 6 EU placement that we saw in Fuse do way back when. And now, you know, when you look at the likes of FaZe, you look at the likes of Pioneers, who are going to be the true test when you get there, do they have what it takes to beat them?
I
Fanatics up 2-1 on Pioneers.
Yeah.
The Pioneers crowd may be a very short day for these guys at home because that Fnatic team is no joke. Up already in the series with 1 game to close it out. I want to get over there as quickly as I can.
Well, I'll tell you what, your wish can come true. We're heading to a quick break, folks, but when we come back, we do have more main stage action for you guys. We have the protectors of Sen City going up against the most winning team this season. Winner semifinals, Cloud9 versus Sentinels, coming your way right after the break.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Congratulations, you've been volunteered to investigate gaming anomalies present in the action and adventure category on PC Game Pass.
Hit the music!
Your cooperation has been logged. Thank you.
room for another waterfall.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Kansas City Major. It is day number 3, it's Championship Sunday and we are just about getting ready on the main stage for our next semi-final. We are well on the way to crowning a champion by the end of this Sunday. And I tell you what, I am so excited for this one. Semi-finals on the winners bracket is where it is at. And we really get a taste of, I think, what's to come a little bit later on in the day as well. We're gonna actually kick things off, of course, with our desk. We've got Onset, Gaskin and Bravo. And we want to talk about Sentinels first and foremost, but I want to hear from them themselves. We actually caught up with Frosty to find out how he's feeling about the weekend as a whole. So let's check it out.
My name is Bradley Bergstrom, and I go by Frosty, and I play for the Halo Team Sentinels. The hardest transition from Halo 5 to Infinite, it'd probably be just getting used to the sandbox. I'd say this is the first Halo where pretty much everything is being used. Even in Halo 5, there's some new things, right? But like if you look at like Halo 2 or Halo 3, it's pretty minimalistic in terms of the sandbox. But Infinite, you know, there's repulsor, grapple, all the weapons that you pick up. Every single map has like at least 5 or 6 weapons. So getting used to all those things and just having that muscle memory, that instinctual reaction to like play for those weapons rather than making, you know, a normal play where I need to push up here and do this. It's definitely a learning curve for all of us. It's definitely hard not seeing the results that I guess we're used to. Although the way I'm looking at it is kind of like, you know, everyone has their ups and downs. If you want to be considered a great team, it's just something that you have to do. You have to be prepared for the bounce back, and that's exactly what we're trying to do.
Well, they're feeling confident as ever. Of course, they have a bunch of experience behind them. This roster has been together for such a long time. They're 2-time world champions, but they want another bite of this right here, right now, this season. And it hasn't exactly been the easiest road for these guys, and they haven't, you know, got the results that they wanted either. Now, Gaskin, looking at Sentinels right now in this tournament, a couple of game 5s, I think, have been a little bit shaky against teams who you'd kind of consider them, I suppose, 3-0-ing or maybe 3-1-ing quite comfortably. You know, how do we read into this? And are there any problems that you can kind of see evolving for their tournament results out of that?
So it was the international competition. It was the Pittsburgh Knights and it was Quadrant. They went to game 5 against both of those teams when realistically, as you say, probably should be 3-0-ing a team like that. There's 2 ways to look at it, right? Going to a game 5 is a very risky way to play. If you do it against a Cloud9 or an OpTic, you're probably going to be punished for it. However, we also have to commend Sentinels. They got to the game 5 and they were still able to clutch up. I think Quadrant were probably favorites going into game 5 yesterday, but Sentinels were still able to power through. But I don't feel like they can do that going into a game against Cloud9, right? You cannot allow it to get to a point where you are hoping that you can win this Slayer and that everything is going to go in your favor. Instead, you need to play with a lot more of a stronger structure. That being said, maybe it's just a case of not knowing how the international competition is playing as much, and they might have a better idea of how Cloud9 are going to run things.
Very true, and I think if you look at the track record so far, you know, of course they went to the Pioneers LAN, they got hit early, scrim results seem to be going pretty well for them. They also did manage to scrim Cloud9, even though it was only a 5-game scrim, they won that 3-2. There's not a huge amount to be read in that scrim, unfortunately, but, you know, it's good that they've had the practice against them when usually they don't ever hear from them at all, so scrims usually are non-existent.
I think one thing to highlight about what you just said there is the fact that it seems like Sentinels are more prepared than ever, right? They seem to be on an upward trajectory once again, and it's kind of crazy to say. We expect so much from this lineup because of their history, but they haven't had like bad placements overall in the first 2 events, but it's bad by their standards. First place is all they strive for. It's all they want to do, and I think they're looking at this series right now and they're thinking, this is our opportunity. You know, we haven't really been mentioning Sentinels. It's kind of, who's it going to be? OpTic, EUnited, maybe Sentinels, to kind of prove themselves and be like, hey, if we beat Cloud9 right now, we just want to remind everyone that we're still like one of the best teams that Halo has ever seen. And it's going to be a big test for them, but I think they're going to be ready for this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's not forget Sentinels, right? The 2 top 4 placings on LAN here so far. Also a Championship Sunday team. I think it's easy to count them out earlier in the weekend. They did the hard work, though. They got through the game 5s, and I think they could be bringing something different here today.
Yeah, although it got a little bit dicey, a little bit hard, and the results got a little too close for comfort, they managed to get the results. They have a clean record so far coming into today. And Gaskin, I think the thing that's on everybody's mind right now is the team, is the roster. How is it looking? The dynamic. You know, we've seen, I think, Lethal kind of struggling a little bit this season. He has come up the FaZe Invitational. He was looking great. Where is he at right now for you?
Speaking to Sentinels, they feel like he is playing well from what they can see. Statistics would suggest he hasn't necessarily been matching what he should be doing. He is an anomaly. That's a really hard word to say. Anomaly when it comes to the statistics for this team. He is the only negative player in the top 6 teams right now. And considering the teams that they have faced, you would expect everyone really in the top 6 to be performing a little bit better. However, objectively, his statistics do start to perform a little bit better, so he is still doing the dirty work.
I think off the back of that as well, Lethal's never going to be a player on this Sentinels lineup who's going to be going plus 10, plus 15
I don't think he needs
to his role.
No.
Yeah. But there is still that element of where you need to be. You need to be hovering around even. Just under even is fine, as long as you're getting the work done in the map. So it's kind of such a small margin. People will look at it and be like, oh, he's negative, etc., etc. But with the work he does, you are going to go negative sometimes, but it's how negative you are. If you can scrape a positive, even +1, +2, Sentinels will be just a crazy team to go up against. It's just those small margins. Maybe people look too far into, but as you say, it's an outlier that does need to be addressed.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of merit to both things, right? We do not want a player like Lethal to be too negative in a tournament like this, but I'm looking less at Lethal's individual stats and more at the series, right? They're going to a game 5. Is it a little bit because of they're not doing enough of the hard, dirty work, and that's why they're getting there? So if Lethal is the same amount negative, but they're 3-0ing, I really don't care, right? It really, all that matters in the end is the games.
Absolutely. Results is what matters most. It is what does the talking for the team. Let's move on to the opposition on the main stage. We have Cloud9, who are looking to make this one cleaner than ever. They have a point to prove because OpTic have really started to push them off as the favorites, but Cloud9 have reminded everybody how good they really are. And Gaskin, a little bit of a strange comparison here, but one that I think is worth noting is OpTic Gaming and Cloud9 has kind of been the battle of the favorites so far coming into this second major. And OpTic, they played Ascend. They actually lost a Slayer to them, and the Strongholds to finish off the series despite getting an incredible result against Ascend was a little bit close, Ascend being a very good Stronghold team, of course. Just reminding everybody that Cloud9 3-0'd Ascend easily. It wasn't really that much of a fight, so can we read into that at all?
And there's two ways to look at it. Game times can be very dependent there, and you might see some Ascend's better game times when you're going up against OpTic and Cloud9, but also in terms of playstyles, I think Cloud9 match up far better against Ascend than OpTic do. OpTic don't really like some teams doing the unordinary, right? They like to be a little bit more structured about their business, whereas Cloud9 can adapt to anything. And that's what makes Cloud9 so good. They know how all these teams work. They know how to change their strategy so they can match them. And yeah, I'd say that Cloud9 are ahead of OpTic in that department, which is pretty scary. If you're OpTic Gaming, you go up against Cloud9, you say, well, if they know how we work, if we don't have a plan B, this could all go downhill.
Yeah, it could indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, somebody who is going to make sure things go uphill for their team is our guy who is our AMD power performance today, and that is Penguin from Cloud9. This guy has become such an imperative part of this roster. The stuff he can do is just insane. Not only has he got the fastest flag cap in the West, but bravo, Penguin, it doesn't stop there. He's just an all-rounder here.
He absolutely is, and what he brings to this team is so much specialization, right? You talk about a player who has the most flag pulls in the league and the most flag caps in the league, right? And that, as we talked about, means one of two things. Either he's running that flag the whole way home off the back of the support of his teammates, or he's spawning up and capping that flag. Regardless, this man has brought so much to this team. You've got 3 powerhouse Slayers and then Penguin, as you say, who could do it all.
He really can. I gotta say, you can see that guy in your base, you gotta be screaming. You're like, oh no, that's it, he's found a gap. Off he goes. Before you can even make a call out, it's in their base, it's already capped. Amazing stuff out of Penguin. But what does Penguin also do for the team in terms of the way that the team come around? Because I feel like Cloud9 are such a unit. If I was going to describe the most teamiest team we have here, it would be Cloud9, just because of the way they're able to fly and adapt and be flexible with one another. I really think aids into how much they can win.
Yeah, I think Penguin's a good player to talk about as well, because he's a player who's had to adjust how he historically has played to fit in on this Cloud9 roster. You know, I spoke to Hoaxer before, I think it was Raleigh, and he was saying, you know, it's taken him a little bit of time, but now he's found that role, and it is just filling in those gaps. It is doing that objective work. Like Andy said, his flag pull and conversion rate is ridiculous. Alongside, you know, the rest of his team helping him out, supporting him, doing that, but also he's the player inside of strongholds. He's the player helping Renegades win those 2v1s with a couple of extra bullets over the shoulder. So he really does do it all. Plus, Penguin's dad's in town as well, and I'm sure he'd love nothing more than to pick up another chip and celebrate with his dad.
I'm excited for Penguin as well. As you say, his dad's here. He's a little bit nervous because he said, look, he keeps winning when I'm not there, and now the first time I'm here, I don't want to be the reason why he loses. I don't want to be that bad luck charm, bless him. But I think, you know, Penguin's had an amazing time so far. I don't think he can quite believe where he's at, but because he's been down there, he's been waiting to finally be at the top. He's now living this moment. He is making sure he's practiced. He's making sure he's drilled. He's been such a good addition to this roster.
Just to let you guys know, I'm not sure if it's coming through in the mics, but you can hear the KCP chant happening in the arena right now, and that is because Pioneers just 3-2 closed out Game 5 over Fnatic.
Wow, okay.
That is huge.
They were 2-1 down as well.
Yes.
That's an incredible comeback, and very important, I think, for this crowd, because there's going to be a big KCP fan base later on.
I just want to say, I kind of selfishly want to see an OpTic KCP game. Like, even if we just put it on here as an exhibition, whatever it is, I want to see the Green Wall and the locals in the crowd going at it.
You might get fistfights. I think you'd have to have a full division of the fans, like European football, to make sure they're not actually 100%. Next to each other. Yeah.
I feel like we could be actually competing with the football crowds if that does happen, because it'd get a bit crazy out there for sure. But incredible stuff from Pioneers to be able to do that. So exceptional. I can't wait to see them a little bit later on. Coming back to the match that we have on main stage of our semi-finals, let's talk about predictions and where we're at here with this matchup. So I'm actually going to start with Bravo at the end.
Well, thank you.
Bravo, who are you going to be picking?
You're acting like I have some props to indicate that I think it's going to be a C9 win here on the stage. Got to go with Cloud9. How can you bet against them?
Absolutely. Okay, Gaskin, who are you going to be going for?
I was never a fan of dual wielding, so I've just got the one, but I'm going to go for Cloud9 as well. I think it's inevitable that they make another winners bracket final.
Are you guys going to be banging those all day in the crowd here?
Yes.
Well, he's only got one, so he can't really. I will beat them.
Damn it.
Hey, Dan's only got one, but I'm here to help him out a little bit with one of my own, because I'm going with C9 as well. They were my favorites coming into the tournament. And I'm a truthful guy. I'm going to stick to my guns, so I'm going to go with C9.
Love to see it. Well,
what about you lot?
What about you lot?
Do you have your C9 sticks?
I don't. I'm actually going to be full on Sentinels is my pick today. I mean, how could you go against the Sen boys?
Oh, we got some Sentinels fans in the crowd here.
We do. So I'm going to be wearing this with pride actually while I'm watching this game. So yeah, Sentinels all the way.
I'm going to help you hold this up a little bit.
There we go. Tell you what, I'm gonna wear this cape.
There you go.
We're gonna toss on over to our casters right now while we get into the semi-final. It's gonna be Tony and Shyaway. Fellas, take it away.
Lonnie, thank you so much. Championship Sunday, main stage, we finally made it. I'm here with my right-hand man, Tony. The energy in this venue, the energy in the Twitch chat, it's electric. It's undeniable. I cannot wait to get into this, Tony. I mean, are you ready?
I'm so ready. I'm so hyped. We're talking Sentinels and Cloud9. This is no other matchup that I want to be casting than here right now.
A storied history between these teams, Tony. A history that goes all the way back to the beginning of Halo 5. Sentinels, they used to dominate until Cloud9 had something to say about it. And in this tournament, Sentinels, what a rocky road they've had to get here. Game 5, time after time. But now everything matters. Up against C9, Tony, do you think they have what it takes?
I think they do. The last time these two teams matched up was during the FaZe Invitational Tournament in the Elimination Bracket Finals, where we went through a grueling game number 5. Let's see that again here today in your Kansas City Major.
Game 1, on-ball live fire. We'll kick it off with Renegade. And he doesn't hit the snipe, but he'll connect with the BR. Drops it down bottom mid. Not sure if Sentinels caught that snipe from above. Royal 2 gonna catch hands as a double. Frosty with 1-2. Ball already in the hands of Sentinels. We'll see what they do with this.
Cloud9 immediately going 3 down. Sentinels taking advantage and getting the ball all the way towards their A-side setup and still finding slays on the feed. But you are seeing Cloud9 trying to catch an angle with trades already on the board for Snakebite and Penguin.
You see how quickly Sentinels rotate that ball away from C9. Last thing they want is for them to get a setup of their own. Royal 2. Can he lock it down from next? Oh, of course he will. Already hitting shots, something you like to see at a Royal 2. Oh, but Penguin shoot a little better.
Penguin gets a crucial double key here, but we still have Snakebite now climbs for the sandbag, ends up finding a Cloud9 player, flying, and it's gonna be Stellar, and immediately that ball goes off the map. Renegade trying to send the player as well, but he still has the sniper rifle in hand. That ball is gonna be reset, so both teams will be fighting for it in the mid-map.
One thing's for sure, Renegade does not want to die. As I say, it looks like he will. Frosty will get his number. That's a snipe down. Ball in the meantime going to make its way through outside. Frosty, can he get back to this snipe safely? You know Penguin wants a piece of it as well. Not sure it's still up. Might have been burned. Well, there it is. Stick down, but Penguin's got an answer. And he'll take that fight. You can see C9 with the advantage in Slays too. With the weapons, they'll take the ball back to tower.
We all know how icy Penguin can be, especially when he gets the quick scope onto one. Snakebite gonna hit the black screen here. Lethal gonna fall as well on the kill feed, and now World 2 in his sights. Penguin doing a great job of holding down his B-side control, but it is Cloud9 that still had the C-side setup locked in.
Penguin had maybe a third of a second to connect with that sniper. Looks like he will ice up. We'll see what Snakebite can do. They'll manage the camo. Ball rotated away from all what we say it though. Renegade back B with it very quickly. Will play it. So Sentinel's doing a good job of just making sure they don't get away with too much time here. And Snakebite already in position with the pickup. I think a big key to success here, Tony, is how quickly Sentinels can activate off these little openings to bring the ball to a safety here.
That was a big squad wipe coming in from Sentinel. All four members of Cloud9 did momentarily go down. Snakebite throwing the ball to the middle of the map as Bake had no idea where he was, and he puts the camouflage and deep wait to work immediately. Meanwhile, off the screen, Frosty and Lethal getting back-to-back kills here, but Sentinel still the ones 2 down.
Yeah, interesting little standoff, right? Snakebite brought that ball out, tossed it out center, didn't end up collecting it once again. Now Cloud9, they're in front of it. It's about to be a bit of a tug of war to get to it as well. Penguin, he'll try his hand, not going to get out of this one, but Stellar, he does collect the ball. Worst case scenario, he can play it off. And Snakebite, he's got to double the level. He'll play the heat wave off the map as well. I like the attention to detail. Last thing he needs is C9 to get any more advantages than they have already.
Well, luckily, Frosty still has a power weapon. It's going to be the S7 sniper rifle in hands, but he's losing teammates left and right. Slays going to momentarily go in favor of Cloud9. They're going to take advantage of it as well. They immediately grab the ball and get rid of the S7's of numbers and ball time going to Cloud9. Sentinels need to answer back here.
C9 are quick to set the pace. Tony, they always are. And it's up to whether or not Sentinels can find their footing and start to keep up. Already 57 on the board. Stellar, he's tagging bodies. Lethal rightfully will back down. Royal 2 with the trade. Just bobbing and weaving here. Stellar still putting damage in. They can't seem to get to him. Can he ward off the camo too? Big kill out of Snakebite.
One heck of a tournament coming in for Stellar. Sadly wasn't able to stay alive long enough to the camouflage, and Snakebite is going to have it in hands. And one of the highest IQ players that we have here in Halo Infinite, he is going to break down the defense of Cloud9, starting with Eco. Easy kill coming in. 2 down go Cloud9, and Sentinels have that ball towards tower. That's going to be a double kill coming out of Snakebite.
Little rinse and repeat out of Snakebite here. Once again with the camo and the heat wave. This time they got a setup to work with. Ball still collecting time. How does C9 break out of this? Penguin with a challenge out through B. One thing C9 do so well, Tony, they activate off of each other's crossfire. Can they deal with Snakebite here? 2 will challenge. Snakebite cannot pick up kill. He'll do damage though.
Cloud9 clearly having the antidote for that one. Taking down Snakebite and getting the heat wave out of his hands. Cloud9 going to try to get this ball in their favor on their own C-side setup. And Sentinels were doing the same thing. That's the reason why they were going to put some 71 points on the board. But World 2 looking to break it. Assault rifles out, gets the melee kill. Not able to get the second one, but Penguin gets a double kill here. And Cloud9 have just put Sentinels 3 down.
World 2 tries to crash the party, but Tony, it wasn't enough. C9, they hang strong. Back C, slowly going to collect time here. You got to love the flexibility out of Penguin. He knows when Stellar is weak. He can drop the ball, apply pressure. Renegade with a kill on the feet as well. Stellar going to get aggressive. And this gives Penguin the space to essentially do what he likes back here. Worst case, he sends it off. And a double team comes in on this Snakebite. The efficiency out of C9 early on here. You can feel it, Tony.
You give Penguin space, and Cloud9 ends up taking the lead there. Commando still in the hands of Penguin, forcing that player to back down despite having lower shields. And now you're gonna see Penguin go for the tower one, the tower two jump. Just barely gonna miss that one, but luckily just gonna take the longer round.
It's okay, Penguin always has an exit strategy, though. As I say, Royal 2 will get the best of him. The third camo in a row. If there's any strategy Sentinels have locked down, it's the camo strategy. And can they finally convert that into some form of a setup? Renegade gonna try his hand, but snake bite. That's a big double. Access to ball. Does he send it over to lethal, or he'll just be a good man, hold down the setup?
I mean, what better way of being a sneaky snake than having the camouflage in hand? Snake bite. Still having the camouflage and ball right now onto the tower side. You're seeing Sentinel dedicate multiple resources to watching the bottom mid push. You know Cloud9 loves to go for those bottom mid flanks to break your setups.
Too dead though. Awareness out of Sentinels here. They rotate away from C9. They take 3. Look at this, 95. Eco last one up. He's not dead. Snakebite with the ball. Final few seconds. And Sentinels, they come out with round 1 on top.
Statistically, Oddball is one of Sentinel's worst game types coming into this tournament, but they have opened up hot here against Cloud9, taking round number 1.
It's the energy you'd like to see out of them, and hopefully it's an energy they can maintain. We've seen them go to Game 5 series after series against just about every team in this tournament so far. Game 5 with C9 would be massive. They haven't beat him yet. Now is the time to do so. Can Frosty take this though? Stellar gonna be a difficult kill. Finally, he'll get it. And he bounces out with Snipe too, that's huge.
Frosty going all the way down to 1 shot, but able to stay alive with S7. Camouflage has just come up, and it looks like it's gonna be in the hands of Cloud9. Just barely gonna miss the no-scope as he's hunted down. 3 out of 4 members go into the black screen for Sentinels. Cloud9 are going to take advantage.
If you want to stop C9, the first player you'll have to check is Renegade. If they can put him down, they'll slow down the resources of this team, but Renegade, he's got everything he needs to make plays here, Tony. What will he do? Royal 2 center back. He's not connecting! The wiggle's a little too strong at a Royal 2. He'll outstrafe.
Sentinels are playing lights out here in this series. This is probably the best that we've seen Sentinels look all tournament long. They know that one of their biggest competitions is Cloud9, and they're looking to make a statement here in your semifinals.
That's fair, Tony, as much as I love that gas. It's still early. Anything can happen. Stellar does have a snipe. They got a ball set up back A, Renegade up front. They'll draw attention, give Stellar opportunities to make plays, but a sneaky play at that snake bite. Where did he come from? Must have been a repulse from down below. He's dealt with Eco still up, ball still in his hands. I think the snipe might still be on the map to work with here too.
We've heard Frosty, another high IQ player that we have in the lobby, call Eco one of the smartest players that we've had in Halo. If you can get that kind of compliment from Frosty, you know you're doing something right. Bringing the heat, taking it right to Frosty himself. But 3 down go Cloud9. Sentinels now not only able to break that setup, but now they're getting some good ball time in their favor.
Lethal, that was the last shot to snipe. And unfortunately, that's it for his life as well. And as he dies, Renegade with a sneak attack here. Camo Snakebite aware of it though. Nice little play. Sentinels, they keep it away from him. 4-point advantage to work with. With 2 down to the feet as well. Renegade is going to have some trouble getting to this. And Royal 2 with the camo eyes. They spot him. And you love to see them moving in pairs in these situations. Sentinels, they've got the pacing together, at least for now.
Stellar normally the secondary for this team, but he's only 1 kill so far in this round. But luckily Penguin able to put 3 consecutively. That's going to be a triple kill coming out of the iciest player in the lobby.
They talked about it on the desk. Penguin, he does the dirty work for the team. He's not going to overchow for an overkill. He'll take the triple, walk away with the ball, let his team do what they do best. Work together and slay. Making 39 points on the board here. Penguin recognizing an opportunity to get the ball over to Beak. He doesn't quite do it. Royal 2 will slow him down. There's a double. Can they get back to the ball in time to collect some scrappy points here? You can see Renegade's on the chase.
Royal 2 saw Penguin's triple kill and decided to match it with a pivotal double kill, taking down Renegade as well, putting Cloud9 on the staggered spawn. Sentinels are really good at controlling the slays. As I say that, Royal 2 does end up going down, but look who has the sniper. It's the MVP, Frosty.
His life was not wasted. Frosty got away with a snipe, but Eagle got to kill Frosty. No resources to save him there. No real opportunity to burn some ammo out of that, so Renegade instead will take two, and the sniper back in his hands. Oh my! How do you hit those? I need a replay on that one after Tony, because he's still going. There's the double. Can he convert it into more? Lethal. Risky business. Lethal going for those shots there.
This man's going rogue right now. Loving what Renegade's doing with the S7 in hands, but he goes all the way down to one shot, trying to avoid nades left and right. Finally, Snakebite able to get it out of his hands, and now we should see that sniper rifle change hands over towards Sentinel, and they got the camouflage as well. World 2 already one of the most deadly players that we have in the tournament, but now he has the camo.
Sentinels, their camo control, immaculate all game long. Tony, I think one of the biggest keys to success, they've had just about every camo, and you see the power that the camo gives your team. Renegade not ready, Snakebite in position. A second player will fly in, and Royal 2 just taking full advantage of it. There's a triple, and some main stage energy for you. You love to see it. Royal 2, he came to play.
That he did. Let me tell you, the man provided CPR to the enemy team. That's going to be a killing spree. They're finally able to ice out Royal 2, but the damage has been done. Look at that scoreboard. It's going in favor of Sentinels, and they have momentum on their side as well.
You can never count Sentinels out, that's for sure, Tony. Regardless of the struggle that they face in this tournament, they always find ways to punch even higher. But C9, they got the ball. This game is nail-bitingly close. Frosty with one on the Stellar. He'll look for Renegade. Love the movement here, too. My God, just bobbing and weaving. Penguin behind him will clean it up. Ball in their hands, though, and Renegade, he can play it if he needs to.
Pivotal kill coming out of Penguin, but they weren't able to do it. They weren't able to break that setup completely and get ahead of the ball. In fact, World 2 is actually the first one over towards bottom mid, and if they can slay out just a little bit, this could be game here for Cloud9, at least round here. Cloud9 needs to make sure they come off the spawn and make their presence known immediately. Do not let Sentinel get this comfortable.
Penguin with 2. A smart play at Royal 2. He'll take it off the map. 15 kills for this man. Frosty with 11. So far, he'll play it slow. That Snipe now up center back. Tony, this is the playmaking device to turn the tides on the game. And Frosty, if he deals with it looks like he won't. C9, they can spin things off of this opening here.
Love the repulse coming out of Frosty, but he wasn't able to stay alive. In fact, Eco able to get away with the camouflage. Off-screen World 2 does find that initial pick, but Stellar gonna put the sniper rifle to work immediately, and Eco still patrolling the bottom mid with the camouflage. Now has Lethal in his sights here. That's a beautiful collapse coming in. This should be an easy kill for Eco, and now he's gonna get himself a heat.
2 dead though for Sentinels. They do answer back. They still got the ball in hand, so that camo ultimately not really helping C9 get the ball. Snipe in Frosty's hands, so clutch play out of him to collect it. And all of a sudden, C9, they face defeat in round 1. If they don't find a way to get to this ball, Frosty, it's a line of defense for it. Snaps on the Penguin. There's one down. Snakebite will retrieve it. 8 points separate Sentinels from taking this game. And they've got all the energy to do it.
3 down goes Sentinels, and we do see Lethal somehow still holding on to the ball. Tries to milk every last bit of showtime. Page to get it in the middle. And that's going to be it. Sentinels taking game number 1.
Like we said, you can't doubt them, can you? It's a whole new day. It's Championship Sunday. Sentinels on land, and they came to play. What does this mean for the series, Tony? What does this mean for OpTic, too? I wonder.
It means Sentinels are back.
Is that the X Factor?
That's the X Factor right there. The MVP.
I need a Royal
Frosty.
2. In my opinion, we need a Royal 2 face, too. He was popping off. Frosty, I mean, always making plays at the end of that game with the sniper, right, securing it from C9. C9 had what? They had Heatwave. They had Snipe. They had Camo. They had everything they needed to get back control, but they couldn't put it together. Sentinels not only just winning that game 2-0, both rounds. They're going to walk into Slayer Streets confidently, and they need that, right? Slayer Streets, that's a dicey map.
It's a dicey map, but you know what? Cloud9 love themselves some Street Slayer. Let me tell you, it's going to be tough.
Right.
It's going to be tough.
It will be. The plays we saw in this game already, Tony, taking notes. Some of the snipes out of Penguin, Renegade with a beautiful one a little later on. Snakebite always doing work when it comes to land, though. You gotta love to see it. And C9, you can never, of course, never doubt them. They've dominated Halo Esports since Infinite came out. So it just makes you wonder, will they find their footing in Slayer, and in what way? What kind of momentum will they gain? We'll see.
Just think about the rivalry of these two teams. We're talking, old school tops, 3/4 of that Splice roster. How many times have we seen at least 7 out of these 8 players matching out, tournament in, tournament out, semifinals, winners, finals, sometimes even for their tournament lives? And we have to see it again here. Sentinel's up 1-0, Cloud9 on their back foot.
I mean, that's a good pull. That's the snipe. This converts into 2, by the way. Look at this. Oh, okay, well, use your imagination to fill in the gaps there. It was a beautiful play, and I'm sure we'll see many more. Like we said, Slayer Streets coming up next, and despite the pressure of main stage of Championship Sunday, like you said, these teams, they have gone head-to-head time and time again. There's a lot of comfort here. You expect C9 to bounce back in a big way, and the worry here with Street Slayer is the way that this map can snowball, right? If C9, if they start out hot, they get 4 dead. They're so great at splitting them on spawns and collapsing when they're at a deficit. Next thing you know, it's 8-1, 10-1. The game could barrel out of control.
It's no doubt that Cloud9 are already one of the best Slayer teams that we have in our league, but on top of that, they're amazing at streets. Any small map, they can easily have their way. But like you said, once they get that 2 or 3 down, they know how to influence those spawns. Let me tell you, Sentinels end up spawning in on, say, the purple street or the PD side, and they're isolated. Cloud9 will collapse.
Exactly. They'll collapse. They will not neglect this sandbox either. Expect the ARs to come into play. Of course, the Rocket Center map. The shotgun, I think, the biggest tool of destruction on this map. We'll see it. Game 2. Sentinel C9 Street Slayer. Off the rip, Royal 2. Who else but him?
Royal 2 sitting toward the top subway side. Meanwhile, Eco trying to catch a back angle here towards Heaven. Renegade going to be the first one to go down, but luckily able to take down Lethal. It's not going to matter much. Numbers in favor of Sentinels. They spawn on the lower side of the map, but they're still able to fight out of it.
Roll 2 with a Stalker to start. He's been hitting his shots today, and he will continue to do so. There goes Stellar. Opportunity for Renegade. You can see Frosty is dead, so 2 up in PD, and rightfully Royal 2 will take his time. There goes 1. Snaps on the Renegade. Do you even bother to challenge him? Royal 2, he's hitting shots today.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, if you're not picking up the Stalker rifle, I don't know what you're doing. You just saw being put to work, especially when you have a Bulldog in the back pocket. And what better player to have the Stalker rifle in hands than World 2? He has such a steady shot.
I mean, he's the most important player on the map right now. He's got the weapons you would need to pull away in this game, and because of his Sentinels, they currently lead 8-5. Nice little double team on the Penguin. C9! You might want to wake up. It's Champ Sunday. Sentinels, they're built different.
That they are. World 2 just making sure that perimeter is going to be locked down here. We do see Snakebite starts to wrap his way over toward the B side of the map. Frosty already there with the collapse and the long range shot coming out of World 2. Everybody catching angles here on Street. Sentinels putting Cloud9 on spawn. And look at the awareness. Snakebite already takes down Eco right off of spawn. That's going to be a double kill for Snakebite on the feet. Sentinels are collapsing on Cloud9.
And here we're thinking C9, they are masters of this map. This map can snowball. I mean, it does, but who would have expected it? Sentinels snowballing them. And you know what? With this type of coordination, Tony, I think we need to hear what Sentinels are saying. I think we need to hear those comms. Let's jump in to an Astro listening with Sentinels.
Hey, Stellar back right, 1 shot. Back C1A, back C1A. Top C-Bell. Alright, we're good, you're good. You can shoot, I can shoot. I'll grab
They say laundry with rockets.
They have them, laundry.
He's right in the laundry.
Yeah, he jumped.
Watch it, watch it.
Right, C-Bell, Eco, 1 shot. 1 shot, top C-Bell, Eco.
Yo, PJ, be serious. 3v.
Matt, can you pick this up?
Oh, I can't do it.
It's okay.
You wasted rocket. B step, 3 B steps. Take your time here.
Yo, TJ,
and then 1 C.
Matt, hold on.
Guys, main map to laundry right now. Laundry, guys. Laundry, guys, kill laundry. Kill laundry.
You go, I got one.
Back tower on me. Yo, get damage and forget it out.
All weapons, I need
Back tower, I'm running. Nice.
I'm here, Brad. I'm here. I'm here.
He's frenzy.
Flowers top. Matt, you're one shot, running in flowers.
I saw my one. PD on me.
Where's flowers?
PD, guys. I'm looking.
Kill PD. Yeah, kill PD. Right.
PD, go. I'm gonna push out Eco. Pushing me. Where are you guys? Heaven.
We're good. Back tower.
I'm pushing tower for you, bro.
Yeah. Not weak. Not weak. There's 2 PD. I have to live. Okay, there's 2.
I'm gonna die here.
Yeah, it's fine. What is that?
2 back tower, both half chonging you.
Yo, guys, I'm just staying alive. PD. Do not overhelp me. Do not overhelp me.
Don't overhelp, guys.
Yo, don't eat. Run.
There's gonna be red room, I think.
Yeah, I want to drive, Kevin.
In red room, weak.
Kill this red room guy.
I got a beat down. 1 shot, in B.
What guys, what it be? What it be? What it be?
He's selling it, red.
He's literally red bar in B. Two.
Tony, you can't question it. These are the comps of a winning team. The way that Frosty and Snakebite trade out that IGL roll. The comp's so clean, right? They're so smooth. The way they're juggling the weapons, too, to control the sandbox here and just play their lives so perfectly. C9, they can't seem to find an answer to this level of coordination. It's something they have not experienced from this team yet.
I noticed there are a lot of Halos we played, but Sentinels are back. Cloud9 have had their throne for too long, and Sentinels are making a statement right here. It's game number 2, and they're poised to go up 2-0 against Cloud9.
I mean, look at this. The Rockets are up 2 or dead. Eco, he's alone to get the challenge, but way too many members of Sentinels are going to pour into Subway. That's a rocket launcher for Snakebite. And the Slays just keep coming. What is going on? 34-23. Renegade, he's down for the count. Snakebite gets out with his life, and he's still got a rocket in the chamber.
Great job for Snakebite to get out of that tighter side of the map. Even though he was one shot to prioritize the Rockets, comes back, puts it to use immediately, and he's still alive. Puts down the pressure here towards the arcade. Finally, Renegade takes him down. Frosty, though, comes with a double kill. Easy cleanups coming in from Frosty, and that's going to be 39 kills in counting for Sentinels. They are 11 kills away from going up 2-0 in the series.
Sentinels in rare form today, Tony. In rare form when it matters most. C9, were you expecting it this morning? What happened, right? Rough night last night, I don't know. 40-26. Frosty just playing it slow. Sentinels giving them all the respect. Understandably, let them make mistakes. The moment they do, they'll pounce.
I said it once and I'll say it again. Sentinels are built different on Championship Sunday, man. They were built for this, and you're seeing that right here, right now. Frosty with that Bulldog in the back pocket. He's gonna get over toward the B-Street side and drop the wall right on that B-stairs so he can catch angles for anybody popping in on the Stalker rifle. 2 players gonna try to push him towards driveway, and Frosty just looked away when it happens.
This is the brutal reality with Street Slayer at this point. I mean, 44-30, C9. All you can do is slow the bleeding. You go and die. There's a double Frosty. And the man is just putting it together. 46 now. You start to think, you know, C9, maybe they can go out with a couple nice kills, maybe earn some momentum, but at this point, are your heads in game 3? You start to think, how do you bounce back in this series? It's gonna have to be a reverse sweep out of C9. A situation we have not seen them in yet.
And they're gonna have to shut down Frosty. You're looking at the scoreboard right now. 17-7 coming out of this man. Meanwhile, Renegade putting the Rockets to work. Ends up getting a triple kill. Beautiful use of the Rockets. Gets himself a triple. That's gonna be some momentum going in favor of Cloud9, but they would have to play near perfect Halo to come back in this game. I'm not sure if it's possible.
I mean, Renegade is a fierce competitor. We know that well. But you can see Sentinels just respecting him once again. Full perimeter around the map. You got Roll 2 up on PD. PD is Snakebite. He'll decide to get aggressive. Looks like Renegade will take advantage. Frosty will do the same. He'll leave him one shot, but at this point, 49, just 1 kill, 1 slight mistake, and this is going on to game 3. It's Frosty to do it. Sentinels up 2-0 on Champ Sunday. Tony, this is a complete flip of what we would have imagined.
Let me put out a public apology to Sentinels.
For doubt,
I done forgot.
Damn.
I done forgot that they're real deal.
My bad.
I was on the Cloud9 bandwagon. Let me tell you, I was on it. I was getting wheelbarrow downhill, but Sentinels are here. Sentinels are making a statement, and I'm loving every bit of it.
You know, I know you pulled out the Frosty, you know, what is it, a bobblehead of the large head? Now you threw it back behind you. This would have been the time to do it, right? All business on these boys' faces, by the way. We can see them on screen here. It's just another day on the job. It's never unexpected when Sentinels pop up. You love to see the fans in the crowd as well. There he is. There's Royal 2 and Lethal. We put so much spotlight, I think, on Lethal in this tournament. He's been in the hot seat. Whether or not he would perform, whether he would play his role, I think he's doing so admirably. At this point, he's allowing his team to make the biggest plays they need to. And I mean, Snake by Royal 2, Frosty, they're all showing up, showing out. It's up to C9 to regain. Something I never thought I would say. There's still time to go in this series, but this is match point.
Yeah, you might have saw Frosty going off in the Slays round, ending with 17 kills, but it takes a full team to put down Cloud9. It doesn't happen very often, so everybody playing their role, everybody positioning themselves well. It's always going to be a team effort. Especially look at that flank, though. Look look at that. He looks away, ends up wrapping all the way down the mid side, right up towards the B Street, and takes them down. And that's the pressure that you see coming from Sentinels.
You gotta love Frosty's movement in those moments though too. The use of the pillar, the way that he shakes up his timing. Like he didn't peek out immediately on that finishing shot. He paced himself perfectly, keeping C9 guessing, and it's something Sentinels have been doing very well in this series so far, and we'll see if they can keep that momentum going. Stronghold's Recharge is up next. Tony, what do you think will be the key to see? Actually, we don't need to say it. Let's just jump into the action. It's already begun.
The last time we saw these teams match up on Stronghold Recharge, it was a 250 to 248 win in favor of Cloud9. We're back into it. Maybe Sentinels can pull off the sweep here, but it's been done once before for C9.
Tony, never in the history of Halo Infinite have I seen C9 so staggered, so consistently. Sentinels, they came to play. 10 seconds on the board for them. Frosty with a shot, and he's already been making plays, so you better watch your face here.
Frosty holding on to that shock rifle. There's a player trying to make his way towards control. Out of control is Frosty, but not able to get the kill, and Eco coming in for the bait and switch.
That was a nice well-timed play at a C9, right? Penguin with the cross, but the only objective there is to annoy Frosty enough for Eco to get the opening. An advantage point to do some damage here. Lethal tries to bounce out, he does go down, so Eco will get to B in the first semblance of control we've seen at a C9. Now on screen here, A covered, so is B. Eco needs to live. Thankfully, he had that grapple to do it.
Eco keeping that shock rifle in the same position that Frosty had in this top goal. This top glass position is exactly where you want to be, but he goes down to one shot, and he's forced to relocate right into the hands of Lethal. Easy kill coming in. Now you see the Sentinel push towards the C side. That's going to be a double kill from Eco, but he cannot get the triple.
Well-timed rotation out of Eco, but Snakebite ices up. He's still going. Oh, nice little crouch out of Penguin, just narrowly avoiding death. He'll get a haircut in the process. Snaps onto Lethal as well. That's coverage of B and C. So C9, they'll fight from a deficit yet again, but Camo about to spawn here center map. You got Renegade near sword. C9 in position to take advantage of Camo with 2 dead. They can do it.
Slay starting to go in favor of Cloud9. Penguin all the way towards the mid-map, trying to get an angle on the camouflage. Those nades aren't going to touch him, and we see it in the chest of Penguin. This is going to be put to use immediately, but all 4 members of Sentinels are up. Snakebite even getting a kill onto Stellar. Cloud9 need this camo in order to change the tides.
Sentinels have set the pace all series long, Tony. I think now it's time to see if Sentinels can reverse this. When C9 finally found their footing. What was that, by the way? Just slips right by Penguin. He doesn't find the kill. Penguin leaves it behind. Instead, he'll let C9 worry about it. Dropping back down for Frosty. Takes the tray, but B still yet to be captured. We'll see Roll 2 dip his toe in it just to get the hill last second.
Penguin was able to get the kill onto Frosty, but doesn't get the reset. It does change hands, but only for a moment, because Eco slides in and steals away Bravo once again. 2 down goes Sentinels. Cloud9 not only having the double cap, but now a triple cap. Cloud9 are looking to bounce back in game 3.
This is the C9 you expect to see. Tony, coverage of the map. Sentinels, back foot. What do they do to bounce back here? Eco with a shock up top. Just tags him. Not quite enough. That is info, though. Stellar up in A. He's got great coverage. So Sentinel's forced to C to slow the bleeding. Do they know Roll 2 is down there? Roll 2 right beside Eco. He hears it. Doesn't quite connect with the head, but stays alive.
Able to get the body shot, and that's enough to back down the player for both of them to reset. Tries to line up the headshot, but Lethal not having any part of that. Now Lethal has a turn with the shock rifle in hands. Frostbite coming right off the spawn, and you see all of Cloud9 stuck on the A side. You see one trying to break out towards gold. Lethal ends up going down, but the collapse is in. Snakebite and Frosty able to put Cloud9 2 down.
World 2 being aggressive with pipes here. That play at a Lethal, though, right? Sometimes the trickiest strafes are the simplest ones. But full map coverage at a Sentinel as they finally bounce back just a little bit. C9 gonna not allow it to last, though. Renegade's still going here. The grapple does not save him this time. Sentinels will see if they can pounce on the opportunity. There goes Camo, too.
Cloud9 were looking for a map and game time that they can up the tempo, that they can get on the aggressor to bounce back, and apparently it is here on Recharge Strongholds. But we do see a double cap going in favor of Sentinels. Now they're working on the triple by taking Bravo. Not looking good here for Cloud9 in this round of slates.
Nice attempt at a lethal though, right? Kept his presence low, under seat. Great target priority too to try to get both, but does not quite work. Renegade gets away with the cap. Sentinel's creeping up with the timer though, unless Renegade has something to say about it. Sword in hand. Get back to A. A couple trades on the board here too, but Renegade should be safe for some time. You got lethal capping C just to flip the map. Frosty gonna try to make advances onto B all while it happens, but Penguin, line of defense here.
136 to 109 lead in favor of Cloud9. Penguin trying to stay alive with the shock rifle. Lethal once again making sure these power weapons do not stay in the hands of Cloud9. If they can continue to change hand with the power weapons, continue to get the power ups, they can steal back the lead. But it's Cloud9 that are in control. Renegade gets a double kill, earns himself a sword because of it, and Sentinels once again are on the ropes.
Renegade's so quick to recognize the situation. Sentinel sent 2 straight through mid to try to pinch him from Whirlpool, but Renegade, he was so ready. Rotates back to C2, gonna keep Sentinels guessing. That brings it to 164 and counting here. We'll see if Sentinels can make their way back to Renegade, because he is just not stopping with the kills. He's got, whoa, what? I think he took a little bit too long to figure that one out, because Royal 2, he was not hesitating.
Ooh, whenever you need a play to be made, the playmaker World 2 is gonna come in. Shock rifle still in the hands, and more importantly, they were able to get that sword out of Renegades. Sentinels now stealing back control. They're in the driver's seat right now, despite being down by points.
World 2, he'll connect. He'll go down, but the timing of his play was massive because Frosty slipped away with Cambo. So at the very least, Sentinels, they have something to work with here. Eco spotted up elevator. Frosty will ping it. Scott Stellar here in the headlights as well. Can he go for the challenge on it? Bit of a dangerous play to do so. You gotta love the awareness here out of Frosty. Does not want to make himself an easy kill. He'll take Eco down instead. Perfect shots for 2. Oh, a valiant effort. And it's enough for Sentinels to bounce back in this game, just down by about 30.
He wasn't able to outgun both of the players. You gotta love the composure on that one. Take down one, the second one comes in for the switch, and he almost able to get the double kill with one clip of that battle rifle. Sentinels holding on to a trip cap momentarily, and they're able to not only slay out Stellar, but they get the reset. They still have a trip cap and slays on the board. Back-to-back kills in favor of Sentinels. Cloud9 can't seem to get back up on the map, and they're about to allow Sentinels right back into this game.
Cloud9 staggered. They're split spawning out. Royal 2, he's got the shock as well. Oh, just tags up Penguin. You kill it. Renegade now alone in C. Big kill on a Renegade to slow the bleeding here, but C9 all of a sudden they're controlled no longer. Snake fight with a big trade up on A, but that still points for C9 until they cap something. Looks like Frosty will dip his toe in the C. Can he get out of this fight though? Penguin with the chase, and no trade goes through, so he'll survive. But Lethal takes the place. And you know what? We put a lot of pressure on Lethal in this tournament, Tony, but here is his opportunity with the shock to close this out.
Not able to connect on the first one. Second one across the map. That looked good to me and Eco. Cross map shots gonna put down Lethal. And Eco's still alive, ends up getting the assist as well on screen. Stellar started to put some stellar kills on the board. Eco finding the backside, finds one. Goes in for the challenge on the Frosty, but not able to get the kill. And Frosty able to connect on the camouflage along with the double kill. Finally, they're able to ice out Frosty.
And even though he dies, he gives Sentinels some time to get back to vantage points here. Stellar will go for sword. But you can see Sentinels have A. 227 accounts in those C9. They still have coverage of B and C. We need to see Sentinels make a move. World 2 over on B, Lethal down below. Lethal alone for this, so he's got to get out. Can they get to a hill in time? They got about 10 seconds to do it. Sentinels need numbers for this, and Stellar's on the hunt. 5 to go. Where are Sentinels? They can't make it to a hill, Tony. They'll step in, but they actually paused it last second here. World 2 up B. It's just not enough, though. C9, they'll take them. And C9 with their first win on the board in Game 3. Uncharacteristic, but they're back.
That they are. They still have a mountain to climb here. They're still down 1-2. They still have to put 2 consecutive games on the board in order to come out with the win. They would have to pull off the reverse sweep against a team like Sentinels. That's tough to do.
The worry here, though, is Sentinels come out with so much heat early in that series. They win the first 2 games. Obviously, that puts them up. It gives them confidence. C9, they just got their win. They just got their momentum, their confidence boost. What does that do for Sentinels? All the progress they've made is admirable, but they got to close it out now. And if C9, if they take this next game, I mean, this is scary territory. Game 5. All of a sudden, it's a different ball game here. But Tony, I'm along for the ride. I don't know about you.
I'm right here with you, man. And I will say, if I make an argument for Sentinels, that's Cloud9's best game type. Strongholds. They always win strongholds. Okay, now we're going to capture the flag.
You could have said it about Oddball and Slayer, but it didn't happen, right? So just flipping the script today. But continue.
Well, now we're going to capture the flag. I think Sentinels can ice this out right here. I think they can win it 3-1. Even though I love watching Sentinels in Game 5, they seemingly never lose Game 5s. There is one team they do, and that's the Cloud9. They need to end this year Game 4.
I agree. We'll see what they can do. Of course, replays on screen. Moments of brilliance out of Sentinels for sure. A couple big plays out of Frosty, still going huge. 21-15, you can see on the board from the end of that game. They were hanging in Slays. Lethal 9-14 though. Of course, doing his job, but like we said on the desk, you want to see him try to go even. And the positions that they lose, you know, weak links are unacceptable. We'll see. Sentinels, of course, they can still close this out here. Aquarius, CTF, Tony, this is it, Game 4.
And for me, I want Sentinels to play this like it's a Game 5. I want them to literally play this like their tournament lives are on the line. They cannot see a Game 5 against Cloud9. It needs to end here.
If Sentinels want to win this, I say they shut it out here and now. But of course, Cloud9 not going to make it easy. Penguin, assist to start. The trade goes in. Biggest question mark coming off that opening is where are the resources? Apparently an early flagpole already. So an overextension here comes out of Sentinels. We'll see what they make of it. You got Snakebite on top of the flag, and Frosty, he slipped away with everything.
Camouflage and heat waves, a dangerous combination that we have here in Halo Infinite. Off-screen Snakebite able to take down Renegade. Frosty finding one. And now we're seeing Frosty trying to grind forward here. You know what? I want to hop in the comms. I want to hop in the comms of Cloud9 right now. Let's go into an actual listening and let's see what they're going to do to try to tie up this series.
Get in our flag. Watch out, Shrimp says. Watch out, He's like our pink side. He's like our pink side. Yes, heat wave. He's one. You guys are dead. Nice. Our closet. Yeah. Watch out on me. Front base. Nice. Car 2. Car 1, our jump. Our front base. Going our front base. 2 of them. 2 our front base. Yeah, 2 guys are front. Live. Full quick. Our shrimp stairs weak. 2 of them. That's one on the bridge. Car 2 on nades. Push closet. Top middle. He's high closet and car 2. I'm getting shot on with the nades. Yeah, they kill me. They're gonna push in a second. Come back to our flag, guys. Snakebite. Don't get too weak. Heard that. On you, B. He's one triple. I'll look for our base. There's 3 guys here. Watch out, I got one. The window. Two are fucking closet. I got one. Nice. Watch out the core. Last guy. Car glass. Yeah, we need to get this camo. He was there car glass or something. We're trying to get this camo. I think he's in closet. Watch out car glass. Watch out car glass. You look car glass, John? Yeah, he's one. I got him. I can't get camo. I can't. I'm one shot down. I'm one shot. He's coming. Sitting in like killed one. He got one shot. Heard that, Zane. Nice, Zane. I'm looking at Zane. They close this one, maybe? They close it. Nice, dude.
Energy in the comms of C9, that's for sure, Tony. But dare I say they sound a little exasperated. Like they are under pressure. You hear Renegade and just the seriousness in the comms, how loud he was when he saw 3 in the base. I mean, as I say it, though, they're still making plays. Renegade with the flag out. But C9 in a position we have not seen them in yet. Despite it, they're still finding ways to get caps here.
Renegade able to get the flag across the map, punches it in. We see a 1-0 lead in favor of Cloud9 here. More importantly, Penn gets a double kill off screen. So not only that flag cap goes in, but there's no counter cap opportunity. In fact, it looks like Cloud9 are actually going to relay another flag. Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners of Sentinel.
Oh, here it is. Perfect efficiency out of C9. Renegade gets the kill in the spawn, flips into back base for a flank. A little alley-oop with the flag. Oh, didn't go in. sitting right beside the pedestal. That'll slow him down. Penguin will get on top of it, but he doesn't cap it. Sniped on top of it with a return and a goal line stand out of Sentinels. They won't allow it.
That cannot happen. There's no way they should allow Sentinels to be able to stop that flag from going in.
No way.
We see a counter pull going for Sentinels. We're looking to tie up the game, but they need another round of slaves. You're starting to see Snakebite get stopped short. He's starting to get pressured here. Renegade decided to take height and getting towards utility to immediately cut him off. And now you have two players coming in from the opposite side. A full pinch out of Cloud9.
C9 in a situation you expect him to play flawlessly. A slight error. They did not get that second flag in. Sentinels, they keep this game close. Royal 2, oh my. The awareness on the comms, he'll find the angle on that one.
Royal 2 catching the backside of Renegade. Easy shots coming in. Looks like Lethal's gonna get the cleanup kill. Goes in for the second challenge. Finally able to stop him. Snakebite though with the camouflage in hand. And they're gonna run another bait and switch to try to continue to put the offense onto Cloud9. It's one kill for Snakebite.
Snakebite just narrowly missing Stellar. You call it out, but that was an opportunity. Royal 2 with the kill though. Eco back base, he is aware of Snakebite's presence, but Renegade isn't. Oh, here we go. Too little too late though. Snakebite will take him. Beautiful. Bank nade to convert to the double. And there goes the flag. Royal 2 with it. Snakebite line of defense. And Sentinels, they're putting it together.
That they are. Snakebite able to stay alive. As I say that, Penguin hunts him down. Easy kill coming in. You're seeing Royal 2 grab the flag all the way to the opposite side here. And just like that, we are tied up at 1 apiece. And Sentinels are right back with the mid-map control.
Despite the tie game, Tony, it just feels like Sentinels have him on the ropes here. Just consistently finding pressure. Lethal was back base there, did not quite get away with a flag. But my God, Royal 2 using the thrust to its full capability to survive and do damage here.
I said it before the game started. Sentinels need to end it right here, right now. Luckily, they're able to punch that flag in, but there's still plenty of time on the board. And all Cloud9 need is time, but as they go 2 down, Sentinels once again in Cloud9's base. They always seem to be, they're not paying rent. They're rent-free in Cloud9's base, and we're seeing another pull go towards Sentinels.
Hey, Renegade could stop them. They don't know about Renegade back base. You can see he's on top of the flag. He does pull it, but Frosty's still going. He takes one. Oh, Stellar dead. The help of Lethal. And that's exactly what you like to see out of Lethal. The saving grace in that situation. Flag still out, though. Frosty's still gonna have to make a play on this one.
Frosty out the side from the back pocket, but catching a grenade in the face. Eco tries to ignore him to go towards the top P, but the teamwork is too strong coming out of Sentinels. Frostbite with the fadeaway shot. This should be a return. Roll 2 goes in for the challenge, and there it is. It actually gets returned.
It's just enough. The teamwork out of Sentinels on that flag, unreal. They put it together, the plan it in, now up 2-1, and Lethal with a heat wave.
Putting the heat wave to work. Takes down yet another one, going down to one shot. He wants to get eyes on the flag. Sadly, he's not going to be able to get away with his life. Cloud9 have successfully defended their base and cleared it out. So now we need to see them get into Sentinels. We need to see them apply pressure with 4 down on the hands of Sentinels. They should be doing just that.
Penguin and C9 a little staggered. They got the weapons. Maybe it's their turn now. How does Sen play this? Frosty playing back base. Lethal up top. He's now dead. Stellar with 2. The opening they needed. Frosty last line of defense and no kill for him. Full 4 dead. Flag out. C9. This is their flag to cap.
Penguin able to get the flag all the way down to the car side of the map into the courtyard, and nobody touching Penguin. This flag should be going in, and we are tied up at 2 apiece. But 3 down go Cloud9. Sentinels having an opportunity to maybe pull off a counter cap.
Exactly. 1 step, get the flag in. Step 2, get the defense for the counter. But Sentinels, they got the kills they needed to counter immediately. There goes the flag. Lethal tosses it out. He's now dead. Frosty Royal 2. Little tag team action and utility. They'll take their kills. Camo up as well. Frosty just managing everything. How the heck does he do it? A little 180. And not only does he have the kill, he's got access to camo. The flag is still going. This man, he's elite.
Shot coming in out of Frosty, now turns that top map position into a flank while Snakebite punches yet another one in, and punching Renegade right in in the dome. Chris rocked him.
This is what you like to see on Championship Sunday. Big plays, left and right, no matter where you look, everyone ice it up on the feed. Penguin back base and Sentinel's base currently, Tony. In the meantime, all of Sentinel's in C9s. You can't stop them. You literally cannot stop them, my God.
You mess with the snake, you get the fangs. Snake by taking down yet another one, pulling the flag. Oh, right. That's gonna be a double kill. Who said he's just an IGL? The man's a slayer.
Head on a swivel, he's seeing it all. Give this man Promethean vision, it wouldn't matter. My God, flag still out. World 2. Oh, Eco with a big kill, but is it enough? Flag sitting at the staircase. Snakebite on top of it, picks up thrust, he'll get out. Do they go back for that flag? They let them return it. Interesting. Snakebite instead. Nice little reposition. He's a step ahead of Renegade. He picked up the dynamos and used them to get a kill, but is it enough here? C9, they got the return. They got a flag of their own.
Stellar able to use a drop slide to try to avoid as much damage as possible. Multiple players going down for Sentinel, but somehow they were able to pull the flag off the map. Not going to be enough as Cloud9 are immediately on that return, and they're able to tie things up at 3 apiece. 2 more caps needed for either one of these two juggernauts.
Pressure still on C9 despite the cap. Renegade and Penguin do get 2 kills though. Penguin with the heat wave, so they will fend them off and no counter in session. 2 minutes to go here, 5 seconds to camo. Penguin not worried about it, he'll get advanced positioning, he'll die for it. Opening trade, but C9, they got the high ground, they got the perimeter. Likely gonna get this camo too, can Lethal shut it down? Doesn't even see it, Renegade. Oh, he'll ice up. Frosty with the kill on Renegade though, camo might be burned. Because of it, anything's possible here.
Lethal did enough job over toward the top flag to distract enough for Frosty to be able to get that cleanup kill. Now, because of that, Frosty is in the base of Cloud9 and an early pull. They need a fresh round of slave before they're able to cap it. And when you need a slave, Frosty can usually apply it for you.
Trades across the board, but flag still out. Snakebite, you gotta go huge yet again. Beautiful little pre-nade. The Renegade gets a wink! Just snaps. The reaction's on point. Royal 2, he's here to pick it up. There goes Stellar, flag still out. Can they get a touch though? Doesn't look likely. Royal 2 does have position. He's got to watch his left-hand side though, and he is a step ahead. Not a Penguin. Oh, Penguin. Nice rotation, right? Not just beelining straight to flag. He takes his time, but Lethal does it. There goes the flag. Sentinels, they'll try again. Less than a minute on the board here, Tony. This is Sentinels playing for the game.
Lethal forced the back down. The try to apply pressure toward the bottom mid. Earns himself a killing while trading out kills. Snakebite now going to grind that flag forward. Nades coming in left and right, but nothing going to stop him. He stopped just short though. Alex, he was stopped.
Frosty's there. Shots into Stellar, he'll take it. Flag in. 30 seconds to go, and Sentinel's looking at a 3-0. And the winner side champ Sunday, 2 dead in the feed as well. C9, do they even have time? They got to touch the flag in 20 seconds for a sudden death here. And I'm not sure they got the wherewithal to do it at this point.
This is going to be tough for Cloud9. Sentinel just need to play stellar defense here off the screen. Penguin doesn't finally a kill, but Frosty takes down one. There's only one more player in position, and Frosty going to trade that kill. I don't know if anybody's able to pull that flag. In fact, Lethal is pulling one of his own. That's going to be it. Sentinels are going to the winner's finals.
Sentinels in rare form today. That's going to be a surprise on the analyst desk. We thought C9 came to win, and I'm sure they can still come back, but Sentinels had a different game plan in mind, Tony.
For the first time in LAN history here in Halo Infinite, Cloud9 have been knocked down to the elimination bracket. Sentinels are going to the winners finals and are guaranteed a top 3 placing no matter what happens from here.
Not just knocked down the lower brackets. 3-0. 3-0. Damn. You couldn't have expected it, but you're never surprised when you see it. Sentinels, I wonder what this means. How far will they shoot? OpTic, they got their 3-0 on the side of the bracket with EUnited. They've been waiting for their competitor. They thought their competitor would be C9. Instead, they got a hot Sentinels to face up against. And I mean, if history tells me anything in Halo 5, when Sentinels are hot, they continue to dominate. OpTic, I hope they're ready.
Ooh, Sentinel's built different on Championship Sunday.
You say it again.
They are built different, man, and they're here. I'm so happy. You know, I'm a Sentinels fan. I'm always gonna be a Sentinels fan. I've been loving watching Cloud9 do their thing, but man, Sentinels are coming back here.
I don't know what to say, Tony. Let's look at the last minute of this game. Lethal pulled the flag for good measure here. This was the one to win it. You can see it takes Stellar along the way. Frosty up in base and defended it. This was the play here, right?
Yes.
We put Lethal on blast on Spotlight, but when it counts, when it matters, look at him, 23 and 21 on the board, by the way. That little thrust close into melee trade gave the team the space they need to play this in.
And you know, it doesn't look like much on the surface. You know, it's a traded out kill, but at the same time, Cloud9 were in a position to stop that flag until Lethal got that pivotal trade after dropping the flag. The awareness and the execution absolutely lights out.
Little earth-shattering for C9, but I like a storyline. At the end of the day, I'd like to see a bounce back, and I expect them to do it. But man, did we not, you know, just even listening to their comms, Tony, right? The little bit of exasperation, right? The energy, the pressure that you could tell they were clearly feeling. It's a different day today, Champ Sunday. We got nothing but good Halo coming up. We're only just getting started. Here is the series layout, though, just so we can get a little look at what has taken place. Read them and weep. Tony, what do you see?
Well, I see it was a dominant game, number one. It really was. Game two, even though it ended 50-38, it really felt like Cloud9 were a lot closer in that matchup. One or two mistakes, and I would assume that Cloud9 were able to come back and maybe tie it up there, but Sentinels iced out when it matters most.
They definitely did. And I think a big part of the reason why they did is, I mean, on top of just everybody performing, Frosty, he went, oh, there he is, Bradley Bergstrom in the background here, going huge. Let's hear what he has to say. Let's send it back to Blaze. He's got a little interview post-series.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shyway. We love good storylines, and I think we got a few more as Sentinels will knock Cloud9 to the elimination bracket. Frosty, my first question is just, how are you feeling in this moment?
Feeling pretty good.
Yeah, coming out on top. Now, for those 4 maps, you take them down in a 3-1 fashion. Yesterday, you guys are about 5 seconds away from being elimination bracket against Quadrant. So what was the difference between then and coming into today, and how did y'all take down Cloud9?
Yeah, I mean, we just know our potential coming into this Cloud9 series. We knew we could take them out. Even after that Quadrant series, super close, obviously. I feel like we all know we didn't play to our potential, and then Quadrant was also playing on fire that series.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just put it together. It's a new day. We're just focusing on our game plan. That's about it.
All right. And the game plan is coming to fruition. And now, you know, Sentinels, you guys got a lot of, you know, slack on your roster as of late, you know, your placements and everything and whatnot. But do you feel like this is the team right here that can win this tournament, that you guys are at full force?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. We've just been learning the game. We all feel comfortable, and it showed here. So.
Yeah, it did show here, and the fans showed up. And you got any shout-outs out there for the people that came through and supported you guys throughout all the difficult times?
I mean, yeah, shout out the Sen Squad, and then everyone here at KC. You guys have been an amazing crowd, so I appreciate y'all.
All right, yo. That's going to do it for me and Frosty here on the main stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze and Frosty on the main stage there. I just want to quickly say, what a big deal this is. Sentinels 3-1, Cloud9 on the main stage.
Ridiculous, absolutely nuts lot.
Onset, what were your feelings watching that unfold before you? Because honestly, I think a lot of us were in shock then. You just kind of had this like reminiscence of what Sentinels can do and what you've seen before.
Yeah, it was almost like, oh yeah, gee, these guys that good. It was almost the worst thing about the whole series for me was having to watch, you know, Clutch backstage.
With Clutch.
Exactly,
yeah,
him just sitting there just smugly going, just smiling constantly like, I told you. But I mean, let's take a moment here because, like you say, it's a moment. It really is a big moment in this, not just the series itself, but in the tournament. And I think for the whole year of HCS action, I mean, we've talked about Cloud9, we've seen their dominance, we've seen OpTic, they've really been at the fore. EUnited have been up there as well. We don't talk enough about Sentinels, and rightly so. Now we are talking about Sentinels. It's a 3-1 win in this series. They just took apart Cloud9.
It's unbelievable. As you say, this is a moment in the storyline of the year, not just this weekend, the entire year. of Season 1 of HCS for Halo Infinite. It was unbelievable. If you take a look at the highlights from this whole series, but I mean, I think it started off with like, oh, Sentinel has an oddball round on the board. Oh God, they've got a game on the board. It's pretty incredible.
And I have to give, credit to Lethal. I asked the question before the series, is he going to step up? Is he going to be performing? And every time we saw his POV, he was doing something so important for the team as well.
He was so clinical in those final moments of that CTF game. Rob, talk to me about what you noticed there from Lethal and why he managed to get the job done on this team, but also for the win.
Yeah, I love it, because Lethal's proven the doubters wrong here. And as we said, I don't really care about Lethal's stats whatsoever. I just care if Sentinels are winning games, and Lethal's always going to be a huge part of that. If you take a look at him a few minutes before the end of that CTF game, he was negative by a few kills. He ends the game +4, and they close out that last flag. You can just tell he's an absolutely huge part of every play.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's not just the gameplay. Statistically, it is going to matter a little bit, and he was where we wanted him to be, right? He's around that even. He's slightly in the positive. It doesn't matter. If he's around there and he's doing the work that he is naturally going to do for this Sentinel squad, everyone is going to have their role, and everybody is going to be able to perform.
They certainly will, and obviously in terms of roles, and we talk about CTF a lot, and when it comes to Cloud9, Penguin, we talked about him on the main stage and on the desk here. Gaskin, what were Sentinels able to do? Obviously, it was toe-to-toe at times, but to totally counter what Cloud9 are able to do on Aquarius CTF.
Some of these flag stops were immense from Sentinels. It was unbelievable how they were able to position themselves, the grenades they were throwing, the shots they were hitting from a distance. I don't think Cloud9 expected it. Cloud9 were just thinking this is going to be an easy cap. We go 2-0 up, and then suddenly, bam, the grenade explodes at your feet. And that throws everything into confusion, because then suddenly off spawn, you're trying to think on your feet, who's going for the flag, where do we go next? You're all confused, and all the meanwhile, Sentinels had a game plan. They were prepared to run a counter flag, and honestly, so impressed with what Sentinels just had to offer. And I don't think OpTic would have been expecting a Sentinels match in the winners bracket finals. They would have been gearing themselves up for Cloud9, but Sentinels have made sure that everyone knows they are still one of the best.
Yeah, speaking of preparation, one of the things you wonder about, right, is Sentinels. They've been grinding hard in scrims, and how about the past few days, right? They've been here in Kansas City at the Royal Stadium grinding day in, day out. C9 not participating in those pre-LAN events. Pretty wild to see the result that we just saw.
I just want to quickly say as well, that feels like the first series, maybe even the first tournament that we've seen Sentinels all on the same page. It looked natural. It looked like it was almost, it was just a flow state for them at certain moments in the game. It's great to see. It's taken them some time to get there, but what a better time to do it, right? Championship Sunday.
How many times have we heard from them, we just need to get on the same page? That's literally the story for Sentinels, is getting on the same page. I think right now we're reading their book because it's looking pretty good. Let's take a look right now though at our USMC service record, and it's going to be in the form of Frosty, who was popping off alongside the rest of his squad mates, but my goodness, this man is magic. Give him a power weapon, a sniper, and it is absolutely dangerous.
It's the thing that kind of blew me away a lot of the time was on that Aquarius game as well. Like, Frosty would get in the base after getting a couple of kills, but he'd start moving the flag, but his thought wasn't, I'm going to run the flag. The thought is, I'm getting the flag from point A to point B, and I am going to kill someone coming off respawn before I touch that flag again. That kind of prioritization, and speed of thinking is what separates Frosty as one of the best.
It's his confidence to enter fights, even if he's lost shields. He still believes in his shot. He still believes he can outshoot anyone. And it's not easy to outshoot anyone on Halo Infinite, because all these pros now are consistently hitting 4 shots, but somehow, he's getting the thrust, he's getting in and out of these fights, and it's terrifying.
How about Frosty's last play on Aquarius CTF as well, right? If you look at other teams in that scenario, Frosty goes on top of the flag ledge, he kills Penguin, then who's coming around the corner? It's Stellar. He has to win the trade against a Heatwave player. I'm telling you right now, against 8 out of 10 teams in this league, Cloud9 is capping in that last 30 seconds. Frosty wins the 1v2, shuts it down. It's a beautiful play.
100%, and I think a big thing that this guy does, and you mentioned it as well, Gaskin, is it's smart confidence, not stupid confidence. And the smart confidence comes from the fact he knows he's weak, he knows he's almost no shields, but he'll take a really smart route, whether it's through cuts or just through the side, dipping down low, maybe you're going top mid, able to catch that player up again, and he'll finish his battle. He is so smart with playing his life, but also knowing he has that advantage, that time advantage. I mean, to be honest, that's just in terms of how much they played the game, and you're kind of seeing that on the main stage as well. So incredible job from Sentinels. I am blown away by this. I hope you guys at home have been enjoying all of the action. We've got a little bit more for you. We're going to be jumping into Pioneers versus Ascend.
Here we go.
So fellas, take it away.
I just need to say as well, this is not just a huge series, obviously in the context of the tournament. As you can see, Pioneers are currently up by 1, but this Ascend roster has the opportunity to match the best ever placing of an international team if they can win here against Pioneers. Top 6 by Infused back on Halo 5 is what they're aiming at.
Yeah, and this is also, you know, a like-for-like team. Ascend have been compared to Pioneers by these North American squads. They both love to just fly at you around corners, but at the moment, in this Bazaar game, it's a 7-kill lead for the Pioneers. Ascend have got a lot to do here on Bazaar. It is not going to be easy to come back.
Also not going to be easy because you got the roaming Kansas City Pioneers crowd, which is now like on wheels because wherever they're playing, they roll around the venue, and right now they are over at the B stage, and we've already heard a few KCP chants in this series as these guys pop off and look to take a 2-0 lead.
At the moment, it's looking like Pioneers, as you say, in control. But as we have joined this game, it seems like Ascend have started to kind of just weasel their way back into this game a little bit, just shaving a couple of kills off of that lead that they have managed to establish. And if there's one thing that we know, gentlemen, about this game type, it's the fact that if you get a couple of kills on the board, if you get a 3 dead, 4 dead, then you can really start to string them together.
Yeah, especially if you can get this next overshield as well. That's why Shady's trying to position himself, but he's under so much pressure at the moment. You've got to try and do as much damage as possible, which he will achieve. But if Ascend allow this overshield to go to Pioneers, this could be the game. But now it's just within 4. Ascend are doing very well to come back into things here.
And 3 dead, Talik last player alive. You have to assume, based on the POVs that we had on screen, it's not going to be an overshield grab for the side of Pioneers, and that is the case. With 3 dead, they make it a 3-kill game, and here's Legend with the game in his hands on the overshield.
Now, I was saying yesterday when I was watching the Quadrant Sentinel series, and it went to that game 5, I was like, as a European Halo fan, I've seen this film before, I know how it ends. This is one of those moments in this game, again for Ascend, they have the tools to make the comeback, they have the tools to close this gap and maybe take the game, but they need to capitalize. So many times we've seen European teams with these opportunities, and they will fail at the last hurdle.
Might not be Sunday night yet, but the Pioneers were packed into the bar, and they were waiting for that overshield. They win that 3v1. That is a huge deny of the overshield, and what was a huge moment of opportunity for our European side turns into disaster. Now it's a 7-kill game.
There's too many individuals getting caught out at the moment from Ascend. They're not playing as a unit, but that's because Pioneers, they're splitting them up. They keep sending them down these different avenues. Rockets up in 3. If Soul Snipe gets held of them, the game is literally in his hands.
He's managing to pick them up as well. Now it's just a case for Ascend. You're going to make them waste them, but it's not going to happen. A couple more kills to go here. 3 in total for Pioneers to close this out with a Bulldog. And one more rocket to play with here for Soul Snipe. You get the feeling that this could be Pioneers going up by 2.
Yeah, you already heard the KCP chants there. Game slows down for just a second, but you know that entire Kansas City Pioneers fan base is ready to pop off when 2 more kills go on the board.
Well, just as we say that, it's going to be a double kill that pops up just like that to end things. So it is going to be, as you can probably hear in the background, Pioneers who take the series. They're up by 2, and now they just need 1 more to solidify top 6.
They certainly do, and you know, Ascend, it's not an easy ride. Ascend dominant in Europe and have been pretty lights out so far this tournament as well. You're a little bit surprised with how, you know, Ascend are handling Pioneers at this moment in time today?
I think it's like Dan mentioned, it's 2 very similar playstyles playing against each other, and I don't think they're quite used to Ascend having to play almost against themselves, if that makes sense at all. They play very quick Pioneers. We know they've been on fire for the majority of this tournament so far, so it is probably a little bit of a test of a new playstyle, but hey, that's what international events are all about, right? You've got to play against different playstyles, play against different teams from different regions, and maybe, unfortunately for Ascend, this is 1 too many.
Gaskin, you often talk about how teams match up against one another, and you know, you can honestly get such different results, even with different calibers of team, just because of how they match up. How do these 2 match up?
I think these are 2 teams that know how each other play purely because of the mirror match, but I think it goes in favor of Kansas City Pioneers purely because Kansas Pioneers play it that little bit quicker than Ascend. Ascend have always been trying to match the pace of North America, right? But Kansas City set that pace, right? Ever since Halo 5, that these were these new kids that were coming in and just flying at everyone right at the end of H5 and into Infinite. It's going to be difficult now you've gone 2-0 down. That Slayer was their chance, I think, for Ascend to try and get into this series. I still think it's possible, probably unlikely at this point. I mean, history's already been made, technically. 2 European teams in top 8. We've never seen that before. But are either of them going to make top 6? On the other side, you've got Quadrant against FaZe. It's really tough.
It is really, really tough. You know, Pioneers have just been so good this event. Bravo, how much of it has to do with the support they have behind them, the crowd, they're getting loud, they know that they're hungry for it, their supporters are hungry for it, and Pioneers, you know, really, it's at their homestand, it's time for them to shine.
I think it's a big factor. I'm not going to lie, and I wouldn't always say that about how players kind of react on the main stage. You hear the Kansas City Pioneers fans once again getting loud, and every time we look at their point of view, right, I think we talked about it yesterday, they are so smiley, right? These guys don't have, compared to a lot of the guys in the room, they don't have a ton of main stage experience. So when they're popping off with doubles, triples, and the whole crowd's going nuts, they can't help but smile. And I think that's something that's maybe overlooked in esports, right? How much fun are you having on that main stage? These guys are having a lot of fun. They've got the hometown crowd, and it's certainly showed in their results so far.
They certainly are. I'll tell you what, they'll actually have another match for you guys. You want more action? No problem, we got it. Let's actually jump into Quadrant FaZe.
Wow.
This is gonna be a big one, and FaZe Clan are up 2-0 in the series. We're on Aquarius CTF. This is gonna be a tricky one for Quadrant to get back in.
It certainly is. We're Quadrant pretty good at this map historically. FaZe also very good at it though, and I think for FaZe this is a must-win series if they want to be taken seriously today on Championship Sunday. They're up by 2. It's looking like it's a pretty comfortable 2-0. Don't have the scores of the first couple of games, of course, but you would expect with that 2-0 advantage that FaZe should be pretty strong.
You know, yesterday we saw the most ridiculous overkill from Chick, the lad on Quadrant. How much do we want Chick to step up in this game here, right now? I want to see some more kills on the board.
Not quite a sniper rifle to work with on Aquarius, though, and that sometimes is where Chick steps up, but he has been amazing for this Quadrant roster, but I do think maybe FaZe Clan is just one step too far, but they have to be proud of themselves. Top 8 is one step further than they had in Rally. Quadrant seem to be improving at every tournament, but, you know, there is still time. They are 2-0 down, but of course it is a best of 5. Has to start here on Aquarius, capture the flag, but I think Onset's completely right. If FaZe Clan were to drop the ball here, there would be far too many eyebrows raised.
I was going to say the same thing. There's a lot of pressure on this FaZe side, and I think with a lot of talk about this team, what they're capable of, and how they really haven't tapped that ceiling of their skill and their potential yet this season. A lot of people who are fans of these players, of course, a lot of Snipedown fans in the chat and the room, without a doubt, wondering what is this team really capable of this year. 3 dead, though, at the moment on the side, and you have to wonder what's going to be the factor here. What's going to break things open? We got 3 minutes of play and no flags on the board.
Yeah, one thing just to note here is most of this action has taken place inside of the Quadrant base, so it's been defensive kills. FaZe Clan have been constantly applying that pressure, and even though you look at the crossing the slays a little bit, Quadrant are matching FaZe kind of blow for blow at the moment. Can't really remember them getting past that 50-yard line. You can see that SLG is probably going to be the first player to try and move up here. He's got a thrust to play with as well. Should win this fight, but a trade from Snipedown. You got that thrust, you almost expect to win that fight.
And I do like that you mentioned, you know, we don't know what happened at the moment between these two teams on games 1 and 2, because it could have been 2 heavy favorite maps for FaZe Clan, and Quadrant for the rest of the series might have their preferences. So, you know, a reverse sweep is definitely possible. I don't want to put that out of the realms of possibility just yet. If Quadrant could get this first flag, that would do them wonders for trying to believe in themselves.
Probably a reset coming in here as players are AFKing a little bit in the back of the base. And yes, indeed, Quadrant will lose a player. Thankfully, in terms of the integrity of the reset, it looks like that'll be no flags on the board, so it'll probably be a flat restart with full 12 minutes on the clock. But just to agree with Dan's point, we'll have to see what Quadrant can do. They need to dig deep if they want to stay alive here. But it sounds like maybe jumping right into another match. And we're going back into Pioneers Ascend. This will be map number 3, same game type.
Well, it's basically the case now for Ascend is it's now or never, right? And I always look at this game type with Ascend, and in Europe we watch a lot of these guys, and we're always like, these guys are really good at all the fast-paced game type. This one, it seems to be a little bit hot and cold for them down there. Sometimes they look a little bit dominant, sometimes they really struggle just to find any kind of rhythm.
Yeah, especially against teams in Europe that play a little bit more structured. I mean, Na'Vi historically were very good at this game type against Ascend at times and would be able to actually take them down, but with 4 members of Pioneers falling, it's given Ascend a chance to at least get a flag pull. But this is the struggle. What do you do after you get the 4 dead? Are you able to really focus those spawns correctly? And it seems like Ascend haven't been able to get a smooth flag run, so they have to be patient, they have to rebuild, and hope to maybe get all 4 dead once more.
Interesting that we got the same story here on 2 different stages. Europe's hopes in the balance, both down 2-0 here on Aquarius CTF, and Snipedown last player alive for the moment.
And I think it's so important that you do not show weakness here if you're the Pioneers and if you're FaZe Clan, because dropping from that winner's bracket, you've got EUnited and Cloud9 waiting to play one of these 2 teams, and they will be just relishing that prospect of going up against maybe a weaker side. If Pioneers would go to Game 5, for example, either of Cloud9 or EUnited would be saying, look, we'll gobble them up if they're struggling against these teams.
Lots of food references there between relishing and gobble them up. I haven't had lunch yet, Dan. You're giving me.
I've had 2.
Actually, I did watch Mark have 2 lunches. I was jealous.
2 lunches. I had 1, and then you were kind enough to. Probably shouldn't say this loudly because there is a list, and catering might get a bit angry. But we
snuck some lunch. We snuck some. He was hungry. I had to.
Yeah, that's what Duo does, right? If I'm hungry, bring me some food. For now, it's looking like Pioneers looking still pretty comfortable in the series, but as I say, in this game, might be an opportunity here for Ascend to start running the flag, or at least get this return back home. They do have the flag out for now, and all the respawns are coming in on the gen. A nice little dynamo grenade from Snipedown might actually open up a run here for Ascend. Kills have been picked up, and it looks like the avenue is clear for them to move it.
The electric avenue, as sure as you would call it there, as it gets cleared out by the dynamo. Still 2 dead for the side of Pioneers, so Ascend able to maintain a little bit of control, and that flag run will continue.
Dynamo is going to be recollected as well here by Shady, so an opportunity to maybe just clear his back ever so slightly, but that's what I mean about being slightly disjointed on this game type. They picked up a couple of kills, they had the avenue clear to run that flag down by the Dynamos, but just no pressure onto respawners, not able to cut off that overextension, and that's kind of been synonymous with them a little bit on this game type.
I will say though, I think both of these teams are very good at stopping flags from being run, and that's why it's so difficult to play against a squad like this. Look, Pioneers are giving that one up because they know full well there's going to be some of these Ascend players in their utility, so they have to take the fight against them.
You make a great point, Dan. When you talk about teams that are playing this fast, as the flag does go in the back of the base,
that's your counter cap hit.
1v1, Manny versus Sika.
It's going to be Manny who actually wins it, so off the back of Ascend, probably thinking we should cap a flag here, boys. They are going to be counter capped on themselves, and Pioneers once again just showing how the momentum can swing their way so easily, and Aquarius has almost become a massive risk-reward kind of game type with the way that you have to work that objective, right? You get that flag moving, that's great, but if you don't get kills within the first 15 seconds or so, while you're running that flag from the respawners, they can manage to get a flag stop, then before you know it, you can be the team who actually finds yourself down by one.
You could very easily there, as the Pioneers, just try and run that flag up straight stairs, or try and toss it up and probably be destroyed by the Ascend roster who were waiting to try and pick you apart. But no, they dropped it temporarily. They said, hey, let's all just band together, make sure we slay Ascend first before we really, truly try and run this flag. And even though it was a fist fight in the base, Pioneers came out on top, and that's why they find themselves won the luck here.
Fellas, I have a question. How difficult is it as a team to find the right organization skills to not only pull a flag, slay your way through it, but also block spawns you can actually cap successfully? Because I feel like in terms of Aquarius CTF, it can be pretty difficult to do so in terms of how kind of isolated the map seems to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's the spawn system on Halo Infinite is actually a very interesting thing to talk about. And Aquarius is a very good example of kind of how you have to play things, right? Because let's say you get a 4-dead situation, you're holding the car side, you're running that flag, you kind of got everything set up the way you want to, right? And you think, hey, they're going to be spawning fridge. The moment that you shoot that fridge spawner, that influences the spawn, and you're probably, if you're not in a position to be aware of it, you might pick up a kill, and then the spawns are going to start to get split. They're going to scatter across the back of the base. If you're running the flag through, that player might then spawn in the gen behind you as well. It's almost worse, I've heard a lot of pro teams talking about this, that you let multiple players spawn before you actually start engaging them, because as soon as you do that is when you block that spawn. If you can kind of contain them onto one side of the map and stop them spreading across those respawns, you give yourself a better chance.
I think as long as they're not an immediate threat off spawn, you're absolutely right. You let them just walk away with a little bit, maybe hope they overextend through pink, for example, and then you just, as long as you keep tabs on them and you know they're there, that's absolutely fine. Then when more of them spawn, that's when you start to get aggressive. The worry would be if a player off spawn tries to challenge the flag runner immediately, you kind of have to then take that fight. But then that's when you've got to be prepared to think on your feet, think about those split spawns, and make sure you are prepared for it.
Snipedown on the man on your screen here. Great game so far. 15-8, going to help this run through gen with Sika. Fakes high gen will go low gen. Also on the other side though, Manny also 15-10. Big numbers from these two.
Now it's Ascend once again trying to force their way back inside of their base with the flag in their hand. Snipedown's going to be here though, and Snipedown's not only going to get the kill, but it's going to get the touch. So Ascend finding themselves in a position to cap here, and big help coming in from Legend as Snipedown looked a little bit shaky. It's going to mean that they can run a flag in here. So Ascend do tie things up, and maybe a little bit of momentum starting to swing back to them. Snipedown, by the way, he's currently popping off a little bit in this game. He's 16-9.
Boy, did they need that flag cap, but you're right. Snipedown, that's what he can do on Aquarius. This kind of map really suits Snipedown's style of play, because not only can you anchor in your own base, you can also anchor in your opposition's base at times. Shady's running another flag here. 2 members of Pioneers are down. If he can avoid some spawners, this could be a potential for another cap.
And this is what Shady does, right? He doesn't mind overextending, and what we mean by overextend. He's kind of avoided most of the battles that are going down, straight lining across to that objective, and kind of starting to run it behind the fights that are occurring in front of him. When he does that, it causes problems for the team who are trying to defend. They have to turn around, but they're also kind of fighting on two fronts, knowing Shady that is behind them. If Shady picks up one kill on that run back, he can really be a nuisance.
Pioneers were just 3 dead. Ascent still moving this flag, and Ascent should be able to pump it in, but you've got to be careful of throwing that flag a little bit too high. Ascent take the lead, and maybe there is still some European hope just yet.
Well, that flag, yeah, was going to catch the ceiling and go out towards the court, which would be absolutely disastrous, but we're starting to see a little more organization, and I agree, they were rushing flag caps earlier. They converted that second one, and it felt like the first one we watched that failed in Gen. They pushed it a little too far without the numbers, and it looks like now they're making sure they have the right damage before they bring that flag home.
4.5 minutes left in this game. As we know, on Aquarius capture the flag, especially when teams start to get a little bit more aggro and overextend a little bit more towards the end of the game. That is more than enough time here for Pioneers to get back into this, find a flag cap, and maybe even take the lead themselves. I think we saw Cloud9 yesterday run back-to-back-to-back flags on Aquarius in under 60 seconds to force an overtime. So that is how quickly and how devastating you can be.
Look at this nade, though, from Talik. Might be able to pick up a whole bunch in the back of the base. Gets one. Maybe tries to turn 2 here. Shots look good to me, but the player escapes in the end. Comes back for more. The fadeaway jumper. Shady will fall as well, and the KCP fans love to see it. 3 dead. Legend, last player alive.
I mean, quite rightly you erupt in the crowd there, because those are such important kills. Ascent were doing very well to survive. I mean, it's a nuisance to not allow Pioneers to get that flag out, but by winning a 1v1 when you're down on shields, it then puts Ascent on the back foot once more. But off spawn, Ascend have been able to stem this flag run ever so slightly, and now can position themselves to try and do some damage.
And that's due to the fact that they killed that player in the spawn in the fridge so quickly, right? Which means that spawns are going to start to scatter, they're going to start to split, and it becomes more difficult to track where those players are going to be. And as you can see, Pioneers now having a more difficult job to locate where those players are coming off respawn. They know they have to fight more to get that flag touch and force it in. Legend is going to be there to stop that flag touch once more, but as you can see, it looks like Ascend are going to be in position now to maybe get that flag return and maybe run one of their own.
No, wow, they don't get the return. Somehow Talik gets the touch, but really was alone on that. We'll have to see how Pioneers come off the respawn here.
Yeah, Talik was the last remaining player, and he has been performing lights out all tournament long, stepping up in those big moments, but there are so many huge individual fights going on at the moment. You cannot afford to lose them if you are any of these players on the map.
Nice angle from Sika here. But look at that Talik touch as the last player alive. That's a hero touch on the courtyard to keep the flag alive. This game, it's getting close here, 2:27 left.
Both flags are away as well. You can see that the Legend's going to jump onto this one. He's going to be no shields, but it doesn't matter too much because the flag gets sent back home. So Ascend do get the return. And now as that flag was also sent back to the Pioneers base, maybe going to be thinking about starting a run of their own. Nice sneaky play here from Seeker, by the way. A little bit of trigger discipline, letting that player run past before engaging.
It was a very risky play there from Ascend. They sent 2 members to try and return the flag. They both put their bodies on the line. That says what they were prepared to do. You've got to be prepared to take risks in these games. If you would just let that flag stay there, maybe watch angles, look for players, we could have seen another easy touch for the likes of Talik, for example, and then suddenly you might find yourselves at 2-2. So great risk taken from Ascent.
And how about how Sika stayed alive there? We saw him take the bottom mid angle, right? He takes the bottom car angle to do all that damage on the straight stairs, stays alive, waits for his teammates, then they go get the return. They're also going to grab a camo here, big, if Snipe Drone stays alive, and he's able to avoid each and every grenade somehow. And maybe even putting a little bit more control on the board now. There's 90 seconds left in the game. Ascend still lead 2-1.
90 seconds left on the clock. I think that's the key thing to highlight here. With Snipedown with camo, he can do what he does best. He can negate some of these pushes coming in. He can put himself into power positions and make sure that he is damage dealing onto some of these players who are going to be desperately pushing forward for that equalizing cap for Pioneers. So Snipedown very important, but he's fallen. Legend and Shady now have to do some defensive work. Manny, though, just missed that touch on the flag, and that could be slightly costly.
You've got to be careful though, when there's only a minute left and you start to play a little bit more defensive, you turtle up, you allow pressure to naturally start to flood in as Pioneers are going to start to get more aggressive, they're going to start to pull more flags. Ascend cannot afford to lose any fights here, otherwise Pioneers are going to take full advantage.
Wow, look at Snipedown and Shady, they fly into the base. Snipedown does not let that kill go away, and as a result, the flag will come back home across the pond, still 2-1.
So careful here though, as Dan was saying, you can't afford to turtle up because it's a couple of dynamo grenades, a couple of frag grenades get tossed in the base. And before you know it, you're all on respawn. Trades are great, kills are even better as Snipedown. Like I said, the damage dealer, he might be stealing the hearts as well of some of these Pioneers fans in the last few moments here. Only 18 seconds just to hold on here for Ascend. If they hold off this wave and this push coming in from Pioneers, they'll be back in this series.
Realistically, one last push in for Pioneers, and it's got to be led by Talek because he's the furthest up the map. 5 seconds remaining.
Soul Snipe's going to fly in with him. 2 players fall here from Ascend. There is a player still on the base though, but there's not enough time to get a touch on that flag, and Ascend hold on. So it means that the game will finish at 2-1 in the favor of Ascend, and it also means that the series now is 2-1 in the favor of Pioneers.
We have a series on our hands. I've got to say, those final moments, they were so difficult to watch for Pioneers. They were just trying so hard. Actually, I thought we saw 3 pushes happening in the final 50 seconds there. Pretty impressive stuff, and the aggression was there. I actually felt like Ascend did start to turtle back just a little bit. I felt like the pressure from Pioneers was a little too much, but unfortunately, they were just missing out on some really, really vital 1v1s or 2v2 fights that unfortunately were just going down either as trades, or they just weren't getting the numbers that they needed to get into the base. Very close at the end though. If they had an extra 20 seconds, I think that flag might have been pulled. So, what do you think?
It could have been.
I don't know, Soul Snipe, if Soul Snipe doesn't nade him and his own teammate at the gen doorway, I think that's like a difference maker.
There's always a chance, and naturally, you are going to turtle back a little bit because you start to take more risks when you are looking to try and capture a flag. You've got 30 seconds left. You have to push. There isn't a second chance of, oh, we'll wait, you know, these extra few seconds. And because of that, you can play one of 2 ways. You can either match that aggression, which is arguably a greater risk, because if you lose those fights, then you give the other team more time to capture a flag, or instead you play defensive, you try and ambush, you try and surprise them, and you try and just eat away at that clock. And Ascend did that very well at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. We've just come off the back of 2 CTF, I mean 3 really, if we're jumping into all the games, but the CTF game that we saw, Sentinels versus Cloud9. What are the main differences you notice there between what we're seeing on our screens here from Pioneers and Ascend, and from what we saw versus Sentinels and Cloud9?
I feel like Sentinels and Cloud9 had a little bit more of a clearer game plan on how they wanted to approach things, right? But there was also a little bit more desperation in some of those stops, and I think it's just down to the fact that both teams are so cohesive in the way that they not only want to run flags, but also try and defend against them when they're going back to the base. And that was a little bit more scrappy for me, the game that we just saw. It was kind of a matchup of 2 very similar aggressive play styles, and when that happens, it seems like they're just kind of butting heads a lot of the time.
That's exactly what KCP and Ascend are all about. And on the other side, when you've got OpTic and you've got Cloud9, you've got Sentinels, they play structured. That's why they don't like playing the likes of KCP, the likes of Ascend, because they play a game completely differently.
I think also, how much top mid control did we see in that match, right? No, everyone's just holding forward on the outside of the map, and I don't think we saw a player outside of grabbing a camo top mid at all, because all they're thinking about is going forward. How do we support this flag run? Whereas when you watch maybe the C9s now, the Sentinels and the OpTics, there will be a moment where they do sit top mid for just a second, and they watch fridge spawners, they watch pink and car spawners as well, players come out of the back of the base, and that shows you a lot of map control. And when you watch those 2 teams instead, they're like just absolutely single-minded tunnel vision flying at each other, and it's a playstyle thing.
It's interesting you say that as well, because it almost is like, what kind of POV tour of the map are you going to be getting? And that's how you know how structured teams are, right? You know, if you haven't seen top mid for a while, you haven't seen a bunch of different angles across the map, you probably know that they're actually not playing, I think, to the full strengths of the potential structure of that map as well. But interesting stuff, and I have a panel of experts who can explain it to you. Go on, guys.
To be fair, I'm just glad it's not on 120 FOV, because otherwise I might get seasick with the speed of which these guys are flying around.
This is the difference of like a helicopter tour over maybe some like Hawaii volcanoes, or being in like a really bumpy bus in Vietnam and just flying through, and that's the only the POV you get. It's a very different gameplay POV, as you said.
It certainly is indeed. I'll tell you what, folks, while you're waiting though, we thought we'd just, we'd give you some love across the screen, and that is in the form of a giveaway. You guys can get your hands on the Halo Infinite limited edition Xbox Series X giveaway. All you guys have to do is follow @HCS on Twitter, retweet the official giveaway tweet, and you guys can be in a chance of winning this gorgeous limited edition console. I know you boys are dead jealous.
Yeah,
I know.
we find out where these are
Yeah,
stored.
that was my next question.
They're stored somewhere.
Does Clutch have them? You said he might not.
We left that with you lot to find out where they were.
Oh, look, I'm busy up here. What do you think I'm doing?
I'm just saying.
I'm busy.
Just saying.
I think I've got time to go hunt down limited edition Xbox.
Do you want us to take the responsibility? We'll go and find it. You want us to
wait a minute. I'll tell you what, I'll take responsibility right now. Let's get back into the action here of the Kansas City Major. Of course, it is Championship Sunday. We're on with Pioneers and Ascend once again. We're going into another map, and it's going to be Recharge Oddball. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Are we going game 5, gentlemen?
It's a very real possibility. We'll have to see how Ascend play this. Now, Dan, I know that you're excited seeing this game type, because as we know, this is the Ascend playground.
A Sentinel have a little bit of recharge. It's how they rotate around the map, but you can say the same thing for the Pioneers. And when I've seen some of the bigger teams scrimming, the likes of Pioneers, the likes of Ascend, they set traps, right? They know full well that the team is going to go from blue into tower. So they'll set a little trap in tower, they'll ambush. Are we going to see maybe an adjusted playstyle from one of these teams? That little adjustment to recognize, okay, we know where they're going to be rotating. It's a mirror match. We can predict you. How about we try and do what some of the bigger teams were doing to us?
It really does feel like a game of inches, and one player just sitting control and crouching. One player just taking a new angle into C plat instead. Could really be the difference maker in this game between these two.
At the moment, it's going to be 3 dead per side. Everyone kind of just sat in the respawn screen at the moment, which is, again, almost synonymous with what we've seen a lot of the time, right? Two teams just flying at each other, headbutting each other at the moment. One thing to notice as well that I've kind of picked up from the way that both of these teams play, if they get a couple of numbers on their side, they're not afraid to try and scrap up a little bit of all time. Throw that one back towards pipe, towards long haul to rotate it towards C. It's, you know, everyone's more than happy to get their hands a little bit dirty with that off-ball, as we see another example of it here.
Slaps him in the face with the oddball as well, but also I noticed that both of these teams, they don't necessarily always wait for 4 to spawn up before they start engaging and pushing. It's like one player will say, look, I'm confident enough in my shot, I just want to try and distract, I want to try and make a little bit of an opening for my team. God. And blimey, that was a speed that I'm not used to seeing.
How about that, Snipedown? That's not easy to push pipes. It's always challenging, right? You not only need to hit your shots, you need to time it well, but Snipedown hitting the perfect slide into pipes to land that 2-shot melee shows you just how mechanically gifted he is. And even if he hasn't been the loudest on this team, he's capable of great things.
Well, at the moment, it's going to be a lead for Pioneers, though, and you probably feel like Ascend when that lead isn't going their way and when they're down 2-1 in the series. Even though they won that last game, you start to have those thoughts coming into your mind, right? Is this the end of our tournament? Are we going to be able to come back in this game and send it to a Game 5 where we've got a chance of really making history for Europe here? It's all of these things going through their mind as well, of course, as what's happening on the screens in front of them.
And here's a question for you that I would like to open to the table. Back in Halo 5, when we saw Infuse make top 6, could you argue that a top 6 would be more impressive here in this tournament than it was back then when they took down the likes of straight ripping of that roster? Or is the top 6 of North American Halo now stronger than back then in Halo 5?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think this is more impressive here in terms of the this pool we have. Just look at the open bracket alone, right? I'm talking to some of the team management here from the open bracket that did not get out into champ bracket, and they only lost to top-tier organizations, right? There's a lot of talent here, champ bracket and otherwise. And I would say the placings that we're seeing now in Halo Infinite from these international teams, not only are they challenging for the highest, but they are also the most impressive.
I think you can back that claim up as well. That team that got top 6, that Infused roster, 3/4 of it got top 24 at this event. So I think that's a pretty good indicator of how much talent there actually is here at that event. Obviously, I'm not trying to call out the Na'Vi boys here, but it certainly wasn't the performance they were looking for, but it gives a great indication of the standard that everyone's playing at.
Yeah, I think it is worth acknowledging for those of you who haven't seen a lot of the European matches here on stream this weekend. It is a different story for European Halo, right? This is no longer a write-off that they will exit the tournament somewhere in the top 16. They're now a real threat to that top 6.
Yeah, 2 teams in the top 8 trying to push that top 6. On the other side of the story, you know, Pioneers have been around that top 6 for quite a while now throughout this season. We've been asking that question of when are they going to get that top 4? When do they break in? Well, they have to make sure they win games like this before we can even put them in that discussion. And they're so close at the moment. Not only they're 2-1 up, but they're also looking mighty fine here on Recharge Ball.
You have to wonder as well, is there going to be a better opportunity for them to do so? It's hometown, it's home crowd.
Right.
They're playing pretty good. They seem to be, you know, on the right kind of mental, you know, fortitude where they need to win and clutch up in those tight games, and they seem to have some solid game plans as well. So they've got to probably realize that as well, and I'm sure that the crowd are going to be behind them all weekend long to try and push them along the way.
My only fear is
tell me, Dan.
I'm fairly certain that Cloud9 might drop into this side of the bracket, so Pioneers would have to play Cloud9 for top 4, which is probably not where they expected to be playing today, but I do need to see how the bracket plays out. Either way, I wouldn't really fancy playing Cloud9 or EUnited for top 4. They both look absolutely disgusting dropping down into that elimination bracket.
And certainly you have to think, Ascend, in looking at the brackets, never thought it would have been a Cloud9 for top 4 if they looked at all the possibilities of how these brackets could go, but that might be the fate that awaits them. However, Ascend able to put a little bit more points on the board. It's now a 40-point game or so. 2 dead though, so going to be tough to push here off the respawn. Pioneers with 4 alive.
Soulsnight's going to be able to cut out these players who are coming from batteries and pipes, but as I say that was his responsibility, and he was not able to even get out of that situation with the trade. So now you're going to see Turbine is open. The ball is dropped. There's going to be a scrap down bottom elevator. Snipedown, unfortunately, for Ascend fans, is going to fall alongside Shady, so Legend has to reposition himself. The Seeker is going to be there as well. And I tell you what, the movement, pretty impressive, but there's the back smack coming in from Soul Snipe. And it looks like Pioneers are going to be able to hold off this push.
The speed of which we're seeing this game being played, by the way, it's not, necessarily your typical structure in an oddball game, but they are flying around corners as quick as possible. But Pioneers seem to be getting the better of those engagements time and time again. There's always that one extra player who's winning things. I mean, Snipedown getting taken down there as well as Legend. This could be the final moments of this round.
Should be desperate push. Desperate push coming in from Seeker there, just to try and get the ball out of the hands of Pioneers. But Pioneers have been in control for the majority of this round. They're looking extremely strong, and they will find themselves with that first round on the board.
What currently are Ascend not being able to do here? They can't really get any kind of control of this map currently. They are running in pairs from what I'm seeing mostly. However, they are getting picked off pretty easily, and it seems like Pioneers seem to have a way to get right back behind them. Every time they do have some kind of numbers advantage, Pioneers are always there behind them, coming from a different kind of viewpoint and picking them off.
Pioneers are out-anchoring them, which is surprising considering both of them are such a rotational-based team. But Pioneers have been doing very well to actually split in a 3-1 way rather than a 2 versus 2 way. And it means that Ascend, if they don't get enough damage in the engagements that they actually find themselves in, Pioneers are there to shoot them in the back to get those final kills and to clean things up.
And that's something you've been talking about, right, Andy, the entirety of this weekend. When we see those big games, first damage advantage is almost everything, and Pioneers seem to be getting that every single time.
Absolutely, it's different than Halos of old. You could argue in Halo 2, Halo 3 that prioritizing the exact positioning and setup was more important than your opening damage. Those are much more positional games. However, Halo Infinite is a much more fluid game, and you see teams have untraditional setups, kind of poking around corners. It is so much more important than when you have a flat 50-50 4v4 that you get the first damage. And if the opportunity presents itself, you also convert. But really, it's all about that first damage, and that continues to be the theme for the meta of Halo Infinite at this stage.
Pioneers looking pretty comfortable at the moment here on Recharge Ball. Trying to chase down this kill bomb elevator. Wins one melee, but connects with the second. Still has the shock rifle to play with as well, and I just haven't been able to catch how many camos have actually been picked up by both teams as well. I think that might be a little bit of an outlier too.
I gotta say, one thing is, Druck just wins kind of like an awkward, clunky melee battle bottom elevator, and the entire Kansas City Pioneers crowd on the other side of the venue just goes nuts. I mean, whatever these guys do, the fans are there backing them.
I almost feel like KCP deserve another main stage appearance purely off the back of how well the crowd's been performing. Not necessarily about the team, but Manny, what he's doing at the moment, tries to at least get a little bit more ball time. Ascend is still in this one though. You know, it's only 20 seconds away. Pioneers might have the lead at the moment. They might be playing a little bit better, but we saw that sudden switch up on Aquarius.
Well, this is the first time that I've actually seen Ascend with good positional advantages and the ball back towards Pipe. So this is the first time really that we're going to see them have the ability to hold a setup, look for that first damage advantage and be able to get those shots and the BRs located where they need to be first. And that's what results in Snipedown gets the first kill. They also get the information on 2 more players. You would expect a rotation to come out of Ascend.
I mean, look at Shady. He has to fight 3 separate players there, and in doing so does damage across 3 players from long haul. That's what allowed for this rotate.
Very close scoreline, but Ascend have taken the lead. And notice how as soon as Ascend were under a little bit of pressure, they move that ball to an area where they can at least play it to somewhere that makes it difficult for the Pioneers to grab it. But I have to say, there has been more shock rifle play available for the Pioneers. They've taken full advantage of the strongest weapon that is on this map.
Slender lead here for Ascend, but it is a lead. And at this point in the tournament, any kind of lead is going to be enough. We've seen 50-49s, we've seen game 5s, and they will be quite happy with a round win of 45-43, but for now it's back to that team slayer mentality for both teams, knowing that running for that objective is just going to cost them their life. They need to get that damage down, they need to get a numbers advantage on the map.
It was just Druck and Talik alive here. They needed to convert. It's a big kill on Druck to get that shock rifle out of the hands of the Pioneers. Maybe, just maybe, can extend that lead a bit more.
I have noticed with these teams as well, really utilizing the ping system. I know callouts are fantastic, but actually to give a direct placement of where that player is, to really hone it into your teammates. If you need to be finishing this kill, it can make the difference.
Especially when you talk about areas like B-Box, like Danger, these sneaky, these very specific corners where you're like, throw your frag grenades right here because I have a one-shot and I can't go around the corner.
Yeah, and it's one thing that we're seeing develop more and more, right? It's becoming almost hyper-specific callouts for certain parts of these maps. Now, one team who always stand out to me is EUnited. You know, you've got Heaven, you've got Hell. Most people are thinking, where are they? And they're parts of Recharge.
We've seen both.
Exactly, especially, we're going to leave that story for another time. time, but it's going to be it's going to become something that's more and more talked about, right? You're going to hear more and more call-outs because players are going to become more aware of more positions on the map where players are starting to hide, to push from, where they need to locate, and the ping system at the moment certainly helps teams with that.
It's really interesting because, of course, the first time we've had it in Halo, and it's another good example on Recharge's left bat, right bat, right? Knowing exactly where these players are, because you do have historically call-outs, they apply to really specific parts of the map, but sometimes it's a big area. Pings can really make a big difference.
And it's a great example, you bring it up there, right? Batteries, now it's known as L1, L2, R1, R2, just to give that hyper-specific thing. But for now, Ascend are looking a lot stronger here, Dan. However, Manny has got that camouflage, which could be the opportunity here for Pioneers to maybe get back into this.
Ascend do keep moving the ball to play ball areas, though, but finally Pioneers have got a little bit of control, and now they are going to be able to rotate away from Ascend. If Ascend do go all 4 dead one more time, I think Pioneers probably take this game.
Druck also has the sword. Legend has the shock rifle though, and he's going to create an opening here. The only difficulty, like you mentioned, for Ascend... Oh, no, what's going on here? Play ball's happening, and that's good for Ascend. One thing to talk about, as I say, is the fact that even if they get that play ball, they're going to have to fight their way back across the map here. So Pioneers are still in control of the map. However, Legend with that kill on the shock rifle might be able to pick up a couple more picks. And they might have an opportunity to get the odd ball back. You need a player to stand up when the big moments are here. And at the moment, it looks like Legend is not going to be shying away from that.
How about Legend staying alive in the back of the base? You thought when you saw the 1v1 against Tolic and Pipes that would be over, but he actually picks up an extra kill as well. So now we're going into the final 90 seconds or so.
Yeah, 90 seconds, and it's Ascend's tournament right here. You have to win this round. You cannot afford any mistakes. Soul Snipe's got the sword, though. Taking down Legend means they've got all the goodies. They've got sword, and they've got shock, and Snipe Drone cannot get the kill.
3 dead here.
The flood comes in from Pioneers. Ascend find themselves 3 dead. Shady tries to make a hero play. With 1 minute 26 on that game clock, and the ball and camo in the hands of Pioneers. We can hear it from here, by the way. We can hear the Pioneers fans from here. They're going to go into a lead.
Going into a lead and maybe starting to believe as well are the fans and probably the players at this point. But with Soul Snipe falling, it gives Ascend a chance. But Druck has so much to do, but that is a great free nade.
Snipe Drone!
Snipe Drone has done so well there just to guess where that camouflage could be. Might have been a bit of fortune, but that's exactly what Ascend need right now.
Soul Snipe's last player alive. I'm surprised Ascend is not getting up top. You have to think if there's only 1 player alive, you can leave batteries. They take their time, they finally get up top. They finally find the player top glass as well. Tolic picks up a kill off the respawn.
Tolic's just managed to sneak through to glass. Like you say, there is a little bit of cover fire, but with the lead in their hands, it looks like the call has been made from Ascend that we want to just play a little bit of Team Slayer, but you got to win those fights if you're Shady. If you want to keep this one comfortable, if you want to not give Pioneers a chance, maybe to sneak back into this game. A beatdown coming in from Legend is going to reduce Pioneers to just 2 players on the map, and Legend is going to run away with this oddball, and he might be able to run away with the round.
Pioneers just tossed the ball to Ascend. Now you've just got to survive for 2, but you can't quite do it. Still plenty of time for Pioneers to get back into this one. Ascend can't afford any mistakes.
Not over 3 dead. Last player alive was a yellow, and this could be the comeback. This place would become electric.
Floors are starting to rumble a little bit over here because we can hear the Kansas City Pioneers fans starting to get a little bit loud. However, Ascend have 1 more push. There's going to be an oddball in the hands of Legend. And that man has got... I mean, he's the coolest man in the arena, I think, right now. The amount of plays he just made in those last few moments was outstanding.
And that crowd behind Ascend would have looked very different if the last few seconds of that ended differently. Great play there in the end by Legend to not only grab the ball, but use it also in the melee battle, rather than just trying to win it without the ball.
It would have been drinks into the air, people flying through the roof at this point. Ascend, you know, they've managed to tidy up the Pioneers crowd a little bit, but for how long? You know, Pioneers, in the way they're playing, they've shown so much promise that even though Ascend have got back into this game, Ascend need to play 110% right now because Pioneers are giving it absolutely everything.
And they did get back into it for a moment there. So what switched up for Ascend, you know, in between that first and second round?
To be honest, it's that POV we saw from Druck, right? Druck does damage on a player who's bat ledge. That's Tolic. Excuse me, Tolic is supposed to clean up that kill on Legend at Pipes. Guess what? Legend turns 2. Those are the pivotal battles, and like we said, when you have these 2 play styles, it is winning 1v1s and 1v2s that you shouldn't. That will be the difference maker in rounds.
At the start of this round, though, it's Pioneers who have a couple of points on the board, and I just feel like even having points on the board, any kind of lead at the moment, has been a huge influencing factor on the way that both teams have actually approached things. You can see when Pioneers have had a little bit of advantage, they can afford to play slower. They can afford to look for a pick because they know that odd ball is always going to be something that Ascend have got their eyes on.
I think it was so important that Ascend, you know, just threw themselves that odd ball in that previous round, got those final seconds, because too many times have I heard European teams say, oh, we were so close, we were just that 1 second away, we were that one flag away. Ascend don't want to be saying those same exact things after this series, but now we're into round 3. Now the Pioneers have control of the shot rifle here. Ascend need to be careful, need to position themselves so they are not too vulnerable to this weapon.
Shady keeping that pressure on, and that's one thing that Shady does so well for this Ascend team. He's always going to be putting pressure on. You never feel comfortable knowing that Shady is on the map. He's a run and gun kind of player. He's always up in your face, and he's always willing to take those 1v1 engagements that might create some space for Ascend to play with. For now, though, it's going to be Ascend who have control of pipes, they have control of oddball, and they're into a lead.
Yeah, control of the map as well. That was 3 dead. 3 dead again as the fresh spawners come up, but it's a really nice spawn rotation for Ascend. Anytime you get 3 dead and you can kill not just the last remaining, oh my god. A little bit too much excitement from the Pioneers at their Kansas City Royal Stadium, watching those home plate slides coming into pipes are not going to work out so well here.
That's exactly what I've been talking about, though. Setting traps, expecting what you would usually do. How do you push into pipes? Pure speed. But if you are consistently making sure there's a nade there every 10 seconds or so, then you can try and predict, you can try and catch them off guard.
One thing that we saw from Ascend in that last round, right? Just a little bit of calmness, a little bit of composure. At the moment in this game, I'm seeing maybe just a little bit of frustration starting to come into Pioneers after the example that we've just seen from that push. It was kind of all or nothing, right? We're just going to flood one area of the map, and to me that says that we're trying a few other things. Let's see if this works as well.
That being said, Manny, when I spoke to him yesterday, he said we are risk takers. We are prepared to put our bodies on the line. We are not scared to just throw ourselves at the enemy, and eventually it worked. Sure, they gave away about 30 seconds of ball time, but they did crack that setup eventually, and now Ascend may have got 47 on the board, but who's holding the ball right now?
Should be a play ball here. Really not enough control, and that ball will exactly be thrown down. They had 2 dead Pioneers, so they want to make sure to avoid any more rallies from the side of Ascend, because already quite a lead for Ascend, 47-26 here, and off of that play ball, they will rotate once again. Probably a backseat rotate through tunnel here.
Couple do fall for Pioneers here. Where is that oddball? Okay. Maybe Torlik took a little bit more damage than he had to. It's actually cost him a death, but Snipedown's going to get the oddball. He's going to throw that one off the map. So a play ball comes in from Ascend, and where the respawns are coming in, like you can see here, probably towards the pipe due to the fact that Snipedown did die over the C plant, that he's going to have vision on that oddball. His job at the moment is just to hold off this push coming from Pioneers the other side of the map.
Really impressed with grenade placement from both of these teams.
Yes.
You're not seeing that many players actually survive on one shot because a grenade will always land at your feet. It's actually quite terrifying to watch, and you can only imagine what it would feel like to play against it, but it could make a difference if Druck can get away with this camo.
Unbelievable movement from Druck there to hit that slide and wrap around the corner. I believe he was dead if he doesn't hit that slide. Great mechanical stuff from Druck. We'll see if the sword works a little bit better this time around. Looked like he needed a trip to the shop. He's going to take a whirlpool route here.
This is a really big moment in this game as well. Look at the game clock, 1 minute 50 left on the clock. Now, if that oddball isn't touched, that's probably 3-4 pushes on either side coming in towards the end of this game. At the moment, Druck is going to take some angles. He's going to pick up some doubles!
Oh my god!
Druck with a triple.
That was insane.
That someone needed to have some ice, and Druck has it.
And it all comes from that slide you were talking about, from staying alive, from getting that camouflage, having the sword. All of that led for the possibilities of that play to happen. Ascend now might be a little bit rocked after that. They've got to get on the spawn. They've got to try something a little bit new to try and break this setup. But Seeker's just got a double. Snipedown follows up, and I tell you what, the setup's been broken.
Bravo, you literally mentioned it before. It's pivotal kills that matter the most, and right now Pioneers, they had that coming in from Druck. The question is, can they close it out?
This is going to be tough. This is going to be super tough for them to do. That push, like you said, Dan, from Ascend is almost a perfect tonic, right? They get taken apart a little bit by Druck with that camo and sword, but the next play in the game, this is why Ascend are a little bit different to what we've seen previously from European teams. They will still keep coming forward. They will still challenge you again when they're back on the map. And for now, Soul Sniper is going to be under pressure once more, and Ascend have stolen away here to backseat with this ball. The play ball should just about come in, but no, Tolik's going to get the play. But it looks like the play ball did actually come in. So even though these kills will go down, yes, they look pretty on the scoreboard. You've got to remember, the ball is what matters right now, and Soul Snipe has it.
And there's been so many fights around the sword. There's a camo that's coming up, there's a ball that's there, and actually both teams are prioritizing sword because they know these up-close and personal engagements could make or break their chances of winning this game, and that's some important shots being hit by Torn.
My God, look how close this is. Not just every kill, but the scoreboard as well. It is a 9-point game, make it even closer on the final stretch. 50 seconds on the clock.
Big play ball though. A huge play ball comes in from Pioneers. That's going to force one member down low from Ascend. He's got that odd ball in his hands, and to be honest with you, you can see the Pioneers almost expecting a rotation down through that repulsor tunnel, and Seeker just held the ball for 10-15 seconds, and it's given Ascend a little bit more of a lead.
It is amazing scrappy time, but at the same time now he puts his team in a 3 versus 4, and that could really find themselves in a spot of bother if they don't shut this ball down immediately. But good movement from Legend to ensure that you shut it down ASAP. Don't allow Pioneers to get any sort of setup.
Somehow he stays alive as well. That's the craziest thing that Legend just did, as you say, and now Shady introduces himself to the party. He'll pick up 2. Look how close this game is though. 71-66, tied up at 1-1. Shady going to be there to help out Legend, and I've got to say again, Legend. He's the calmest man in the building.
It's just a game of him staying alive. This is incredible.
Play it, you've got to play it, and that's what he's thinking. He's saying, hey, we've got 15 seconds, we're getting pushed, let's get this ball off this map. All you've got to do now if you're Ascend, play Slayer, stay ahead by 5, 10 seconds on the board.
No toss. The toss doesn't come from batteries. That's going to be it.
Snipedown's going to get the most important kills of the game so far. Soul Snipe's going to desperate for it.
Wow.
But Ascend send us to a game 5. And boy, oh boy, do they love it.
Wow.
They're about the only ones in the room that love it. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, whoa.
Okay, on that side of the room. In the open pit on the featured station.
I thought for a second there.
The rest of the reason I'm only on this panel for diversity, by the way. That's what I was told.
Oh, yeah, probably right.
Kansas City crowd, though, they've been silent now back-to-back games.
They have been
and we'll
silent.
have to see what they can do in game 5.
I'll tell you what, though, they're going to get awfully loud if this game 5 goes their way. My goodness, that was unbelievably close. I've got to say, what a swing we saw in that oddball game from Ascend. Totally different team from that round 1. I mean, it was just unbelievable. So you mentioned it's Recharge. Elaborate on that.
To be honest, these guys have watched a lot more Ascend gameplay than I have. You guys are more qualified to talk about exactly why they are so good.
I said it at the start, it's how they rotate around the map, but I think what they struggled with in round number 1 was they were kind of being anchored a little bit. They were having that 3 versus 1 split, which is traditionally what they did in European Halo. Snipedown was the 1, the rest of the French guys were the 3, and they would run around while Snipedown would just listen and pick things off. But Snipedown's been trying to keep up with the pace of Ascend. He's been trying to join them as a 4, or they've been splitting as a 2 and 2. I think when they noticed that KCP were playing as a 1 and 3, they said, look, let's just go back to what we used to do in Europe, what we ran the show back in Europe, and because KCP are playing the same as us, why wouldn't it work once more?
Now, at the end of that oddball round, around the last minute or so, you know, you see Pioneers starting to milk the ball a lot. It was a very scrappy play coming across, honestly, from both teams there, but just trying to really get any kind of remnants of this ball in their hands. And in that sense, in that last minute, do you feel like you want to give that minute the opportunity to make a full setup if you are Pioneers? I felt like the scrappy play, the milking the ball, they were getting picked off one by one, and they couldn't get anything really going there to try and gain that lead.
The difficulty for both teams in that end was like, it wasn't we need to win the game by holding the oddball for the entirety of it, it's that we need a lead. If we get a lead, we'll just slay from there, and both teams are trying to do that, and the fact that Ascend had that lead in the last moments, were able to get the play ball, that was what won the game. I think both teams probably weren't thinking about setups too much at the end of the game. It was just, if I can touch the oddball for 2 seconds here, it gives us a 1 second lead, then we just play from there.
Yeah, I think what the side of KCP is thinking is, how do we kill Legend? How long did we saw?
Calm is he?
So calm. We saw like 4 or 5 separate times where he gets away in situations, almost always through a slide, right? Hitting an actual curb slide and getting away with it. The way he wrapped around to save the camo, the way he wrapped around instead to also stay alive in long haul. They couldn't take down Legend. He stayed alive in Hydro, and you called it, and he hits the play ball as well. Enormous plays from Legend towards the end of the game.
And now my biggest question for the Pioneers is, it's all well and good when you're winning and the crowd's behind you. Suddenly when a reverse sweep is on the cards and the pressure starts to hit and you know that the crowd desperately wants you to get this victory, pressure might become a little bit too much now. I know they've been on the main stage already, and this time they're on the side station, but a reverse sweep against Ascend would not be how they want to go out of this tournament.
I do know one thing, pressure makes diamonds, and we have a home team who is ready for the diamond that is the Pioneers to come out of this on top. saying that, Pioneers did take the Slayer in the series, and it will be Street Slayer coming up next. Now, when it comes to Street Slayer onset, what are you kind of seeing from these two teams here? You know, you're going to have to be really on top of your roots, on top of the rockets. You need to make sure that you are heading up all of the spawns. What do you expect out of this matchup?
I have no idea. I don't know how this game's going to go. Normally, like, if this is a game 2 in a series, right, I'm thinking this is played at a fast pace. Both teams, you know, they're going to be flying at each other. They're going to be really committing to battles. The fact that it's a game 5 completely changes absolutely everything. Pioneers have expectation in the crowd. Ascend have expectation from an entire continent here to win this. So it's going to be extremely nervy, and it wouldn't surprise me to see a few battles not be cleaned up in 4 shots. It might take 5. It might be a few little missed melees, a few janky battles, and I can also see a couple of standoffs maybe happening as well.
I think the weirdest thing is, you know, I see Street Slayer and my brain goes, you know, Ascend are really good at Street Slayer, and then I go, oh wait, they're playing KCP, they're exactly the same team. This is going to be a complete mashup in the middle of the map. Rocket control, of course, going to be very important as always.
Rockets and tires, right? I think we're going to see the Rockets, the Stalker Rifle, and the Bulldog all in tires repeatedly. People just dying repeatedly, fighting for control. Flying at each other. That's it. It's going to, and all the action is going to go through pillars. It's going to go through tires. It's going to go through B stairs. It's going to be chaos. But I agree with Mark. There's so much on the line here that I think we could see this slow down a bit with teams holding back A and PD versus a trim hold at times, because they're not going to want to be the first team to make the mistake.
I think that's such a good point, and it brings me to my next question here is, who does need to kind of switch things up here? If both teams play very, very similar in terms of their play style, really fast-paced, aggressive nature, who needs to then try and put a little bit of structure here to maybe switch things up so it doesn't become so much of a coin toss when it comes down to the Slayer?
I mean, I'm going to talk from the Ascend side, because this is a team who I think have more of a structure when it comes to a certain player's style, and you have to look at Snipedown, right? You have to look at Snipedown. Historically, he's been the guy who will put up big numbers in a Slayer. He's been the guy who is going to win you those close games by just staying calm, just hitting those 4 shots, cleaning up the damage of those that are doing damage ahead of him. So I think Snipedown's going to be a big one, but I also think on the other side, Soul Snipe, he's quietly gone about his business at the event, and I just feel like he might be the player on the Pioneer side.
That is very true. That is very, very true. We do have some phenomenal players on the side, and if you guys want to see more also European action happening as well, you guys can get your hands on also the DreamHack Valencia tickets for the EU Regional. They are on sale right now, and the team passes will go on sale, excuse me, on May 16th. I've made...
It's been a tricky one for you.
It really has. I've made a mistake yesterday. I did say May 16th. It's a national holiday, folks, if you didn't know. But I won't make the same mistake again. May 16th, folks, if you want to get your hands on those tickets. But we're back into the mix here. It's Game 5, Pioneers versus Ascend. This is Elimination Round 5. This game, someone is going home.
I mean, I feel like I'm watching this game less as a commentator and more as a fan of Halo, to be honest with you, because it's just a great story for both teams. You've got the hometown crowd here. You have a team who's looking to make history for the entire continent and match the best ever placements that they've got, and it really is just going to be a lot of fun to watch. I think it's also going to be an incredibly nervy watch. I think that certainly both teams are probably going to have a few more trembly hands than they did a few moments ago, but off the break here, Pioneers are going to have a 2-kill advantage.
We're just going from death screen to death screen right now, because clearly the pace is going to be very fast, but you're right, there's 2 entirely different pressures here. But I would say that Pioneers maybe an extra little bit of pressure. I don't think Ascend were ever expected to get top 6. Top 8 was what they were expected to do. Top 6 would be making history here in Halo Infinite, as you say. It's 6-4 at the moment. It's a very even game. I think Brab hit the nail on the head. Bulldog control is going to be what's key here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for that big damage. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the mainstream Pioneers versus Ascend 2-2. We're checking out everything happening across the featured station. And it's amazing to have this coverage. Like you say, first, just thank you for joining us, because this has been an amazing day of competitive Halo. We're lucky to just kick back and watch how this Game 5 unfolds.
I mean, the first minute and a half were quick. And then the game's almost come to a standstill as well. Nobody wants to move forward. Finally, a move will be made, and there's the Bulldog you were talking about. Just being able to hold those angles. You jump through, you're going to get taken down.
But now look how Pioneers are flying. They want to find the rest of Ascend. They have the man advantage. They said, we need to sniff them out. And Ascend are running with their tail between their legs. You've got to try and get trades, though. Seeker manages to get a double, which is unreal. Wow. Eventually, he'll die, but Seeker has done some real damage there in PD.
Druk grabs the thrust, hits the 180. With the disruptor, not something you see every time. The confidence there to fly into PD and clear that player out. Pretty big deal, and now that Pioneers lead extending to 6.
I said Soul Snipe might be the man. 6-1 at the start of this game. On the other side of things, you're looking at Snipe Drone. He's 2-2-2, but Shady struggling in this game 5 right off the bat. 0, 0, and 3. 3 deaths and not even assists to his name.
Just got to kill though. Really important that you get an early kill when you're having a little bit of a dud game so that you can just start to believe in yourself and you don't have to focus on your stats anymore. They're only down by 5, Ascend, but Pioneers are doing very well to keep this very messy, keep this scrappy. Ascend are desperately trying to get a little bit of structure here, but it hasn't really worked out.
Little trades like that in Rocket Pocket where you don't get the trade. Every single kill, once again, is going to be a difference maker, but Pioneers making sure this game does not get any closer. They'll maintain that 5-kill lead.
Maintain it for now, and if they can keep this game close, and both teams can keep this game close, then it means that the power weapons are going to become even more influential. Not just for the fact that you're going to pick them up, it's the fight that happens just before them. Everyone knows they need to try and stop the other team getting them. That means battles will be forced to occur, but at the moment you can see a little bit of a cushion starting to open up for Pioneers. They're up by 6.
It's looking a little bit like a free-for-all at times though, with the amount of sprinting I'm seeing around by Ascend on their own. I think they are trying to get structure and trying to run in 2s, but they keep being on this really deadly spawn cycle where 2 of them are up, 2 of them are dead, 1 of them's up, 1 of them's dead, and it's very difficult to try and regain that structure.
That's the next thing we're going to look for here. As you see, 1 dead for each side. They're going to get cafe spawns. How do these teams react? Shady gets the first pick on Druk. And how can they structure this? How can they continue the push and not let the kill structure run away from them?
Here's the moment we were talking about though, right? 7 seconds or so until the rockets will come onto the map. You can see that Tolic's going to take a little bit of a wide angle here just to see if anyone's trying to flank. But Ascend will have to make a move for these. At the moment, though, they're not going to be able to, and Tolic's just going to walk through and pick up those rockets. That could be a huge misplay coming out from Ascend.
I love that from Pioneers, though, the way that they were positioning themselves to make sure they kept Ascend within a radius so that they couldn't even look at the rockets. But Ascend did break out. They did get some big kills to keep themselves within 4. And just as you think one of these teams is going to break away, going to create that gap, suddenly the other, and that is Ascend at the moment, just fly back into things. That's what we were talking about, the pace of this game.
Seeker's got a rocket to play with as well, and he's just sat in tires. This is
rockets
where Andy calls home whenever we play this game, and if he's got a rocket launcher in his hands, 1 or 2 things can happen. Hopefully, though, for Seeker, it's going to be kills instead of blowing himself up in that kind of situation, but it's going to be 4 kills, the difference between the 2 teams. And if you can put this to use, not only does it create the 2-kill opportunity to drag the game back, it puts 2 players in the death screen.
Were you saying Andy does often blow himself up with the rockets?
That's true, I do.
Just double checking that's what was happening, but look how it slowed down because Pioneers know full well, as soon as they push out any angle, there could be a rocket waiting for them.
Yeah, you know what they're doing here, of course, is just turtling back. They know the rockets are in tires, and if they sit in back tram down the hill of driveway, it's so hard to hit those rocket angles. They're just going to wait this out. But my God, for this game to now be within 4, we've got a fantastic game number 5 between these 2.
You also can't really run in pairs. And there's the ping, there's the player, there's the first spot. Bang! No, doesn't hit, connects slightly, but no damage done.
That's what Pioneers are playing for, right? They're playing to waste the rockets. They don't mind that. 2 rockets, they lost 1 kill, but it does give Ascend a chance now to push. Snipe Drone will pick up another one, and now Ascend needs to be quick to flush these final 2 players out of tram.
They're trying to get them out of tram, but look at this movement from the Pioneers. They dropped down unexpectedly. Ascend weren't really ready for it, and Pioneers are picking up kills. Arguably, they should have! No way Tolic should have won that fight!
Oh boy, and unsurprisingly, the KCP chance start on the other side of the venue at the featured station.
Just to give you a little indication of how slow the game has been. This is the first action we've seen in quite some time. There's another rocket launcher up, another rocket launcher on the map. Seeker gets taken down. Rockets will fall. They're down on the bus stop at the moment, but it's just a 3-kill game.
This is an absolute bloodbath here, as you say. 3-kill game, now a 4-kill game off of the extra kill for the Pioneers. Rockets are still down, and both of them are in the chamber.
Even though Soul Snipe picks up 2, Ascend will send 3 into the death screen. It's a 3-kill game here between these 2 teams. And even though we're talking about the influence of power weapons, so far, hasn't been too much of a game changer.
However, Ascend are trying to prioritize pink control at the moment because they know the Bulldog should be coming up soon. Because after it run out of ammo, you know there's going to be a timing period before it does spawn. If Ascend get hold of that next one, it can really help. You've got to get out of that fight, Seeker, which he does. And suddenly it's 33-32, and Ascend have really got their way back into this game.
Shady's just got a little bit wild there. Did you see in the feed? He picks up 2 and he brings this game back within 2 now. Stalker Rifle is in the hands of Pioneers, though. Long distance damage going to be a problem here for Ascend.
Unbelievable finish to this game here. One team with a city behind them, the other with a continent behind them. A historic result either way in this game number 5, and quite a lot of cash on the line. Battle in Red Room will be traded out as well. Still a 2-kill game.
Jug goes down, 37-36. That's 3 dead for the Pioneers. Tolik, the last remaining player. If he even get one trade here, then that would be huge for him. And he's got some assists to work with.
Oh my God.
The Pioneers off spawn help him, and they still find themselves 3 up.
That could be the game. That could absolutely be the game right there. That's an unbelievable single effort there from Tolik in the back of the base. Stays alive long enough as well to get the help for the assist.
If you're playing matchmaking and you got teammates shouting at you to stay alive, it's because if you stay alive that extra second, that extra 2 seconds, they will be able to help. We have just seen a perfect example of that. Soulsnipe goes for the combat evolve.
The frags deny the plasma there, I think, which is absolutely wild. Not something you see very often at all.
Manny has got the Bulldog though. Now rockets in the hands of Soulsnipe as well. They're 4 kills ahead. It could be more if these rockets connect.
1 for 0 though. 1 rocket, 0 kills. Shady picks up another kill. It's been within 3 for pretty much the entirety of this game.
Most importantly though, Pioneers have been ahead the whole game, right? They haven't known what it's like to come back from behind. If they were to drop the lead, what would that do to their mentals? But they have everything. They have the rockets.
These are the standoffs we're talking about. We knew we'd be here, and that's exactly where we are. Neither team wanting to make the mistake. Just over 3 minutes on the clock, and it's just a 3-kill game.
If I'm Ascend right now, the priority thing you need to look to pick up is those spike grenades. If you can flush this player out of tires, not only are you going to flush the rocket player away, you obviously don't know he's there, but it gives you an opportunity to push up the P street.
Yes.
Put multiple BRs, maybe onto a player at Heaven, because you know it's a back A setup at the moment. They're trying to bait you in. They are vital for Ascend to get in their hands.
A little bit of silence across streets because Ascend are reluctant to push any avenue right now. You can't afford to push as a 2. You have to just kind of be on your own because you don't want to be within a radius where that rocket can get a double kill. Bear in mind, only 2 minutes and 40 seconds on that clock.
And for a very rare moment, you will see 2 of the teams that can play this game at the highest and fastest level slow it down. So much on the line here. Their tournament lives riding on these final 2 minute 30 seconds.
What's the game plan for Ascend though? Like, what are they supposed to do here? At some point, they have to take the initiative because Pioneers can literally just wait.
That. Yes, Pioneers knows that. They're going to play the slow game.
They are, and I think it might be down to someone just trying to bait this rocket out with a thrust. You can see one player from Ascend, I think, might have just been caught there on the cross. Soulsnipe still waiting to use that rocket though.
There's another set of rockets coming up in 8 seconds, which is just mad. I don't think we've seen this happen very often at all, where one rocket's still in the chamber and another set is about to spawn. So now what do you do if you're Ascend? You try and play for these.
There's the thrust.
Rockets missed.
There's the thrust. That's what I thought might happen. There's the spike grenades, and there's the push down from Ascend. It is textbook take-back strategy from Ascend. Shady trying to push in, and now it's tied up. Seeker has the rockets. Seeker finds 2, and Ascend just for a moment go into a lead, but we're back tied up once again.
Where was Soulsnipe? 3 went down, Soulsnipe stayed alive, very important, but there
he is.
Spawn. There he is, he gets the first kill, and now Pioneers need to take advantage of this player situation. They have a 4 versus 3.
Oh, a big trade there on B stairs. Now 45-44 in 45-45 tie game.
Oh!
Tolik and Snipe Drone will trade out kills. It's a 1-kill game here in a game 5 for Pioneers.
46-46.
To keep going in this tournament, keep the crowd happy, and keep the fairy tale alive. For Ascend, though, a chance at history here.
Look at Tolik. He's going to sit rail. They're going to try to bait Red Room and driveway pushes. He's going to sit rail and also be able to watch C-stairs if he needs to.
55 seconds left in this game. 55 seconds. Now, who's got the balls? Who's going to make the play? Who's going to make the difference? Who's going to try and win the series?
As a reminder... Oh, my goodness!
Hail Mary! That's the name of the medal that pops up, and it might have been the Hail Mary to win the game. Soulsnipe, Manny, Soulsnipe! Pioneers! Game 5, they win it!
Oh my God. Talk about a way to end it. It's a perfect push there. 50-46 to close it out, and the KCP fans in the room are happy.
I mean, I am speechless. I am speechless at what we just saw.
My God.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what an incredible series. Are you not entertained here in Kansas City? Oh my goodness. What is going on today? Championship Sunday hits different.
Championship Sunday, it's just got something special about it, man. It's I mean, what a series. And again, a massive congratulations, Pioneers. Brilliant ice, Drug, what a grenade. Probably one that he had no idea what was going to happen, but it worked out for him. But again, Ascend, played their part in that series, and just for a second you thought, this is Ascend's game.
I was very worried when I saw Ascend stuck in Tram as well. You're very vulnerable, you can be watched in a lot of different angles, but it was just that grenade that really allowed them to break through, to become this different gravy that you needed at that time. You know, 46 to 46, all it takes is one push, but it was a flawless push.
I think we just need to take a second and appreciate this is the last 60 seconds of the game. The grenade that came in from Druck. I mean, I don't know where there was damage done somewhere else, because it was just a single frag grenade and it was just threading the needle. It was a hope and a prayer, but boy was it answered.
What you got to remember in Halo Infinite, when you are tied and the time runs out in a Slayer, there's additional time that's added as well. So there wasn't a case where they could have just waited and hoped the game would have restart here on the side of Ascend. But let's watch this grenade, because it really did make the difference.
Oh my, that is the opener. That's what you need. That is an unbelievable grenade. What a kill to start it. But take a look at this. 46-46, they fly, and it's a flawless 4-man push. They get all 4 kills to close it out.
Well, when I spoke to Manny, as I said, he said that they are fearless. They will throw themselves into another team when they need to, and they did exactly that. They closed it out.
They certainly did. I gotta say, that collapse was just stunning with that opener. I mean, just perfect. Perfect opportunities, and I gotta say, it's amazing to see the pros really take control of situations like that and command them into their favor. Amazing stuff from Pioneers. They will go forward, but they will actually be facing, their most difficult test yet. Cloud9 is waiting for them in their next round of elimination, and I can't even fathom what Pioneers need to do at this point. You know, obviously coming off the back of a really close fought win there, but just such an incredible win for Pioneers. You know, what are you going to be saying to yourselves in the team here? You know, you're going to go away and be like, right, we've got Cloud9 here. They were just taken down. They're probably a little bit like, oh my goodness, what just happened to us? Do you capitalize on this? Are you a little nervous? Do you need to change some things up? You know, what are you doing at this moment in time?
I think Torlin follows his own advice he gave in his interview yesterday on the main stage. Deep breath. Calm it down a little bit, because the adrenaline is going to be flowing. The crowd could be a huge positive influence for them, as we've already seen throughout this tournament, but at the same time, it can let you get a little bit carried away sometimes. So they just need to relax, play the Halo they've been playing, and they're going to give Cloud9 a hell of a series.
It was exceptional what we just saw on our screens, folks. But I tell you what, I have a little something extra up my sleeve, and that, of course, is our Astro Bracket breakout, and it's going to be G1. Now, our open bracket team, G1, they have gone through the open and they have pushed it to its limits. And this weekend, they came, of course, from open bracket into pool play. They actually went into Group C, into Pool C. They actually took down Cruelty as well, which was pretty impressive in itself. You know, looking at G1, the roster that we have here, we have some incredible names on the roster. And I think also names who are really up and coming and starting to make waves, Gaskin.
I've really enjoyed watching this G1 roster, and I mean, as you see on that quote on your screen, ever since Swish was added, it just became a different side. They really started to threaten some of these kind of top 8, top 12, even top 6 teams. They were pushing them in scrims, so very impressed with what G1 have been able to achieve.
Certainly so, and I'll tell you what, we have the man, Swish himself, on the desk. It's lovely to have you joining us, Swish.
Nice to meet all of you.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're all a little bit flustered after that Pioneers matchup, but I want to talk to you about, you know, what you've been able to accomplish so far. And of course, you left Oxygen and you were trying to find a new home, and honestly, you were creating quite a buzz actually amongst the pros. You're playing Pro 8s, and I think you dropped something crazy like 40 kills against the likes of Renegade, Lucid, Boo Boo, Falcated. Talk to me about the moments coming into Kansas City, how you joined G1, and kind of what you bring to the table for this team.
So honestly, after the first 2 LAN tournaments with Oxygen, I kind of just wanted to like reach out, because I realized like there was a spectrum I wasn't going to reach, you know, with them. So I started looking at other places and found G1, and you know, here we are.
And here we are. My goodness, you are doing exceptionally well, sir. May I say, you've definitely been making waves here in Kansas City. You've been performing phenomenally. Talk to me about the open bracket. Obviously, having to come up through the open bracket, heading into pool play, and you went into Pool C. What was the experience like in Kansas City this weekend?
I mean, first of all, shout out to KCP. Like, this is crazy. Like, that game 5 was insane. Kansas City has been crazy. Like, the open bracket, so much talent. Like, it was like. I was playing like a team that was like in champ bracket my 2nd round of winners. Like as soon as I get here. So the talent was incredible, and you know, making it to pools and stuff like that, you know, it was quite the journey.
And you guys seem very modest. I chatted to you before your series on main stage against Quadrant, which was an intense one.
Yeah.
You guys absolutely dominated through this tournament in various different ways, but what do you think is the realistic goal for you guys? Like, where do you see yourself at Orlando, for example, when a major comes around once more?
I mean, the ultimate goal is to win a chip, so at some point or another, that I would love to have that experience.
Yeah, indeed.
I have another question just to jump in here very quickly. You talk about the depth of talent you're finding in the open bracket at the moment, and we're talking about the depth of talent, it seems, all over the shop at the moment in Halo Infinite. We're looking at the top, we're seeing Sentinels return to form, we're looking at that top 8, we're seeing some of the European teams come through and really cause some upsets, but as you're saying, it seems like just to get a placement that is respectable now is becoming a more tough thing to do. I mean, talk me through the open bracket and the experience that you have, because you're saying like it's tough from almost round 1, it seems, at the moment.
I mean, basically everybody wants it, and you have to earn it.
You know what? You can say any better. That is pretty much the best way to say it.
I mean, everybody. If you come in here, if you are buying a team pass, if you are playing the open bracket, you want to win, right? Why else would you be competing? Especially, I love those words, the fighting words. You played out your mind this weekend. Best of luck to you going forward this season. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk, folks. We're heading to a break right now, but when we come back, we've seen some crazy things. I think crazier things are about to happen on Championship Sunday. Sentinels send Cloud9 to our elimination quarters, where Pioneers will be facing them on that main stage. We'll see you right after the break.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Trust and say you knew it. We never call a timeout. Now that's what our time's about.
Oh, my questions are like these.
You should get this, bro.
Oh my god.
This is the easiest question. Which is taller, a brute or an elite?
I feel like it's low-key elite.
Elite. It's a brute. Oh
Wait,
my
what?
God. It's a brute.
Has to be a brute. You seen the Infinite Brute?
I would not have
They
known
like
that.
charge you like supersonic speed.
All right, what weapon is used to kill Guilty Spark in Halo 3?
Spartan laser.
Okay, that's right.
That one's easy, yeah.
The Spartan laser.
To see, like, you're in these questions?
Yes, sir.
Guilty Spark. What's that?
Guilty Spark, like that orb.
Oh, Spartan laser.
Yeah. Wow.
I know these. Why do
You don't know them.
That's,
You
I
have-
literally know that.
You know
one.
why you know them? Because it's in front of you. You have the answers right in front of you. That's why you know them.
What gas do the grunts breathe?
Bro, you're not gonna get this.
Shoot, no clue. That's
No
like
idea?
No idea. That's-
Really?
Well, because they have to have the tanks to go to like Earth and stuff because they don't breathe like. I don't remember.
Nitrogen.
No, it's methane. Yeah, you're not gonna. That's hard as hell.
You breathe methane gas.
That's kind of crazy.
All right, who activated the Halo array in Halo 3?
Dude, I don't remember. I'm just gonna guess 343 Guilty Spark. Master Chief?
Master Chief. I don't know.
Sergeant Johnson.
Who won?
Me.
Whatever, man.
These are the hardest questions.
That was very hard.
I'm Zane Heron. My gamertag is Penguin, aka Penguin, and I play for Cloud9. I think the thing that separates us from the rest of the competition is, one, just the pure raw teamwork. I think communication-wise, on the fly, being able to make up a play as it comes, like we're probably the best at that. And then two, I think individual skill-wise, like us as like a team of 4 collective, I think we're just like, you know, on the next level, just individually. And one thing each of my teammates is best at, I think Eco is pretty obvious, like IGL, everyone knows him as that, just making stuff up on the fly and just making really good play calls. Renegade, that guy is literally just the best at being able to run people down, get first shot, and then don't miss the rest type of thing. Stellar, similar, but I mean, I think Brayden, low-key, like, he makes really, really good plays without saying anything. So like his ability to like read the map and just make a play, like based on all the information coming into him, is like incredible. Going back-to-back tournaments now, I think the next goal is to really just keep it going. You know, going back-to-back is one thing, but I really want that world championship at the end of the year.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once more for your 2018 Halo World Champions. It's Splice.
Splice, or 3-4 of what is now Cloud9, dominated Halo 5 for a short period. They took Tox off the top spot, they became the biggest team there was in Halo 5, and now going into Cloud9, they needed a new 4th. Penguin as a player has always been consistent, always playing well, and he's managed to fit into this roster. They've won both LANs in Halo Infinite, and I think they're the team to beat right now.
I think Cloud9's playstyle really separates them from the competition, and that's why they've been so dominant. They, similar to their success story in Halo 5, they've just transitioned that into Halo Infinite with just that fast-paced, smart, efficient Halo while being dominant at hitting your shots.
Starting to heat up as the third one gonna go down. A triple kill.
I think my favorite point of view to watch when we watch Cloud9 is Renegade. He's incredibly skilled, does not miss shots.
Here's a statement for you. I think that Stellar's the best player in the game right now because the man does not make mistakes.
Penguin is so good at doing the dirty work for this squad.
I think Eco is a very big part of that team's success. His leadership in game is something that I admire, but I think that it's hard to really characterize each playstyle on that team because they all play so well-rounded.
In quick succession coming in from Ryan Noob, but here's Renegade!
So now looking ahead, where does this go? Is Cloud9 going to be the dominant dynasty of Halo Infinite, or are they going to start to see some competition even in year number 1?
If you're looking at Cloud9, they're the top dogs, and everybody else is clambering, trying to scrape their way up to the top.
You play against Cloud9, you're playing at their level, you're playing at their speed, and there's nothing you could do about it. Now I'm excited to see someone challenge them. Now I'm excited to see who's going to be that rival coming up to them throughout this year, going into next year as well.
The spine of Trippy. Headshot!
Meanwhile, Renegade putting the buckets to work and still getting a triple kill.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS Kansas City Major. We are well on our way to crowning a champion, but there's an elimination bracket, in their way. There's a winner's bracket also ready to be played out. And we also have an Elim quarterfinals ready to go on the main stage. I'm joined by Clutch, Goofy and Gaskin. Clutch, we got Cloud9 up there, joined by Pioneers. This is quite an interesting matchup to say the least. Cloud9 obviously getting knocked down to the Elim bracket by Sentinels 3-1 fashion. Where's their heads at right now going into this match?
Probably pretty dazed if I had to guess. That's not something that we would have expected to see coming into this tournament. Cloud9 having such a dominant record so far here in Halo Infinite. Now they're going to be tested. And the biggest test yet, they're going to have to go against the Pioneers crowd. They're going to have to make an elimination bracket run if they want this dynasty to stay unscathed.
They certainly will. They have quite the road to go up against here. And Pioneers, they're going to be that roadblock. They're not going to go down easy. Pioneers, they're here in their hometown, their home crowd. When it comes to this Pioneers roster, coming off the back of that really, really exceptional matchup against Ascend where they went toe-to-toe here, you know, how are they going to be feeling going up against these Titans?
Pioneers is not coming off just one Game 5 victory, Lottie. They're coming off of 2 Game 5 victories. First against Fnatic, going all the way down to the wire, 50-49. And just like you said, Lottie, right now against Ascend, going down to the wire against 50-46 victory. They are playing guns blazing right now. They're playing so fantastic, and they're going up against a really tough competition, Cloud9, and we talked about it a little bit earlier. The rivalry goes back pretty far with Halo 5 even of, you know, Pioneers and Cloud9. Renegade is friends with all those guys and they've teamed in the past. There's a lot of storylines here. Cloud9 also hasn't been faced with this kind of adversity so early at a major Halo tournament, and I can't remember how long. So, you know, they are upset. They are trying to close this one out, but Pioneers has this crowd behind them and they're looking to make an upset.
Gaskin, what advice can you give to Pioneers right now? Because I feel like they are the ones that need the advice. If they want to bring it to Cloud9, what do they need to do?
Well, continue to play fearless. Continue to do what you did in those final moments against Ascend. Like, make those plays. Take the initiative. Even though you're going up against what was, or it still is, the best team in the world right now, play the way you want to play, but do not be too predictable, because Cloud9 will have an answer to a lot of the plays that I'm sure Pioneers will try and go for.
They're going to have to figure out a way to shut that man we saw on the screen last down, and that's not an easy task. Somehow Sentinels was really able to mitigate the damage that Renegade was able to do in that winners semifinals, but for Renegade to get shut down in one series is one thing that I didn't think was possible. For it to happen twice in a row, now that is God's work. I mean, Kansas City, if you believe, now more than ever is the opportunity in front of your team's hands, but it's going to be a tough one because you know Cloud9 has no intention of going down easy.
You need some serious faith behind this Pioneers roster right now, because Cloud9, they're not happy with what went on earlier on. They're not happy that they're in the elimination bracket, and you can bet you they're going to be trying to climb their way up, and this is going to be the first stop. Goofy, in terms of the matchup, in terms of the play styles of both of these teams here, how do you think they do match up when it comes to this series? You know, what are you looking at? Because Pioneers, we've kind of seen it with Ascend, they're very fast-paced, aggressive. They want to just jump straight down your throat, where Cloud9, they have such good pacing. They know what they need to do when they need to do it. So what do you see kind of evolving here?
Historically, Pioneers has actually matched up very well with this Cloud9 roster. They always push them to their limits, and it seems like right when they have the game won or the series won, they'll drop the ball and Cloud9 will come out swinging and somehow close out the series and close out the win. We've seen that time and time again. Whenever these two teams match up, Cloud9 tends to slightly get the upper hand. Will we see the same thing happen here? Will we see history repeat itself? I expect Pioneers to come out swinging, coming off of two very close series, but Cloud9 is upset and they want to make a statement right now.
Goofy, time will tell, but it's time to go to predictions right now. And Gaskin, I'm looking at you, fella. Who are you predicting to win this series?
I ain't going to be the bad guy, so I'm going for the KC Pioneers. Why not? We'll keep this crowd happy. We'll keep them rolling.
I like this. All right, Goofy.
I got to go with Cloud9. They were the favorites coming into this. Get out of here, Clutch. You're supposed to be my duo. But no, Cloud9 for me.
Oh my goodness, Clutch.
That being said, I'm the biggest KCP fan
there
ever was back at the Halo 5.
Hey, prove it right now.
I'm not doing that, though. I'm a KCP fan. I'm rooting for you guys. Please prove me wrong, but my head tells me Renegade will make his way back to face some of the best teams in the world later on in this tournament. Cloud9 will take this series, and it will be off the back of this man's performance.
Wow, biggest KCP fan, huh? Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go Pioneers all day, baby! Let's head on over to our casters right now and get this one underway. We got Walshy and Jersey in the building.
Thanks so much. This game is going to be an absolute pleasure and could possibly be the best or the worst time to play this Cloud9 team.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say anything bad about KCP until we get a couple more security guards over here.
Please.
Railing up here. I need to be protected because this crowd is
almost.
And the cloud with Cloud9. But yeah, this crowd is pumped to say KCP potentially give Cloud9 their lowest placing of the season.
I can't believe Wes called out Goofy for backing Cloud9, then only went and backed Cloud9 himself. But here's the series layout. CTF Bazaar is going to be game one. Dave, talk to me about it.
I don't know how much there's to talk about. Looking at recent stats throughout this tournament, Cloud9 are 8-0 here on Bazaar CTF, whereas KCP are 2-1.
Well then, it's your reigning, defending champions in Cloud9. They need you now more than ever, though. The KC Pioneers are playing against some of the best in the business. Here we go.
Kicking it off with Soul Snipe, who makes his way through alley, and oddly enough doesn't go straight for those rockets. Instead tries to find the secondary angle.
Oh, it's an overshield. Soul Snipe. The crowd cheer him on. They love a game 5. Is it on the cards here with 3 down, 4 down for Cloud9?
And just like that, Soulsnipe tries to get in and starts blocking these spawns, but these members of Cloud9 just run right past in the trees and get caught in the crossfire of KCP.
Like lambs to the slaughter then. Cloud9 who? This Kansas City Pioneer team showing no respect right off the get-go.
But I'm a little concerned for them. They have the slaves on the board. Why is the flag not moving fast enough across the map? You do not want to give Cloud9 multiple opportunities to get into engagements and stop that flag run.
Manny picks up 1. That could help this flag no end. Renegade behind enemy lines. Has controlled the palm tree though. They're looking to clear him out here. It's gonna take 2. Straight into Renegade. He takes 2 with him to the grave, but Manny has the flag. And Eco and Stellar nowhere to be seen here. Kansas City, you're 1-0 to the good.
What a start for this squad. However, we've seen opportunities before where people get a lead on Bazaar and it starts to come back. We're going to have to see them hold on to it because in 30 seconds, that new overshield's coming up. And we need to see Kansas City Pioneers with some center control.
Settle down for a moment then. Stellar and Penguin hit the respawn screen. Will they even realize the game has started with Eco yet to register a single solo kill here? Stellar getting the wiggles. Comes out on top though. And now Druk. It appears though the enemy palm tree in Cloud9 has been well and truly under siege for Pioneers, but they go down by 3.
I like that from Pioneers though. If they don't have control of the market, don't feel safe enough to go there, they take over the opposing palm tree. At any point, they can either go for a flagpole or they can push back to the center and give some added firepower in the middle of the map.
There goes the overshield, just like that. KCP will take that trade all the live long day. Manny over by Rockets, takes care of Eco. They have to try and clear out that player behind enemy lines. It's going to be Penguin waddling his way out front door and to the slaughter.
Trying to help that Gates, and no, Kansas City, I'm not talking about Gates Barbecue. He's trying to go out those double doors, get out there and control that center. Here we see Manny once again going for that palm tree. This is a clear focal point for Pioneers. They realize that's such a pivotal position over on the Cloud9 side of the map.
It's already seen them see success. Drop with the Bulldog. Eliminates 1, almost takes down his teammate. Head in the swivel. Constantly looking for more targets. The Soulsnipe picks up one of the best in the game in Renegade. That's going to be 3 dead now. Stellar and Eco now. Gonna try and stop this flag.
Looks like Manny does not have the help he expects right now. He is uncertain of which way they're coming from. So this is just a delayed play right now from Manny. Kind of caught in the corner there and wants to buy time for teammates like Talik to push up with these rockets, and push up he does and gets the kill on the catwalk against Eco.
Pioneers are playing maximum pressure. Renegade drops down, drops the shoulder, puts Talik away. Have not been able to dictate the pace here. Pioneers have been fast out of the blocks. Soulsnipe though, unaware he's there. Did that grenade stick? No, it didn't. And Renegade, with the help of his teammates, turn 3, Talik the last man standing.
We're now seeing the first real offensive from the Cloud9 roster where they're really crossing into the end zone here of the Pioneer base. Now, can they secure the kills and more importantly get the flagpole? But they're meeting so much resistance. Renegade ducking and dodging back and forth from all these grenades. But look at that bait and switch there from Cloud9 as they get the kills and get the flagpole.
Druk might be the first point of contact. Manny down double doors. Can they stop this flag? Druk has got that overshield. The man of the moment from the last game! Renegade shuts them down, but not looking to push this flag forward too much. 4 dead for your Pioneers.
They keep charging after this Bulldog, but it's the fight that they don't want. Renegade coming out ahead in both those engagements, including the overshield player.
Renegade then. But that as much damage down as he can. Hold the map, but there we go. It's going to be 1-1 in the game. They started off hot, but now Cloud9's gears are starting to turn.
Yeah, they're waking up and they're looking scary. Look at the calmness there from Penguin, just checking out his teammate screens, kind of see where people are located so that they can push out together. No unnecessary giving out of information here from Penguin. He's not just going to poke out and take some free damage. Instead, he's going to poke out with a calculated fight with his teammate over at the closet.
Puts a couple of shots in to Talik in the lockers and puts it in reverse, and when he pops back out, he makes sure all 4 of his shots connect, and now Manny wants a piece.
Look at those mind games between these players. Penguin knows that he's off visibility for a second, just doubles back and gets the first couple shots and pays back. Those are the small nuanceical differences between these top pros playing those mind games to get those first PR shots.
What can the Pioneers do? They've just been slowed down here. The steam has been taken out of their engines. The machine that is Cloud9 looking to roar back into life.
Cloud9 are in an interesting position right now. In 20 seconds until Rockets and Overshield come up, are they going to try to push this advantage and try to get some sort of flag grab or block the spawns or wait for the power-ups? Based on how long they've been sitting around here in the center, they are waiting for those power-ups and power weapons to make their next push.
Penguin and the boys tapping their watch. Manny, half shields now in this fight. Penguin backs up again. Really clever from him, not taking needless fights, doing damage, backing away.
Just doing everything right. Pokes back in after his shield comes out. He knows it's going to be picked up. And this is a scary Renegade you don't want to fight against. I don't want to fight against them even at first shot, let alone a dynamo grenade, grappled, overshielded, rocketed Renegade. What a push, and he's going down to the sewers to clean out the KCP players. That is a triple kill.
And Renegade makes great use of those rockets, and indeed the overshield. And a dagger to the hearts of Kansas City Pioneers as Cloud9 take the lead.
What a push there, and just a clinical push there from Cloud9. They waited for the weapons and power-ups. They pushed in perfectly. They cleaned up the kills, and just one round of slaying to bring it back.
Have the spirits been broken? Has the horse finally been trained? The Pioneers, have they been broken? The spirits here. It looks as though Cloud9 looking to add insult to injury. Looking to play a little bit of defense here. Can they desperately try and do the flag? Will go back home.
That's a huge, huge play there from Pioneers to not let this game get too far out of control. That was looking scary, and yes, they got killed in the center of the map, but more importantly, they got the flag recovery, so Pioneers gets to regroup. Now they have to decide, do they try to go for a sewer push, try to get a flank before they make a move across the map, or go full force in the center of the map? And it looks like they're going for this sewer push, as you see engagements all across the map over there.
Killing spree for Eco. 2-1 the score. 4 minutes and change left on the clock. Kansas City don't have a lot to play with as the sand very quickly slips through the glass. And all the attention to the wrong end of the field here. As Penguin has another flag in his hand, it's on the move, thrusts backwards.
And right there, a quick peek from Eco to check and see if anyone's able to slip by. A nice actual slip by from Soul Snipe that was unexpected, but what Eco was looking for there to see if anyone doubled back from Alley to go to the front double doors. That was going to let Eco know if they had to pay attention from multiple angles in the market or just worry about the Alley.
Can't control the lockers and the overshield. He needs that. And how his team need more. Now they can really do with a roar from the crowd to bring them back into this game. Druk and Soul Snipe pick up 2. It's 2 dead. Stellar and Penguin last man standing.
Also, Druk made such a quick push over to the Cloud9 base, starts blocking these spawns, but somehow Renegade lucky enough to spawn over in the flag plat there. So maybe just a little too late. We thought that Druk had it fine since we didn't see the player spawn all the way back over at the thruster.
A little tentative. A touch of hesitancy. Against some of the world's best, that'll make you pay. You see Renegade now, tapping his watch, waiting for the rockets. Out of the oven they come, they're looking fresh out, and they're looking hot.
Look at that trigger discipline too. There's a player in sewers, does not waste the rocket on one shot, wants to make the most effective use out of this to take over the tree or the BR, and here comes Renegade with the push, checking every single angle. You cannot be too careful against these KC Pioneers players.
Clock really gonna start to play a part here. Renegade picks up 1, locks in a killing spree, finally shut down. Penguin again does that damage, and in comes a teammate. It's actually gonna be him to clean up on his own damage and pull that flag. Both flags out at the moment, and Druk's got an all-important kill.
Very, very important one. So although it's been looking more one-sided these last couple minutes or last few minutes here from the Cloud9 side, getting the slays and getting the flag opportunities, more importantly, KC Pioneers have been stopping these flags. However, they don't have many opportunities in front of them to get any flag grabs with much power-ups or power weapons. Here's the last overshield in regulation time that we saw go in the hands of Renegade. So he's gonna pop that overshield, trade it for a free kill, and then knows where half the Kansas City Pioneers are at. They're all over in the palm tree.
A lot of information gained. What can Cloud9 do with it though? Only 2 members, make it 3 now on the field of play. A full complement for Pioneers. 1:35 on the clock. Stellar though picks up 2, and these kills are going in all the wrong direction.
This is rough. So we did see that first cap in the first minute, but that was also Pioneers doing a great push to get the kills right away. And they also had to overslay Cloud9, so I don't even think going even in slays is going to be enough here. They're gonna have to get around the slays, in the base, and get that pull right away. But Cloud9, they're one of the best teams in the world for a reason. They know how to play in these situations. They're gonna slow it down. They're gonna make each second count and make those count against Pioneers.
1 minute. What can Pioneers conjure? What can they fashion? Penguin again. He's been a mainstay over in the palm tree over the latter stages this second half.
I'm a little surprised about this flagpole here coming out of Cloud9. I mean, sure, you can make a statement by getting a 3rd flag cap, but right now they're opening themselves up for a potential counter cap. This is a situation that Pioneers welcomes. Pioneers is happy to point flip and say, sure, you might get 1 cap, but we'll also take that 50-50 chance of getting the cap if we can push over to your base. And then we see 2 members of Cloud9 drop down. There's Stellar dropping down. And now we see a flagpole coming out of Pioneers. Like I said, that's a scary position to be in.
Desperation for the Pioneers. Nico recognizing the situation he is in. Looking to play a little bit of support here for his team. That flag, though, it didn't make it far enough. In only 10 seconds. Can they get close enough to it? 5 seconds. Nobody in a position, it seems, right now. As they play, they fully lock it down. Soul Snipe the closest, but unfortunately, Cloud9 take game 1. Their 100% record rings through.
100% record there on Bazaar CTF, still holding true. What a close game, though. I mean, in Cloud9, we're here to strike some fear into the members of KCP. They did not do it with that win right there. Not at all. You either have to attribute it to all the rest of the teams here stepping up, or are Cloud9 slightly off their game?
Game 1 then, in the books. Back to business for Cloud9. They find themselves, they've tasted defeat earlier than they possibly ever have before. Playing for top 4 in the elimination side of things is not something they're used to. Are their noses a little bit out of joint here? Are they a little bit angry?
Yeah, I mean, you know they went to the Sentinel series, wanted to send a message, they wanted to win that series, make their way all the way to the winners bracket finals. Not the case. I don't know the last time we've seen Cloud9 or even their previous iteration under Splice in the elimination bracket this early. I mean, we're talking literally years since they've been in a position like this.
Backs against the wall for Cloud9, but they showed great character, grit, and determination in that game 1. It wasn't pretty, it was definitely ugly at times, but they've gotten the job done. If they can keep grinding out results, they'll move on here.
We're going to see what they can do here coming up on game number 2. Game number 2 is going to be Slayer on the Streets. This is the one where we saw KCP make such a miraculous comeback, or I don't want to say miraculous comeback, but such a strong finish in our last series against Ascent. They got that opening from Druck's grenades, went for a 4-0 exchange. So I expect and I hope to see the exact same mentality out of these KCP players. Treat them just the same as Ascent. You get a kill, you get a player down, use your numbers advantage and fly out against Cloud9.
Will the Cloud9 machine grind on? Or can Kansas City Pioneers bounce back here in game 2? They've got it all to do. We're underway through the eyes and ears of Renegade.
See, it looks like they're opting to take over B Street, and I like this play from Cloud9. Get control of that rail, and you have so much crossfire on any of these other players from Pioneers pushing on out. But despite me liking it, does not matter. KC Pioneers gets off to a 4-0 start, clearing out every member from Cloud9, and they're trapping them PD with rockets.
They're under arrest. They're under siege. Down at back PD. Penguin desperately trying to survive, unable to do so. Renegade will get 1 back though. 6 kills to 2, a perfect start.
They're taking out Eco, they're taking out Penguin, and T-Squared, what are you doing there? All right, get out of there, buddy. We'd love to have you back in the broadcast someplace soon.
8 kills to 5 now. Seller picks up 1. That's going to help their cause, just to slow down this momentum. That's exactly what Pioneers feed off of. That's going to be another one in the books. The ink's starting to dry. 9 kills to 6. Can they change the tail? destiny here is still up for grabs. 9 kills to 8, though that perfect start's almost being completely obliterated.
Yeah, it is dwindling real quick. As soon as it slowed down, Cloud9 have been able to pick off Slay after Slay. They've been picking them apart, and they've also been able to stagger the spawns of Pioneers. When I say stagger, what happens is Pioneers will have a member drop, and then Cloud9 will engage the other members to get another kill. And so they just essentially stagger the spawns, so they're never at full force having all 4 members of KC Pioneers alive.
Cloud9 understand the numbers game better than most. Isolating some of these players when they spawn alone and collapsing, putting them in the blender.
How did they get 2 people to slip right through the bomb mill like that? What a miraculous push there from Cloud9. So that was something I would expect to either be completely squashed, because if you have 2 people kind of out in the center like that, that crossfire should usually deal with it, but somehow they both slipped by, and they must have been doing a great job on the other side of Cloud9 to distract across the map, because to have 2 people be able to slip up to the middle is really unheard of.
I think what Cloud9 actually had, I've seen a shovel in one of the players' hands. They dug a tunnel right through one in the middle and popped up and sent surprise almost like a mole rat. But Druk looking, eyes on the prize. Rockets, though, are in the hands of Cloud9 as he fires that second one. Only going to be a flare this time and doesn't gather any information. Soul Snipe and Druk pick up a couple. It's a 2-kill game.
So despite getting a couple of kills from Cloud9, ultimately KCP came ahead in a couple of exchanges, still neck and neck here. I don't know what either team is vying for in this position. We saw at the very beginning of this game, Cloud9 were really keen to holding this rail area to trap the opposing team into the subway. But outside of that, it just feels like there's just brawls back and forth. I don't really see one team doing this exact setup, you know, holding one specific area and just holding that over and over again.
In the brawl, though, it's Cloud9 who have eked out a little bit of a lead. 6 kills to be exact, over a clean wipe, and they've now started to add to that tally as Druk desperately tries to clamber away up the ATMs. But they're not giving out any cash today. Talik eliminated over by the cafe, killing spree to that man Stellar.
Stellar still not happy with just those results yet. On the hunt, keeping these spawns staggered, going for the kills on B Street. They're able to at least answer and Killjoy and stop that killing spree from Stellar, but the damage has been done once again. All 4 members of KCP down.
See the back end there, we see Penguin knocking in a triple kill. 1v1 against Talik, he's not missing right now. Ice in the veins on the screens here. Soul Snipe will finally hit the respawn screen.
All 4 down again. Now, one thing that's really difficult is even when all these members of Pioneer spawn up, they're all spawning in the exact same area. And look at how fast Cloud9 are to take up the surrounding real estate. They push over towards A, they push over towards Arcade, and they trap all these members over in PD, and then they're not even hesitating to collapse in there. There goes 3 down. Talik, the only one alive.
That's Penguin with another triple kill to add to his tally. What a game he's having, what a performance he's putting in here in game number 2. 14 kills, 6 assists, and 5 deaths with Eco now with the rocket launcher.
Just look at this oscillation back and forth. Doesn't matter if we see Pioneer spawn in PD or over in Subway. You see all these members from Cloud9 collapse on one side and then go right back. Look at this, it's rinse and repeat. You see Eco once again going back over towards PD to get the spawn slays. They've been able to do this back and forth so many times to make this nearly insurmountable lead.
Cloud9 have come to the barbecue capital over here in Kansas City, and they're looking to put on a stake right here, right now, as Renegade picks up 2 and a fresh perfect kill with the red gun.
And if I was any of the other teams looking here in the future about who to play, this Cloud9 roster is looking scary and in tune. I mean, we saw Sentinels make fairly good work of them earlier today, but I don't feel like this is the same roster we saw in that Sentinel series.
A 2-kill game to close it out then. We will not see that steak dinner. Certainly not now. We see Pioneers string a few kills together without reply. But it's a long, long, arduous task ahead of them. 2 more kills. Perhaps there's a chance. Perhaps.
We're seeing that life out of them, but once again, Cloud9, they're also going to be smart enough to know how they can trade out some kills, be in some of these close range quarter combats, and just getting a couple shots and trade in melee. So you see Stellar hunting in Talik, Cloud9 1 kill away from closing this game out.
1 remains. It's not going to come now, though. Rockets pick up 3, and it's now 49-40. Pioneers are rallying here. They're not quite done with this game, but it only requires 1.
Only requires 1, but what a statement there from KC Pioneers. They were down by 20 kills, and they've cut that lead in half at the very end of the game. Usually most teams crumble.
And Renegade locks in that final kill. And Cloud9 double their advantage. They're now 2-0 up and on match and series point. Pioneers look great in parts and segments, but it's something we've been criticizing them about. They play on emotion. They look for that inspiration. They try and play to the best of their ability, but they're sometimes inconsistent.
Sometimes inconsistent indeed, but you gotta wonder, I mean, they played the whole center piece of that game perfectly with going back and forth between PD and Subway. They just did those spawn plays over and over again. We've got a few Cloud9 faces there. Actually, all 4 of them aren't there. We got Renegade, Stellar, Penguin, and Eco.
All 4 in the front row. They should be playing the game is what I would have thought, but we do now look up at our next game, and it's going to be Recharge Oddball. Now, what we've seen here is the fans try to rally behind their team, behind the home field outfit. Do you see a chance here for Pioneers to answer back?
I mean, we've seen them pull some incredible comebacks and some incredible plays, so I would not count them out. However, with that being said, you are dealing with Cloud9. Still to date, the #1 team in the world until they've lost this event. So if they're going to pull it out, they're going to have to play their absolute perfect game here. I mean, the very end of the Street Slayer game, if they play like that the rest of this time, I would not count KCP out. But it's, you know, you're dealing with such a strong roster here with Cloud9.
Game 1 then, confirmation, 2-1 Bizarre CTF and Slayer Streets 50-40. The ink has now dried in that story. Game 3, Oddball Recharge. Talk to me about the keys to success here for one of these teams to take down this game.
Keys to success, always slaying, obviously. It's going to be getting those secondary angles. So one thing you noticed there on Street Slayer was KC Pioneers kept getting all killed, and then they'd all spawn over in one corner, and they wouldn't have secondary angles to help each other out. And when you're in positions like that, that's really tough. Even on a narrow map like Streets, that's going to be exacerbated on something like Recharge, where you need to have people all across the map so you can get the crossfire. Otherwise, what's going to happen with Cloud9 is they're going to be able to get engaged with these KC Pioneers members, and then they can duck away into areas that are usually unsafe. They can get into a fight and jump into a pit if KC Pioneers don't have multiple angles on the map. So what I want to see, KC Pioneers staying alive a little bit longer and getting multiple angles.
How important was it for Cloud9 to bounce back here and make a statement and do a 3-0 just to show, listen, we might have shown a little bit of weakness, we might have taken our eye off the ball, but we have ambitions and hopes and expectations still taking down this tournament?
I mean, to see that fire lit under them, it shows where their mentality is at the moment, but ultimately, Cloud9, they just have to run into each series and win. So a win's gonna be a win, but at some point, if you start to see them falter every single series, start to, like, you know, barely squeak out a 3-2 or whatever, you're gonna really question, are they gonna be enough to take down someone like OpTic? Are they gonna be able to come back and beat Sentinels if they have to match up against them again? It's really gonna be tough if they're not putting up those convincing series scores.
And with the Kansas City Pioneers, what a momentous run they have had. They've now, no matter what happens here, they will place 5th or 6th. So that is in and around where they expect to be, but how they would love to push one further and really take a scalp here in Cloud9. That would be a serious statement.
Yeah, to push into the top 4 and beyond, and to take out Cloud9 in doing so, giving Cloud9 their lowest placing thus far in Halo Infinite or Halo 5, that would be a statement.
It's all to do, though. They find themselves backs against the walls. The coaches have been so important for these two teams. They've been on top of things all tournament long. One more game for Cloud9 to be done with this riffraff in Kansas City and move on. But it's going to be a tough ask.
It is. I mean, to go against Cloud9 down 2-0, and especially during that second game where Cloud9 were on fire. I mean, game 1, that was back and forth. I mean, at any point, we could have seen KC Pioneers string together some kills, bring in that second cap, tie it, and then once you're going into overtime, anything can happen. But that second game, as it got just spiraled out of control, that one was just a rough one to watch. I mean, I have total respect for KC Pioneers bringing that back to a respectable score, but as you talked about before, we almost saw a stake there. And anytime you see one team pulling that far ahead in the Slayer, usually see some sort of gap, or you see one team playing their absolute A game.
And as we do head into this game 3, with the wealth of talent on that main stage, is there any one player in particular you're going to keep your eye on here for either one of these two teams?
I mean, we always put this pressure on someone like Renegade, where we're like, all right, Renegade's the star, needs to step it up. To be honest, if they're going to come back into this tournament and win this series against KC Pioneers and win this whole tournament, you need to see someone more than Renegade step it up. It felt like Sentinels had his number, had the answer to how to shut him down during that last series. So you're going to need to see Renegade be able to take sometimes that supporting role. You even hear Penguin himself saying, oh, I'm more of a supporter, I help these other teammates go off. Like, no, Penguin, at some points, you are going to have to be that main slayer. You're going to have to let Renegade support you if you are in the correct position or if you have the weapons.
And we did meet Penguin in the hallway and we said, you're the best player in the game. And he said, I've got 3 teammates who would disagree with you there. So we said, he's at least top 4 on his team. We can say that much. He might confirm that for us. But as we now load into game number 3, the Kansas City Pioneers on the ropes and Cloud9 eyeing up, starting to shift their weight to land that killer blow. They need you now more than ever, Kansas City, or they're going home.
Here we see Penguin trying to put some pressure on over towards Hydro, but instead opts to look over towards this camo. Gets a nice trade, and you'll take that trade any day as soon as you see someone acquire the camo. However, it's still on the ground. So this could actually work out very well for Cloud9 that wasn't burned. We now have a camo shock rifle Renegade. Wonder if he's gonna go for grapple or if he's going for some splays, and he hits the first perfect headshot over there on Drunk.
Renegade with a cloak of invisibility. He's already added 10 points to Gryffindor. And he rotates in now towards Longhold with a couple of opposing members. Soul Snipe, an easy kill. Talik about to be 2. And now Cloud9 starting to score on the board, and they've got to set up as Manny's the last man standing.
The damage has been done. Renegade aware of the potential spawns, realizing that players are going to spawn either at Hydro or over at Elevator. Must have heard a call out that Elevator is the play, as he is now maneuvering over and trying to help his teammates see if he can get a cut off.
Druk gonna meet Renegade, see the whites in his eyes. He don't realize he wants no part of that fight. Puts it into reverse and apologizes for the inconvenience. As Renegade fries Talik to his core. 2 dead once more. They're still yet to break this setup.
That was a great, well, I do think that KC Pioneers partially broke that setup. One thing that was great for them to break that setup, though, is they pushed people all the way over towards the turbine to put pressure on the ball, and then they also sent one flanker to deal with Renegade. They realized that Renegade's lurking around that shock rifle. He's not going to be right in the mix of things. He's going to create some distance, and so they did the perfect allocation of resources across the map.
Renegade from C plat now to bottom A, moving around the map fluidly as his teammates clean up around him. That's 2 kills now as he drops down for his 2nd camouflage of the game, and he's still yet to register a death.
I was just going to say that 0 deaths thus far, creating so much damage and nuisance across the map. Takes his time, doesn't get the headshot, but decides to get a little challenge there. Gets shut down by Soul Snipe, but Stellar's right there to hit him with the sword, and that's going to be more time going on the board for Cloud9.
Stellar, though, caught unaware by Druk. That's going to be 2 for the man who dragged them through that game 5 against Ascend and broke European hearts. But the cream is starting to rise to the top. You're playing against the champions. They've finally broken that setup and started to eat away at that lead.
Broke that setup, but I was going to say this isn't as convincing of a lead to me based on how many slays they had and how long Cloud9 had control. This is only a 20-point game right now, and you saw Renegade getting 2 camos, getting the shock rifle, and looking over at the slaying side from Talik. Yes, he's putting points on the board, but he has yet to get a kill.
Gonna hit the respawn screen again. He's on a death spree, 0 and 5. He's registered 15 seconds for his team though, but now Cloud9 reclaim that ball. Start to rotate towards the safe position, and they've got all the goodies.
Yeah, and what they thought was going to be a weak shock rifle player ends up being a little shake and bake as Eco has the sword ready to get that slay, and what a nice trade there from Soul Snipe, getting that disruptor damage.
Shock rifle will hit the body. Not going to be enough to get the kill. He lines up Talik, and he somehow has time to change his weapon. As his teammate also on hand, to give him the assistance that he did require. What can Penguin do now as they amass even more points? They only require 10 to take down game one, or round one, excuse me, and Tolic's the last man standing. And in no way, shape or form close enough to be an influence on this ball. And Cloud9, one round away from the clean sweep.
Yeah, Tolic just completely negated that entire round every single time. He just knocking something going there. So we're gonna have to see how he changes things up here in round number 2.
One more round then for Cloud9 to be done with this.
God.
With a hot start like that, they're all starting to sing from the same hymn sheet. 3 dead, Soul Snipe, positioned bottom elevator, and he's hitting that button as fast as he can to try to get out of there.
Trying to get out there, but you got a sneaky Penguin over on the elevator. He's gonna get that double melee, get the kill, and then right here we're gonna see how Cloud9 are gonna react to these players in the pipes. Do they rotate the ball on over towards elevator, or do they clear out the pipes? And it looks like Penguin opts to go for the slays. We'll have to see if that pays off.
Chris Bucket couldn't join us, so we don't get any sneaky beavers, but what we do get is a sneaky Penguin. Soul Snipe not able to get the job done onto Stellar, as he helps his team by picking up a couple of kills. Make it 3! And Druk wants a piece.
And look at that, he doesn't need the montage play, just playing so smart. That's why Cloud9 are one of the best in the game. Realizes he gets the triple kill, backs down, and lets that player chase Stellar to his own demise.
Now on board with Tolic. This round far from over. What influence can he have on it? Bottom elevator is going to be the stage. As oftentimes has happened, Cloud9 getting the better of that engagement. 13 seconds, though, is all that separates the two teams. Still plenty of time for the Pioneers to work something, to pull something together.
Yeah, the benefit right now, though, for Pioneers is that we have Cloud9 overslain and not getting much time out of it. They're outslain by about 8 kills when I last counted, yet they only have 13 points on the board. Now, I don't expect Cloud9 to outslay by 100 kills on this round in order to get those 100 points, so at some point, either Cloud9 needs to be more objective efficient, or we're gonna have to see them, we're gonna have to see KC Pioneers get a few more slays and then do their own objective efficiency.
Druk finally gets his hands on the ball. The 2 members down for Cloud9, make it 3. What can Penguin do then? Pop the shields of one player, bottom tower, secure the camouflage for his team, but it's not for long. Soul Snipe does the business. Renegade elsewhere though, has picked up 2 in the feed. Now all of a sudden, Soul Snipe in the biggest and baddest of trouble. Ball still down on batteries. Cloud9 still happy to play this game as player.
Yep, they're just gonna keep slaying back. Now, one mistake that I'm seeing slightly from the KCP side is in a situation like this, they've been trying to scrap up time. No need to scrap up time. Cloud9 are clearly trying to play a slaying game and get a full setup. So when the opposing team is not being objective efficient with their slays, try to match them in slays, and then when you get them down in numbers, go for the ball. So we're gonna have to see if Pioneers can answer with some slays, because as of right now, they are getting outmatched in the slaying department.
They have managed to get a pick, but unfortunately they've lost Druk in the process, so a 1-to-1 trade. Stellar backs down towards the tower. Eco now in trouble, trying to get pinched, and Manny should and does clean that one up. Stellar drops down the bottom elevator, and Tolic trying to chase shadows. Stellar somehow managed to get away, and with the help of his teammate Renegade, they get by, but only for a moment. As now Tolic puts his hands on the ball, but like you said, it's more in hopes and desperation than anything else.
Just like that, slays traded out. Cloud9 have an advantage with 2 members of KCP down, put up a couple points on the board, but great position by Manny over in the elevator to at least stop that setup from happening. Stellar and Eco are going to be forced to push over towards back elevator to get that last kill, and they're not in a comfortable position to start scrapping up time just yet.
2 down for both teams momentarily then. Stellar are going to be the latest one to wait to join his teammates. Now Penguin scampers away with that ball, sliding on its stomach it looked like. I've seen that before on the Geographic Channel as he tries to make his way over towards the Antarctic.
Yeah, I don't know which kind of Penguins reside over in the control room, but that was an impeccable movement from Penguin. What I thought was going to be a nice set from KC Pioneers over an elevator turned into a great ball rotation for Cloud9. Now they're scrapping up time, and this is a comfortable spot for Cloud9. they can scrap up time without fear, because as soon as some trouble gets nearby, they're just going to toss the ball off the map just like that.
Ball scooped up, tossed off, and that's the insurance policy that they needed. They can reset the map now, but the damage has been done with 60 points now to just 5, but a little bit of a pipe setup now for the Pioneers. But a long road back.
Yeah, and if Pioneers have been having trouble slaying down in numbers, how are they going to do it when they have someone holding the ball? So in a situation like before, we've had Pioneers just getting outslayed over and over again. They now need to somehow outslay with a 3-on-4 against the best team in the world.
60 points to 25. That ball whisked away, but only for a moment. Traded out 1 for 1, 2, 3. Just like that, Soul Snipe has to desperately try and get to the ball, but Stellar, give him the wiggles. Can he come out on top? No, he can't.
Panic movement from both sides. You know Soul Snipe did not want to do that original jump, and that just kind of threw off his shot just a slight bit.
70 points registered. They only require now the 25. Pioneers need to get a handle on this. They're reeling. They're in big, big trouble. And now we're seeing Stellar with the backstab against Manny. Locks in a killing spree. But the Pioneers have got their hands on the ball.
Yeah, and more importantly, Cloud9 were not able to play that ball. Generally, if Cloud9 has that ball near controller Hydro, they're going to play it when trouble comes a-brewing. But right here, we're going to see the step, see if we can mount anything. Looks like we're going to toss that ball off the map, get a couple slaves on the board, and 2v2. We're going to see who's the better 2 squad here in a moment to grab these kills and grab the oddball.
Trouble came knocking. It came kicking in your door. In the form and shape of Renegade. Shock rifle now. Eco picks up one of the feed. Manny's in trouble. He's eliminated also. And now they have a little bit of a pipe setup. Tarlik, the closest man to being influenced. Nade comes in, it's not going to be enough. And a repulsor to throw that nade away. Heads up play. Great awareness from Renegade.
Yeah, and that repulsor can be so powerful in so many ways there in Pinch, whether it's returning those grenades back to the sender or pushing someone against the wall saying, give me my space.
Renegade with a wry smile on his face, enjoying himself. There's Penguin again. Happy to put his hands on the ball. They only require 2, and his teammates give him the insurance that they require. It's a clean sweep. Cloud9 bounce back. The revenge tour starts here.
And KC Pioneers, their trip ends at this moment with a respectable 5th/6th placing here at HCS Kansas City. They've been the crowd favorites. Now everyone out here, if you enjoyed the KC Pioneers this weekend, please give them a round of applause. They played their hearts out this weekend. They deserve your love and support.
What a run. What a momentous run. They didn't do it easy. They went to numerous game 5s. But Cloud9 are a whole different animal. And they punched their ticket onwards. Commiserations to the Kansas City Pioneers. But Cloud9 march on, and they await to see who they will face. There's no easy games left though,
No,
Dave.
That's the tough part. There's like no easy rounds. You can't be like, wait, how did this team not just squeak by? Can't I just get like a bye or can't get...
A bye would be lovely. There's no buys out there. But from the performances from Cloud9, we expected to see some sort of reaction. Who impressed you most?
Ooh, who impressed me the most? That one's tough. I felt like Stellar was doing some incredible flanks, playing just incredibly solid. Also, Penguin. I mean, I did see those moves from Penguin, like the flank with the rotation with the oddball, all the way from elevator over to control. Those plays cannot be understated. That could have went from KC Pioneers getting a free kill and then putting 20 points on the board to now Cloud9 has more ball time. They have it in position over at Hydro to play ball like that. Those rotations can't be understated.
So Cloud9 lock in a top 4 placing at the bare minimum now. Their sights are set back on getting to the finals. But there's a lot of teams in their way. There's no easy games like we said, and OpTic Gaming, Sentinels, they'll be quite happy with where they're positioned now, having knocked down the favorites. Where do you see this one going from here on out?
I mean, Cloud9 looks scary good there. I see them. I couldn't imagine a finals without Cloud9 making it back into it. However, at the same time, I couldn't have imagined a elimination bracket semifinals with Cloud9 in it. So I don't really know what to expect here. I would love to see Cloud9, though, at least get that LAN match against OpTic. It's a match we've been talking about. We saw it online where OpTic were the favorites over in the last phase invitational, and I can't wait to see it on LAN, and I hope we get to see it.
That's all from us, though. Back over to Lottie and the gang to break that one down. It's a clean sweep. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Josie and Walshy. Yes, my goodness me, a clean sweep it was. I felt like Cloud9 in that situation on the main stage, they were like the dogs in the doghouse that had been chained all day or had been kind of beaten up, which Sentinels did the job of that and then just unleashed on the next poor victim, which happened to be, unfortunately, Pioneers. Yeah, these poor dogs, honestly, these poor dogs, Cloud9. But they looked vicious out there, to say the least. And I think Clutch, looking at the way Cloud9 played there, I think is a prime example of what happens when Renegade isn't slowed down.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch the entire Sentinels Cloud9 series, but watching Cloud9 in this one, they made a statement. And they did what they needed to do. And for me, that was make this series a quick one, because this elimination bracket run, it's a gauntlet of the world's best right now, and if you want to make it back to the finals, defend your throne, you want to make slight work and leave plenty of gas in the tank for a back-to-back wins in that grand finals. It's still a long road ahead of them, but step one is done. Pioneers are out of the way.
I think what's evident is that there is a clear gap between our top maybe 5 teams and then 6th through 8th. But that doesn't mean they can't put up a fight, right? There were moments where Pioneers looked so impressive, but Cloud9 always had an answer for anything that they would pose in terms of a question. I do think, though, that Cloud9 had to make a statement in that game. If they had even looked like they were weak, then I think people would have been questioning them, saying, can they even get back to that grand final? But after a performance like that, you still believe that you might get to see that rematch.
Indeed. Now, Goofy, obviously, this series, you know, this was Cloud9's to lose. Pioneers coming off a really hot win, fire under their chairs. Were you surprised that they didn't turn up a little bit more?
The thing is that Cloud9 knew what was at stake here, right? They didn't expect to be in this elimination bracket semifinal matchup. They expected to be in the grand finals from the winner's side, from the upper bracket. So I think this was a statement series for them. They understand that Pioneers is a very, very, you know, a very, very good opponent, and they just shut it all down. They shut down all the talk, coming out with a clean sweep and really not giving them any room to breathe throughout the series. Cloud9, really, that was a statement series for them, and I think they did exactly what they needed to do.
They certainly did. We have our elimination bracket for you guys on the screen. As you can see, round 6, EUnited FaZe Clan 2-0, currently EUnited up 2 in that series. One of these guys will be going forward to meet Cloud9 in the elimination semis. One will be going out of the tournament. Gaskin, are you surprised to see EUnited 2-0 up and that this wouldn't be a closer affair?
I'm surprised it's not closer. Yeah, very impressed with how EUnited have progressed through this tournament. I was saying that 5th versus 4th game was always going to be where they needed to show what they were made of, to show they're not a top 6 team, but they are still within the question of a top 4 run. And if they can beat FaZe Clan, which is looking good right now, Cloud9 do look vulnerable, not just from the loss and what found them in the elimination bracket, but also those Pioneers, they did show at times that Cloud9 can be broken down in certain areas. So I'm sure EUnited will be really excited to potentially have that matchup and try and take down a Cloud9 who does look vulnerable.
Yeah, indeed. Now, next matchup on main stage is going to be coming from the winners bracket. We do have our winners finals here. Sentinels versus OpTic Gaming. Honestly, it's a revenge match right from the beginning of the season. Goofy, how excited are you for this one?
I am so excited. Sentinels coming out and making a statement against Cloud9. They heard the disrespect, and maybe part of it was here on the table as well.
Part of it was you
looking
Friday
at me.
night.
But hey, that's what champions do. They prove the doubters wrong, and Sentinels are the definition of champions. We've seen it time and time again, year after year. These guys are arguably the greatest Halo team of all time for a reason. It's because when they're faced with adversity, they come out swinging and they come out on top, and going up against the likes of OpTic Gaming, one of the favorites here this weekend. But now my mind's all jumbled. I don't know what to think, because I was expecting to see Cloud9 in this matchup going up against OpTic, but now Sentinels making quick work of Cloud9 and going up against OpTic. I really don't know what to think here.
Basically, I told you this Thursday that Cloud9 was getting 4th this event. EUnited's going to take that series. EUnited's going to get 3rd. Sentinels win this tournament, and everything going according to plan up in here.
We're gonna
The disrespect
elaborate.
this
We'll
man was doing
elaborate
on
that
Thursday night was too much.
We'll elaborate on that a little bit later on, because I definitely want to dive a little bit deeper into that potential prediction coming forward here. But you said it's a prediction. It's not a fact yet, is it, hun? No,
give
it's
it
not.
time.
Tell you what, though, we need to go to our Astro breakout player, and of course that is going to be coming from G1, Tony to Turn.
Right.
Tony doing so much this weekend for this G1 team. You know, what do we make of him as a player overall? We have some stats here that are coming forward. Clutch, you know, looking pretty good in the stat department there.
This is really my first opportunity to get eyes on Tony, and I was wondering how he made his way onto this G1 squad. Having a chance to watch his gameplay this weekend, he was nothing but impressive every single time. This guy can slay. And the thing about this kid is he's still young. This is one of his first tournaments here for the HCS. This kid continues his road. He's going to have a long career ahead of him.
Yeah, he certainly is going to have a long road ahead. I mean, I think the one great thing about Kansas City and this second major, and the fact that it is a world stage, is the eyes are on you at all times. You know, we have so many different streams covering all of the action. Everyone is watching you. Everyone knows what you can do by the end of the weekend. And the fact that we have opportunities like this for Tony, for the likes of Swish, this G1 roster is filled with such talented individuals. It's awesome to see them shining all weekend long. We're actually going to head on over, though, to the main stage, because Blaze is joined by Tony right now to actually give him this epic award. So it's on over to you, Blaze.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Everyone give it up one time for Tony, for your Astro breakout player of Kansas City. Now, Tony, with just only 2 Halo majors under your belt, you're being recognized for your awesome performance and everything you've done with G1. How has this been for you and your squad here, making it to the champ bracket?
This event's been pretty sick. The crowd here, KCP, you know, they bring the hype. A lot of people watching us in the open bracket, they saw us just like talk shit the whole time, and it was bringing a lot of energy, good vibes, and it was really fun. And I couldn't ask for a better event, honestly. It was really fun.
Yeah, it was a good event indeed. What was your favorite moment? What was your favorite series so far throughout this weekend that was memorable?
My favorite series is actually this morning when Pittsburgh Knights, they were teabagging me, and we came back to beat them, and I talked shit to him, got in his face.
Came out with that dub right there. Now tell me about the G1 team, okay? We got a chance to see Swish earlier there talking about your squad, but tell me about your teammates. What makes you guys so special?
My whole team is able to just absolutely fry at any point in time. I mean, we got Devin, he's OG, he's been in the world, he's plays really good. Nate's also like new to, like, I think he's new, but he's also really good. Kyle, he's been around for a bit, and they're all just really good slayers, and I basically just needed a lot of I needed their experience because I'm very new, but I can kill a lot of people, I guess. And
they got your back.
Yeah, they got my back, and they teach me the ways, and now they're just elevating me to get even better and better every day. Every day is like film, practice film. Like, you know, just putting in the work, trying to be the best.
Hey, well, for you putting in the work, Astro Gaming is here to hook you up, okay? I got Crucian on the main stage to give you these beautiful pair of Astros to commemorate you as the breakout player. Gonna close up on that, and this is gonna be your trophy as well. Any last minute shout outs?
I want to shout out everyone on G1, my girlfriend, and anyone who talked shit to me in the past, you suck it.
Hey, what's up? G1 is here to play. Big shout out to Tony to Turn. Lottie, take it away, because we turn.
Wow. Some choice words there from Tony to Turn. I now know where he gets the name from, because the 100% is Turn. There's no doubt about that. My goodness me. I got to say, though, I loved kind of what he was saying in that interview as well, Goofy. I saw you kind of give me the nod there about how they want to practice, they want to be better, and that kind of hunger, you know, it's actually, you can't really force a hunger like that in a player. That just comes naturally. That comes to a natural competitor. So do you see a lot of potential here in Tony and the likes of G1?
Yeah, I love the fire and passion out of those answers. Tony gained a fan right here. You know, he's talking about all the right stuff. As an up-and-comer, you want to be about the grind. You want to study film. You want to learn from the experience of your teammates. When you have players like Devin, right, to learn from. He mentioned he's been to Worlds, he's been around the block, and Tony definitely getting things started off the right way. Here in Kansas City, the competition is so stiff, and for him to come out and win that award, it speaks a lot about, you know, who he is as a player and what his future can look like.
Very much so, and you're speaking about future here, and in the future, very near future, we do have our winners finals happening behind us, and that's going to be OpTic versus Sentinels. This is a huge matchup, folks. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal, so make sure you guys are sticking around. We are heading to a break right now, but when we come back, we do have that winners finals behind us, and there's a lot on the line here. One team will fall to the elimination bracket, and one team will secure a grand finals spot. It's OpTic versus Sentinels, coming your way right out of the break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Congratulations, you've been volunteered to investigate gaming anomalies present in the action and adventure category on PC Game Pass.
Hit the music!
Your cooperation has been logged. Thank you.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me.
sorry I'm late, man. My dad forgot to set his alarm, and I don't have a debit card to get a taxi here, so.
Okay.
Did you know that Game Pass has PC games?
Yeah, I did.
Did you read my shirt when you came in here, or did you actually study the pamphlet we sent you before you got here?
I didn't get a pamphlet.
I sent you a pamphlet.
Wrong address.
Zanga, through your Zanga account. I
Zanga?
messaged. Yeah.
Okay.
How old did you say you were?
24.
24 years old. Doesn't have a Zanga account. Stellar, listen, we're going to roll through some burning questions today. We're going to start it out with a question that's really been burning for me, and that is, did you know that you spelt your gamer tag incorrectly?
Of course.
Why did you choose a U instead of an A?
Because it looks way better.
It looks better? What is your shampoo routine? Like, be honest, is it all natural? Is it organic? You seem like an organic guy.
I shampoo it literally like 2-3 times a week max.
Wow. The natural oils, right? They really help.
That's what they say.
I love that. Let's say hypothetically I was dangling off the side of a cliff. I'm 282 pounds, I'm 6 foot. You're only holding me by your 3 middle fingers. Do you think that you could lift me with your bare strength and save my life?
That's a RIP, man.
Is it because of how much I weigh?
Probably.
How did it feel going from console to PC as your primary platform?
I actually liked it. I mean, PC is obviously way better. Gaming on PC is superior, so.
I just want to look into your eyes, and I want to see if you have what it takes to make it through Championship Sunday.
Okay.
Will you do that with me?
Yeah.
It's 49-49. They've got Sniper. You're soloed out. Team's flanking. What are you going to do?
Find a kill.
How?
You just do.
That's why you're stellar. Stellar, I don't know how to say anything, but thank you for showing up today. I know that I was late, but you are absolutely one of the greatest Halo players to touch the sticks. Your hair is incredible. I wish I could grow a full connecting facial hair, like including in the middle, but I can't. I just want you to know that Game Pass has PC games.
Okay. That's great to know.
I love you.
I love you too.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS Kansas City Major. I hope you enjoyed that little piece there with Legion and Stella. Just some seriously funny moments coming out of that. It's really cool to also, I think, shine a light on some of the personalities that we have in esports. Obviously, Legion really just doing the most there, but Stella, you know, he has a personality. You don't see much of it on main stage, apart from obviously what you see relaying in game, but that was amazing.
Yeah, people will play it down like Stellar didn't have a personality in it, but that's like his sense of humor is to make things awkward, and that's what he did best there. Forcing the best of Legion to come out too, because I mean, Legion can make anyone.
He could banter with the best of them. Yeah, that's not even an act. Like, you drive Legion around somewhere and like talk to him for a minute, just like he's asking the most ridiculous questions. Like, what's your favorite color in the rainbow? What do you like peanuts? And I'm like, dude, give me a second to answer the first question. And secondly, those are unrelated questions.
I know, and tell you what, this is unrelated because we have a crazy game happening on the main stage behind us. OpTic versus Sentinels, our winners finals. Let's kick things off with OpTic Gaming. Let's kick things off with the green wall. This roster, they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and I'll tell you why. Not only do they have one of the biggest fan bases in the world of esports, but they're also looking pretty damn good as of late. OpTic are looking to take this chip here. Can they continue their winners bracket run, do you think, Clutch?
Oh, absolutely they can. This team looks so good against EUnited, and that's a very strong EUnited team that they played earlier today, and they 3-0'd them very cleanly, very job well done, and it was on the back of no one else other than Trippy. A 1.32 is absolutely insane for his KD, and when Trippy's able to slay like this, with teammates like Formal and Lucid on his team, good things are going to happen.
Certainly our AMD power performance, and it is your man Trippy on the board. The stats speak for themselves, but what Trippy has been able to accomplish this weekend so far, Goofy, is honestly unmeasurable in terms of where he was at the beginning of the season. Does that come down to experience on the game, experience with such an incredible roster and talent around you? as well as a new addition, honeymooning, feeling yourselves a little bit as this new roster?
I do think a lot of it has to do with the newest edition of Formal, but I wouldn't call it a honeymoon. I think this is what we can expect to see out of this OpTic Gaming roster moving forward. Trippy, the perfect player to round out a team full of juggernauts, right? He is the glue guy for this team. He needs to slay when the slaying is the objective. He can do the objective. He does everything and does whatever it takes to get the win, and that's why his OpTic Gaming roster is so nasty.
They are very nasty. They're going to have to get nastier, though, if they want to take down Sentinels on the other side of the stage. This Sentinels roster, Walshy, has surprised all of us today coming into Championship Sunday, taking down Cloud9 3-1 in front of a crowd. It's just unbelievable. This Sen roster has really come up the ranks. Where are they at for you right now in this matchup?
Well, to me, coming to this event, I thought Cloud9 was the #1 spot. I mean, if you take down the #1 spot, you kind of inherit it in my eyes. So Sentinels are looking so strong. We're gonna have to see if that was just a one series thing though, because we have seen ups and downs from there. They were a couple kills away from getting knocked down to the elimination bracket last night. So Sentinels went from a Game 5 against Quadrant to winning against Cloud9 3-1. So there's quite a bit of range in there that worries me as far as consistency goes.
100%. And talking about consistency, let's talk about our USMC service record, and that's going to be lethal. And consistency has been questioned when it comes to lethal, right? But against Cloud9, he really stepped it up. He did exactly what he needed to do to get the job done with his team. You know, Brav said it on the desk, look, I'm not that concerned about the stats if they're winning the games. You know, how true is that statement, do you think, Clutch, in this circumstance?
He's been consistently pretty rough so far throughout Infinite. I'm not trying to call him out, but he knows that. He takes ownership in that. For him to turn it around today would be a massive step in the right direction. This Sentinels team relies on him to do his part. If he's able to do that, they can beat Cloud9 like they did earlier today. They can beat an OpTic Gaming. But Lethal is going to have to play at a very high level to win this series, to win this tournament, and that is the expectations that he has set for himself throughout his career. So it's very possible that he continues this road.
Certainly is, and there's a lot of expectation on both of these rosters on this main stage. It is time, folks, to get into our winners finals. We have OpTic Gaming heading up against Sentinels. We're heading on over to our casters right now, Gaskin and Shurzy. Let's get this one underway.
Thanks so much, Lottie. I cannot wait to jump into this one. It's the winners finals that absolutely nobody expected coming into the start of play. Sentinels have already claimed a massive scalp. Can they go one further?
No one except Wes. Wes was like the only person who said Sentinels are probably going to win this tournament. Well, they beat Cloud9. Now you got to get through the green wall. And I tell you what, that is not an easy task whatsoever. I will say, though, maybe an advantage slightly. OpTic would have been preparing for Cloud9 here. There is no way OpTic would have expected Sentinels to be who they were facing here. Have they been looking at, you know, those game types that they're going to be going up against them? Have the coaches been looking at things? This is going to be an intense series.
Looking at those game types then. Game 1, Live Fire Strongholds. Talk to me about it.
Live Fire is the home of OpTic Gaming. We know that and they know that. They have an impeccable record when it comes to online competition. They've only ever lost it once in scrims and they played it far too many times. This is going to be a tough one for Sentinels.
Will the green wall stand strong? Or have Sentinels brought a sledgehammer? 3 dead for Sentinels.
It's a great start for OpTic Gaming, exactly the kind of pace you'd expect out of a team who are very comfortable. This is their home turn, and Lucid's already off and firing.
Stronghold A and C in control, and B. It's a trip cap for the green wall.
And whilst this may be the best game type for OpTic Gaming, it is also the worst game type for Sentinels. This is genuinely the worst way Sentinels could start this series, but maybe it's a case of just getting this one out of the way if it goes wrong. But if you do win this game type, think about the confidence that would give you.
Sentinel's get a foothold into A. They control it. Lucid! Spins on a dime, pops the shield. Trippy lands those final shots. Rotations come through. They lose C. But they're starting to convert to A now, and it could be very quickly another triple cap locked in. Our Sentinels already in massive trouble.
I think they might be 55-1 already. Sentinels are just trying to get a foothold in this game, just trying to slow it down, but you can't even put a toe in a stronghold right now because you give away too much of your position. Sentinels are going for a weird C and A take at the same time, and OpTic are more than ready for it.
Formal, a former teammate of these Sentinels boys. What way is he going to be communicating with his new roster? Let's have a listen in.
Take that fight, take that fight, take that fight. Big door. Watch out. Screens, you shot back to you. Yeah, he's one shot on the mid. He's gonna run. I don't see him. I got plan B, be careful. One shot nade. Go red tunnel right now. Try here. One shot. Two there. Focus like I see. Elbow absolute. Okay, one's going to A. One's going to A right now. Slow this down, Brett. Slow this down. I'm right here with you. I'm looking top net. Let's go. You're probably at A with it.
Yeah, one's elbow still. TJ.
Can we look at
elbow weak? Elbow one shot.
Absolute elbow. Absolute. Yeah, one bullet still. That's for jump. One shot. Key door. I got one. Pushing CO. TKO's on it. I mean, Camo dead. Small door kill. Two dead. Key door really weak. He's bottom middle, guys. He's top mid. In the vent. Watch you guys back. I'm at 8. There's boxes. I'm not B. Yeah, I hear you. No. Just we're hiding B. Yeah, I hear you.
I think there's one hiding in A, okay?
I'm just gonna hide B. Where'd you guys spawn?
They're playing for nets. Elbow and going nets first.
Yeah, elbow weak. Cross the nets first.
Push that. Weak.
Okay, Nate.
One shot. Don't be weak.
Ran.
Still here. One shot.
Oh, you guys. He's one shot. Top middle, push. Top middle. Sniping top middle. He's free aiming. He's just free aiming it. Last guy top middle, Tommy. This way.
My key takeaway from the Astro listen-in was OpTic saying, hey, let's just slow things down. Let's not get sucked into playing too quickly here. Let's play our game and ensure that Sentinels are just uncomfortable once we do set up. They still have a lead, but Sentinels have done very well to keep this close.
Sentinels do have that foothold back in the game now, making more of a contest of it now. Heatwave will finally get the job done over Royal 2. But Snipe Rifle and the Meatwave. In one man, you don't want to touch it, but he's been shut down immediately by Lethal.
And you really do have to shut down these players when they start to pop off. And I tell you what, that's one thing Lethal succeeds in, is he clutches up, whether it be taking power weapons out of people's hands, whether it be killing players in strongholds or ensuring a flag gets returned. This is who you need to look out for, but look at the team shot from OpTic Gaming.
Snakebite, the IGL, the master tactician. Can he go one further with the team here and push them to where many believe they belong in grand finals? He's picked up the camouflage. It's about to go to work.
Has the camouflage, but unfortunately no strongholds to work with, so they're going to try and take A temporarily. It's whether OpTic can collapse before Snakebite gets in a position to actually do some damage with this camo.
Damage done. First pick, Formal. Moves in slowly now. Back green has one to contend with. Unable to do so just yet. Knows there's a bit of trouble around. Lucid. Back down, bottom middle. Great value for money. Great bang for the buck for Snakebite there.
Done really well to ensure they were able to capture B, and as soon as C was being taken, they also stepped over towards that side. So even though OpTic are trying to make Sentinels think on their feet a little bit, Sentinels are not flustered. They're keeping up with the pace of play. Sure, they're a little bit behind in terms of score, but we've already seen so many times this tournament, it can turn around very quickly.
So much experience on the stage here. All 8 of these players have been here before. They've been to grand finals before. They've won championships. Frosty, though, former 2-time world champion. Heatwave in his hand, positioned bottom middle, and just awaiting the lambs to the slaughter.
There's almost too much history with this team, isn't there? There's ex-teammates, there's previous series in both Anaheim and Raleigh. Formal was playing on this roster at one point, just a few months ago. And now it's his chance to try and show why he deserved that spot on OpTic Gaming. A, B, and C, though, in control of Sentinels right now. They are starting to get their way back into this game.
Sentinels going up through the gears. They've got OpTic Gaming on the back foot. Not even Cloud9 could do that for large portions. Can they start to close that gap? They've already done a sincere and conclusive job in closing the distance. And they're about to take the lead for the first time in the game.
They do take the lead, and that shows such great heart and spirit from the Sentinels roster as well. It's very easy when you're going up against a team like OpTic Gaming that you get deflated when they start to just manipulate the map in a way where you really struggle to get back in and get kills. They're constantly keeping it close. They're constantly taking these engagements, and they're winning 1v1s.
Snipebite, his second successive camouflage. And the heat wave combo too. It's all out of juice though. He has to be on his ones from here on out. Attention turns to A, recognizing that his team still have control of B, but the spawns have got to be fortunate here. They do get A, but B is starting to lose control. Snakebite will not get there quick enough, it would seem, as OpTic descend on B, but he's looking to cause a ruckus, and he's picked up one, but they have lost B.
A little bit late to the party, perhaps too late. They were hoping to time it successfully, but Royal 2 is the latest to the party, and he has been doing so much damage this tournament. It is actually terrifying the amount he's been able to output. BNC, though, still in control of OpTic Gaming right now, and if Lucid can stay alive, he can be a real nuisance, do some damage from a distance.
2 dead for Sentinels. One player just milking his life back there. It's going to be Frosty's. Finally cleared out. 4 dead for the Sentinels. And that cement in the green wall starting to solidify.
Sentinels want to take C, but if they do start trying to take it, their presence will be known. Finally, they put their foot in. OpTic have now the information. And how do you collapse here? You've got the first pick. You've taken down Lethal. The rest of OpTic, you would imagine, would start to swarm in. But a great answer back from Snakebite.
Hunting in a pack, but they've all gone into C. They put so much resources into it. Lucid picks up a couple. A and C, though, will be converted. Camouflage about to pop. Sentinel's not going out of this just yet.
Yeah, Sentinels did fantastically to hold C there. By the way, and no, you're not grabbing that power up, says Lucid. The last sniper bullet, a very important one.
Frosty shuts him down, though, eventually. Backs away. Back in the tower with a teammate. 212 to 147. This green wall trip cap is cranked up to the maximum. And they're getting all the points that they do desire.
Oh, Frosty had to win that fight, but of course APG's there. He's been doing that all tournament long. His assists have been incredible, and he's always cleaning up those kills. BNC in control, A currently being taken. Sure, Snakebite has a camouflage, but the points are starting to get away from Sentinels now.
They have to get into B, because OpTic Gaming only need 11 points now. A and B starting to get control. Sentinels have a lifeline.
They have a lifeline, but they've got to play this incredibly successfully now, and it's all going to start here with Snakebite hitting these shots with the heat wave. Lucid, though, he's got another sniper rifle, and we've already seen what he's been able to do so far this game. Sentinels cannot allow Lucid to get in a position where he can close off so many of these angles, but the good thing for OpTic here is Sentinels are kind of scattered across the map.
Patience for OpTic. They've got some time to play with. APG's got the initial pick. It's going to be Frosty and Royal 2, and 2 members of Sentinels left desperately trying to cling on to B, tooth and nail. 3 dead though. Lucid of OpTic Gaming has to back up.
It's a very important killjoy. Take Snakebite out of the equation, get that heat wave out of his hands, stay alive if you can, but Lethal will find the sniper rifle. There's those clutch kills that I was talking about. A and B is in control now of OpTic, though. They're going to be temporarily scoring. You've got to fly fast.
Only 6 seconds then. Lethal has to go. He has stepped inside B. He's dipped out for a moment. That's going to be 1 more point to the tally. He stepped out again. 247. 249. OpTic Gaming take game 1.
But it was expected. That is OpTic Gaming's best game type across the board. Map and mode, combine them together. It is their bread and butter. That was Sentinel's worst game type. And if that is their very worst, then I am pretty scared about what might happen in the rest of this series when Sentinels start to get maps that play better into their play style. OpTic have done what was expected of them, but now as we go into map number 2, Sentinels, they have a little bit of confidence about them with how close that game was.
Let's break it down. Let's dissect it. What did OpTic Gaming do so much better that Sentinels just didn't?
Sniper control. I think that was the key thing. You keep
Lucid
sniper control out of Frosty's hands. It's a kind of a competition, right? Is Lucid going to be hitting those shots? Is Frosty going to be hitting those shots? Frosty didn't get his hands on that sniper rifle very often. In fact, Sentinels very rarely had that sniper rifle. Even though, try as they might to take it out of his hands, Lucid was always finding skulls. And OpTic, they kept it calm. You heard in the communications, let's slow it down. They recognized when they needed to play fast, when they needed to play slow. And they just had a little bit of extra something about them here against the Sentinels roster.
A little extra magic. Cool, calm, and collected in the communications. Snakebite, try as he might. Royal 2. They were trying to get ahead of steam. They were trying to light that fire. There is confirmation. 250 to 187 in favor of OpTic Gaming. And Slayer Aquarius is up next.
And when I looked at this series layout, Aquarius Slayer was going to be the swing game for me here. Historically, we've seen Sentinel struggle a little bit on this map against teams who maybe are a little bit lower down the pecking order. Exet, for example, your top 8, your top 12 teams. On the side of OpTic, it's a very bang average game. They win against big teams, they lose against big teams. If Sentinels can win this game, it could really throw the series in their favor.
On board with Lucid then in game 2. He was so influential for OpTic Gaming. Can he have a similar performance here in the Slayer and double the series lead? Or will Sentinels roar back into life?
No sniper rifle this time, but there's some very dangerous sizzle sticks that he's just put out. Gained a lot of information, and now he wants to finish off the damage he's just started. And look at the freedom to which he's able to push out into the middle of the map right now. This is chaos, but he's still able to pick up the frags.
3-3 off the break. Hasn't favored anybody just yet. And Royal 2 jumps up, lands that all-important blow. 5-4, but Trippy has the camouflage.
Trippy, this tournament, has done so much for this OpTic Gaming roster, whether it be objective focus or whether it be getting these power-ups. He always seems to be there or thereabouts to do a job. But what do you do now you've got the camouflage? Gain some information for the team, or at least pick up a couple of kills here.
Just gathering information, though. Downloading, passing onto his team, using all the tricks in the book. Lethal tries to dip his head behind that box. Not going to be enough, though. Still plenty of attentions here. Bad intentions. Royal 2 goes down. And after that melee, 8 kills to 7 in favor of Sentinels.
A great collapse there by Sentinels. They were hesitant to push out because the camouflage was somewhere there or thereabouts. And Snakebite's got another heat wave. But I tell you what, Thrust does beat heat wave time and time again. And if Trippy can pick that up, that's going to be bad news, I think, for Sentinels.
Trippy then. Plays over towards T-side. Couple of shots at the Royal 2. His shields will be a little bit worse for wear and have to wait. Lethal, no doubt, feeling the damage of those frag grenades. He backs away. Camouflage in 5, and coupled with this heat wave, it can be detrimental to the health and the well-being of these Sentinels players. It's about to pop. Here it is.
Trippy saving the dynamo grenades as well, just to gain information, try and do damage before that camouflage popped up. They were able to work out where the Sentinels roster were, and Trippy does the initial damage, may have gone down, but he can feed that info to the rest of the team now. Camo might be able to be picked up because of it.
Formal. Will he be final here today? 11 kills, make it 13 kills to 11. Wearing the OpTic whites on Championship Sunday. Now the green wall would love a championship here today. Lethal, down to no shields. Formal, puts them away. It's a 3-kill game.
A 3-kill game in what usually Sentinels have struggled with in the past in Aquarius Slayer is they can take quite a considerable lead but seem to throw them away. We've seen a lot of game 5s as well in this tournament, but against Cloud9, Sentinels look like a different beast. We need to be seeing that Cloud9 performance now surge through the veins of Sentinels. They need to find the same kind of energy they were able to find in that previous series, because they looked like they were actually on par. For the first time, probably in Halo Infinite, they've looked like they really were flowing well.
On your screen, it's going to be Lethal as he gets that trade. There's been question marks over his position on the team, and this is possibly one of the most important tournaments of his career. Performing here for his team. They're in winners finals. It's where they deserve to be, where they belong. But now Frosty, shot down onto Trippy. Backs him down, all the way down. Formal getting frisky on straight stairs, and he's not long for this world. 22 kills to 15, a 7-kill differential.
It's another amazing collapse there from Sentinels, and I agree with what you said. It's a tournament that Lethal has to prove why he was and still is one of the best Halo players of all time, and why he deserves to be alongside players like Frosty, who is an up-and-coming best player of all time, right? When we start to see these years go by and Halo Infinite carry on, Frosty deserves to be on one of these top rosters with how he plays. He is a magical player to watch his POV.
Camo. Picked up, scooped away, whisked away into the darkness. Down and around the fridge. Will it be past itself by date though? As he approaches the front base. P1, a couple of players. Almost one of them. Evaporated. See you later. Night time. 25 kills to 17 is the OpTic chance. Ring around the stadium. 8 kills though. And the game is slowed down just a touch as Lucid gets caught. Doesn't pay the price though. Trippy down to no shields. Royal 2 on hand to put that one away. They just need to trade here. Killing spree for Frosty. And Formal looks to be the latest one to hit the respawn screen. Away he goes. This is the kind of performance you expect from the Iceman.
Such an incredible period of play for the last couple of minutes from Sentinels to take a 7-kill lead now, where they cannot allow history to repeat itself, where they throw away a lead like this. Keep up this kind of pressure. Even though the game's not being played at a particularly fast pace, they are dictating how fast OpTic can play. They are slowing them down to a pulp, and they are watching every corner, and they're not allowing them necessarily to get these really influential weapons to help them get back into the game.
2 down for OpTic Gaming. Lucid and Formal have to wait to rejoin Trippy and APG before they can be a factor once more. This lead increasing. APG has put one away. Frosty got a little bit overzealous. Teammates not on hand on that occasion. But it's 3 men positioned over towards P side for OpTic Gaming. And they have picked up one, but it's been traded.
OpTic trying to really take control of this P side, maybe to get some height and maybe try and stop this Sentinels pressure where they've dominated top middle. They've been able to get these camouflages, but unfortunately Sentinels have been wise to it. They've been in a position to consistently stop them on the push. It's 3 dead once more for OpTic. Sentinels now on to 38, and they are getting closer and closer to tying up this series in what I defined as a must-win game for this roster.
Another camouflage for Frosty. Dynamo nades picked up, one thrown in towards the lockers. Lucid's feeling every bit of that. Patience though. They always tell you it's a virtue. As Lethal does arrive to capitalize on that initial damage. APG sliding himself out of dodge, recognizes the collapse is coming. And Royal 2 falls into a trap. A Trippy is set, but Trippy came back for more. Got a little bit greedy with the cheese. 41 kills to 28.
Plenty of camouflages for Sentinels to work with, and great help as well coming out of Lethal. He came to Frosty's aid, did not allow him to get taken down. And at 43 to 28, you can already start thinking about map number 3 if you're a Sentinels fan. OpTic really struggling to push out of the base at the moment and get any sort of foothold into this map. Sentinels have been flawless with their execution here on Aquarius Slave.
7-kill game. Claps coming through. Formal dispatched. Now requiring 6. The heat wave coming in to collapse, and Royal 2 against the odds gets a trade.
And that's all you need. Trade after trade now for Sentinels. They know full well they can lay traps, they can force OpTic to push up on them, ambush them, get that trade. 5 more kills is all you require. This has been incredible from Sentinels. OpTic probably left answering and asking a lot of questions. How on earth have Sentinels really pummeled us to the ground in this game?
Snakebite, the general, alone in fridge. It can be cold over there, he's isolated. Just about thinking about it, weighing up his options. Camouflage about to pop up, and OpTic Gaming need it. 4-kill game. Make it 3 now. As the general kicking through the gears and giving the orders. They only need 2. 1 kill. Royal 2. Shot to the Trippy, and Frosty close the distance. This series is all tied up. Sentinels show signs of life.
And if you thought this was going to be a clean sweep for OpTic Gaming, think otherwise. Sentinels are the real deal once more. They've had a couple of tough tournaments, particularly in Rally. They had to make that change. You know, they had Formal on the roster coming into Anaheim. Questions, will it work? Is Royal 2 up to the pace? Is Lethal still there? He didn't really answer those plaudits. They didn't really answer those questions. But now, here in Kansas City, with more practice time, with more LAN time under their belts, Sentinels look like the roster that once won championships.
There is Lethal, the man of the moment. A smile on his face. Is he enjoying his halo here? He's taking one of the best teams to a game 4 at the bare minimum. As we do look at the replays here, what was the difference between these two teams?
OpTic never got firing. They were never able to really control that heat wave, control the dynamo grenades that spawn on the car side of the map. They kept consistently trying to control P to hopefully really overwhelm Sentinels, but it never really worked. Sentinels were positioning themselves over and over again in these little sneaky areas like Lethal was doing. Dropping down to bottom middle, flanking. They had great collapses. Sentinels just outplayed OpTic. It is as simple as that.
Sentinels find those little pockets of space and exploit the holes in the armor that OpTic Gaming gave them. Game 3 on the horizon though, we're now all tied up and we didn't expect this. OpTic Gaming probably didn't prepare for it, but now they've got a little bit of a question mark up against Sentinels.
It's going to be Bizarre capture the flag as game number 3 as well, and you highlighted Lethal, and we've been highlighting Lethal all tournament long. Like, is he going to be good enough? Is he still where he once was? In capture the flag games, I feel like that's where he really turns up. That's when Lethal is so important. Statistics through the roof when it comes to objective efficiency from Lethal on capture the flag games. For example, when a team is trying to return a flag, Lethal gets those kills time and time again, and then will pull that flag at least a little bit further towards his home base to help the rest of the squad. Sure, his slaying ability hasn't been incredible throughout this tournament, but objective-wise, he's been doing that dirty work. He's been the very important, that core part of this Sentinels roster. And if he can just about go even with slays, this is going to be a very good weekend, a very good Sunday for Sentinels, because stats would say, as long as he's going just about positive, Sentinels are winning games.
Questions yet to be answered. Can Sentinels go one better? Can they drive themselves back in the grand finals? OpTic Gaming fans will want to say no and shut them down. Bizarre CTF is going to be game number 3. Statistically, who has the edge?
I'd say statistically this is going to be a pretty even game between both of these two teams. Both in scrim results, online results, and LAN performance, we've seen fairly even wins to loss ratio. So I wouldn't say either team has the favourite position when it comes to these two squads, but with momentum behind now this Sentinels roster, maybe a little bit of worry starting to come through the OpTic roster. Maybe I'm leaning towards Sentinels, because when you're OpTic, you've already succeeded in what you set out to do this tournament, and that was beat Cloud9. But they probably didn't think about it was going to be a case of someone beating them for them, right? You've already outplaced them at this point, so you think. They were expecting to play them here in the Winners' Bracket Finals. They were no way ever considering this was going to be a Sentinels game.
Sentinels have thrown that spanner in the works. How do OpTic Gaming now pivot and adjust? Fist bumps all around. They're ready to get back into business. Lunchbox standing behind them, trying to rally the troops. And on the other side of things, Royal 2, he's going to be so important for this team. As we do load into Bizarre CTF, the opening engagements are going to be so important here. OpTic Gaming against Sentinels. In your winners finals, game 3.
Everything at the moment is looking like it might go to a game 5 with what we've seen in these first 2 games, but Bizarre capture the flag. Very difficult to try and defeat a player like Royal 2. He's going to be trying to get in and behind your base. He's going to anchor from your base at times as well, getting in your bar, getting in your palms. You have to shut down Royal 2 if you're OpTic Gaming.
Lethal trying to get in the face of Lucid. Not many men do that, live the fight. Another day, live the fight and tell the tale. Formal though, immediately applying pressure onto the enemy base. They've got 2 dead. Formal with the overshield turns his attention towards Lucid. With the help of that rocket, Lethal hits the respawn screen and a quarter of that overshield still left to play.
Wow, what a start from OpTic. After a pretty dismal performance by their standards on Aquarius Slayer, they had to come back in game number 3 here. And to get the overshield and get a flag on the move suggests that they are very comfortable here on Bizarre, but that flag has been stopped temporarily. Sentinels have done very well to contest it here bottom middle.
Snakebite tries to start the return, but it's in a very precarious position, a very exposed position. And as a result of that, Royal 2 and his long-standing duo Snakebite go down. Frosty desperately trying to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough. as it's already made its way through the double doors, and APG punches in flag number 1.
And if that was intentional by OpTic to have that flag on top of the market, then credit to them, because it's so difficult to return it when it's up there. And APG looking to try and generate a little bit of energy for this OpTic roster. They struggled in game 2, but they look far better here in game number 3.
Double kill for Snipedown. In no mood to mince words. Flag pulled out on the move, looking for that added movement. Slides down. Up the stairs he goes. There hasn't been any slays in the way back just yet, and Trippy, with the help of the Bulldog, Lethal's going to be the first pick. Snakebite recognizes that and slows things down.
Also got to slow it down because his overshield's coming up. You can't commit too much to the flag, otherwise you give up the OB, but Snakebite gets whisked away there, and I tell you what, OpTic say, well, if you're not going to run a flag, how about we'll take one instead?
Down to the bar bridge. Lucid's backed away. Now we see one go down for Trippy. Frosty has picked up that overshield that Sentinels were waiting on. But where's the cavalry?
The cavalry's there, popping a flag in for Sentinels. 3 were dead for OpTic Gaming. The overshield goes into the hands of Frosty. And all the meanwhile, the flag was being run by Royal 2. They tie up this game and they say to OpTic, you are going to have to work harder than that to keep a lead.
Royal 2 then picks up one at the formal. Really making a game of it. Making a series of it. Being so difficult to play against here. Sentinels have rolled into Sunday. A different beast to what we've seen yesterday when they went to game 5 with the Knights and indeed Quadrant. They've woken up and they're smelling blood in the water.
They are a Sunday team, aren't they? Double kill for Frosty, looking to try and make it more, but unfortunately the Bulldog from that distance does not hit hard enough. But time and time again, who's there to clean up the pieces? Lethal is quite literally the janitor of this team right now, always mopping it up.
Trippy's in trouble. Snakebite turns 2. Lucid positions back base. A rocket. Fade away. Almost a flyby. Lucid will finally hit the respawn screen. So much damage done by Snakebite. And Lethal pulls the flag.
Sentinels once more starting to click. Starting to look like the same team that took down Cloud9 that little bit earlier. Overshield's going to be popping in 25 seconds, so you do have time to get this flag across the map. Just got to be careful about players on your pillars, and Lethal knows that. One touch just to keep it alive. Really important play, as Lethal probably recognized he was going to go down soon.
One touch is all it can take. Flag down, bottom middle. And if Sentinels have only done one thing in this series, it's silence the crowd here, as the green wall has been hushed. As all of a sudden they know they find themselves in quite a precarious position. 1-to-1 here. Formal has the overshield, but he's been lit up here. And he falls.
And whilst there is a big following of OpTic, there is also a very important following in the crowd as well of Sentinels. And these guys know full well that either of these sides can take this winners bracket final, even though OpTic go in as the favorites purely based off of online performance. The Sentinels roster has not looked like the online team that we've seen in recent weeks. They look like a different beast.
3 dead for a moment. A lot to navigate for the former world champions. Let's have a sneak peek listen in. Thanks to Astro.
There's 2 down there. One is your right side, TD. There might be another one. No, that was him. That was him. There's pillars going on. We need to kill. We need to kill. APG's here. We're good, guys. We're good. Nice. Keep up the pressure. Yeah, we're good. I didn't think he's RBR. I think he fell. He's RBR. RBR. I'm fighting.
Probably RBR from double side.
There's 2. They're gonna be.
I spawned over low tree. They're gonna be like.
Another one there. Another one there.
I got him.
Might have Shoddy now. Pushing him. Yeah, Shoddy is probably.
One shot.
You guys are both there. Cops.
Leaving him.
One's RBR. Everyone RBR. DJ and Shoddy's down.
RBR.
I can get Shoddy if you want.
I'm gonna take it.
I'm gonna go elbow. Yo, guys,
I'm getting shot.
They're trading. You'll play off me. Hello.
I can't, bro. I'm our doubles 1 shot. I'm hiding.
I'm one hit.
I think top rocks.
Yeah, they're playing top rockets for sure.
And they're doubles, Trippy.
They're trench beat.
Can't see him.
You're good. I'm main spike. They're doubles.
Top rocks, APG. We got top rockets.
Last two and me. Go there, fight. Pull.
I got pull. I'm getting shields. Top rockets. I'm launching.
Loose it out.
Okay, I'm there.
I'm waiting for us. You guys have to go.
They're tree. I'm just playing my life.
One's there. Can you go our tree or
Yo, they're about to me. Formal
on it. Nice. One more APD. Trippy. APD.
I'm pushing out their tree. Yo, off the doubles. 2 on me.
No, I'm playing for rocket.
There's 2 on tree. 2 on it.
They're gonna get raised.
Trippy on it. Both 1. Okay. 3 mid.
Another one.
Another one. I jump up after that.
Yo, lose it.
something I found very interesting in that listening. The Sentinel's team had a flag positioned down bottom sewers. They all got wiped, and one man stood up. Very easy to be frustrated. Sentinels, Snakebite, the general said, "We're okay, guys. We've got this. Keep the pressure up."
And it's very rare that a run through the Bulldog area works. I know that EUnited have been favoring it and actually making it work, but I don't think you'd be too disheartened when it doesn't work. It's a risk and it's great when it pays off, but you just have to give it up when it doesn't. As Trippy looking to try and improve in this game a little bit. He's been struggling statistically, but does have plenty of assists. And Trippy as that player who stepped up objectively for OpTic Gaming. Maybe the rest of the Green Wall looking towards him to try and get in that base, try and get some flagpoles on the go.
This has been a brawl. 1-1, 5 minutes on the clock. Neither team able to take the lead in a very, very long time. Can Trippy turn this game around? His team need him here. Frosty though, eyes on the prize. APG will take one. 2 go down now. Lucid in a 1v1, but Formal's got the flag, but he's running it straight to Frosty. A 1v1 for the ages, and Formal, ice in the veins!
Had to win that engagement, and it should be a cap because of it. Frosty, a very difficult decision, and unfortunately, it means that OpTic go 2-1 up if you're a Sentinels fan. 2 members had fallen. Frosty had so much to do, and even a man of his caliber was unable to get in the job done. 4 minutes remaining, and it looks like OpTic starting to heat up now, pushing again into the base.
So much to do now. Have Sentinels bit off more than they can chew. OpTic Gaming are up for the scrap. Bottom middle was the stage. 2 down though. Can Sentinels roar back here with the clock very much against them? This is gonna help, it's an overshield.
Overshield will really help in this game, and at the moment, Sentinels are outslaying OpTic, so all they have to do is try and put this into practice, get into the base, try and get at least 3 dead before you're pulling that flag, and Lethal with the shield advantage should close this one out. Doesn't. Great work from Lucid, but the rest of the Sentinel squad coming to clean up.
Snakebite last man alive, face to face with Trippy. Shut down by Trippy. And just like that, he's turned his game around now with 9 kills, 10 assists and 11 deaths.
We're really seeing how important that thrust is once more here on Bazaar. If you're off spawn and you're spawning on that side, you've got to grab it, and you've probably got to be timing it as well if you're the coach. Get as many players with a thrust as possible, because it really does make the difference in these engagements.
4 perfect shots. Frosty's also gone down. Rocket launchers just popped. Lucid wants it. He's called for it. Formal's picked up 2 in the feed. Royal 2 wants a bit of the beef. Wisely backs down. But now the boombox over the shoulder of that man Lucid. And he's looking to get a little bit tricky with it.
Got to be careful of these grenades first. They know where Lucid is. They've got that information. Can he get into a position where he can maybe surprise? And actually, I said they knew, but maybe Lethal wasn't necessarily aware. And Lethal's done the job to at least gain the information for the rest of the team so that the second rocket was wasted. And as for Sentinels, they just have to be on the back foot. They have to absorb this pressure for a short while and hopefully push out, get a couple of slays as this overshield's going to be popping.
These 2 teams know each other's games so well. The best of enemies. 2-1 to score then as we run into the final 2 minutes of the game. Royal 2. Eyes on the enemy bars. PJ, Snakebite, goes slithering in there. Can he get the kill with the commando? A trade won't be good enough here. 2 go down. But Lethal's got the overshield again. Formal recognizing that, backs away after doing the initial damage.
Good from Lethal to try and back out of that fight and not walk out into a trap, but unfortunately, you go one way, there's Formal, the other way is Lucid. Neither path is the correct one. And with 1 minute 30 left on the clock, Sentinels maybe just 1 or 2 pushes left to try and get a flag on the move.
Trippy eliminated. Frosty 2. It's a 3v3. Snakebite bottom middle. Lights up APG. But he received considerable damage too. As we now enter very shortly the final minute. And Sentinels are in trouble.
I think what's very clear is Sentinels have been controlling the overshield side of the map. OpTic more so the rocket side of the map. And Rockets have kind of won the battle. And tell you what, winning battles. Formal absolutely pulling out all the stops now to try and keep his base safe.
They call him Mr. Piv. He wins those for breakfast. Double kill though for Lethal. Not going to be enough. 42 seconds on the clock. OpTic Gaming just need to hold on.
Yeah, they're just going to set up a barrier now, OpTic. Wait for these Sentinel players to push. Try and catch them in angles they don't expect you. 30 more seconds, you have to hold on. And you will be leading, but there's the opening that Sentinels needed. Have to get Formal out here, and then maybe you can push in, but OpTic respond with 2 kills of their own.
Formal digs his heels in. 4 dead for the boys on Sentinels. Only 13 seconds left on the clock, and I think they know the job has been done here. OpTic Gaming will take your game number 3 and go 2-1 up in the series. It was ugly, but it was efficient at times.
It's never going to be the easy match for either of these teams when you're going up against a squad who has been put through so many scenarios across the years. But OpTic, all they had to do was make sure they held the lead in those final few minutes, and then you can afford to play that defensive style. Sentinels, they gave it a plumbing good effort, a couple of good counter-cap opportunities, a couple of times where OpTic Gaming got that flag top market, which really was a nuisance for Sentinels to try and return. But ultimately, and what I said was a very even game for both of these teams. It's the green wall who come out on top.
The green wall registered 72 kills. Sentinels, 71, separated by only 1 measly kill. But at the highest level, it can make a difference.
It can, and it's not like that kill, you know, completely won them the game.
It did.
You think so?
It did.
Okay, maybe it was the kill that won them the game. Who knows? Maybe it was the kill that stopped the flag run, for example. But as we look back at the highlights, I was trying to work out where these teams were really prioritizing. The amount of overshields that we saw in control for Sentinels, but they weren't resulting in flag caps. And that's often because the overshield player was then focused by OpTic Gaming. But the Rockets were really hitting hard for that green wall. They were taking down some of these Sentinels members. But in a game like Bazaar CTF, it is always going to be those fine margins. Who can get that flag a little bit further? Can you get it through double doors? Can you get it sitting on top of market, for example, so the other team can't return it? OpTic will be very happy to go 2-1 up in what I said was a very even game. And as for Oddball Street, I think this is looking quite green to me. Sentinels traditionally not that great when it comes to Oddball, but I've said that in the past and I have been completely wrong. So I am hoping that we will get to a game 5 because it's what the series deserves.
And as we do head into the Oddball then, Formal on your screens. Look at the punches ticket to grand finals. They're 1 game away from not only winning the series, but having that insurance policy should the challenge arise.
Sentinels cannot allow OpTic to gain too significant of an advantage in these kind of games, because OpTic have done very well when they are in control, when they're able to gain some structure. And I tell you what, if you want structure, Rockets are the perfect way to start things off here for OpTic.
APG then, 1 hits the stairs. Splash damage will be enough to stop that push. Ball in hands, nursing it, back tower. Trippy's going to be the first point of contact. And if he requires it, which he did need a bit of help, but APG's got the shout to rotate in towards PD, which he obliges now. 2 dead. APG milking all this ball time and rotating it towards his new spawners. Frosty with the Bulldogs not going to get enough damage done. Perfect rotation from APG.
Yeah, not just milking the time, but right, he gives his team a chance to actually help him off spawn. But Formal's going to do a lot here, and Formal is doing a lot. Picks up 2, means that no ball time will be gathered from Sentinels, and that's what you need from Formal. He's that entry fragger of the team. He gets in the face of his enemies. He gets those kills to open it up for his team. And at the moment, OpTic are really blazing through this one.
Formal's in championship form, it would seem. Killing spree locked in for him. Looking lasered. Bulldog in the back pocket. Royal 2 hears it barking and rounds himself back out of there. Lethal though picks up 1. It's going to be a trade. Formal will fall. Lucid last man standing. And he's in a world of hurt here as Sentinel's trying to crack the pressure. Ball time finally for Sentinels, but after all those slays, the difference is very little.
You know, there's Rockets on the map. There's a Bulldog on the map. There's also a Formal on the map, and he has an objective in himself here for Sentinels. They can't allow him to get out of control. You have to be shutting him down. Otherwise, as he starts to run out of control, he will really start to pummel you into the ground. Already 8 kills. And if Sentinels can, you know, silence him just that little bit, maybe get some of these power weapons on their side, then they can start to get back into the game, but that's a second set of rockets going in favor of OpTic Gaming.
All 4 dead momentarily for Sentinel. All time now in the hands of OpTic Gaming. Wiggles are coming through, and somehow, some way, Lucid comes out on top, as he so often does. With a sliver of shields left, he is ultimately taken care of. What can Snakebite do, though? The call is coming. Pinch the ball now. Do not let them get free time. They've eliminated 2. Trippy goes down. 3. Lucid, last man alive. Snakebite takes that ball and brings it back tower.
I have to say, OpTic's ability to trade is unreal. When one player is last alive, the individual fights they're winning, or even in 1v2s, they're still taking one with them. And that's why it's so difficult for Sentinels to really get a proper setup at the moment. This is the closest that they've been to actually positioning themselves to stop OpTic from gaining any sort of position to get the ball. But look at that spawn! Formal spawns PD, and that's now going to be so much trouble here for Sentinels.
Formal spawns where he wants. Lethal. Ball in hands. Reacting to that spawn point. Formal hasn't died yet, looking to get frisky down on the ATMs, but somehow Formal does the job, and here comes the cavalry. Ball in hands, Frosty turned to a snowman. In a hot summer's day, he's nothing but mush.
A terrifying sight when you walk around a corner and 3 of the green water staring you down, not missing a shot with the battle rifle as well. Sentinel's matching up well though at the moment. It's a very close game, and it could just come down to 1 rocket, maybe even 1 grenade to make the difference in this first round. But of course, with the new style of Halo Infinite, with rounds being apart here in Oddball, round 1 is not enough. But if you can give yourself that momentum, it's going to give you great stead going into the rest.
Sentinel 1 second away from taking the lead, but OpTic now taking control of station. Frosty's moving in. Grenades go down. It will connect with Formal. The Bulldog, though, he wins those.
Time and time again, we're seeing this Bulldog really make or break a team's chances of winning one of these games, and Formal will take down Lethal. All the meanwhile, Trippy, the objective-focused player for OpTic Gaming, is just holding on to that ball for dear life and saying, look, where are you spawning? Where am I throwing it? He throws it out front. Doesn't get the trade, does get the trade. What a grenade that was.
APG eliminated. Here's Lethal now. Couple of shots into his former teammate. Doesn't connect with that melee, just a little bit shy. T-Rex arms won't get the job done, but Lucid will. As he gets that double, turns his attention towards Backtram with a couple of pre-nades, but Snakebite dodges them, gets himself out of trouble. Lucid cleared his corners. 75 seconds to 48 now. This lead is starting to be a little bit significant.
Yeah, Sentinel's starting to struggle a little bit more now, getting caught out in maybe areas that they shouldn't be. A little bit of ball time though will at least keep them guessing, and OpTic will have to force a push here. But the movement we're seeing from Lucid is so difficult to play against.
So fluid on the map. Changing trajectories, moving around the map, getting different sight lines. Always on the move. Royal 2, killing spree for Lucid. Snakebite desperately trying to get to the arcade, but he hasn't got any change to put in the machines.
Gets denied, and Lucid's still somehow alive. It doesn't matter who he faces right now, it's kill after kill, but it's still only a 13-point lead. Even with all these slays, OpTic up by around 14 kills at this point. Sentinels have just about kept it in. They've got one last push in them to try and break this setup and give them a chance of winning round 1.
1 rocket dispatched. No kills. The second one will connect. Royal 2 feels the full brunt of that one. 2 go down. All 4 down for Sentinels. And round 1 will go to the green wall. They will be 1 round away from taking Game 3 and the series.
The grand final awaits OpTic Gaming if they're able to get 1 more round, but Sentinels will be looking to try and disrupt that story. From what we saw from round 1, great consistency from this OpTic roster. And they really have looked so similar to how dominant they've been online. No matter who they face up against, they always seem to have an answer.
53 kills, the 40 is what separates these 2 teams to this point. It's not a lot, but it can be enough to make or break a setup. Snakebite has got the ball for a moment. Has to drop it. They have to pry it from his cold dead hands. As now OpTic bring that ball back towards Tower. And they have the insurance policy now of Lucid with the red gun. And he's gone up to a little sniper nest here to rain down death and destruction.
He was also looking for a secondary weapon. He was like, is there a BR anywhere? Okay, a commander rifle will do as a secondary. Great grenade though, but he manages to avoid it somehow. Lucid's doing so well with his movement, by the way. Just watching his screen is an absolute pleasure. It was back at Rally, it was in Anaheim, and he continues to impress here in KC.
Weapons exchanged. Bulldog in the back pocket. APG goes down. Trippy in trouble as Sentinels collapse. And there's going to be a siege now in PD. Barricades up. Lock it down. But the inmates are coming. And they want what you're selling. A bit of a standoff here. First kill going to be so important. It hasn't come. Finally it has. Royal 2 gets the first pick. Numbers advantage here for Sentinels.
Great awareness by APG as well, knowing full well someone was going to be waiting in tires. He slides on in. It means those Bulldog shots are so difficult to hit. But it is a good amount of time that Sentinels have been able to put on the board here. And Frosty, if he can start heating up, you really feel that Sentinels can get back in this game. Round 1, he wasn't up there in the slaying department. Maybe just trying to do a little bit too much for that squad. If the rest of the team can assist him a bit more, help the damage that he's outputting become kills, there's no reason why Sentinels can't get back into this game.
Speaking of damage, APG with the rocket. Shut down by his former teammate, Snakebite. Frosty runs straight into a pre-nade. Formal scouted that one, seen it coming, he's seen that movie.
OpTic have finally got control. And this is where we're going to see the real difference between these two teams, Jersey, is that when Sentinels had control, they built up around 20 to 30 seconds, which was really good against an OpTic roster, but where do OpTic go with it? They're playing a really off-meta setup in the moment, and Sentinels say, you know what, this isn't going to do you any good. It's all for dead for OpTic Gaming, and Sentinels now can regain control.
Setup broken. And they only require now 40 more seconds to tie up this game. Apply real pressure to OpTic Gaming.
And look where Sentinels are trying to position themselves. Snakebite wants to get some angles with his Stalker rifle, but he's run out of ammo. And he's only got a Bulldog in the back pocket, so he has to play up close and personal or get another weapon. The Commando should do.
Commando, the Bulldog's out. And unfortunately, he's got a bit of a muzzle on it. As 2 go down here. 3 down. Lethal. What can you do? Position front C. Not a lot, as OpTic start to gain more points. 44 seconds to 83. Sentinel slow it down, waiting for their teammate to pop right back up. And rockets. In 15 seconds or so, they're going to be massive.
Yeah, OpTic keep getting these rockets as well. Sentinels have really struggled to get any power weapons, and maybe that's why we're seeing Frosty maybe not getting as many kills as we've seen historically. He has 50% of this team's kills with power weapons in this tournament. He's always finding rockets, he's always finding the sniper rifle, but it's not been allowed to happen. Can though Sentinels get hold of these rockets? Yes, they can, but it's Snakebite who has the responsibility.
Has he got the power in the jaws? Claps down on 1, claps down on 2. And the venom starting to spread here as Lethal only requires to hold the ball for 4 more seconds, but all 4 dead. We're all tied up here in the odd ball.
Sentinels stay alive and they will stop the OpTic story momentarily. And they say, OpTic, you're going to have to work harder than that if you want to get to the grand final. And from what we saw as well, Sentinels made OpTic look like a completely different team here in round number 2. But what I will say is very important, Sentinels starting from the lower side of the map now. That's why we saw OpTic take such an advantage in round 1. They had the high ground, and they actually added so much pressure because of it.
Obi-Wan once had the high ground. We know what happened there. Can OpTic Gaming cut Sentinels in half and leave them burning on the sands, on the streets. Formal though, ball in hand, 8 seconds gathered. He's heading towards the station, but he doesn't have his ticket in hand.
Stations where OpTic Gaming seemingly want to be setting up here with the ball as well. Sentinels though have been able to pinch it away, but do they know APG's here? APG's sharing a train with them, but he's in the wrong carriage. Can he get in the right one?
Lethal says, choo-choo. I'll bring this ball all the way back tower. Not interested in that. Station, scrap it all. 2 go down, though. Lethal 1 with the ball in his hands. No longer. Rigor mortis starting to set in here. Lethal has dropped that ball in a good position, though. Bottom middle. But neither team wanting to put their hands on it just yet until the first pick comes through. They've traded back and forth. 10 seconds to 8.
You really can sense the tension, not just in this game, but in this arena as well. This is on the knife's edge, and I think everyone knows just how close this one could be, but Frosty with the assist from Royal 2 shuts down 3 members of OpTic as Sentinels continue to score here. Are they going to be able to get to this game 5, or are we going to see OpTic explode just as they did in round 1? Sentinels, though, what they've done very well, they've not allowed Formal to get behind them as often as they did here in round number 1.
This game's on a knife edge. How are Lucid and OpTic Gaming navigating it through communications? Let's have a listen in with thanks to Astro.
That's one charge.
Back up, Ivy.
I got one. On rocks. Bull back, one shot. Rockets are traded. Come on. Watching you. You can say.
Watch out, ATM.
One rocket is down. That's the guy. There's another guy. You can get around.
Watch out.
Nice. Watch out, absolute going up purple stairs. Absolute going up purple stairs, 2 of them. Top purple, 1 try 1. Nice, same spot, full health, same spot, full healf. Top here. Another one,
Nice. On ball, weak. On ball, little bit. Watch out, trash.
He's bumped up now. Still alive, best
They're going to be on commando. They're going to be on commando.
Watch your commando.
Look at ball, guys.
Nice.
Look at Trip.
Top by B and ball.
Here. I'm pushing ball, guys.
Still top by B.
Look at the ball, guys.
Watch the weak Ivy.
Watch out, ATM, guys. ATM.
ATM, watch out, lethal. Top.
No. Kill this.
Two there. There's already 2 there.
I'm taking on this up.
Mayor Brad.
Guys. Keep running away.
Keep running away.
Play the kill.
Super Bowl. They're on this.
I'm here, Tommy.
Just keep up.
Communication remains calm, but 3 dead for OpTic Gaming. And Sentinel starting to eat that lead. There's very little to separate these 2 teams.
I said I wanted Frosty to step up, and boy has he been stepping up. He's been getting those entry kills, but Snakebite doing the same, sliding in, being aggressive. Sentinels really starting to play fearless at this point. They're beginning to believe that they can get this to a game 5. Maybe thinking, actually, why not make it a grand final as well? But with APG getting a stick like that, things become increasingly difficult for Sentinels to stay alive, but Frosty still hitting hard.
Is Frosty starting to wake up from his slumber? This is what we expected to see from Sentinels from the get-go. This is where they belong. On main stage, playing in front of a packed house. 36 seconds to 30 here. And they've got a slender lead.
Formal versus Lethal. It's a big fight, but Lethal just unfortunately struggled a little bit there. But it doesn't matter because the pieces are cleaned up. Frosty gets some rockets, no kills are found. 40 to 30, still plenty of time remaining for both of these squads. You know full well, one mistake, one true setup for the other team, and that could be the game done.
All picked up. Snakebite goes in with the Bulldog, trades out. Frosty picks up another. And APG doing what he's so good at, milking time for his team. And he'll play that ball when he needs to. There it is, out front base. 2 go down. It's a 5-second game.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Sentinels, though. The more that we get into this game, the more they're learning about how OpTic are trying to play. They've been shutting down individuals so well. Lethal needs to stay alive. You do not want to be giving this Bulldog away, but Formal comes swooping in. And that is a hefty prize for him as well.
Sentinels, look at the crash. This OpTic Gaming party shut down the parade. Formal, though, has picked up a couple of kills in this life. Really punched a hole in the Sentinel's armor, but Frosty shuts him down eventually. But all this time, ball time. It's a 3-second game.
3-second game, but Frosty does have control of station at the moment. Double kill for him. Bulldog in the back pocket. He's starting to hit every single shot that he fires out of that gun. If they can just get that ball into Tram, but you've got to risk it. You've got to put your body on the line, but that's why Frosty is one of the best. He gets it, and he gets away. And now the ball is in a position where Sentinels can score once more.
Frosty's been the inspector. Nobody's had tickets to enter his station. Lucid. With a bit of movement, Trippy's come from base. Oh! How telling will that be? 3 dead. Trippy down to a sliver of health. Snakebite eliminated.
Eagle team halfway to victory.
And OpTic begin to eke out a lead. However slender, they have somewhat of a setup.
Once more though, this could really just come down to one push from Sentinels. As you say, that opportunity for Frosty to get the kill, but just not quite getting the melee. Could be so detrimental, but Royal 2 opens up here. APG going down means the rest of the squad can now push. Lucid an important 1v1, but Lethal gets the trade as all 4 down for OpTic Gaming. Sentinels with 34 seconds have full control.
And the captain drops the bulldog off to that man, Frosty. This game may very well rest on his shoulders. And they're broad enough to take the brunt of it. Lucid shuts him down. Bulldog transfers control. It's a 4-second game once more, but the shot clock, the game clock, reads 27.
Lucid tries to throw the ball out. Lethal trying to do damage as well, but APG, he scampers away with the ball. And I think that OpTic might be choosing to play the clock now. 20 seconds remaining, a 5-point advantage, and they just want to stop Sentinels from pushing.
The call has come to play Slayer, and APG moves that ball into a safe position. He's got CCTV all around it, and if you want it, you're gonna have to come and get it. They have to come and get it. Lucid has gone down, but Frosty has it in his hands. They only require 1 more second. He's got it. He's got it. The 1 second. Sentinels. We're going to a game 5, baby.
I wanted Frosty to step up. And it's unbelievable how he's just been able to waltz on in and take that ball away from OpTic Gaming. A game 5 is what this series deserved. They met in Raleigh. It went in favor of Sentinels. They met again in Anaheim, and it was OpTic who took the plaudits. But here in KC, it's all still to be decided. Game 5 in the winners bracket finals, nothing to separate the two. And what a game that was.
Sentinels go to yet another game 5. They've almost been like Oprah Winfrey handing out game 5s, and you get a game 5, and you get a game 5.
What is important though is they've been winning those game 5s.
They have.
They haven't lost yet. They're still in the winners bracket. You can say the same for OpTic Gaming, but this is the biggest test OpTic have faced so far. But how far can Sentinels push them? You go to a Slayer, a very difficult situation when you get Slayers against OpTic. But that ball game had everything.
APG, right here. It looked as though he had made the right play. He had the bulldog, and he was waiting to get up close and personal. The first kill came through. Frosty, Royal 2, and that was all she wrote. What a late game display, clutching up when the team needed them most. Confirmation then, games 1 and 3 go the green wall. 2 and 4 to Sentinels. And as we load into game 5, recharge Slayer. Green wall. Are you looking to taste the elimination bracket here? Because Sentinels look to upset you. Frosty, the man of the moment. Here we go.
Sentinel's best Slayer game type as well, may I add. They just feel at home when it comes to recharge Slayer. OpTic have struggled historically on this one. So Sentinels, you've got to take this chance when it's prepared for you, when it's put in front of you on a dinner plate for early stages. OpTic able to get that first kill. It's a nice even up from Sentinels.
2-1 to score. Game slowed down. Both these teams recognizing how important this one is. Because the likelihood is you go down here and you'll meet the mighty Cloud9 at some point, barring some sort of miracle. Sword though, in the hands of Frosty. Camouflage in his chest as he slowly makes moves forward. Not looking to expose himself just yet, just get the information that they require. Trippy, he's right behind them, he's in the corner, he's lining them up, and he's sliced and diced. 3-2 though. It's a 1-kill game.
I like what I've just seen though from Frosty. He's prioritized map control there. He knows that the sword is so powerful here in Pipe. So he says, look, I'm gonna make sure I clean it out, make sure I take control of it. And now Sentinels are in a position where Pipes is theirs for as long as they can control it. OpTic have to make a decision. Do we just want to play this one as slow as Sentinels are playing, or do we try and speed this up a little bit? OpTic seem to be a bit more comfortable when they play faster on this map, and maybe Sentinels know that. 3-2, and we've already played almost 2 minutes.
Game slowed down to a crawl. Snakebite, the latest man to have a tombstone in his name. It's a 2-kill game. Frosty desperately trying to find the player to put the sword through, make a kebab of. Back down though, recognizing that wasn't the time to go. Camouflage again has just popped up. It remains a 2-kill game, and how desperately Frosty would love to get his hands on this, but Formal's made the move, and Formal's picked it up, and he's got 2 members in front of him, and he's dropped down into a world of pain.
Wow, what a play from OpTic Gaming. They were waiting patiently. All they needed was a little bit of a sight line onto Frosty, and then they exploded into movement. Formal gets the camouflage. Formal gets the sword now as a reward.
Oh! Royal 2! Open up an incognito tab, folks. That was pure filth. It's a 1-kill game.
What on earth did we just see from the POV of Formal? That is going to do wonders for Sentinels. They could have been really struggling with camo and sword in control of OpTic Gaming, but a tied game now. And Royal 2 with the shock rifle, and he is just waiting for another player to walk into that crosshair.
Patiently waiting. As we come to another standoff. All tied up. In the game, in the series, Formal. Here standing up after that shot. Not enough to get the kill though, and Royal 2 back down. This might be the moment to go. Lucid. Thinking about it. Contemplating it. As 1 is good, 2 is better. 10-10. Frosty in trouble. 2 members converge. Lethal last man standing. He falls. 12 kills to 10. It's shaken out in favor of OpTic Gaming.
Unfortunately not able to take anyone down with him, and now OpTic wrestle back control of the sword. It is crazy how this game has just been dissected into play by play of I've got the sword, you've got the sword, the shock rifle trying to make that influence as it slows down once more, but there's the first kill. Now OpTic are pushing.
There are 2 players in this game yet to register a single kill. Lethal and Formal. The difference being 1 has 6 assists for OpTic Gaming and 1 has 1. Lethal goes down again to add to his tally. That's 5. It's a 6-kill game. Trippy's got the camouflage. And now he's got the shock rifle.
Royal 2 is getting kills with that sword. Trippy's lining it up, but lines it up incorrectly, and he's punished because of it. A fracture between the difference of being able to get that one or not, and now Frosty, the man who has always been so good with sniper rifles. The shock rifle will do. They're 4 kills down, but the speed at which we're seeing this game played, Jersey, is unreal, and it just really shows what's on the line for these teams. A grand final appearance.
The stakes couldn't be much higher. Repulsor play! Oh! And Frosty lines it up. That's why he's one of the best players in the game.
Unbelievable use of the repulsor there. Tees him up and then knocks him out of the park. Even the Royals will be proud of that one. But is he going to be able to follow up with more? Sentinels and OpTic going toe-to-toe, but OpTic know where this shock rifle is, and they are avoiding it like the plague.
Backs up once more. Formal ducks his head under that, and as a result, doesn't lose his hair. Shot to the back. Frosty cannot step in. The sword rings out. Formal gets up close and personal. The trades are coming through. Snakebite leads the charge. 2 kills go in their favor, but Lethal has fallen elsewhere. Still yet to register a kill, as is Formal. But 7 assists to 2. Lethal has to step up here.
It's how Frosty's just dangling himself like bait on the end of a fishing line at the moment, saying, come and get me, and saying to Snakebite, you just take advantage of that. Camouflage has spawned though. Still 2 kills between these 2 teams. And Frosty's gonna get in another fight, and the repulsor again does the work. If you had questioned how important the sandbox was in Halo Infinite, Frosty is putting on a show for us all.
1 kill game. Sentinels in the lead. Snakebite and Frosty with the help of a killing spree. It's a 2-kill game. Make it 1. Camouflage popped in, but lethal. Comes in and slaps that camouflage right out of his hand, says no thank you.
Does have one repulsor to work with, and it's always a good position to be in at blue, because of course you can eject them off the map. Sentinels have the lead now, and OpTic, they've tried as they might to push in and to stop this Sentinels roster from holding the fort, but there's always been an answer from Sentinels. 2 kills on the board at the moment for Lethal. A lot of questions on this man's POV. Needs a little bit of assistance over towards tower though.
Lethal in trouble. Tries to repulse to the player. Lucid says no, 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 not today. 1 kill. Royal 2 rings out a shot. Frosty adds another one to the already impressive tally of 11.
And I will say, do keep an eye on how many kills Lethal gets. When he gets less than 9 kills in a Slayer, Sentinels only win 25% of the time. When that becomes more than 9, they win 90% of the time. So if he gets 7 more, the odds are looking pretty good for the Sentinels roster. 26-24. Everything's slowed down again. Only 4 minutes and 20 on the clock, and I think that clock is very much going to play a part of this game.
Royal 2 made a meal of it. But they have stretched that lead. Camouflage in 5 seconds. It's going to be pivotal here as the pendulum swings over towards Sentinels! Royal 2! Shooting the body, letting them know, making sure he stays dead.
Camo was grabbed and scarpered away, but it's a significant lead now, 33-24. Sentinels did the unthinkable by taking down Cloud9, and they look to try and do the same here. They're on a warpath going up against OpTic Gaming.
Camouflage for Snakebite. And all of a sudden, OpTic are in trouble. Let's go, OpTic. Chance. Ring around, but is it too little, too late? 8 kills, Snakebite playing so patient here in the corner over by blue.
He just feeds that information. He said, hey, Lucid's on double. I know where he is. I'm going to wait just in case 2 try and walk past. And all the meanwhile, Royal 2 is still watching these ankles. And that's why OpTic are reluctant to push out, but they get the first frag. This is going to be the push. Lucid finds 1 more. OpTic now need to surge in. They need to take this shock rifle away.
There is Royal 2. Engagement goes through. They clear him out. 7-kill game, but all of a sudden, the clock starts to play a factor as it has so often before. Lethal can't get the trade. But Formal sitting at 2 and 11. When the lights shine brightest, he's been found wanting in game 5.
7 kill the difference. Sword's just been picked up by Trippy, by the way. And if he can get to a position where he can start to slice and dice, it could really help their chances of getting back into it. But again, another OpTic player falls, and they keep getting caught out in angles maybe they're not expecting to be watched from.
14 kills is all Sentinels need. But all of a sudden, that shot clock sitting at 2:12. It's going to play a huge factor here because OpTic have to push, and they may open up for some mistakes.
I'm going to be honest, 2 minutes sounds more likely than 14 kills at the moment, but if that happens and Lethal gets a double and gets closer to that 9-kill mark for the stat, Sentinels are looking more and more likely of a grand final right now.
Trippy's in a world of hurt. Frosty has the camouflage. He's not going to get away though. 10-kill lead. 10 kills the difference between these 2 teams.
And the time is ticking away. OpTic can't afford to be waiting around and thinking about what they need to do. They have to think on their feet. They have to move. They have to try and take down this Sentinels roster who are just running away. They're being patient. And Frosty's slamming them from a distance.
Trigger discipline, waiting for that 1 shot, recognizing he still had camo, and he was not fully aware of where the players were situated. Royal 2, he's got loose in the crosshairs, and he hits all 4.
6 more kills, 1 minute and 14 seconds. OpTic are on the ropes, and Sentinels looking to tip them over. An unbelievable performance here on Recharge Slayer, and OpTic Gaming do not have an answer.
The green wall looking shaky. The sledgehammer, the wrecking ball is coming through. We're into the final minute. 4 kills remaining. Lucid, you're in trouble. Sword out the back pocket. Takes 1, takes 2. It's a 2-kill game for Sentinels to punch their ticket to Grand Finals.
Sentinels can smell the blood like sharks in the water. And there it goes! Sentinels have done the unthinkable. Cloud9 done. OpTic washed away. And Sentinels are in the Grand Finals.
Bagged and tagged. The autopsy will come through. But it's Sentinels who make their way to Grand Finals for what feels like an eternity ago. They've iced up, and that man on your screens, Frosty. What a performance from him.
And I think we might start calling it Sentinel Sunday rather than Championship Sunday with some of the performances that we're seeing. This was not in the script.
Nope.
It was an OpTic versus Cloud9 winners final. It was an OpTic versus Cloud9 grand final that everyone was expecting. But both of those teams find themselves in the elimination bracket, and it's those players on your screen, Sentinels, who are going to be writing all the headlines on tomorrow's newspapers if they can continue this form, because of course you still have to get the job done in the grand final, but they've come this far. Surely they can carry that momentum.
And now, Dan, they have the insurance policy of that bracket reset if they need to. Surely they can get it done in one of these best of sevens, no matter who the opponent is. But we could be set up for a Cloud9 OpTic losers finals, which coming into the start of the day, who would have thought that was going to happen?
And of course, Cloud9 EUnited in that elimination bracket right now, and I'm sure after seeing that performance would love to go up against the likes of OpTic Gaming, who dropped. No one saw this coming, and I don't even know if Sentinel saw this coming. At one point, I spoke to some of the players. Now, how are you feeling about this event? And they're like, I don't know, man, it's been tough at times, but I'm sure we can get it done once Sunday comes around. And boy, have they proved that correct. 3-2 is the final score then. And there were some tightly contested games there. 2-1 on Oddball Streets, 2-1 on Capture the Flag Bazaar. But that 50-35 in both Slayers is such an important factor there for Sentinels.
3-2, the final series score. Let's break it down though. Let's talk about the man of the moment, the MVP of that series. It has to be Frosty.
Does have to be Frosty, but at the same time, I feel like you could give it to any of those four players with what they've just done. Throw stats out the window, throw worries out the window. Sentinels are back.
Well, I know one person's going to be very happy on the desk. It's going to be Lottie. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Gaskin. I gotta say, I'm not sure if I'm in Kansas City right now or Sen City, because my goodness, they are really turning up today. And what a day to do it, Championship Sunday. What an incredible performance from both of our teams there in the winners finals. I've got to say, they gave us a very entertaining series, but my goodness, Sentinels, the resilience that they showed in that series. Not only that, but also commanding effort in the Slayers as well. Exactly the same scorelines, 50-35 apiece on each one. Kind of ran away with it there, but one thing I want to talk about is what Frosty was able to do in that oddball game clutch. What did you see there? Because my goodness, he saved the day on that final round.
I mean, it was absolutely incredible, the comeback that they were able to manifest. I thought it was all and over when I saw APG with the ball back in Tram, but Frosty, just the heads up play, he was able to pick up 3, and they needed all 3 of those kills to have the game go their way and push that to a game 5. And in game 5, it was where Royal 2 shined. I mean, there were so many different moments throughout this series where these games were decided. Single individual moments. You're talking about Bazaar CTF where Sentinels outslayed OpTic, but OpTic still felt like they had a good amount of control, still was able to play an efficient objective and get the lead in this series. The Slayers came back to bite OpTic in this series, and they're gonna have to do a much better job because they got Cloud9 in front of them next.
Back and forth the entire series, all the way down to game number 5. That was such a magnificent outing of Halo Infinite skill, and we talked about Frosty, we talked about Royal 2, but Snakebite and Lethal did exactly what this team needed to get the win. And I always say, even though every kill gets you 1 point, some kills are worth so much more, and we saw that play out. And in my opinion, the swing moment in game number 5 was when a player on Cloud9 had sword and Royal 2 was up on bat ledge with the shock rifle. I don't know how he saw that player. Not only did he see him, he no-scopes the player with sword. Snakebite picks up the sword and they go on a run. That's what I'm talking about when I say some kills matter so much more. And now Sentinel's back on top of the throne. The job's not done just yet, but they have secured a guaranteed top 2 finish and a spot in the grand finals.
I mean, just phenomenal work. And you're right, there was so many moments where we were all on our feet in the crowd at some of the things that were able to be pulled off. Walshy, first of all, were you entertained by that series? Because my God, was it not amazing?
That's exactly what we're looking for when we see these Titans clash in the winners finals, in the grand finals. We're looking for those game 5s. We're looking for those teams to see who's actually icy, who's going to clutch it up, and Sentinel showed up. Coming into this event, we've all been talking about Cloud9 and OpTic, and to have a squad like Sentinels fly under the radar, they're going to show you why they should not fly under the radar. They're going to surprise everyone, and they made themselves top 2 guaranteed this event.
Indeed. I got to ask you quickly, Clutch, as well, because coming into this event, you saw something in Sentinels, I think, that others didn't. What was it that you saw coming into specifically the second major?
Yeah, I know they don't stream scrims, but I've been checking results, man. I've been checking results of everybody, and Sentinel started to win their scrims against every single team outside of OpTic, and I'll acknowledge the fact that OpTic still can win this tournament, still looks great, but when this Sentinels team gets the practice they need, the disrespect to keep them out of the conversation of championship potential is another chip on these shoulders. I'm telling you, I've teamed with Snakebite, I've teamed with Royal 2, you do not put a chip on those kids' shoulders.
You certainly do not, because stuff like this is what happens if you do. Well, folks, actually we have something very special happening on the main stage right now as we're getting in between some of our matches for the rest of Championship Sunday. We do have our USMC event commendations to get through on the main stage, some amazing awards to be handed out. I'm handing right over to Blaze now on the main stage.
Thank you very much, Lottie. And I welcome you all to the U.S. Marine Corps event accommodations, where we are showing love and respect to the best players of Kansas City. And to present the award, we have Sergeant Ian Mills to present them. To give the best slayer of the tournament, it will be Lucid. Now, for best coach, give it up for Royal 1. For best objective, give it up for Snakebite. And lastly, for the best support player of the tournament, give it up for Formal. Congratulations to all the players who won their awards, and congratulations to you guys for coming through. We thank the Marines. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and a huge congratulations to all of the players there with the commendations happening on stage. Incredible achievements overall, but we do have some amazing achievements left to crown as well. Today is Championship Sunday. Walshy, are you excited in terms of the results that we have left? Because we have an elimination final to get through, and that's Cloud9 and OpTic Gaming, dudes. I mean, wow, who would have thought it?
I mean, I think going to this tournament, most of us predicted these were the 3 remaining teams. Now, did we expect that we'd be seeing Cloud9 and OpTic Gaming in the elimination bracket finals? No, I expected Sentinels to be in the elimination bracket finals with one of these 2 teams, but Sentinels knocked both those squads down here, and so they have to fight for their right to take on Sentinels in the grand finals.
They certainly do, Walshy. I tell you what, let's take a look at the brackets though and see exactly what the journey was like all weekend long. It has been very, very hard fought, very, very competitive. And I'll tell you what, it's going to get even more competitive from here on out. Our winners bracket for you guys, as you can see, Sentinels, they made their way in the winners quarters, taking down Quadrant. They then managed to take down Cloud9 3-1 in the semi-finals. They then take down OpTic Gaming 3-2 in a best of 5 there, of course. And then into the grand finals they will go, which will be a best of 7. Our elimination bracket, though, is a little bit more dicey. If you mess up, you go home. That's how it works here, folks. And as you can see, Cloud9, OpTic Gaming sitting in that elimination finals, having quite the journey to get to here. And this is the thing, you can't mess up. You know, going into the grand finals, Clutch, you have to win twice. It's really, really difficult. You know, what is the mindset, the mentality of some of these teams here after having to really fight it out for their tournament life before going into that grand final spot, knowing you've got to win 2 series?
You can't even think about that right now. You got to focus on the opponent because both these two teams have the utmost respect for who they're playing here in the Elimination Bracket Finals. Cloud9 and OpTic did not expect to enter the Elimination Bracket at all this tournament, and the fact that they're meeting here, one's coming out, one's not, it's going to be a hell of a battle. And Formal, you know he's ticked off about that Game 5 performance. You know he's been final all weekend long. I expect him to step up. But so is Renegade and the boys that have come through the losers bracket or the elimination bracket, and they've looked just about flawless every time I take a peek over there.
It should be a very good series indeed, folks. We're going to head to a break right now. But coming up next, we do have our elimination finals. Cloud9 versus OpTic Gaming, the 2 favorites coming into this tournament, and one is going to get a second chance, and one is going home. Who is it going to be? Find out right after this break.
Trust and say you knew it. We never call it time out. That ain't what our time's about.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
King of the Hill. Hill taken. Hill contested. first point. Hill ready. Land grab. 3 zones incoming. Game tied. Triple kill. Elimination. Danger zone incoming. 4 Spartans remain.
Have room for another warrior.
Welcome back, Halo fans from all across the world, and welcome back Kansas City Arena. Everyone in the house who's been cheering on. It's been amazing to have you guys joining us, of course, for this incredible second major of our season. It is Championship Sunday, folks, and we're going to be crowning a champion. But first, we need to get through our elimination final. I have Tony, Shyway, and Walshy joining me on the desk. Fellas, so good to have you on here. I'm so excited about this matchup because I honestly would not have thought either of these teams would be in this position. They were both favorites coming in, so it was really difficult to kind of understand where they were at and who would be going to the grand finals, who would be going to the winners finals, etc. A change of tables has happened, but before we get into all of that good stuff, I'm going to turn the tables myself, and we're going to talk about the FFA that was going on alongside this tournament, and we do have a champion, and his name is Bop. He's from Status Quo, and he was flying all weekend. Wow. We've had an interview with our FFA champion. Let's check it out.
What's up, everybody? I'm standing next to the man himself, the free-for-all champion. It's Bop from Status Quo. How you feeling after coming out of a monstrous lobby against some of the best individual players out there?
Man, it was amazing. GG's to all of them. It was a close game. Won by 2 kills. I clutched with a nade. And that's how I won, and I was excited, like I was screaming. I was happy.
Yo, clutch nade. How much did you win by? About 2 kills, I heard?
2 kills, yeah, 2 kills.
Oh, man. So coming out on clutch with those last-second dynamo nades for the dub, and now you are a free-for-all champion, $2,000 in your pocket. But tell me about the event, because you came with Status Quo. How did you guys do?
Unfortunately, we got knocked out at top 40. And, you know, I wanted to reach at least top 16 for this event. This is my second event ever. So, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I'm happy I'm a free-for-all champion now, you know?
Hey, you couldn't do it in a 4v4, but you was able to do it with your OBR. Congratulations, my guy. The free-for-all champion is Bob.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and a huge congratulations to Bot from Status Quo. And Tony, talk to me about this guy. You know him well. You were smiling through the interview, man. Tell me a little bit about him and how skilled he is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy for him. I do a lot of the casting for the amateur tournament, so I got to see him really early on in Halo Infinite. And the moment I watched him, I said, somebody big is going to pick him up. I said he was the real deal. You could just see it. The stats are nice, but the eyeball test will really tell you how good a player is. And he's still new to Halo.
Yeah.
He's just crossing over here to Halo. It's wow.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah, huge congratulations. I mean, also 2 kills in it as well. Pretty icy. Ice in the veins to be able to close that one out and kind of handle the pressure of that. And Shyway, how important is it to see young players like this coming forward? It's a second event, wins an FFA. What does that do to guys like this, who are really trying to make it here?
Inspiration. It's inspiration, right? I think that's such a beautiful thing to see young blood come in a tournament and pop off, make big plays. That means they come back. And that means they fuel the rosters of the future, right? I think we're all hoping for the next, Shotzzy, Frosty, Bound, etc. Maybe it's Bop. Keep grinding.
I know. I mean, look, SLG from Quadrant, who pops off on the regular, he's an FFA guy. He's come up through the ranks of FFA. We've seen so many big names come through, which has been absolutely amazing. So huge congratulations to Bob from Status Quo for being our FFA champion here at Kansas City. We have business to attend to, though. We have 2 teams ready to go on main stage. We're going to talk about them right now. We've got Cloud9 versus OpTic Gaming. This is our elimination final. Someone is going home, someone is going forward. And let's talk about Cloud9 right now. Walshy looking really damn good, especially after their loss to Sentinels, which kind of can be a little bit heartbreaking. You want that clean ride, especially if you're Cloud9, you're used to winning, you want to get into that grand final spot, nice and easy. Hasn't been an easy road for them. Where are they at right now for you?
Very difficult road, but it seems like they're bouncing back just fine. They've been sending messages like we saw against KCP and EUnited, so making quick work of really solid squads. However, we are seeing kind of this cream of the crop rise to the top where we have Cloud9, OpTic, and Sentinel. So those 3 teams, in my eyes, are kind of a different beast at this point.
They certainly are a different beast. And you kind of see that with that tier system. Like you said, against Pioneers, it really was a totally different beast on that main stage. Tony, Cloud9, obviously defeated by Sentinels, but have so much talent on this roster. You can never count them out, ever. And Renegade seemed to be shut down in that Sentinel series. So looking at the Pioneers, when he was just set free, he was able to do whatever he could do here. What does that do for his team in particular? For folks at home who may be tuning in for the first time, what does Renegade bring to the table?
The man's a slick. The reason why Renegade is probably one of the most fun players to watch is because he not only has a nasty VR, but he has a hunter's mentality. Ooh. The moment he puts you weak, he's gonna find a direct angle to cut you off and get you away. A lot of great players have this escapability, such as the likes of Bound and Frost. We can get out of these crazy situations. Renegade doesn't let you get away. He hunts you down.
He is the hunter for sure on that team. And obviously Cloud9, just such an incredible team-playing team. I mean, that's the best way to put it. They play as a team completely. It's incredible, and it's really difficult to break their setups just because of how tuned they are with one another. How do you feel like that stacks up against OpTic and the way that they play?
I feel like C9 are in the best possible position, right? I mean, obviously they don't want to be in elimination bracket. They went down to Sentinels, but so did OpTic. OpTic are battered right now. A little bit worried about OpTic, a little bit worried about, the potential here just off of that series. Lucid, I know I've been seeing it in the chat, is he kind of doomed for second place? Can he finally break through? Can he find his opening, or are they going to be able to bounce back? Something that we've noticed from online play, OpTic, they've been dominant, so dominant. They've gotten so used to winning. How do they react to losing in this situation? When it matters most on land, and I mean, eyes on Formal as well. What can he do to bounce back?
A huge question right now, and I think, OpTic, they took down Cloud9 at the FaZe Invitational.
Right.
What can be read into this? In this situation here, look, the heads are down a little bit. They wanted that grand final spot. They wanted it easy. It didn't come to them. Walshy, right now, what kind of advice can you give OpTic? You've done it before. You've done it online. Land's a different beast.
Land is a different beast. However, I've noticed they've been playing smart. They've been playing their lives. I would say of everyone here from OpTic, I've noticed APG stepping up the most by making the smartest decisions consistently. He's challenging when he needs to challenge and backing down when he doesn't have odds in his favor. I can't say the same for every other member on OpTic at the moment. Sometimes feels like they're making some panic charges, trying to force too much, and maybe they can get away with that from time to time online or when things are going their way. However, when their backs are against the wall and things are not going their way, that's how they downward spiral into a worse and worse position.
They sort of, I mean, what we saw in the previous series is I think they let Sentinels play at their own pace in the end of recharge. Like you let Sentinels control the pace of the game, especially World 2 with the shock, and next thing you know, they start to fall apart. So with OpTic, my worry is, obviously you don't want it to go to a Game 5, but we need to see some endurance out of these boys. If it does get there, they need to stay confident in that situation too. They seem timid on recharge. All of a sudden, that confidence, that energy we had, coming into the series, deflated by the end of it. Sentinels completely owning their game. We can't see this with C9. They need to completely regain, forget it happened, and just, meet Cloud9 with the energy they have in scrims, like Formal said in his interview.
100%, and I think, looking at Formal in particular, obviously the end of that,
now.
It was tough. It was really, really tough. I mean, the stats just did not reflect what Formal can do and has done so far this weekend. When you do have a hole like that coming in and say that's happening to you in a series, how important is it to bounce back mid-series, mid-map, whatever it is, as a team to try and recollect yourselves and get all on the same page again?
Yeah, sometimes you just got to step out, get some fresh air, and I think that's what Formal needs to do as far as him and OpTic. Step outside. Hey, we've been here before. We know for a fact that we can beat Cloud9. In fact, we beat them 3-0 in the winners finals of that FaZe Invitational tournament, then did it again in the grand finals and beat them 4-1. So they know for a fact they can do it. Now it's all about execution.
It is all about execution. That's exactly what both of them. They're both executioners up there, the teams. Sure. They're looking, honestly, to swing that executioner axe on each other right there. I'm telling you right now, there's going to be a bloodbath on the main stage. In terms of the gameplay, though, and in terms of what we're seeing from a series layout, we can read into things here and, who's favoring what, etc. When it comes down to a series layout to Slayers, Objective Work, CTF, or Oddball, or Strongholds, what are you seeing here in terms of these two teams? Who's favoring what right now, Shyway?
I would love to see the series layout to let you know personally, but I think it doesn't really matter in the end of the day. I think OpTic and C9, they both are very efficient on every map, every game type. It's just a matter of playing their game, coming out confident, pacing things correctly. Formal, I mean, I can put the pressure, the spotlight on him once again. I think he was brought into the team to be the X factor, to give OpTic what they needed to win the tournament. So there's a lot riding on him. There's a lot riding on this team's success. Formal was supposed to lock it in. He brings the best vibes, I think, to the team we've seen yet. So understandable that, it's a tough position to be in, but he bounces back. OpTic bounced back in unison as well. So
certainly is. I'll tell you why I don't have the series layouts, because we're laying it out right now on the main stage. We're heading over to our casters. We've got Goofy and Clutch. Oh, we're not going to the casters yet. Apparently, I'm sorry, folks. I was just teasing. No. Sorry about that. But we do have some stats on the board for you while we just wait a little bit longer. We're just getting things going on the main stage, making sure all of our players are happy and set up, etc. Well, she go on.
Yeah, I'm noticing 3 members from Cloud9 of the top 5 at this tournament as far as assists per minute. So just, even though those players have so much individual skill and can finish those fights if they need, they are getting the help and support. They have all those extra angles across the map where they're just getting a shot or two on somebody and then finishing each other's kills off.
Indeed, I was teasing only for a split second. No, we actually are going to our casters now. I have confirmation. We've got Goofy and Clutch on the mics. Let's get this elimination final underway.
Thank you so much, Lottie and the gentlemen on the desk. Goofy here, joined by my man Clutch. And Clutch, we have an absolute masterpiece on our hands. In the elimination bracket finals, we got Cloud9 taking on OpTic Gaming. Most people thought this would be our grand finals matchup, but here we are with backs against the wall. Everything on the table. Loser goes home.
Loser goes home. Winner gets another shot at Sentinels in the grand finals of the HCS Kansas City tournament, and this is a big one, ladies and gentlemen. We're taking a look at the series layout. Stronghold Streets to kick this one off, and this is one of the fastest paced game modes you can play in Halo Infinite, and both these two teams, they shine when the game gets fast.
You have the Bulldog, you have the Rockets, you have the Sentinel Beam, and you need a lot of teamwork if you're gonna want to come out on top in this game number 1. As we're hopping right into things, Clutch, I cannot hold my excitement. Strongholds and the Rockets are gonna be a big part in who decides the victor here. So let's get things going.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you were a Pioneers crowd to start the weekend off, but the green wall is as strong as ever, and Cloud9 has a very large fan base of their own. There's two teams want to hear you get loud. They want to hear your support in this series. They need it to get to the grand finals. And let's kick this one off with one of the best players in the game. It's Renegade.
Renegade on your screen takes heavy fire and goes down in tires as that B stronghold is getting converted. Penguin takes down Lucid and Rockets in the hands of Eco. Takes down Trippy.
Eco with the double, already into B, 4 down for the green wall. And if there were questions about how OpTic was going to perform after losing in the winners bracket finals, they have started slow for now.
An early trip cap for Cloud9, but OpTic right there to recapture A. So 2 strongholds in the favor of Cloud9 and a nice early lead for them.
Penguin, such a steady, consistent performer for this team, wants to get back to the grand finals. Knows that his dynasty is at risk here today. Slow play in this one as B gets transferred over to OpTic, and we'll see what Penguin's able to do now.
Formal goes down. Good stalker shots for the assist by Penguin, hopping on over into Arcade, trying to capture this B stronghold as his team is already controlling Trem, controlling C, and there you have it. Control back in the favor of Cloud9. A couple members go down, and Renegade is right there in that B stronghold.
Cloud9 fans, you should be very happy that Renegade now has a stalker and a bulldog to play around. He is a power weapon. He's a power weapon fiend. He's known for going off, and with this positioning, he's at least going to find APG. They get the first pick, and now let's see if he can stay alive.
2 members fall for OpTic, but 3 go down for Cloud9 as Lucid heads on over to B with the stalker rifle. He is an absolute maniac with any sort of precision weapon, and actually, he's a maniac with any power weapon, with any weapon at all, as Lucid, one of the best players in the game. The trip cap is in full effect for OpTic Gaming, and finally Cloud9 able to recap C.
You want to talk about fast-paced players, say it, pushing. C right here by himself doing so much damage to these players. Cloud9 didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. And now the trip cap once again in effect. And OpTic Gaming have found their footing here in the elimination finals.
3 members were down for a second for Cloud9 as OpTic still has the trip cap and B's the stronghold. That Cloud9 is choosing to try to break this setup, a really bold play, and Trippy is right there for the double kill reset. And B will stay in the hands of OpTic as finally C goes over to Cloud9.
Big double out of Trippy, and to get the reset, that was massive. APG wins his 1v1, and now all of a sudden OpTic starting to use that momentum to build a lead. It's up to 30.
76 to 41 and counting for OpTic as APG not able to get that fight. Renegade says not today, sir, and moving up towards B. Commando in the hands of Penguin whips that melee, and that cost him his life as Lucid able to take him down.
Renegade makes a play, Lucid makes a play, and the superstars are out tonight.
Finally, some control in the favor of Cloud9 as they're down by double their score right now. B and C currently in their control, choosing to leave A alone, but he's getting a lot of pressure from this tires area, trying to stay alive, pulls out that disrupt out of his back pocket. Trying to do some damage, but not spotting any members of OpTic. Now heading towards PD Court, back towards Tires. APG and Renegade playing a game of ring around the rosy. Who's gonna get the better here?
And APG actually gets the benefit here. He actually opts to play around his team that's fighting bottom middle. APG able to impact this fight, but Renegade also finds his way into the scruff as he finds a kill on the Trippy, but APG flips the map, and that is a rotation from APG that will make a difference in the score.
Yeah, a big play out of APG now, helping his team get control back, and just like that, it was about 80 to 40, and OpTic putting some great points on the board, and Cloud9 able to close the gap as they're trying to recap C.
Luce is good for 1 before he goes down. Rockets are coming up. APG finds another one, so now with numbers advantage, you surely think OpTic would be able to fight for Rockets, but just as I say that, Cloud9, they get a clean sweep. APG's all of a sudden the last guy alive in the back of C. Rockets in the hands of Cloud9, and they are going to look to push a trip cap.
The trip cap in full effect right now, but B and C looking to be converted. Cloud9, APG, big kill on Eco there with the rocket, not able to take down APG with the Bulldog still in his hand. Spots the player, nice killing spree out of APG. Trip cap still for Cloud9. Finally, OpTic looking to stop the bleeding.
5 big kills from APG, and they needed every single one of them to stay in this game. They're just down 12, in control of B and C now, and APG showing you exactly why this roster decided to keep him.
A couple members fall for each side. Renegade, aka Renegade, on your screen. I couldn't agree more with Tony on the desk saying he's a hunter. Once he spots you, once his mind is set to take you down, you are going down here in this ATM, trying to win this fight against Trippy. Puts out some good shots to Bulldog. Nice kill. Clean up reversal onto Trippy. 2 members fall, 1 for each side. As Renegade trying to stay alive here in front of tower, choosing to go bottom mid. Continues to take shots, can't get his shield back.
And needs to stay alive here. It's a very important life. He's got that Bulldog shotgun that's impacted the game so much from here. A and B still in control of Cloud9, and Renegade, he knows he's got to get his way over to B to help Penguin out because Penguin was by himself momentarily. And now Cloud9 have a fantastic opportunity here to build a significant lead with this kind of control.
Look at Renegade here, pushing towards the commando wall, looking to go for the trip cap. Once again, I like this play out of Renegade and Cloud9. The Trippy flank, he didn't expect it. Easy kill there onto Trippy, and Renegade captures C, but they do lose A in the process. And this B stronghold right now is the most important, as it is in that middle point of the map. You don't want to lose control of B. Renegade making sure of that.
A great rotation from Renegade there. You saw him get out-rotated earlier. This time it's him that's doing the out-rotating. And now he's got himself a perfect flank. Lucid, clueless, finds a double. Can he get the triple is the question. APG with some good shots to shut him down, and that's a big kill onto Renegade because he was starting to heat up.
And what a swing out of Cloud9. What started off as a rocky intro to the game. It's been all Cloud9 the past few minutes, 181 and counting. They're looking to close game 1 out with a bang. They want to go to the grand finals for a shot, a rematch against Sentinels. They want their revenge.
Lucid with 13 to his name, leading OpTic Gaming, and he's that main slayer that needs to step up and make a play here and now. Can he do it? Let's see, Eco, he gets shut down by Lucid. Can Lucid turn 2 is the big question. No, Stellar just barely takes him down. He gets traded out, so OpTic do a good job of getting the slays, but right now, they're continuing to trade A for C and C for A.
Looking at the scoreboard, Stellar starting things off great. 15 kills on the board for him. Doing a wonderful job carrying that slaying role in this game number 1. OpTic has some control right now. B and C in their favor. APG trying to stay alive, slipping around here in the arcade. Good shots on the Stellar. Takes him down.
Big shot. Can he win this 1v1? This would be amazing. He's got help. It's not a 1v1. Formal is there to clean up the kill. And we talked about the assists and how they would benefit Cloud9, looking at the graphic coming in. But it's OpTic Gaming leading in assists in this game, and that teamwork is showing out.
B being converted over for Cloud9. Only 50 points left, 53 points left to go for Cloud9, and they will take the series lead 1-0 as Stellar with the stock rifle makes his way over towards arcade, heading towards the tires right now, trying to put pressure on that A stronghold, choosing to back down, and I like that decision once again. Hold your ground, hold your advantage right now. You have B and C, and you have the lead.
Rockets are coming up in 5 seconds. These are a must get. If you're an OpTic Gaming player, you got to figure out a way to get some slays, and Formal's going to kick it off with the first one of his own.
Eagle team nearing victory.
23 seconds left to go. 23 points, I should say. And Cloud9 will take game 1. Stellar spots Formal, puts some shots down. APG with the big double kill. The Rockets are helpful and trying to get the trip, but Trippy is right there to get that kill. 3 members fall for Cloud9. This is a great opportunity for OpTic with the trip cap. The trip cap and Halo Infinite is so deadly.
It's now or never, OpTic. Can you do it? Can you hold the trip cap for a little bit? Just get back into this game and then hold on to B and C. A is the focal point for Cloud9 as of now. Formal trying to make his way there. Trippy gets a double, but unfortunately, Formal dies to the last player alive. That's Penguin securing A and ending the trip cap for now.
Inches away from that reset. Formal not able to reset A as Penguin slides right in, captures A, and now 3 dead for OpTic, allowing Stellar and the boys to move up towards B. And there's a player lurking in there. That's Formal, and he goes down. Cloud9 making all the right plays as they're only 5 seconds, 5 points away with the trip cap and winning game number 1.
One more point, and that'll do it. Cloud9 will take game 1 on the back of a magnificent performance from the entire squad, but that kill from Stellar solidified the win for me, and Cloud9 continuing their undefeated streak here in the elimination bracket. And you know, this continues to snowball downhill, the momentum that Cloud9 is building. If OpTic Gaming cannot figure out a way to stutter it, to take a game, I am very worried.
Cloud9 rolling right now, playing absolutely phenomenal. Before this series, they did 3-0 EUnited, so they are definitely playing at the top of their game right now, going into game number 1, winning pretty handedly. In the intro stages of the game, it was pretty back and forth clutch. We saw actually OpTic did have the upper hand, but after that initial 15% of the game, the last 85% was like mostly Cloud9, dominating, rotating correctly, controlling the power-up. We saw APG come in big with those rockets. We saw Stellar make some plays, so that was a great game number 1 as we hop into some replays.
It's all about the rotations for me. Stronghold is a game of chess, and Cloud9, the best chess players we have in Halo Infinite. Such a stronghold team they are, and every single time, like you said, Faisal, OpTic Gaming, they started off winning the battle of rotations, but eventually it caught up to them, and it was really that moment where Renegade pushed into Tram unsuspectingly, got so much damage down to 2 players. Not only that, but transferred C into his team's favor, and that was a moment where OpTic, if they could take it back, they would be looking for Renegade on that flank. But unfortunately, you learn the hard way, you lose game 1. And now all of a sudden, the momentum that you had throughout the entire weekend starting to dwindle for the Green Wall.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Elimination Finals game number 2. Slayer on recharge. You have the shock rifle, you have the camouflage, you have the sword, and you have a lot of abilities spread around the map as we hop into this game number 2 with Stellar from Cloud9.
Most importantly, you have to forget about the Sentinel's game. I want to see OpTic Gaming play a much more fast-paced Slayer here in game 2. The Sentinel's game was eerie how slow it was. You played right into their hands, and already OpTic starting to pick up the pace, starting to pick up a few kills, and unfortunately, Trippy's gonna lose that camo in his life with him.
Yeah, an unlucky way to go down with that camouflage. A random grenade takes him out as we're all tied up. 3 kills apiece, and guess who has the shock rifle? It's Renegade.
This could be bad. APG gets some information, gets some good damage onto him. Can he find the kill? The answer's no. Renegade with a nice shot melee onto him, and now multiple members of OpTic dropping, and they need to slow this one down momentarily. Formal. He's made slight work of. Renegade's starting to heat up.
Consistency is the name of the game for Renegade. Such a steady shot. Solid decision making, always at the top of his game when it matters most. Nice no-scope on APG, backs him down near that Mangler. Lucid gets the kill, APG gets one as well, so a couple members fall for Cloud9, allowing OpTic to be a little bit aggressive on this power player right here, and that's Renegade playing the sniper, but he didn't play it, and Trippy sees it.
He didn't play it.
He did not.
Play it. Oh, it's not the oddball, but the shock rifle could be just as important here in this series. Trippy, we know the damage he can do with this shock rifle. Missed a vital shot in game 5 against Sentinels. A chance to redeem himself here now, and he slow plays it with the BR out. I love it.
Sneaky. Nice play there for Trippy, catching that player off guard. Stellar on your screen runs into the sword player. That repulsor is so important in situations like that, able to completely negate the sword's effectiveness right there. And now Stellar with the shock sword combo.
Stellar, one of the coldest players we have here. Don't give him a chance, he'll take it. You want him with sword out at this point. Unfortunately, just too much pressure and he loses his life. That's a big kill by Formal.
And here we go, Penguin just activated that camouflage bottom middle. Heading towards the Mangler, looking to go top bottom control, spot the player. That's Trippy. Trippy understands that the camo is right near him, trying to milk his life as much as possible. A very hard position to be in. If you're Trippy, all you can do is try to milk your life, and he's doing just that.
Penguin, look how slow he's playing this. He finally gets the kill onto Trippy. Lucid tries to make slight work of him, but he gets a little bit of help. That's all they needed to take down Lucid, and now camo sword in Penguin's hands. The camo might go out. APG's no shield right in front of him. Surely he gets this kill, but no, APG making him work for it.
APG does get cleaned up right there. Penguin in a one-on-one against Trippy, and Trippy wins that one. A big fight out of Trippy, a big win right there. As now we're on board with Eco, the mastermind on Cloud9, the leader, the in-game leader, the do-it-all player. Eco Smith on your screen, 15-19. His team is trailing by 4, putting down some shots on APG. Top Glass gets green gunned, I believe, and Formal takes him down. Now Formal with the flank elevator, looking for the double. Trippy there to get that cleanup with the great grenade, but Stellar on the other side gets the kill as well.
I love the aggression by OpTic, and Formal there what their mistake was in the Sin series. They don't repeat it. They want to keep up the pace. They want to play at their own pace. They want to dictate how this game's going to be played. Formal, bringing it to Cloud9.
APG takes down Renegade with that shock rifle. Now Lucid, I believe, will pick up the shock rifle. I'd love to get his point of view, and here we go. Lucid putting on the show, picks up the shock rifle and takes the face right away.
What else is he going to give us? Potentially the best shock rifle player we have. Roll 2 might say something about that, but I'd like to see him relocate here. That's exactly what his plan is.
I want to take a listen to what the comms are sounding like over on the OpTic Gaming side as they lead this game 27-20.
Trying to look at Camo. Sword here. Repulse is good. She's hiding. He's silo. Nice, weapons are down there. Yeah, he got me. He's weak, man. We watch out double stack. Sword down there, too. Yo, make sure we kill. Look at this guy double stack. Repulse one shot. Let me one shot. Right below you, Matt. Right below you.
No, two there. Two side left, guys.
I'm blocking elevator.
Yeah, we're chilling. They might be combo. Don't push them. Nice, just one.
Let's push this then.
Side left, penguin.
I'm looking at repulse. Repulse shot. Batteries, mid-bridge right now.
I hear. I'm looking back.
Absolute. We go in C box is weak. C box. They're gonna be behind you guys. Matt, you're out there. We're all can't run.
I'm going to post red.
They're on tower already. 2 tower at least. Grapple's down.
Live out.
Yeah. 2 tower, Matt. One is sword there. Yo, top cat one shot. Two one shot. Nice. One's gonna be top elevator. Top elevator. I'm right behind you, Matt. Right here. I'm gonna go bottom middle, guys. One guy's sick. They just grapple shock.
Okay,
guys. He's Ballage. Kill this guy. Shot. Two Ballage. Let's go elevator. Let's go upstairs. Yellow stairs.
Let's go elevator.
Careful.
Yo, you might need to back up.
He's A-Cat. He's top A. Mid-bridge. He's neither. They see me, guys. They see me. Top tower. Make her weak. I have him twice. He went top A. He's weak right there. Caution. Look out right now. Caution. Top over shot.
One shot, make a door.
Last for shock.
We have camo, guys.
Scamming batteries. One shot.
We have camo.
Sneaky sniping. Guys, listen. It's going too long to see plat. Okay, I have camo.
Yo, can one of you guys look at me?
They're on C-boxes. Penguin.
They're trying to push shower. Yo, in secure.
Clear, consistent, and precise comms out of OpTic Gaming as the lead has slightly closed on them. They were leading by as much as 8 kills in the 20 mark, but now only a 3-kill game as Eco and the boys looking to make a rally.
Eco and Lucid, the last 2 alive for each of their individual squads, and all of a sudden, OpTic's pace has benefited them so far here in Game 2.
Things have slowed down a bit right here. Neither team wants to make that first mistake. Neither team wants to be the opening on a potential push as Trippy gets the opening, takes down Stellar, he gets a double kill. Renegade able to take him down, but that 2-member fall for C9. This could be an opportunity for OpTic to play a little bit aggressive, but they choose not to overplay their hand and they choose to play it a little bit safer.
OpTic still continuing to be aggressive, but set the tone. This is a big difference than the last time around. Formal peaks. These 2, that's a lot of information for OpTic Gaming. Let's see what they decide to do with it.
Eco hoping to get a bit of a lucky grenade connection there, not able to do so with now Formal with the shock rifle spots. Penguin, good shots by Penguin to keep him out of his scope. He knows how deadly Formal can be when he gets comfortable with any sort of precision weapon. That shock rifle almost takes Penguin face. Not able to do that. Penguin takes down Lucid, so now only a 3-kill game as OpTic only 7 kills away from tying the series up.
Renegade's right below them. They know he's down here somewhere, but not exactly there. Formal! Bang! With the shock rifle, and as camo is up, that's a massive kill for OpTic Gaming.
Big play out of Formal right there. That shock rifle is so deadly. 4 kills away for OpTic Gaming. and Formal is totally in his bag right now, in his comfort zone as we're hopping on board with Penguin and that camouflage. This is such an important point of the game for Cloud9. Formal, though, still getting kills on the other side. Penguin picks up Trippy.
So little room for error for Cloud9 to try and take this game too. Penguin, your camo's running out. What are you going to do about it? Formal's got that shock rifle. He's rotated towards pipes. And Penguin, he's got to clear his corners, and because of it, this camo, it's going to run out before he gets all the way to elevator. You have to think that's why he's forced to slow play it.
But fortunately for Penguin, he's able to make it into that corner of the top elevator, so no one knows that Penguin is there, so at least able to put that camo to some sort of use. He's in a perfect position to pinch if his teammates players weak. Penguin is right there, and now we see him trying to capitalize. Renegade gets one. Penguin tries to drop out of English there. He gets taken down. Formal goes down as well, 48 to 45. This one is going down to the wire. Eco now in Turbine, spots a couple players, bottom elevator, not able to get the kills. Only 2 kills left to give if you're Cloud9. Nice kill. 48 to 47.
It's a Cloud9 sandwich, and Formal gets caught out, and all of a sudden it's 48 to 48.
What a comeback from Cloud9. It would be just devastating for OpTic Gaming fans if you lose this game and go down 2-0. These next 2 kills are so important for OpTic if they want to stay alive in this tournament, in this series. 2 kills left to go, and Stellar has a shock rifle.
Camo up in 5-2, so Cloud9 can play around the map here. Stellar does not have to do this. Stellar peeks, gets APG weak, gets hit by a nade, and all of a sudden maybe not in the best position to try and compete for this camo.
I don't even know if any team is going to try to go for that camo right now. They're just so close quarters. Eco in a bit of a compromised position by himself there in Turbine. Now Stellar choosing to back up with try to get a different angle. That shot rifle! Stellar takes down Formal with the perfect headshot. 1 more kill to go, and Cloud9 will take the 2-0 series lead.
You cannot peek when Stellar has the shock rifle. 1 kill to go for Cloud9. All of a sudden, for the first time in game 2, they have the lead. An APG, the pressure. They get 1, but it gets the stick.
Stellar with the stick. What a play! Last 2 kills going for Stellar. He looked cool, calm, and collected. It's just another day in the office for Stellar and the boys. But what a win and what a devastating way to go down 2-0 in this series. Now your backs are truly against the wall if you're OpTic Gaming, and it's such a tall task to try to reverse sweep this Cloud9 roster.
1 game at a time. But let's talk about Stellar. How unbelievable that Cloud9 push was. Just saw Trippy and APG stuck bottom elevator. All of Cloud9 sandwiches them, and they do such a good job to make sure they do not trade a single death. In order to get the job done, it took every single kill for them to execute that push perfectly on the elevators. And then once the shock rifle got into Stellar's hands, you cannot peek anything because Stellar will find his opening, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, when we went into that Astro listen in, OpTic had like an 8-kill lead. Everything seemed to be going their way, but when we got out of that Astro listen in, it was an 8-kill lead, got down to 4 kills, and as the game got closer to the final moments, it just kept getting chipped away, and before you know it, Cloud9 was right there all tied up at 48 kills apiece. And like you said, Clutch, when Stellar has the shock rifle in his hands, you know he's gonna make plays. He gets the final 2 kills. And what a way to close out that game number 2 as we look at some replays.
Taking a look at the last 40 seconds of the game. Let's relive this moment from Stellar's point of view. And you want to talk about ice cold killers we have on the main stage, this kid just does it every time, it seems. Relocate. Such a smart play to relocate here. Formal doesn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Stellar says, you peek, I teach.
You
ripped the face.
I like that.
Formal.
I like that. Stellar, that 49th kill was so big, and his just expressions don't change. It's just another day for him, and this was a bold play by Trippy. He grapples his way into top control, and maybe it would have worked out for him if Stellar didn't have some plasma grenades in his back pocket, but unfortunately for Trippy, he got stuck. 50 to 49 is the score, as close as it gets in a Slayer, as we see the rest of the series layout. If Cloud9 wants to end this in a sweep, it's going to be right here. But if OpTic wants a chance at going to the grand finals, they're going to need to win 3 in a row against a really powerful Cloud9 team.
You want to talk about how good at the game Stellar is, especially when the pressure is at its highest. I'm pretty sure he switched to the plasma nade from a frag in that moment. with that kind of chaos going on, with the weight of the game in your hands, to have that kind of patience. I mean, Stellar, this kid's perfect. This Cloud9 team, they want to get back in the grand finals and a shot at Sentinels, and now they are one game away from getting the job done.
Switching from a frag grenade to the plasma grenade in the blink of an eye in a split second. A little detail can make a big difference, as that plasma grenade ended the game number 2 and ended the hopes of OpTic making the series tied up. Instead, 2-0 going into game number 3. Now, Clutch, if you're OpTic, what are you telling yourself? What do you have to do in this game number 3? How do you regain?
You got to figure it out, man, and you got to take a deep breath. And the one person on that stage that I have confidence in, if he can lead the troops, if he can message how this is going to be done, this mountain they have to climb now, it's formal. He's been through it all. 15 years of a career. He's had reverse sweeps in the elimination bracket finals. He's done the unthinkable. And for now, to have that kind of presence amongst your team, you got to relay the message that this series is far from over. And we got a very strong game type for OpTic ahead of us. So you win game 3. Basically, you've been saying it all weekend long. The start to a reverse sweep starts with a game 3 win.
This is the swing game. Even if you're up 2-0, losing a game 3 just puts a weird pressure on you, right? Like, even if you're up 2-0 in a series, you lose game 3 against a really good team, you're going into game number 4 like, let's just close it out right here. Like, let's just close it, because you don't want to go to a game 5, obviously. And so this is a big game. Still hope for this OpTic gaming squad. They came into this weekend, they came into this tournament fresh off of a victory from that FaZe Invitational in hopes of repeating that, hopes of coming to a major, $350,000 on the line, hoping to try to take home the title. And this is their final shot, Clutch. If they lose this game, their tournament is over, and they will finish with 3rd place here in Kansas City. But I expect them to move past that game number 3 and go into game number 4, but the way Renegade and Stellar and the rest of Cloud9 is playing, it's gonna be tough.
For me, it's all about the control, the power up and power weapon. How often did we see Cloud9 secure that camo there in game 2? Just about for free, and then how much damage were they able to do? What kind of positions were they able to get in with those camos? OpTic's gotta turn the switch on. They got to start focusing and prioritizing the power on the map to give them the advantages that they will take advantage of when they get it. But Cloud9, they're just so good at competing for overshields, for camos, for rockets. And Bazaar CTF, the name of the game is that set of rockets and overshield. And when you have those, it just opens doors for your potential. We'll see if they're able to change the story around.
Typically, this game type, when it's played at such a high level, ends because of the timer, right, Clutch? We see, so one cap means so much in this game type on this map. So we always talk about the snowball effect in Halo Infinite, and it's doesn't just apply to Slayers, it applies to any map, any game type. So I'm looking for OpTic to come out strong, get control of the power-up, get control of the rockets, get middle map, get in their base first, try to be the aggressor here, pull the flags, and give yourselves as many chances to cap as you can.
I bet my paycheck that this is going 12 minutes. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a banger of a fucking game. We have Bazaar CTF. OpTic need this now more than ever. They need you now more than ever.
Let's get it going, ladies and gentlemen, in the crowd. Make some noise. This could be the final game for OpTic Gaming, and they need your support now. Loading into game number 3. Capture the flag on Bazaar. We talked about it. You got your rockets. You got your overshield. Those dynamo grenades can be pretty handy as well. And don't forget about that bulldog bottom rocks.
All right. Just about a perfect record for both teams, but one falter for Cloud9. That's an opening for OpTic Gaming. Let's see if they can find an opening off the break.
Starting things off with Stellar. One member from each side goes down. Trippy gets a double kill. Good start for OpTic. Pretty even though, as APG with the overshield now. Bottom middle spots. Eco calls him out to formal. Good shots there. APG doing great work with his overshield, putting it to work, and now continuing to rain down shots on Stellar.
APG's got to play his life here. Renegade's found himself some rockets. The crowd's starting to get louder. You can hear the OpTic chants in the back. But give him a reason to cheer, boys. Give him a play. Renegade looking to make a play of his own with these rockets. Lucid finds him. Unfortunately, Renegade's just got too much power.
Yeah, Rockets and Bulldog, that's a tough fight to go against if you're Lucid now. Hopping on board with Form, putting down shots on their tree. Takes down one, Penguin goes down as well, so 2 members fall. Make that actually 4 down for a second for Cloud9 as OpTic able to push in now. Formal jumping in to, looks like he may jump into the bar. Yes, he does. Trippy is right there with him.
What can they do? They got bar control. That's really step 1 to getting into the enemy base. Unfortunately, they hesitate. Because of that, it's given Renegade the opportunity to flank across. He finds himself a kill. They flush OpTic out. But no, Lucid somehow, some way stays alive, gets the kills, and keeps control of Cloud9's bar for now.
We heard OpTic's comms last game. I want to take a listen to Cloud9's communication in game. What are they doing right? What has been helping them so much in this series as we hop into an Astro listen-in?
2 there front base, the tree.
Okay, I'm getting
There we are. Yo, 2 there tree, 1 doubles. 2 there tree, 1 doubles.
We are 1 shot.
Nice.
Coming.
Doubles, he's out. 1 shot, 1 shot. 2 1 shots on me. They're all 1 shot.
3, all 1.
I'm coming, Kevin.
1 shot,
Nice.
jump up. 1 shot, jump up. Lucid. 1 shot, the fruit.
1 shot,
He's down.
Trippy's up, Trippy's up.
Spawn throws.
There's another thrust fruit, I think. Let him sounder. Trippy's nading you from tree. I'm gonna go there, elbow, Res.
Get our thrust.
Alright. I spawned BR,
Okay, I'll get it. 3 guys tree.
I was gonna be double spiked.
I did good damage.
I heard that. They're doubles in there. Cubby, maybe? They're doubles?
I don't think Cubby has. No. They're doubles 1. I got 2.
They're tree. Yeah, weak APG.
I'm here, Don. He's 1 shot.
I'm pulling his tree. All dead. Lucid.
I'm getting turbo quick. I think we're okay.
I can help you down. I'll do it, guys. You're fucking him up bad.
Where Kevin? Is your elbow?
I think he went through him. No, he didn't. That's him. No one should be in our base.
In my opinion, the best leadership in game is Eco Smith. You heard his comms right there. He just takes total leadership in game and just makes sure the troops are all in line. You heard him call out Lucid. He does that. I've teamed with Eco. He thinks whoever the best player on the other team is, Eco will just call him out and make sure that that player is not in the game, that player is not being effective. And we heard him right there calling out Lucid.
It's also because Lucid was the first one to spawn, so he's making sure if we see people, we should see Lucid first. If not, Lucid would be flanking. But Cloud9 doing a phenomenal job to secure that first cap, to take the lead, and now OpTic Gaming scrambling to get some control.
1-0 is the score as Cloud9 able to punch first and they get one on the board. So OpTic is gonna need to come out strong right now and make something happen as Formal goes down by the Bulldog. Lucid there to take down Penguin. And we talked about it, Clutch. A 1-0 lead is really substantial here on this map in game type, and Cloud9 in the driver's seat.
FPG needs to be careful here. This overshield cannot be wasted. He's gonna be by himself now. Does get a melee, gets good damage with the dynamo grenade. That's information as well with the audio cue. Where is the rest of Cloud9? APG head on a swivel, has a little bit of help from Formal now, and a couple of kills going in favor of OpTic. 2 dead. Look for OpTic to be aggressive here.
APG trying his best to stay alive here in the bar. Able to stay alive. Working with his team now, trying to get into the base of Cloud9, but this Cloud9 roster is going to play this so methodical. They understand that there's the clock is their friend right now. 7 minutes, and they will move on to the grand finals as Renegade clears out his bar, gets a double kill. Stellar now with the Needler moving out double doors.
I'm going to go and do an Astro Gaming listen-in with OpTic Gaming. Hear what the comms are like on the brink of elimination. Let's see if they're as steady as they should be, as clear as they need to be.
Might be early.
Push me. Watch out, Victor. Absolute one pillar stellar. And their pillars shot Eco.
I don't know how many days.
Jump up in the big door. Watch our bridge. Watch our tree, guys.
Our alley.
Yeah, go after the pillars. Coming to you. Somebody helping.
So he's our alley.
I'll jump up. With he's a Bulldog tree right now. Bulldog tree.
These guys are just OEing constantly.
Oh, yeah.
Watch out.
One alley. No, 2 here. Alley.
Don't check, guys. Don't check.
You can probably push up.
Run flag, guys.
Turn out bad.
Yeah, he's up here. We up here. Nice. OP, guys. Our bridge.
Our bridge.
Tree.
One shot, he's one shot up here. One shot up here. One shot, he's one shot perch. One shot perch. One shot on Chocs, one shot on Chocs, and the guy on truck.
On truck, please keep going.
Keep low. They're gonna be on them.
Yeah,
On bridge.
Yep. Bridge, you're there.
Looking.
RBR. Nice.
Renegade.
Rockets are out.
RBR off the west. He's out of the west. He has thrusts.
Down.
Good solid comms out of OpTic. You hear Lucid saying they're just OEing, they're trying to break down this Cloud9 roster, and what's working so well for them is the constant aggression, and Penguin and Stellar showing that once more as they're already in OpTic's base. Even though they have a 1-0 lead, they're going to keep the pedal to the metal and run the second flag.
Stellar gets a big kill on the APG. That's 2 dead for OpTic. They're going to be coming off respawn. It's a big responsibility now for Lucid and Formal to figure a way out to stop this flag from advancing. It looks like they've got a few kills in order to do so, but eventually you have to see OpTic take the aggressive approach. You have to see them get a touch. Penguin on a flag, but Penguin on the flank gets a touch of his own, and now all of a sudden, a flag that you thought was going to be returned by OpTic Gaming is still alive in the middle of the map.
A big play out of Penguin, flanks around the treehouse and gets a touch on the flag, throws it by the middle. 2 members make that 3 go down for OpTic, 3 down for Cloud9 as well. Renegade, last one alive, but he doesn't have much pushback, as there you have it. The second flag goes in for Cloud9. And this is looking really scary if you're an OpTic Gaming fan. Only 4.5 minutes left to go. And if you don't cap a couple flags, your tournament is over.
What a play by Penguin there to be able to get behind enemy lines, get a touch on the flag, keep it alive, and more importantly, allow Renegade to do his thing in the meantime. Cloud9 now up 2-0 with 4 minutes left, Basil. Bazaar CTF is not the easiest game type to try and build a 2 flags deficit from.
They're keeping the pressure on. Renegade just picked up the newest overshield once again, being the aggressor that he is. Hops into APG's treehouse, takes him down. Trippy and Formal stuck on the elbow. This is looking very dangerous for OpTic as Renegade. I love this play. Run it towards them. You've already made them weak. Clean them out and make them spawn on the other side as APG gets taken down with some great teamwork. And Renegade playing this so patient, so perfect right now.
Trippy's the last guy alive. He's got to stop Renegade. He's got to get the return. What a job to do. Trippy gets the kill, but can he hop the return and get it? Cloud9's going to try and compete for it. Stellar gets taken down, and Trippy may have just saved OpTic Gaming's tournament.
That was such a big play, such a big 2 kills out of Trippy. If OpTic does not return that flag, they would have essentially almost no hope to win this game, but they're still alive. 3 minutes left to go, and here we go. APG running the flag as Formal is there to provide some cover fire, but he chooses to go into treehouse instead of watch that angle, but fortunately APG able to get out of there.
Formal continuing to have poor timing here. Eco's in tree. Can he get the kill? No, Eco wins the 1v1, but Lucid in the meantime found Rockets, puts him to work, but no deaths on the side of Cloud9. 3 go down for OpTic Gaming, and now all of a sudden Stellar's on the return.
4 dead for OpTic Gaming. Stellar making plays time and time again, and there you see the return. 2.5 minutes left to go in this game, and once again Cloud9 in OpTic space and running their flag.
Here comes the counter cap opportunity. You gotta get kills, OpTic, and unfortunately Lucid, your best slayer, he goes down first.
Stellar choosing to get out of dodge right there, leaving the flag alone in treehouse and choosing to instead reposition, and that's a great decision as he catches Lucid off guard. Not able to get the kill though. Renegade gets one on the other side, so 1 member for each team going down. Formal falling as well, so they cannot seem to string together a series of kills, Clutch, and they're going to need to do exactly just that with only 1 minute and 45 left.
This is such a difficult, tall task to ask of these guys. They are elite players, some of the world's best, but still, 2 caps in 1 minute and 30 against Cloud9. You got to be kidding me, but that's the hole they built. Can they cut out of it? It's the question. Lucid, he finds 2.
Big double kill there for Lucid, 24 kills for him, doing everything in his power to will his team to a game number 4, but It's looking grim right now. It's not looking great for OpTic Gaming. Trippy gets a kill. There's another one. 2 members fall for Cloud9. This could be the one and final chance for OpTic to come back in this game.
We gotta go. Elusive just keeps getting knocked to no shield. He can't push up. Cloud9 doing just enough. Shuts him down finally, and though Eco is the last player alive. That kill from him is a big one.
Eco right where he needs to be right now, able to get his shields back and pushing this flag carrier. That's Trippy. Easy money. 4 shot, perfect for Eco. Look at him, he's just so in his element right now. He is expecting to go to the grand finals, and in 35 seconds, they will punch their ticket to a rematch against Sentinels in that grand finals.
Defense wins championships, and Cloud9's defense has stayed strong for 12 straight minutes, 24 seconds and counting. And OpTic, they don't have the numbers. They have the flag, but it's over, Faisal. Formal last guy alive, he gets removed, and Penguin, he just wants to do some damage.
Penguin saying, why not? I'm gonna run a 3rd flag just to put some salt in the wound as there's 5 seconds left to go in this game number 3, and that's going to be a clean sweep. Look at Renegade getting hyped up, and the rest of Cloud9 will be moving on to face Sentinels in the grand finals for a rematch. And Clutch, I cannot wait to watch that grand finals matchup, and wow, what a performance out of Cloud9.
And a slow start to the day. But ever since that Sentinel series, Cloud9 has been perfect. 9-0 in the elimination bracket run that they are on. And so often, Faisal, I say, it is so important if you're gonna make an elimination bracket run and actually have a shot at winning 2 best-of-5s in the grand finals, that you get the job done in these series quickly.
Could not agree more with you, Clutch. This is a scary team to be going up against in the grand finals, and if there is a team that would win 2 best-of-7s in that grand finals, it's Cloud9, but Sentinels obviously has something to say about that. We saw how Frosty, Snakebite, Lethal, Royal 2, and of course Royal 1 standing behind him. Those guys were playing phenomenal Halo, knocking out Cloud9 3-1 earlier in the winner's bracket, and now getting a chance to go up against them once again in the grand finals. What a series and what a performance out of Cloud9. Textbook Halo right there.
They wrote the textbook. These guys up here, champions, they're dynasty. There's still hope to continue the run that they've been on all of HCS Infinite play. Undefeated. Back-to-back land chances. A story still being written, and wouldn't this be a chapter for Cloud9 fans to enjoy?
And what does this mean for this OpTic Gaming roster? Not able to meet their expectations, not able to meet their final goal. That was to win a championship here in Kansas City. Instead, they fall short. They will be going home with a great prize pool regardless, but a 3rd place finish is not what they were looking for.
They're not satisfied by any means, but I do expect this OpTic Gaming team to figure it out, to put the pieces back together, to gain some momentum going into the next LAN, and they will be a threat all year long. Don't get me wrong, things did not go their way today. But the bigger picture is the World Championship at the end of the year, and OpTic Gaming will have their chance to take that home.
You can say that again, Clutch. That Halo World Championships at the end of the year is where all the marbles will come out, and Cloud9 right now looking phenomenal as we're gonna head into the grand finals. I cannot wait to watch that series. Sentinels is trying to regain their throne here in the HCS after getting kicked down a few times and hearing the disrespect, some of it coming from right over here. And hold that thought as Sentinels is looking to reclaim their throne. But Cloud9 playing so well. You mentioned it, Clutch. 9-0 so far in the elimination bracket. I'd imagine that's going to change in the grand finals, though.
You have to think they drop a game while trying to double reverse sweep Sentinels. You have to think that Sentinels can take a game, but right now Cloud9, they have so much ice. I mean, these guys, they have so much experience, it wouldn't shock me if they defied the odds.
It wouldn't shock me either, but that's gonna do it from the caster side for Clutch and Goofy. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Goofy and Clutch. Exceptional job from Cloud9. Oh my goodness, they are looking damn good right now. Tony, we were kind of talking before this segment, and you were talking to me about their record so far since that loss to Sentinels. They haven't skipped a beat.
So yeah, Sentinels knocked Cloud9 into the elimination bracket for the first time in Halo Infinite, and even 3-0ing everybody in their sight. Sentinels, Cloud9 are coming for revenge.
They certainly are coming for revenge, and the revenge looks like the form of OpTic going home packing. And Cloud9, my goodness, they were just a full force of nature out there. And I've got to say that first map as well, Shyway, such a dominant display of strongholds there, and we kind of could see this story unfolding in terms of OpTic and what Cloud9 had in store for them the rest of the series.
The first game set a precedent for sure. C9, they're on a warpath. We can't wait to see how that plays out with Sentinels, but you know, I can't say I'm not a little heartbroken seeing the result of that series and seeing, you know, OpTic fall the way they did. I think this team was, you know, built with, kind of built to be champions, and they had everything going well for them. An expectation behind them, I think, as well. But sometimes, you know, it just makes me think that, you know, dynasties aren't always formed immediately, right? They don't always click immediately. The big edge that C9 and Sentinels have over OpTic is just years of experience, years of trial and error through Halo 5, losing and winning and going up and down and prevailing through it all. OpTic, they've known nothing but success. And the moment that their foundation starts to crumble, you can see their composure start to crumble as well. And that's just what it felt like all series. They were checked, unfortunately.
They certainly were. I'll tell you what, that recharge slate was nuts as well. Stellar at the end with the iciest of veins going. Yeah. Oh my goodness, just what he was able to do with the shock rifle. Just picking off the top gold guy, peeking. You never peek when Stellar has a shock rifle. But of course, this Bazaar CTF, a huge shout out to this 2-0 scoreline as well. But Eco, 22, 12, and 16. That is unusual stats for Eco. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Smith was popping off today. And a massive shout out as well to Penguin, 20 assists to his name. You know, looking at that wall sheet, the teamwork coming forward, you look at the assists, which I think a lot of people don't really kind of tend to look into too much. You know, you want the kill-death ratio, most of all, if you're a fan, but the assists are so important.
Yeah, to me, it's more important than just the kills, because it shows how in tune you are with the rest of your squad. It shows that you aren't relying on just these individual efforts across the map to make something happen. Instead, you have calculated pushes, you're playing the odds, you have teamwork going into pretty much every push you're doing, and you're doing it together. And the fact that when we looked at the assist leaderboard, 3 of Cloud9's players were in the top 5 for assists per minute here at HCS Kansas City.
I mean, it's pretty nuts when you think about it, and it just shows you, we've been saying it for so long now, how good they are at their teamwork. They gel so well, and you are seeing this right here, right now. Our elimination bracket, you just saw their Cloud9 pushing through that one pretty easy. I've got to say, they're looking absolutely amazing, but they will have to come up against Sentinels, who are waiting in that grand final position in our winners bracket. Just to remind everyone at home, it's not only one best of 7 for Cloud9, it's 2. That is a very difficult task ahead of them. But if you could think of any team right here, right now, that could actually deliver the goods there, Tony, who would it be?
I mean, it would have to be Cloud9.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking back-to-back LAN champions going in for their third. If there's any team that can do it, like you said, it's going to be C9.
And it's going to be interesting to see the longevity of those series play out as well. Best of 7 obviously plays a lot different from a best of 5. And, you get to see a little bit more on offer from both of our teams here to see, who's got the stamina, the game types kind of switch up a bit as well. So it's going to be a little bit more of an even playing field, which I'm really looking forward to. But I tell you what, folks, it's time for a quick break while we get everything set up on the main stage. But of course, as you know, coming up next, we do indeed have that match you've all been waiting for all weekend long. It's our grand final, and it's set in the form of Sentinels versus Cloud9. Who is going to be crowned champion? Find out right after this break.
The HCS Kansas City Major is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, the Marines, Dolby, PC Game Pass, Zowie, Rockstar Energy, and Xbox Plays.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hey, sorry I'm late. Lucid, you're an absolute all-star. You're one of the best Halo players, in my opinion, of all time now. I'm just going to say it. Not just in Infinite or Halo 5. I would literally die for this man. But I just wanted you to know that Game Pass has PC games. Did
yes.
you know that?
I do. I read it right on that hoodie.
Do you have Game Pass?
I do. I do have the Ultimate Game Pass.
Is it true that you have to get a green wall tattoo when you join OpTic Gaming?
Yes, but I won't tell you where it is.
This guy, you need to idolize in some way, shape. This is the next Dave Walsh of the next generation of Halo players. What's your current PC rig looking like? I mean, are you like a big like
Beastly?
You know what I'm saying? Beastly.
It's a Beastly rig.
Do you know the components?
I got 32 gigs of RAM.
Oh man, it's a lot of RAM.
32, maybe 64. I can't quite remember.
Well, who needs to know whenever you're just kicking everybody's butt anyways? Yeah. What is your favorite call out? And would you scream it at me like we were on main stage, 49-49 in a Slayer, and you got the intel? Shrooms! Weak on
one shot. Shrooms.
One shot. Pushing.
Yes. Shroom bridge.
Driveway.
Jumping up.
Driveway.
Wrong map. But
Cairn, come home.
Yeah.
Would you just give me like a loud Game Pass PC games?
Just yell it.
Yeah.
Game Pass has PC games.
HCS Kansas City.
Welcome back, Halo fans. It is Championship Sunday and it is Grand Finals time. We have Sentinels versus Cloud9 going head to head. And this is a tale that reads an awful lot like 2018. These two teams know each other pretty damn well. They've been in these circumstances many a time before. And Clutch, what are you looking forward to the most out of this matchup?
I'm looking forward to seeing if Cloud9 can continue the dominance since they've lost to Sentinels earlier today. How is Sentinels going to stop this train that's going? Because it's at full speed at this point.
It certainly is a full speed train. That is no question about that. You know, what are the main differences you're seeing out of Cloud9 right now, Goofy? Of course, from where they were at in terms of that Sentinel series, 3-1 they fell there. You know, would you have been a little bit more concerned if it was a 3-0? I mean, it was 3-1. It was only one map drop by Sentinels there. So where's kind of the balance at in terms of your head with this matchup?
To be honest, in my opinion, the previous series wouldn't have mattered either way. If it was a 3-2, a 3-0, a 3-1, we know what Cloud9 is about, and winning one game earlier in the tournament wouldn't change that, right? They're coming in to this grand finals with one goal, and that's to win 2 best-of-7s and do the unthinkable in reverse, right? So it's going to be a long road if you're Cloud9 to try to take home the championship tonight. And Sentinels on the other side, all they need to do is win 4 games.
They certainly do. And you know, we kind of said it there, but you know, they wouldn't be worried about what happened previously, etc. But Walshy, are they worried about the 2 best-of-7s? That is a lot of Halo Infinite to play, and that is also a lot of games you've got to win.
Yeah, I don't think they care about the long haul as much. They need to take it game by game here and moment by moment. When they played against Sentinels earlier, they were playing Sentinels game. They were playing at their pace. I noticed them taking challenges that normally wouldn't. And whereas we saw Cloud9 earlier today, like when we saw them against KC Pioneers, against OpTic, they were playing their lives. They would get some damage on the board and back down. And they really need to rely on their team here versus these individualistic efforts.
Let's talk about Sentinels in particular. The boys in red on that main stage, Sen City's protectors. Clutch, what kind of shift have you seen in their gameplay, in their team, coming into Kansas City in this second major? They're more practiced, but what's really changed for you?
The biggest shift in that OpTic series that specifically stuck out to me was Lethal's objective work. If he's not going to be able to pick it up in the slaying category, which, hey, I wasn't really able to do as a player myself.
Oh, we know.
I found myself playing the objective and was damn good at it too. So I love what I saw from Lethal in that oddball game that was the pivotal game that dictated how that series went. Lethal had by far the most ball time. If he continues to find a way to be scrappy, to have success, to get his wins where he can, he's going to continue to give Sentinels an opportunity to take home another championship.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think something that Sentinels did really well is taking out the best players on the team at the time. I think trying to take all of the strengths away from them, I think that's the biggest thing here, and a lot of that comes into the form of power weapons, but Goofy, it comes into the form of whose hands the power weapons are in. If you're Sentinels right now, what are you looking to try and totally take care of right from the get-go?
I mean, it's just, we talked about it a lot this weekend, Lottie. It's having a good start, whether it's to the game or obviously the series. You want to start off on the right foot. And if you're players like Royal 2, players like Frosty, they're gonna be on top of the power weapons. They're gonna be controlling the map. But it all comes down to that. The momentum, right? You want to make sure you have momentum. If you're Sentinels and if you're Cloud9, there's a long road ahead. And like Dave said, I totally agree. You got to take it one game at a time. But it's human nature. You got 2 series ahead of you, so it's a long road.
Yeah, it's an awfully long road. Right now, best advice for Sentinels going up against Cloud9. They only have 1 best-of-7 to win here. Walshy, what would it be? What do you want to see them focus on coming against Cloud9?
I thought they did a really good job, like I said, playing their pace of game. They shut down Renegade in the previous series that they won. They were picking off players left and right. Like Clutch also highlighted, Lethal was picking up objective. You need to be either putting the slays up or you need to be putting some time or flag caps in.
One or the other.
One or the other.
You better get one of those categories. Sometimes you're getting both, but at least one of those categories.
At least one of those categories. We're talking about categories. We've done one of them on the main stage. Let's talk about Cloud9 now as a whole. Cloud9 looking really, really dominant. Obviously haven't let anything up since that drop with Sentinels here. What do they need to do to finish the job? In particular, if you're really being picky, diving deep into their gameplay, they did fall short before. So what do they need to clean up?
I think they've just got to play like they have been in this elimination bracket run. You see their shots starting to heat up. They were winning every individual fight in that game 3 against OpTic. It was actually a special thing to watch. And when these guys get hot, we know what happens. Championships come after. And I think as long as they have enough gas in the tank, they can make this comeback a reality.
They certainly can make this comeback a reality. And if there's one team that's going to do it, it's going to be Cloud9. Now, Sentinels know how to come back in best of 7 and 2 best of 7s. They've done the elimination bracket run quite a few times. Goofy, would they know how to stop it? Is there tactics with 2 best of 7s here?
Definitely. If I'm Sentinels, I'm going into this series with the most confidence in the world. I don't care who is on the other side of the stage. You're in the grand finals from the winners bracket. You beat OpTic, you beat Cloud9 to get here. And let's not forget, this is Sentinel's first event, first major event as a full team. They didn't have their full roster at Raleigh, and they had a not so great placing, and now coming back in with Royal 2, this team, these rivalries between Cloud9 and Sentinels go way far back, all the way into the early stages of Halo 5, and now we're getting a treat right here on the main stage as we get to witness 2 of the greatest teams go head to head once again.
That man right there, middle of the screen, slightly on the right. We always talk about who the best player in the game is. We talk about Frosty, we talk about Renegade, we talk about Lucid. Royal 2, man, how does his name get left out of the conversation so often? It shocks me. I mean, the most positive player in the history of Halo, the ice in his veins, the game-changing shots he was hitting against OpTic. He's gonna need to have one hell of a performance here in the grand finals, and if I know anything about Royal 2, that's what's in store.
Indeed, he was really popping off against OpTic. It was absolutely amazing. How are you feeling right now about the roster as a whole? Because we talked a lot about TJ coming into this and how he needs to step up, but honestly, I feel like he has been stepping up and into his role on the team. You're not always going to get some crazy stats from TJ, but what you are going to get is pivotal kills, making sure objective work's done, getting things out of danger. And are you happy with how he's playing and the level of this performance right now?
I am. From these last couple series where they took down Cloud9 and OpTic, they're playing well. Sentinels have shown that their best can beat the best in the game right now. However, I am still a little concerned with their consistency. The fact that yesterday they almost dropped that series to Quadrant. We could be seeing a whole different grand finals here if that was the case.
We certainly can. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to be seeing a grand finals, and it's happening right now. I'm so excited to get into this one. It's going to be a best of 7, potentially 2. We have Sentinels versus Cloud9 on the main stage. Your Kansas City Major Championship Grand Finals happens right now. Hello, Kansas City, and hello, folks at home, and welcome to the Halo Championship Series Kansas City Major.
My God, the layup of the dunk coming in from C9 to close out the series.
Dude just taking full advantage of it. There's a triple and some main stage energy for you.
There's a reason that this team is able to do whatever they want on the map. A lot of that is due to the main Slayer, Renegade. We'll see if he can pop off. Confidence out of Cloud9. You can see on every single POV when we cut to their screens, they are not backing down from fights and they are hitting their shots, without a doubt. Frosty going to be challenging Penguin, but Penguin does not miss in this series.
That's going to be it. Sentinel are going to the winners finals.
The losing hits Overshield still able to get the kill. Now gets a double kill. Does Renegade. The main Slayer starting to heat up as
But Sentinels go into a lead. 10 seconds left on the clock. Not over. The push comes in from Pioneers. Frosty gets the back, plays the ball, and Frosty's going mad.
Oh my God, that's a game-saving play from Frosty. Game-saving play. The time ticks down. Sentinels will win off of the Frosty Camel play.
It's Championship Sunday, and it all comes down to this.
This weekend, we had the best Halo teams in the world touchdown in Kansas City for one goal, to be the best, to hoist a trophy, to be a champion. And now, we only got 2 teams remaining. Coming out to the stage first, I give to you Cloud9. Coming out first, the main Slayer, it's Renegade. Coming up next, the big brain himself. Give it up for Eco. the jack of all trades, but master of none. Give it up one time for Penguin. And last but definitely not least, the silent assassin himself, I give to you, Stellar! Looking to defend their dynasty. Give it up one time for Cloud9. All right. Now, for their opponent, coming in from the winner's side of the bracket, looking to hoist another championship trophy, I give to you, Sentinels! Coming out first, it's the marksman himself, Royal 2. Up next, the fearless leader, Snakebite! Coming out, the legend himself, I give to you, Lethal! Now, the final player, looking to bring some more 200 IQ plays to the stage, I give to you, Frosty! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sentinels! All right, the stage is set. It's Cloud9 versus Sentinels. Kansas City, are you ready? One more time, are you ready? It's time to get the grand final started. All set, Rob, take it away.
Absolutely ridiculous. The energy in this room is palpable. It is electric here in Kansas City. And it's our pleasure to talk you through this grand final. It's going to be myself, Onset, and Bravo. We have two of the best teams in the world ready to throw it down. Sentinels versus Cloud9.
Coming into this weekend, not many would have expected Sentinels to do the work to get here, but that's exactly what they've done. They look to reclaim their throne. Of course, though, the team that still holds that throne in Halo Infinite will be the team on your screen now. It's Cloud9.
Cloud9 still very much known as the best in the world right now. 2 LAN victories so far in Halo Infinite. Unbeaten in the LAN environment. But if there's one team that knows how to play against this lineup historically, it's going to be Sentinels. The sleeping giant has awoken here in KC as we take a look at our grand final series layout.
That's right. You can say that Sentinels, compared to their historic performance, have been dormant. As you say, they've been awoken. Game number 1, Oddball on Recharge. Game number 2, Slayer Streets.
We'll go to CTF Aquarius as our game 3. We go back to Streets in game 4 for some more Strongholds action. Bazaar Slayer, Oddball Lightfire, and Slayer Aquarius will close out what could be the final series. However, if it's going to be Cloud9 who do manage to take home the win in this first best of 7, Andy, it means we're going the distance and we're going to reset the bracket.
And my God, to see Cloud9 playing that early in the elimination bracket, not something we're used to. To see OpTic and C9 both falling in winners, and the Sentinels return as the kings of the winners bracket. It's crazy to see Sentinels only needs 1 series here to reclaim the HCS throne.
These two teams have been playing just lights out. It has been an honor to watch some of these games, let alone be up here in the casting booth for the grand final. And I think you've got to remind ourselves a little bit as well what has happened between these two teams just very recently today, right? Cloud9 were beaten by Sentinels. I don't think many people saw it coming, unless, of course, you've been watching quite a lot of Sentinels gameplay over the last few weeks, but it looks like we're ready to go here. It's Sunday night, everyone, and you know what that means. It's time to kick things off here for our grand finals. It's Cloud9 versus Sentinels. It's Recharge Oddball.
And we are right into the mix. Welcome along to the grand finals here at the HCS Kansas City Major. It's been an unbelievable weekend of Halo Infinite, and we are poised here, set up for a fantastic grand final.
And what a venue and what a place it's been to hold what has been a historic event so far. KC has not disappointed. Every single person who's been out there in the crowd has been giving us so much energy throughout the weekend, and I'm sure these players have been preparing to put on a similar series, which is deserving of the effort that's been put in by the local crowd. And the break here is going to be a pretty standoffish position between the two teams, but it looks like Cloud9 have managed to scoop up that ball and get a few points on the board.
It's a good push from Sentinels. Take a look at this. They send players top goal. They also send players pipes. They will trade out 2 for 1. That will also give them some ball control here on Bat Ledge.
Looks like they will have, as you say, semblance of setup here. They do have information of where those spawns are going to be coming in. Also, it looks like Sentinels are picking up a couple of kills across the board, which is just going to help them stagger those spawns. Good early turn coming in here for Sentinels. Snakebite going to be our POV to watch for now. He's got the Commando in hand as well to stretch some shields.
Still 2 dead here for C9. Has Sentinels ever showed up this week? It almost gets the back whack. Does Snakebite against Renegade, but Renegade's long haul push ends up looking good. He'll stay alive at bottom gold as well.
Good early time coming in here though from Sentinels. Looking across the statistics right at the start of this game, you can see everybody pretty much level across the board. Maybe it's going to take Penguin, the man who is the jack of all trades and the master of many, to break down what has been a solid start here from Sentinels. He managed to pick up a few kills on his way forward there. Stella's managed to escape with that oddball as well. And it looks like a little bit of a rotation coming in towards that long haul. Maybe a play ball on the menu here for Stella.
The man on your screen. Questions have been asked of Lethal. So far, he has answered. And if Sentinels were to win this event, I think if grapple attempt of the camo does not hit, Lethal can't get out there. You have to think if Sentinels wins this, we might stop hearing about the questions about Lethal. Is he on par? Is he where he used to be? Big series here for the entire squad.
I think a lot of questions have been answered by the Sentinels lineup so far at the KC Major. For now, though, you can see the camo bow is going to be going down. It looks like it will have been burnt down bottom middle. 3 players have fallen for Sentinels, as now it's going to be a little bit of progress, maybe towards that oddball. Royal 2 with a repulsor. Penguin going to get a little bit of assistance from Eco to pick up that kill onto Royal 2.
Worth noting here, the difference in slays across the board so far. Sentinels is outslaying Cloud9 22-15 already. It's a great start for them in the kill department.
Penguin's going to be able to pick up the oddball here, but unfortunately for him, a couple of players have already fallen surrounding him. He was the last player alive for just a few moments, and that's why Snakebite's able to pressure him without really taking too much fire. Eco has managed to rotate off of the respawn, and now we'll have to hold. Royal 2 is going to be the player who'll get the trade. Another player from Sentinels looking to flood in as well, but a couple of shots in the back for the respawners. We're going to make this a tough battle here for Frosty. He takes down Stella, but Penguin's there to exchange.
3 dead for just a second for Sentinels, but you can tell they're applying the pressure. Here's Snakebite around the corner with Penguin.
And again, Penguin just playing that corner sneaky. He's going to be the bait for Renegade to step in and pick up the kills that he needs to. There's the repulsor again, and there's Penguin with yet another kill. Penguin start off pretty well here, leading the line for Cloud9 in slays. He's sat at 8 and 7.
Lucky timing there with that play ball. Buy Sentinels a little bit of extra time. They will maintain their lead purely because that ball had reset out of pipes. But Cloud9 will maintain control of pipes as well as the shot.
Frosty and Lethal pick up kills. Renegade looking to pick up the pieces on the damage that was done, but now he's just getting flown at. Lethal just gets his wings clipped as he flies through to try and clean up Renegade. Main Slayer here for Cloud9 survives for now. Shock rifle in his hands. Frosty gonna show a shoulder. Renegade gonna show him the death screen.
Penguin picks up another one bottom middle. Needs to be careful with this camo. You can tell that Cloud9 knows how much pressure is on them. And how different this year will be. How different the first season of Halo Infinite will be if they were to fall here.
One interesting thing to note here. After that early hold that did come in from Sentinels, there really hasn't been any semblance of a setup or a hold from either team. It's been a little bit of scrappy time coming in from Cloud9. Sentinel's been more than willing to try and slay out, try and match them kill for kill, knowing that they have that lead, knowing that they've done that hard work. But at the moment, it seems like most of the battles have just been happening in and around pipes.
Yeah, it really has been, just all around batteries around pipes, and it's really just battle for control. And I think what that tells us on that is just how much these two teams respect each other. They want a little bit more slaying control before they go for that ball time. And take a look at the clock. We're under a minute left already. 29-33, not that many points on the board in terms of ball time.
Well, now the kills have been picked up. It's the opportunity that C9 have been looking for to get their hands on that oddball. The collapse is going to come in here. Renegade on the flank. Cuts across the mid-bridge and picks up 2. Stella trying to get his hands on the ball. Snakebite trying to do what he can off respawn alongside Lethal just to keep Stella off the ball. And they've managed to do it for now.
And isn't this what Cloud9 does? They wait for the right moment to strike. It's a 2-point game with 30 seconds left.
Such thin margins though in this game. Very, very thin margins. There's Royal 2. He'll win an important battle, traded out immediately. Stella picks up 2. That's going to be Sentinels finding themselves 3 dead. And Penguin says, not only am I going to grab the ball, that maybe
oh boy,
I'm going to win the round here. It's a 2-point advantage. Penguin's trying to escape. He's trying to throw the ball away as well. Such a smart play from Penguin. Renegade's going to grab the camo. Sentinels have 10 seconds to get their hands on the ball. All the players here from Cloud9 will fall. And Sentinels look like, with the ball being moved back towards C here, they should be able to get the play ball if needed.
Still 2 dead. Time will tick down to 0. That's it, 38-35. Sentinels will take your first round of recharge on ball.
Sentinels just continuing to show a level of form that we have not seen from them in quite some time. A level of form we've been waiting for. And we called them the Sleeping Giant coming into this event, and you can see exactly why. We know what they're capable of, and after that first round of oddball, it was a nervy one, I think, for both teams. So many 2v2 battles around pipes consistently happening. Trade. I thought at the end there, Penguin might have made the play of the game, though, the play of the round, by throwing that ball out. But unfortunately for him, just the stage fell at the wrong time for C9, and Frosty was able to grab that ball and rotate to C.
Let's not forget, the reason Penguin played that ball was because he did not get the bat ledge jump. I don't know what happens if C9 gets that ball into pipes. It could be a very different round. They had numbers around pipes as well as batteries. Maybe an opportunity there and a missed opportunity. It's a rare one for C9, and we're starting to see Sentinels apply the right level of aggression, and in doing so, a little bit of cracks in the C9 armor.
Also seeing very important individual battles being won just at the right time. Royal 2, we won those battles just at the end of that round. It was traded out immediately, but it means that it's a 1v1 instead of a 2v1 in those kind of situations where that ball is down and Cloud9 are desperately trying to move towards that ball to just scrape those few seconds to get the lead. But it was a very interesting pace to that game. Like I mentioned, kind of halfway through, there was one hold from Sentinels, really consistent setup hold, where they got 20, 30 seconds. And then from there, they were happy just to bait that ball, to try and slay out against C9, which I think just shows a level of confidence here from Sentinels, that they know what they've got to do here.
We should also check in on the kills overall from that first round, 49-43 in favor of Sentinels. They maintained the outslaying advantage throughout the entirety of that round. Also, Snakebite, the man in charge, 17-12.
17-12, and I think Snakebite, even though there's been understandable trials and tribulations for this Sentinels roster throughout the year so far, since the launch of Halo Infinite, he has been the consistent. He has been popping off every single tournament, regardless of the lineup, whoever's been there. He's been the standout for me on Sentinels.
Yeah, it's so rare you see him make any kind of mistake in game. I think in the last series we watched, he was tested, absolutely put on a show, and as you watch his POV, you feel like every time we're on a screen, he's going to make the right decisions for his team in every given moment.
100%. We'll have a quick look at the end of that round. As it was Sentinels who managed to close things out. A couple of plays coming in just at the end of this game that I need to highlight here. The double grenades onto batteries. As small as it seems, it stops that ball being collected by Stella. That means that Renegade has to make some different decisions. The timing is off on then trying to push because he knows that both those players can challenge. Renegade has to try and rotate. Small kill, but a big aftershock from it. That is what almost won Sentinels that round.
Also, look at the 1v1s that we're seeing here so many times. Here's the play. Look, Penguin, this is a standard bat ledge jump. Can't go into pipes there. You see the teammates here. Instead, he has to play ball out. Tried to maybe get around the corner, but right away saw there was presence in pipes. They're a little bit too spread out here. Yes, they burned that last camo, but take a look. 10 seconds on the clock. It's an easy walk here to C flat for the last few seconds of the match.
There was a little nervy moment there as well as that frag grenade bounced back and reintroduced itself to the body of Frosty. We have seen some funny things happen sometimes with the Geo and the grenade's not quite going where intended, but in that circumstance, luckily for Frosty, it didn't cost them too much as they do manage to close out the round. We'll get the game restarted in the background as well, so we will be getting into our second round very, very soon. But Sentinels coming out of the gate strong, which I think is important considering that Cloud9 just came off the back of such a big result against OpTic Gaming.
Really big result against OpTic Gaming. Just in case you're just joining us here, a big, big win and shutting down OpTic Gaming time and time again with some heartbreaking defeats before the Green Wall. Now they've earned their spot back here in the finals, where you would expect Cloud9 to be, but after a tough first round, they find themselves once again on the back foot. And I think Sentinels is moving to us and reminding us that they are a Championship Sunday squad. And if you give them more and more time on a Sunday, the later they get into the evening on the main stage, historically, they do pretty damn well.
They do pretty damn well. Double do's there, but it's certainly going to prove the point that you're trying to say, right? This is a championship caliber team, and I think it's always been the talk about Sentinels, like, when's it going to happen? It's not if it's going to happen.
Oh, never a doubt.
It's when is it going to happen? It seems like KC, like we said, is the return to form for them. They're in the grand final, but it's the style in which they've done it which has been interesting for me, because yesterday they didn't look brilliant. Right. Sentinels, a couple of game 5s, Quadrant arguably maybe should have won the series against Sentinels, throwing away a difficult result on Street Strongholds, but they come through it. They come through it, they show resilience, and I don't know if there's been a better roster over time that wins game 5s when it matters than the 4 gentlemen you can see on your screen.
When you and I were backstage watching some of those games yesterday, even when it went to game 5, even when it was tied, you and I looked at each other, we said, Sentinels don't lose game 5s, this one is over. They did it time and time again this weekend. And if you're on the Sentinel side, what I love about this team is they don't really care what it took to get there. They're going to get there, and then they're going to give it their all in the grand finals. What an opportunity for them here to only need the 1 series win. C9 so used to being on the other side of the bracket and other teams needing to reset. Instead, Sentinels knows they're only 4 games away from becoming champions yet again.
When you say it like that, it seems so close. Seems like they can almost taste it, and I'm sure so that's running through their minds right now. But before they get there, they've obviously got to win those games. As we jump back into the action now, thank you so much for staying with us while we got the game reset up and ready to go. Maybe the Kansas City crowd just needed a few seconds just to catch their breaths, because they've been going hard all weekend long. But for now, we'll take a quick look at some of the statistics of these 2 teams before we jump back into this. Just to remind you, it's going to be 1-0 in rounds here to Sentinels. Cloud9 looking down the barrel of a first map defeat.
Massive opportunity for Sentinels. They can strike first, and they can strike hard if they take this game 1. And my God, what a start for them. 3 dead. They will also grab the ball, rotate Whirlpool.
Renegade trying to challenge, and Renegade will win that battle as well.
Ball take.
It's going to take things like that to slow down the momentum here. The Sentinels seem to have found throughout this tournament. Royal 2 going to escape with the camo as well. There's a cheeky back smack. And it looks like not only have they got camo, they've got the shock rifle, and they've got that lead.
Little rotate as well already over to C. They have the ball in a play ball position if they need to. Still 2 dead.
Penguin just sliding away bottom middle. Royal 2. Jump scare for Renegade. Renegade survives for now. Royal 2 taken down.
But time on the board for Sentinel. Snakebite just waiting to play ball. Knows that opportunity will come soon. The ball will play. Penguin will clear out back C with help. However, still 28 points on the board for Sentinels.
Very similar to what we saw in the first round, right? The opening rush won by Sentinels. The opening hold won by Sentinels. And a very similar amount of time. Now, Cloud9 were pretty much trading 1 for 1. They need to organize themselves a little bit more here. They can't afford to let those trades come in as easily. Otherwise, Sentinels will just keep holding this ball, keep holding this lead. And Cloud9, unfortunately, won't be able to win this round.
Momentary 2v2. Penguin does a nice job to isolate the bottom mid battles. Eventually, he will fall in the end. So still a 2v2 on both sides of the map. Frosty now with shock in hand. Oof, my God.
Switches to the BR. Just to clean up that kill on batteries. First time we've seen Sentinels lose multiple players on the map, though. Camo going to be popping up onto our screens and into the game in a few moments as well. 1 second left before the power-up becomes present. Here's Royal 2. There's a beatdown coming in from Eco, but even though Eco wins that battle elsewhere on the map, every single member of Cloud9 falls into the death screen, and Eco's still under pressure here from the Sentinels lineup.
Eco, last player alive, and finally he will be taken down. They will continue to keep that spawn trap going. Cloud9 needs to wait for each other now, because Sentinels continue to put points on the board. Just about at that 40-point mark. Unanswered points, by the way.
Trey comes in between the 2 teams. 3 dead once again for Cloud9, though. Stella's going to be last alive. Royal 2's got the first shot on him as well, which means the man we call the Silent Assassin is going to have to quietly try and get out of danger, but Frosty's going to chase him down. And Frosty trying to keep the pressure on C9 here. 2 fall again for Cloud9. The ball's still down bomb center.
Big life here for Royal 2. Needs to stay alive back elevator. You can tell by the way he's playing. He knows it. They're going to also try to rotate out of control, but they're a bit spread out here. They've got presence on bottom gold. They got presence on pipes. Need to make sure they play tight here as the ball will reset.
First time we've seen the first kill going into the favor of Cloud9 for quite some time. Here comes the push. Frosty's going to trade one out. Onto Penguin off of the back of that, but you can see that Cloud9 are taking the opportunity now to move that ball into pipes.
Ball taken.
Pretty solid looking setup here for Cloud9 as well. There's a super combine as Renegade gets a little bit fancy. Dips his hands into the sandbox for just a few moments here. Lethal also managing to trade one out, but this is the first time we've seen a successful pipe setup. And any kind of hole coming in from Cloud9, and it's bringing them closer. It's dragging them back towards that Sentinel's lead. But here comes the grenades, and here comes the pressure once again from Sen.
2 dead, 3 dead there on that pipes push, and Sentinels is looking too good. Some cheers in the crowd. Cloud9 is 3 dead. Let's see what Seller can do here. He will get swarmed, and Cloud9 finds themselves over 20 points down. Let's go back over here to Cloud9 and see what they can do with an Astro. Listen.
Ball taken.
Ellie's one shot lethal.
Ballard's row 2 sniping.
Okay, we gotta kill this guy.
Ballard's row 2 sniping and top red as well. Last one shot, he's done. Last one. Last blinking. Still there? Can't see him. Sorry,
dead, he's dead.
Ballard,
2 guys Ellie's.
Snipe me. I wanted to push this shit.
Top red sniping on the commando. I'm about to jump up to run with you.
He's on the bottom mid.
Yeah, we can push this. Top red, row 2. C-plat or something. Top red 1, row 2.
One shot, bottom elevator. Lethal's one.
He's one. Your last one.
Live up.
Two guys on me. Bottom Ellie's. Turn around. He's one shot bottom Ellie's. Am I trying to rotate it, Bjorn? Guys, they're just running.
Well, things sound a little bit hectic, a little bit frantic here for Cloud9. Not what we're used to hearing from them. And off the back of that,
yikes.
Not only is Royal 2 repeating the dosage that a couple of teams have felt already today with that shock rifle, Sentinels have a much more dangerous looking lead here as they cross the 70-point mark.
Look at this, Royal 2 just playing so peaky, just getting information that whole time while his shields recharge, and also heating up with this shock rifle. Now only 20 points away from closing this out.
Renegade clearing the way though, and has the oddball somehow after picking up the double kill. So Cloud9 starting to put some pieces together. Royal 2 trying to keep the pressure on. The first time now we've seen Cloud9 get that ball back to C. Frosty has managed to sneak into bottom tower though, and Eco's not too aware of that. Snakebite causing a distraction. Lethal backing him up by picking up the double, and Renegade now forced to play.
They forced to play ball again. It's great stuff once again from Sentinels. And Stellar last player alive. Again, how rarely do we see this, where we see 3 dead repeatedly for the side of Cloud9. Not something we are used to seeing on screen.
Oh, goodness me!
Like, he got more medals than could fit on the screen.
Off the back of that ridiculous shot coming in once again from Royal 2. Snakebite tries to force a little bit more time. 2 falls for Sentinels, but here is Frosty. The kills work at the right time. It opens the map up for Frosty to pick up the power up. And now if you're Cloud9, you're starting to worry. There's around 45 seconds left in this round. Unfortunately, it looks like one player might have fallen out, but I will say this, Sentinels look like they were on their way to closing out that second round of our grand final.
They really, really do. It sounds like a player did drop out there, so we'll get that one restarted again. Apologies, it's an opportunity though to take a look at the stats, and we have to talk about Renegade, number 3 highest damage overall per minute in the league. Not far behind that, of course, is a lot of the players that are on the side of Sentinels. Royal 2 is one of them, and so far, Royal 2 out-damaging the likes of Renegade without a doubt. Royal 2 was 14-8 in that game prior to the reset. If we take a look at Renegade stats, 10-11. So quite a story once again of the top players shutting one another down.
And we miss Royal 2. We have to say, like on the main stage, there's nothing better than watching that man pop off with a precision weapon, and it seems like he's found a new best friend, right? One of the greatest kill death players we've ever had in the history of Halo. I think that he's going to be snuggling up with a shock rifle a little bit later.
I mean, it's amazing to see what they're able to do when we get to Royal 2's POV. He just waits. The timing, the patience on that no scope on bat ledge.
It's almost disrespectful, isn't it?
It is. He just is so comfortable with that weapon, but I think a lot of Sentinels fans in the room are excited to see this team back to normal form.
They certainly are indeed. And we'll get an update on what is going on with the scores from that first game as soon as we can do for you wonderful people who are waiting in the venue for now. But one thing that kind of has caught me off guard ever so slightly, especially after seeing on coming off the back of such a hot result, is how much control Sentinels have actually had in that first game of our grand final. They don't look flustered. They're not missing a beat whatsoever. And I think the chemistry is there as well. Lottie said it best on the desk, right? The one thing that Sentinels have been missing is just being on the same page. Now it seems almost automatic. They've got that game plan down and everyone is executing in the way they need to.
Taking a look here at two players on your screen, two legendary powerhouse Halo players. Their Kansas City specific stats. Penguin right now with a 1.04 KD. Snipebite. He's batting heavy, 1.26. Penguin, not surprisingly, higher assists per minute due to his playstyle, what he does on the map, but even higher damage as well. But these two players popping off, but so far, it's been the Snakebite story in our grand final.
It certainly has, indeed, and Penguin does a lot more than those stats will show as well. We said, objectively, some of the best stats in the league. Most flag runs, most flag pulls.
In addition to what we just saw.
In addition to what we just saw. So he really is a do-it-all kind of guy. He is a W kind of player, playing for that win every single time. And we're hearing from the back, I believe it was 56 points the Sentinels will need when we get this restart underway. Cloud9 will need the full 100 to send us into a round 3.
Not only is this Sentinel's first time in a grand finals in Halo Infinite, but they undoubtedly also look the best in these matches specifically. This is the best they have looked all year long, and they picked quite a time to do it.
And Penguin, also just to throw another stat out there, is currently ranked first in assists per minute. And you know, we've been looking at a lot of stats. The per minute stats are some of my favorite. It shows the efficiency, right?
Yeah.
You really can compare how much damage and how much help a player is putting together if you're looking at a time frame in which they're doing it.
Absolutely. Now we'll jump back into the gameplay. Players are loading in right now to see exactly how this game number 1, Oddball on Recharge, will end up and which team will take the lead early on in the series.
And for Cloud9, this is a do or die moment. The game is live and we're back underway. Like we mentioned, they need the full 100. And it's going to be interesting for them to see if they can scrape their way back into this game. But at the moment, like I mentioned, it's looking tough for them to do. It's looking like Sentinels have got their number on this game time.
Absolutely. You see the players about to load into the game time, getting ready to go. Some early pre-game chatter here. And Sentinels, no stranger to the main stage, but it's been a long time since they've been there. These guys are used to world championship titles, very, very large prize pools. To be honest, not too bad of one here. $350,000 on the line, by the way, thanks to HCS crowdfunding. And there's nothing that these four guys want more than to reclaim that throne, because after the time that Sentinels had up top as the undisputed kings of Halo, for them to have spent the last 8 months in the top 4, that's not where you want to be. Once you've had a taste of the top, you want to stay there, especially when you talk about the discipline and the pursuit of excellence of those players. This is their chance.
It's not only that as well, you've got to remember that this is an opportunity and maybe redemption for this lineup as well, right? It's been one of the most turbulent stories you could ask for in esports since the launch of Halo Infinite. Formal coming in, doing what he could. There was the beef between teams that, you know, was kind of public, I guess you would say. At this point, everyone kind of knows what happened between some of the top teams in Halo Infinite. But through all of that adversity, through all of the difficulty, I think it's been the last 2 weeks or so where we've really seen Sentinels on that rise again. The FaZe Invitational, I think, was a great indication of just where they were.
Absolutely. They look better and better. Also, scrim results, right? The way that they've been playing in recent scrims, anyone who's tuned into their gameplay knows that this team came to this tournament ready to play, and all they really need to do is get to Sunday. Because once these four guys get to a championship Sunday, they seem to put on performances, and heaven forbid they get to a Game 5 or a Game 7, they seem to clutch up every single time. For the first time ever in Halo Infinite, we are seeing Cloud9 with quite a challenger.
Sentinels just getting confirmation from the back as we do have the game loading in the background. We'll need 55 points, so I was 1 off.
Close though.
I mean, for me, that's pretty good.
That's really good for you, yeah. Jumping back in, as you say, 55 points needed on the board for Sentinels, which gives even less room for error on the side of Cloud9. But we've seen them play perfect rounds of not just Oddball, but every single game type in Halo Infinite. As we get ready to jump back in, Sentinels will only need a few holds, potentially, to take game number 1.
First few moments of this game, absolutely vital as we get restarted here. Starting off with the point of view of Royal 2. Now, the story, the first couple of rounds that we've seen have been Sentinels winning that opening rush, and from there, getting 20, 30 seconds. C9 can't afford that this time. Otherwise, that could be the map disappearing in front of their eyes.
They went 2v1 again. So far, a man advantage on screen. Should be a camo grab here for Royal 2. He will grab that. They will go 2v2 off of the opening, though, so Cloud9 with a little bit better opening to start this second round.
Desperately trying to hunt Royal 2 down as well, and somehow the man survives for now. And now he's going to have the flank. The patience pays off. Renegade has no idea that Royal 2's behind him. Stella going to take damage. Royal 2 evens up the numbers. 3 dead here for C9.
I don't think we've ever seen Cloud9 with 3 dead this many times in a series, let alone in a game 1. This is quite a tone setter for the rest of the grand finals.
And again, the pipes push is relentless. The battle in this pipes area of the map. Eco's not going to connect with that beat down, but the shots will be a little bit cleaner. Lethal comes in to trade things out. Renegade was flanking through Turbine though, which has put Sentinels on the back foot for now. But Frosty's there to help out Lethal. There's a repulsor as well, just to force away some of this damage and maybe force away a couple of players.
You gotta think, Sentinels is thinking, if we play a little bit more Slayer heavy on ball, this could lean into our favor. Make sure that when we grab, we have control. Just deny the ball, get enough points on the board, they can see themselves through this game, number 1.
I mentioned how the start of games has been pretty similar so far. Royal 2 though, is continuing the form that we've seen so far, but the story a little bit different here, Andy. You can see at the bottom of your screen the score. Barely any touches on that oddball for either side, and if you Cloud9 with the way things have been going, you would say that they'd be happier than they have been previously, but Lethal does his best Scorpion impression and says to that ball, get over here.
Lethal's gonna scoop that ball right up. Sentinels fans in the arena getting loud already for a few points on the board for Sentinels. Make that only 45 points needed for Sentinels.
All of a sudden, they're starting to roll again. Frosty popping up in the feed, double kill. Opening damage. And now he's flanking down bottom middle. He picked up that camo, he scooped up that camo, and now he's gonna pick up a killing spree. Great reticle placement, great wins, and a nice trade as well. Sentinels with a 19 points on the board already over the C9-2, but just a reminder, they only need 55.
Stellar trying to get maybe some kind of play ball, and he really does. He gets that ball bottom middle, but it was all he could do in that moment. He doesn't get it far enough. Snakebite's gonna grab, and they will continue scoring.
Snakebite's gonna be able to get this one back towards C as well. And with 2 players dead for Cloud9, he's going to take a couple of shots. He's going to get that information. And look at that kill feed. It lights up in red.
4 dead.
4 dead here for C9.
This could be it.
Frosty's going to get the sword as well. And as you say, this could well be it. They only need around 15 seconds at this point to close out map number 1. It's almost a final push here. Coming in for Cloud9.
They bait the C stairs push. It's tough though. Frosty hoping they would go control, they didn't, but the rotate goes all the way around to gold.
Look at that rotate, as you say, they've got the ball all the way back to gold. Frosty is now on the flank essentially. They only need 5, 6, 7, 8 points now to close this one out. And Frosty is just being a nuisance. Stella forces the ball back into Turbine, but as I say, it's forced. 3 players once again full for Cloud9. Renegade's got no chance of getting eyes on that ball. He's taken down as well. And with that, Lethal moves the ball back into pipes, and Sentinels will go up by 1.
Oh my word. We have never seen Sentinels looking this good in Halo Infinite, and you have certainly never seen Cloud9 on the receiving end of a defeat like that in a grand finals. That is quite a game number 1 from Sentinels, and I think if you had asked anyone, would we see a score line like that in a game 1 against Cloud9, very few would have told you that it might look that dominating from Sentinels. They will take the first game.
Scary.
Yeah.
Scary, scary. Sentinels is the only word that jumps to mind at the moment when I'm looking at how ruthlessly this team is playing right now, playing for each other, winning the individual battles, reading the map, reading C9's plays every single time, and getting that opening damage. It's just the perfect round, the perfect game at the start of this series.
I don't think we've ever seen this many numbers of Cloud9 going 3, 4 dead. Like I said, in an entire grand final, perhaps. Cloud9 is so good at staying alive, keeping your last player alive, keeping 2 players alive, winning 1v2s they shouldn't. We aren't seeing any of that in game number 1.
They're not being allowed to. You can see the teamwork is just there. Every time a battle's taken, there's someone in the vicinity from Sentinels just to add another bullet, just to make sure the trade is there. And also just the pace that they were playing at, always knowing that they could recognize numbers, that they had the opportunity to push, that they might have a 2v1, they forced the advantage immediately. And it wasn't someone popping off here in the game for Sentinels as well. That's almost the scariest thing as well. It was everybody doing their job almost to the T.
Frosty 12-4 at this, make it 13-4 at this stage.
That's corrected. Frosty was doing pretty good.
Of the round. I mean, unbelievable stuff from Frosty. You saw him grabbing camos while he 180 fadeaways that kill into Attic. The man's always doing it with style. And Sentinels as a team is looking so good. 2-0 in oddball recharge. Now 3 games away from a new champion here in Kansas City.
As the moments pass, as the sand ticks away, It does feel like Sentinels are getting closer and closer to that first championship here on Halo Infinite. But now it's time to talk about Slayer, and it's time to move our attentions towards Streets, because there's been some banger games so far today on it. Some of them extremely quick, some of the slowest we've seen so far in Halo Infinite.
I mean, yeah, Slayer Streets, anything can happen, and I think one thing we know is that teams can play it super fast at times, and those pushes can pay off. Other times the game can slow down to a crawl, and you have true play calls being made, right? Actually telegraphing how they want to push and try to get forward dead if they can. It's a fantastic game type to have as our game number 2. And the fact that Sentinels could go up 2-0 on Cloud9 here and be 2 away is pretty wild. And I don't know how this is going to play out. Normally we have an idea of how this might go, but Sentinels, of course, not the favorite. We'll be the first to say it here at this event, right? It was always a story of OpTic and Cloud9. Sentinels has found their way in through the winner's bracket. And now an opportunity to go up 2-0.
I think they kicked the door down, to be fair to them, to get into this grand final the way they have been playing. And for Cloud9, even now, I feel like there's a really important moment in the series for the momentum, because, as I say, it's different if Sentinels are coming from the elimination bracket and they come into the grand final and they take that first game, right? And then Sentinels can kind of sit up a little bit, think, okay, it's game time. But knowing you come off the back of a series where you've already lost to this lineup, and not just lost 3-1. Questions got to be asked. Questions got to be going through the minds here at C9.
Certainly, and keep in mind, C9 is a team that ices up. We saw them do it just now in that last series, right? When everything is on the line, they step up. In that first game, though, we didn't see much from them, and it's crazy to think how much they just shut down Renegade, arguably the best player in the game. We barely saw Renegade, which is something we almost never say. In that last round, he was 4-8. They got outslayed 31-19. It is wild to see what we are seeing here on the main stage.
As we take a look at the Sentinels lineup here, one player I want to focus on a little bit as well is Royal 2. I mean, I think he has been outstanding for Sentinels so far across this tournament, and not just from the individual plays, it's the consistency of the big numbers. I mentioned, I call him one of the greatest KD players of all time, and when you can rely on a pillar like that back in your lineup, if you're in the Slayer game, a tight Slayer game like we saw a little bit earlier, you know a man, you give him a power weapon, he's going to do the damage, he's going to hit the headshot. It's invaluable to have a man like that alongside you in those pivotal games in the series.
I mean, just look at what he was doing with the Shock in that game number 1. He was taking on some of the best players to play this game on Cloud9 head-to-head and winning those must-win battles with the Shock Rifle. Another thing we're going to be looking for in this game on Streets, of course, is that Stalker Rifle control.
Oh, 100%, and he's going to be a man who'll be picking it off the rip if he can, if he's going to be spawning down in that tram area. And I think the Bulldog has been a game changer as well. You know, the ability to just play it in and around tires, around back A. If you can get up to Ivy, you know, it's almost impossible to win the battle against those players. We've seen people just desperately trying to stick them if they see them as well. Get a plasma grenade in your hand, get a spiker grenade in your hands and pierce the skin and the armor just to get a trade in that situation. But if you can get that thrust and you can combine it with the Bulldog, you are a menace here on Streets.
Absolutely. Game number 2, huge momentum game in this series, but we see Sentinels only 2 games away, or does Cloud9 even things up and set us up for a long evening here in Kansas City?
I'm ready for a long evening.
Let's do it.
I'm ready for a very, very long evening. I want to go the full distance. I want to see a reset. I want to see a game 14. I want to see a 50-49. That's what I want to see right now. I want to see some of the best Halo Infinite we've seen so far. But as you can see, firstly, we've got to get into this next game, and it looks like we're almost ready to go here. The fist bumps are coming in from both sides of the stage, and that can only mean one thing.
That means one thing, and game 2 is about to get underway. And I think we want to see the best Halo we've seen out of these teams. So far, we've seen it out of Sentinels, but they shut down Cloud9 in game number 1. This will be map 2, Slayer on Streets.
I think the crowd realizes how important this moment is for both sides. Sentinels fans starting to make a little bit more noise as well. And as we take a look at some of these stats, Andy, there's a few things that are jumping out.
50-38 in Sentinels, but look at the assists on the board for Cloud9. Really interesting stat line here to see a 12-kill difference. We'll see if Sentinels can repeat here on Slayer Streets.
Game 2 of Grand Finals is live. And it's going to be Frosty and Snakebite who aggressively, immediately get rid of Renegade. 1 falls here for C9. 2 players going to be on the L. Eco falls as well. Frosty with a hot start.
Sentinels is not afraid of Cloud9. 4 dead. It's a 4-0 lead for Sentinels, and they are bringing it straight to the side of C9.
Look at the first respawner as well. As Renegade is already half shields. Penguin gets sent back into the respawn screen. Renegade survives and picks up 1, but all of this action just means that the Rockets go to the hands of Snakebite. Sentinels go up 7-2.
What a convincing opening from Sentinels. You saw how they flew up B stairs, past B pillars, straight at the tires. Even though Renegade was there, they had a rocket grab on L. It didn't matter. Sentinels is bringing the pressure. They are bringing the heat in our grand finals. Great push here from Snakebite as well.
Pressure is the perfect word. Look at the aggression as well. Spike grenades being thrown, flying across the map. Just a few moments ago, Snakebite was picking up those spike grenades. He transfers straight across the middle of streets, straight back to the fight where his teammates are, and cleans the pieces up.
Do not adjust your television sets. Sentinels is up 12-3 over Cloud9. Quadruple the kills of their opponents here early on.
Finally, it's going to be C9 who get the first kill. It's going to be Stella who opens things up. Frosty trading. Snakebite coming in to trade as well. There's that Stalker rifle, and it's in the hands of Royal 2. And you can see from the POV of Snakebite how vital it is.
If you hit the names of the Cloud9 players here, you would never guess that Sentinels was playing C9. We have not seen this yet throughout the entire season.
17-7!
3 dead here for Sentinels, though. Snakebite is last player alive on B-Rail. An opportunity for Cloud9 to get some semblance of control here.
Finally, Cloud9 do get a semblance of control. Like you say, Frosty can be taken down by Renegade. And I think he's just trying to speed things up a little bit here. Trying to make this game a little bit more frantic. This is where C9 can catch Sentinels off guard. Rocket launcher's going to be popping as well, but there's the trades. And again, Cloud9 find themselves 3 dead.
Now 20-12. Gonna watch here on the Bulldog spawn. Good shots from Royal 2. That's what you would expect. Doesn't even need the help. They're going to continue to watch here on the Neons.
I mean, this has just been stifling. It's been suffocating. It's almost been sadistic in the way that Sentinels have approached this game. Rocket's back in the hands of Snakebite 2. Still 2 in the chamber. Unfortunately for Eco, he's going to feel the brunt of one.
22-15 now in favor of Sentinels. They're 2 dead, but still Rocket control in hand. Let's get into an Astro. Listen in for the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, gonna come in. 2 steps coming. Renegade 1 in posters, another one for driveway.
I'm here, man.
Holy shit, nice shot. One in driveway, 1 driveway. Yo, work together. Nice go. Driveway 1, driveway 1. Drive in, top C. Yo, I'm gonna go down right. Nice shit. It's gonna be your driveway. Right, I'm gonna go down right, okay? One shot right here. Where's that? Driveway. It was Renegade, right? Yo, man, I'm shooting left with you. I spawned out. Driveway, Eco went in driveway. Remember, we have P1.
Yo, cuts, mid back.
Alright, yo, he's down pink. Gonna be agent. He's 1 in top C, Renegade. Alright, all good. Work together.
I think there's a guy shot your agent.
Okay, that's fine. I want
back C, back left.
Yo, I'm gonna come tower.
Do I have help tower side?
I'm about to be in a second. Yeah, I want to kill these guys right, by the way. Yeah, go right. Seller, have help top C. TJ, walk it down.
Yeah,
with the thrust, he wasted it. I'm gonna go down. One more commando, I think driveway. I think he's driveway. The one in cuts, TJ, to you. I shot you. Shot commando, one more commando. Alright, another one. 2 steps.
Top C with Stalker. Yep. Spawning cafe could be.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm good. Push out cafe for me, someone. I got you. They had a shotty at cuts.
I have your help, bro.
I'm good.
Yeah, no, there's a guy driveway.
Let's work peace out, TJ. I think we should work.
I'm not looking at
top C. Penguin half health top C. They're probably playing.
Yep.
I'm getting rushed from. Yeah, he's ready. One cuts. One benches, one in. Cuts and benches. Yo, commando, Eco, 1 in. One shot, Eco.
Read benches, yeah.
I'm going right. Here we go. Driveway cuts. Top C. One top C. I'm looking for rockets. I'm going shot. Toss it to you.
Yo, front tower.
Alright, yo, calm it down a little bit, alright?
Shit, I'm here, man.
Yo, they're all in C. 3 steps. 1 here. Nice shit. Is there another? Yeah, let's see driveway.
I'm gonna go driveway.
Alright, yeah, let's clap. Split.
I'm here, BJ.
We cafe. Stellar 1 hit. Stellar hit.
Well, the score and the gap has closed. It's now just a 1-kill game, and the throw of the rockets towards Royal 2 from Snakebite was almost beautiful.
Beautiful toss of the rocks there into tires, but how much did it matter on the scoreboard? They had to work so hard because Cloud9 is pushing them that hard. Cloud9 will take the lead 32-30 despite being down 12-3.
I think at one point it was 17-7. This has been a turnaround of epic proportions, should I say, coming in from Cloud9, 32-31. And the game really starts to tighten up now. Snakebite trying to challenge from L, but there's that Stalker rifle again. The damage output of this thing is absolutely nuts.
Confidence from Stellar there. Lethal makes him pay from the B stairs. Now they try to push in, but Penguin ekes out a kill. You'd argue that Sentinels maybe shouldn't have given up.
I think it's Penguin who's been at the heart of a lot of what's been good in the last few moments. Actually, for C9, he had a little bit of a slow start, but now you're looking across his stats and he's 9 and 8, even though that might not seem too crazy. I think it was about 0-4 at the start of this game, so Penguin's starting to come to life, as is the rest of Cloud9.
Unbelievably close here. 37-35. Stellar wins another one with the microwave. They will maintain the 2-kill lead, make that 3 kills, 3 dead for Sentinels.
Now, how does C9 want to approach the next few moments? Are they going to try and collapse? Are they going to hold map control? It looks like they've got the information of where the spawn is coming in from Sentinels. But Frosty's going to slow down this push. Smart decision here from Cloud9. Not getting that first kill, knowing they still have the lead. The last thing you want to do is start bleeding kills away.
Just like that, 3 kills becomes a 1-kill lead for C9, making a tie game at 39. This is your home stretch.
This game has almost disappeared in the blink of an eyelid here. Sentinels, though, with those 2 kills, give themselves a 2-kill advantage. They need 8. Cloud9 closing in on them as well. This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could decide everything. Or maybe it's going to be Frosty making the play. Eco, he misses the beat down, he snaps onto him! Frosty!
Unbelievable 1v2 from Frosty there to win those 2 battles. Rockets are still up bottom middle, but only 3 more kills to go for Sentinels.
That could be the game-winning play. That could be the game-changing play from Bradley Bertram. You know it best as Frosty. Most people know him as the guy who puts him in the death screen. Royal 2. He's going to pick up the 48. Frosty trying to be aggressive. Snakebite moves in. Couple of rockets. Doesn't even need to use them. Sentinels. 2-2 up in your grand finals.
Look at that. The General Snakebite. Proud of the squad there. That's a fantastic result once again for Sentinels. They win 50-43 and will continue on. Now leading Cloud9 2-0 and 2 games away from reclaiming the Halo throne after many years.
The start that they had in that game was absolutely electric. But Cloud9, you just thought for a second there with the way they turned it around, with the split spawns they managed to create, that they were coming back into things now. But as you look across the stage there, maybe a few defeated faces on the face of Cloud9 here.
Not something we're used to seeing on the C9 side of the stage. Normally a bit more smiles, a bit more laughs after each game. It's been anything but for Cloud9. This is the toughest test they've had, undoubtedly, not just on land, but period. In the first 8 months of Halo Infinite, now they need to find what they're made of. Does the C9 story become a three-peat of an epic comeback? Or instead, will they give up the #1 spot to Sentinels?
Looking across Cloud9 right now, and I've got to look at Eco. I've got to say, you're the man who gets these guys going. You're the man who gets these guys focused. Yeah. So you can see Snakebite on the other side of the stage. You know, we call him the general. He's commanding the troops. He's saying, that's done. 2 in the books. Let's look forward to CTF Aquarius. Eco needs to be that guy right now. Someone needs to be that guy for Cloud9 right now to say, boys, it's time to go. We cannot afford to go 3 down in this series.
That game ends 50-43. Let's not forget, it was 32-30 in favor of Cloud9. We're gonna get a chance to look at some gameplay here from that last minute, but that was a 20-9 run from Sentinels to close out the game. Look at the score here, tied at 40.
And it was all the play around that rocket launcher as well. The brilliance of the play from Frosty will get the opportunity to look at once more, because there's more to it than catches the eye immediately. He almost baits the rocket launcher.
Watch the pre-nade on the L. This is unbelievable. He pre-nades the player jumping down from Neons into the L.
Gets the pre-nade down, as you say, it's beautiful. Cleans up the kill on Renegade, and then he knows Eco has got to focus on the rockets. He gets a little bit lucky, but then it's the positioning. He jumps up onto the gen, he gets the height advantage, and he manages to snap onto that headshot. It's brilliant. We call him a Halo genius, you can see why.
And he looks cooler than I have ever looked doing it all, right? No expression on his face. This man is so calculated, and not, like you said, gave them the 47-43 cushion. And now here's the push in the end. They just collapse on C.
Great push at the end as well. Frost is just doing so much damage, and you want to see how efficient the last push was. Royal 2 and Lethal pick up the kills before Snakebite even has to use that rocket. So now Sentinels, as you say, kind of halfway to getting this done in the quickest possible time here. 2-0 up. But it's time for Cloud9 to answer back.
It is, and if there's one thing that not only do we know here at the casting booth, in the arena, and everyone at home, the players on Sentinels also know Cloud9 can strike at any time. There is a reason this team still has the #1 spot in this league. We have seen them do devastating things in terms of comebacks, and at any given moment, they can totally bring back a series in their favor. And you have to think, Cloud9, they're thinking the same thing, even though they've been defeated 2 back-to-back losses. You can see, as you said, the defeat on their faces. big opportunity for them.
As we wait to get into our next game, it gives us an opportunity just to maybe highlight what that next game is going to be, Andy, because I think this is a very, very interesting one, and it's one we've already seen these two teams play so far today. It went into the hands of Sentinels, and it was an extremely tight game. It was back and forth, almost from the first bullet that was fired. It's Aquarius capture the flag is where we're going to be going, and I tell you what, it's an opportunity for Cloud9 because there was a couple of tiny, tiny misplays that they made in that game, which could have turned it in their favor.
Certainly, and one thing to look at here is flag cap efficiency for the side of Cloud9. On Aquarius Slayer, it is 58%. Highest in the league, they convert 58% of flags pulled. On Sentinels, it's only 41%. So you have to think maybe an edge here for Cloud9 on Aquarius CTF.
You see that flag moving most of the time. If it's Cloud9 who are moving it, it's going to result in a flag cap. It's pretty impressive. That stat is pretty ridiculous if you actually put it into context, if you take the time to write it down and really look at it. It's pretty nuts to be that efficient. Once the flag is moving, just being able to control the map that well to get it back is nuts.
And Penguin not only leading the team in flag pulls, oftentimes he has 47% of flag pulls in tournaments. That's an unbelievable stat for an objective player, that he manages to find himself in those positions to be able to always pull those flags and bring them back home as well.
And we're talking about the positives here for Cloud9 ahead of this game, but like I mentioned, it is the case that one of the games that they did lose, unfortunately, and it is one of their last 21 CTF games, I believe, was to the team who faces them on the opposite side of the stage.
Unbelievable. The fact that they have won this game 20 times, lost it once, and of course their opponents sitting across from them were the ones that handed them that defeat. So if the stats are any indicator, we are set up here for quite a game number 3 in the series.
Well, it looks like the players are back on stage, and it looks like we're almost ready to get into our third game of the series. Now, I want to get your opinion on this. I want to get a little bit of prediction out of you. If you would humor me for a few moments here, Andy. This is a massive game in the series, arguably the swing game in the series here. You feeling Sen? You're seeing C9 come back.
How do you bet against Sentinels at this point? I think their momentum looks so good, but I'm not counting out C9. And I think C9 knows what's on the line. Not just the reputation, not just the story of the season, but also the cash prize. Just so much on the line here. Game number 3, all to play for. Kansas City, you ready for game number 3? Let's try that again.
Let's try that again. Kansas City, are you ready for game number 3? That sounded a little bit better. Cloud9 Sentinels, the grand final continues here on Aquarius Capture the Flag.
Not a grand final that any would have predicted so far. Sentinels here leading Cloud9, your favorites and #1 ranked team in the world. 2-0. Here was our last game of Aquarius CTF.
One thing they've got to deal with as well, do not let Royal 2 get inside of your base. Do not let Royal 2 control that bridge towards your base from that closet. He is a master, and not only dealing damage, but staying alive as well. He needs to be dealt with, and off the rip here, it's Cloud9 who come out hot.
And it's the first time we've seen it on any opening rush in our grand finals. The first time we've seen Cloud9 get that advantage. That flag is already running, and who else but Penguin to start the run.
Penguin starts the run, Eco has the camo. It looks like things are gonna slow down for just a second here, and Penguin is being a nuisance inside of the base. Frosty gonna take a little bit of damage. Penguin gonna exchange positions to try and close down the gap onto Frosty, but somehow Frosty turned that one around.
See how these kills go right now. 2 dead for Cloud9. 3 dead make that. Sentinels will win that now. A momentary 1v1 between Penguin and Royal 2 for map control.
And it's just how impressive that defensive play actually was coming in from Sentinels as well. You highlight the statistics. Every time it seems like Penguin has his hands on the flag, it turns into a cap. But look at this. As I say it, the story writes itself. Penguin gets his hands back on that flag, and C9 keep it moving.
Great work from Seller and Penguin, and look at Seller just sitting front courtyard as well. Finally, he'll be taken down, but as we said, the flag has already turned the corner.
Eco's got that flag in his hands. C9 needed something. They needed a spark, a lifeline. And the first cap, game number 3 will give them that.
Look at Seller start. 6 kills already, triple that of anyone on Sentinels. These are unbelievable stats from Cloud9, and you have to wonder, Cloud9, they might be back.
It was a scrappy cap, though. I have to say, it was a scrappy cap. It wasn't clean. It wasn't one that Cloud9 will probably put in the playbook, but it worked. And to me, that sounds like Sentinels have misplayed it a little bit. Saw them get a little bit staggered. Maybe they didn't throw the bodies they needed to send that flag back home, but for now they're clearing out their own base. Snakebite gonna be able to pick up some kills you would imagine with the heat wave, but Eco is hot on his tail.
Frosty winning a big battle up top against Renegade, and that will also let him pop the camo. 2 dead for Cloud9 at the moment.
Looks like Frosty's trying to be a little bit sneaky with this camo as well. He knows that a couple of players have fallen on his team. Sneakiness means double kills. Double kills turn into triples pretty quickly if your name is Frosty. Flag has been thrown out as well by Sentinels. There's a real opportunity for them to force it home.
Look at Frosty just pinging and doing so much damage in the fridge. And they know this will be another opportunity to keep that flag running. And Frosty stays alive as long as he can in the gen. Should be taking down high gen. 2 dead for Sentinels.
2 dead for Sentinels, but 1 dead for C9. And with all the damage that Frosty was doing, the only problem really was no one was cleaning up the kills. Maybe Royal 2 is going to be able to get a touch. Grabs that flag, but you can see there was 1 player still alive who was there for C9, but there's Lethal getting a touch as well, and it's just a battle of scrappy caps at the moment. It looks like Cloud9 have managed to get control, but as I say that, Snakebite with the double forces it up the straight stairs, and he's going to be able to tie things up.
Wow, tie game here. Sentinels with unbelievable aggression and resilience on that flag run there. They did not give up. They kept holding forward. Yet Cloud9 for sure thought they were going to slow that down. That return looked good on paper, but Sentinels just applying the aggression non-stop. 3 dead here though for Sentinels. Let's go into a listen with Cloud9, see if they can make this flag run happen.
Flag taken.
He's on back flag. Gonna pull it in a second. One guy spawning.
Our closet. They're pulling a closet.
Two guys are closet.
Yeah, 2 guys are closet.
Shoot bridge. Got shots. Shoot bridge weak. Royal 2. Royal 2. Nice. Card 3.
Yeah, 2 guys card 3. Terminal. 2 guys card 3.
Alright, they need help.
Card 3 guys. Card 3 guys.
Closet. 2 are closet.
Yeah, 2 guys. 2 guys.
1 guy on camo. 2 are closet.
Kills camo. Nice.
2 are closet. Look at the re. We gotta get a touch. On me, Kevin. On me. I died. I tried to get touch.
He's
1 shot. I shouldn't have suicide for that. Back to our flag when we spawn. Back to our flag when we spawn. I know you are. We need to get it clear.
Our flag.
We need to clear our flag.
Watch our flag. 2 1 shots. 2 1 shots our flag. 2 1 shots our back flag. Back flag, both of them. 1 window, 1 back flag. Nice. 3 dead. 3.
That's guy like pink on me. You think pink 1 or something?
Just get to our side. Look at our side. Just get to our
closet. I kill him. Good.
I'm getting nades. I'm coming low, Braden. Helping you, John.
I'm here now. In their flag, guys.
He's here. Go shocks at all?
I do.
Yeah, good call.
Suck him.
1 shot, guys. 1 shot. 1 shot. I'm 1 shot.
I got him.
Heat tunnel,
maybe. Heat tunnel,
Two, guys.
All dead, right? All dead. Block closet. This is, yep. Watch the OE.
Do we watch our P? Yeah. We're good. Relax. They're coming back.
I'm ping 1. I'm helping you.
They're window right now.
Ping 2, guys. Ping 2, guys.
Car 1 weak. Frozen.
Last guy roll to the front base. Car glass, jump up. On Zane. Nice. 3 dead.
They caused this one somehow.
He's looking at me.
He's watching on me. I got 1. Another guy.
A little bit more life here from C9, not just in the comms. They tie the game up at 2-2, and they're looking to force another flag.
Killing spree as well for Eco on screen. You hear it in the comms from Renegade. Calm down, we got this. This flag's going home. Maybe getting a little bit more composure on their side of the stage.
Dynamite's going to be thrown in from Penguin as well. That man's, once again, been the objective mastermind for Cloud9, all even across the board for kills. As it stands on the map. Camo popping in a few moments as well. Stella's got his hands on it.
Be able to maybe drop as well. No damage, so he'll got the free pop on the camo. Gets spotted out immediately though. Oh my God, great plays from Lethal and Co. Play that angle and just melt that camo off of Stella.
Said Eco might be the guy to step up here for Cloud9. He needed to rally the troops. He's doing exactly that. He's leading by example. Currently sat at 17 and 8, and now he's clearing out his base. Picks up 2 more kills. That's 19 kills now for Kevin Smith.
Control looks so good here from Cloud9. Starting to once again come back into the form that we're used to seeing from this C9 roster. The best in the world until now. Looking to secure the title again. Here comes the run. 3 were dead at the time of the pull. 4th player is
Loves
dead.
its run.
Great work from Eco.
It's brilliant from C9. Usually you see those runs being forced through the car side of the map, but with those dynamos, C9 were able to isolate the players off respawn. They throw them into the fridge. Sentinels get fried, and C9, there is life in Cloud9. They're up 3-2.
Can we take a look here at Eco's stats on your screen? He is 20-8 in this game. Unbelievable numbers. The most kills in the game, and he's still on single-digit deaths.
Ridiculous performance in this game from Eco. It was going to take something special. But it also might leave the door open here for Lethal to get that flag moving once more. Respawn's coming in. But they're on the Gen side of things. But with the kills that have managed to be secured in the side, Penguin will be able to send that home. But at what cost? Renegade now left on his own in the base. Has to win this battle, and will do.
Will do also has spawners as well, and you have to think maybe Sentinels just need a little more damage before that pull. Lethal tosses that out. 2 dead for both sides.
2 dead for both sides, but 2 dead. And in the respawn screen, having a scrap to see if they can get this flag back home from Cloud9. Snakebite picks up Eco. Frosty forces this one back down past those dynamo grenades. But Penguin does have eyes on it, but here's Snakebite again pressing forward, putting all of Cloud9 under pressure, and there's a touch on the flag from Lethal as well.
That's big work from Snakebite, the amount of damage that he's doing as well. Lethal does get the touch. This flag is coming in. And of course, we are tied 3-3 here with 3:40 left on the clock.
3-3 as the clock strikes 3-4-3. There's almost some Halo poetry in there, and it's not just a single cap. No. Sentinels, they're showing us just how good they are. It's called back-to-back, people. It's a double cap.
Oh my God, you talk about flag efficiency. This team is doing it right now. C9, usually the one that's double capping, but instead, they get double capped on.
My question is, what's better than a double cap? It's a triple cap. They've got another flag out here. It looks like it might not happen, though, as Cloud9 finally gets some semblance of control of their base. But as I say that, look at Lethal. He's being a pain bottom middle. He had to go down there. Cloud9 have to expend some resources to send the flag home, and now Royal 2 will get decimated.
But even that 3rd pull, that's so indicative of what Sentinels is doing in this series. They are not afraid to bring it straight to Cloud9 in a way that many teams are not able to do.
Big double from Renegade. Going to be challenging and sliding across the front of the base as well. Lethal's going to be traded out, so Sentinels momentarily there with 3 dead. However, Cloud9 don't really have the numbers to force this flag outside of the base. Royal 2. A little bit of help from Penguin will help Renegade remove him from the game for a few moments, but Lethal again answering back. It's trade for trade at the moment. Renegade starting to heat up a little bit here as well.
Got to point out here, Cloud9 is outslaying Sentinels 74-63 and losing by 1 flag. Sentinels playing great objective work here despite being outslayed by about 11.
Still just the 1 flag though between the 2 teams. And as we approach the final 2 minutes of this game number 3, Cloud9 are once again down, even though they were up for such a long time. As the double cap brilliance that came in from Sentinels to put them in this position, and as the clock starts to tick down, Cloud9 are starting to get nervous.
We know what Cloud9 is capable of late game. We've seen them with heartbreaking late game caps to win games they absolutely have no business winning. The question is, can they do it against this red-hot Sentinels roster?
Well, Renegade and Stella are trapped in the back of the base here. Lethal got taken down. That was vital.
Oh boy.
If Lethal doesn't go down in that position and he is able to escape with his life, this might have been the final cap, but for now, it's just pressure on the base. Royal 2 with the camo, looking to get behind enemy lines.
Just playing the back base here, picks up 1, maybe even turns 2 here.
Oh my word. 2 for Royal 2, 3-4 for Cloud9. Stella last alive, and Lethal's doing the dirty work.
Snakebite knows where he is.
Slides that flag back home. Snakebite takes down Stella. 60 seconds left. Have yourself a cap, Frosty. Have yourself a win, Sentinels.
Can you believe it? Sentinels will take game number 3 with a score of 5-3. And now are 1 game away from 4-0, clean sweeping the best team in the world so far.
This is special, everybody. You're witnessing something very special here. Are we about to see the return of the Kings? 1 more game, and Sentinels will be your champs.
We called them the sleeping giant. over the course of the weekend, that sleeping giant has not only awoken, but they now find themselves one game away from once again becoming your Halo Championship Series #1 team. Let's take a look at some replays from that game number 3.
Let's take a look at some replays. Indeed, it was C9 who got that first cap. That was the foothold they were desperate for. They get themselves some sort of momentum back in the series because it had been all Sentinels up to that point. But there's an obvious turning point in this game, Andy. You'll see the cap going in here from Lethal, but to establish map dominance in a way against a team who has won back-to-back lands to double cap, that is how good Sentinels are playing right now.
On at least 3 of these caps, they were only 2 alive, and they were throwing players in last-ditch efforts at the flags on perfect timing, perfect rotations, and they're able to sneak flags through that Cloud9 was not expecting. Once again, Cloud9 will end that game out, slaying Sentinels 80-74, and they will lose 5-3.
They will indeed, and now for Cloud9, questions, and probably ones they don't want to answer right now. How do you get back into the series is certainly going to be one of them, but for Sentinels, at the moment, it's starting to look like a little bit of a victory lap here, Andy. I'm sure the Sentinels fans, the lungs are warming up a little bit. They're getting the jitters. They can probably feel it as well, whether you're here in KC or whether you're watching at home. This could be the final dance here for Sentinels and Cloud9. Street Strongholds is where they can close it out.
This is not how we expected to get to our grand finals here in game number 4. I don't think anyone would have bet on a score line like this, but here we are, Renegade pushing in on Tram. They will pick up the first 2 kills. Has to be careful though, because he's 2 dead.
Good news here for C9. This is such a strong game type for them. Historically, they have picked up win after win, regardless of who they're going up against. And the difference here between this game type and some of the ones we've seen so far in this series, Andy, it's not about control, it's about rotations, it's about speed, it's about being aggressive, and that's where C9 starts to come to life.
Certainly, and where Renegade comes to life. We talked about this man of this, oftentimes called the best player in the game. He has been silenced so far by Sentinels, 3 dead for Cloud9. It's a good second rotation. Sentinels already with 40 points on the board.
Already with 40 points on the board. It looks like Cloud9 are going to be able to just slow down the scoring for now, but that's 50 points on the board already for Sentinels. And there's only a few moments gone in this game. Snakebite trying to challenge. And at the moment, you just see the kill feed, and every single time that you do is lethal. Wheel 2, Snakebite, Frosty, it doesn't matter because Cloud9 are all being put in the death screen. 4 of them in the bed. 4 of them in the grave.
Should be a CA swap here, but like I say, Cloud9 having to push out of PD, having to push out of A. Already the first kill being traded, but finally Cloud9 gets a minor man advantage for the first time in the game. It's already 74-0.
Let's see what control they can get from here, though. 3-4 for Sentinels, finally. Cloud9 have some breathing room. They're going to be able to work on moving B back into their possession. Frosty, though, gets 1. Frosty, though, oh my goodness me! Jersey said it best. He's got to open another incognito tab, I think.
Already 95-0, and just because this might be the last chance, let's get into an Astro listening with Sentinels.
Good shotty back tower. Okay. Eco. Gonna be hopping A soon, Eco. One shot on shotty Swan. Gonna be hopping A soon, I think. One shot, speed, one guess. Eco, I'm gonna die. Heaven and have a Matt. One shot. Get him. Nice. Oh, just TJ, get ready to plant B. Yeah. I'll shoot music. I'm trying to chill. Yeah, shoot PD. Yeah, 2 pushing B. We can be. Yeah. Sweet. Penguin. I'm gonna go B back. We can be close. I have nades on B. Wait, 2. I need help. I'm cutting mid, bro. Alright, you're good. 3. Driveway, half. Red. Thrust it down. Oh, you're gonna go up A. 2-1. 2-1. It's on me. 2-1. It's laundry. Okay. Can't see him. Yeah, I'm living. They're gonna probably push you. Yeah. I just want to see. He's pushing me. I'm gonna die. Where at you? Heaven. One shot back tower. Back tower. Evoke. Yeah, penguin. 2B box. Sailors kind of weak. I'm not leaving. I'm leaving. Trash. Front C. I can look. Renegade. Nice. TJ, come up. Yeah, top B benches. TJ, come up. Yeah, I'm going up here. Yeah, you guys should just work tower. Don't even worry about hopping. Get kills. I'm gonna run a mid, Brad. Yeah, yo, back tower. Eco. Seller kills him. He's tire top. How much towers? Eco's on me, guys. He's nice shot. Yeah, we cap this. Yo, get ready to fight C. I think could be 1 PD. Could be 1 PD. Okay. Yeah. I swan. Okay. Name me from music. And tires on music. I'm here. Tires renegade. And music. Matt, Gary, can you go tires? Because we have C. Mid map.
And sounds like the Sentinels of old. Calm, cool, collected, the example of perfect communication.
It really is. I think you heard Roll 2 at one point when he was on Neon saying, we're chilling, we're fine. Look at this. They're still up by just about 100 points. Cloud9, though, starting to put some points on the board here with their BC hold.
Snakebite making the move down the streets, though, to try and flip C. Playing in players. Once again, Eco loses the battle. This time it was a little bit weaker, but what it does mean is the combined kills of Frosty and Snakebite flip C back over to Sentinels. And they're about to cross that 150-point mark.
During the first part of that listening, you and I looked at each other and we said, what is happening? We are not used to seeing this in the Halo Championship Series. It's a story being written before your eyes. Great work with the commando from Snakebite in the back of C as well. They will be 2 dead, though. Frosty all alone at B, but a nice little flank here on B stairs.
2 pushing from Cloud9 on those B stairs, though. Frosty's going to be able to hold the door. He's going to say, Stella! You're going to have to work hard to get in here, my friend, but Stella had just enough about him to win that fight. Those little moments, Andy, they can turn games.
And here's the crazy thing. Yes, it's 168 to 66. Cloud9 can still bring this back, but not when Lethal's making plays like that.
Lethal stepping up when it matters there. That double kill just slows the pace down. It allows the respawners to come in from Sentinels. Now they can formulate that push, and Renegade, unfortunately for you, it's time to have 10 seconds to think about that choice.
Great route from Lethal there to go heaven to get height over the driveway players as well.
Penguin trying to scamper away. Lethal gonna be chasing him down. What's better than a double cap? It's a triple cap, but they can't quite force it. The reset comes in, but at what cost? Cloud9 find themselves 3 dead once again.
They find themselves not only 3 dead, but down by 130 points. Sentinels will cross the 200-point mark.
It's getting closer. It's getting closer. The crowd can feel it here in KC. Stella manages to secure that kill to keep control of B. Cloud9 have an AB set up, but they're just losing kill after kill. Royal 2 jumps inside of B. He's last player alive here, but everybody else from Cloud9 also caught on respawn.
It was Royal 2 and Penguin, their only players alive, so it will be a BC trade. We got to talk about Frosty. He's 17-8 in this game. Unreal numbers from him. Oh, what on earth?
Royal 2 just does things that not many can. Stella, you just feel like he's about to go into the death screen as well. The teamwork from the long-time duo on display once again.
Trip cap.
Turns into a trip cap. 222 and rising. Lethal takes down Penguin. Frosty stands up on the highest point to look down on Cloud9 and says, how dare you challenge? How dare you forget about me? 245.
That's it.
248. Oh, at the last second, Cloud9 jump into B. Cloud9, too little, too late. Sentinels, they're back.
The multi-time Halo World Champions are your champions at the HCS Major, Kansas City.
History made. The sleeping giants are back on top. KC, give it up for Sentinels.
And how about the way that they do it? Out of nowhere, 4-0ing the undisputed champions until today. In an unbelievable clean sweep, 4-0.
Sunday Sentinels is a different beast. It was a tough Friday. It was an even tougher Saturday performance from them.
Look at
but
this.
Sunday is where Sentinels win championships. Your HCS KC Major winners are Sentinels.
It's been a little while since they've hoisted a trophy on the main stage, and you can just tell by the smiles on their faces just how much it means to them. Woo! They will take home first place here in Kansas City.
Normally we've got a story to tell throughout the finals of back and forth, of challenges. But this one was just pure dominance.
There were questions asked of a few of these players, specifically Lethal. Those questions are officially put to rest. Yeah, they are done. They are dusted. Sentinels don't want to hear it. And they have the most decisive victory we've seen in quite some time.
Lethal back to doing what he does best. And that is raising up trophies and raising one finger in a number of different ways.
Yes. 2 different fingers.
One for the haters.
Yeah.
And one to prove that he's #1 again.
What a performance here in a completely unexpected grand finals, 4-0. And the Sentinels fans crowd the stage right in front of their squad.
And a shout out to the Sentinels fans as well. I mean, as I said, this team has been through it. But there's one thing that can drag you through those hard times is having the support of the people that you can see down at the front of the stage right now. Speaking of the stage, it's the man who is wearing one of the most beautiful hats I've ever seen. It's going to be Blaze. He's got an interview with your champions, Sentinels.
Thank you so much. Said and Brown, fantastic cast, and we got the champions on the stage. Give it up for Sentinels one more time. All right, I'm gonna start with Coach, man. Royal One, your squad has been through so much. What does this win mean for you?
So hard for this. Oh, you good? All right, this means everything to us. We've been working really hard. We had a lot of adversity at the start of the year.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people have been doubting us. A lot of people thinking we're falling off, but we belong here, and we showed that today.
Oh, you guys definitely did. The sleeping giants aren't sleeping no more. Now Frosty. Okay, we saw so many amazing plays from you throughout the weekend, teaching the entire community. What does this win mean for you?
Feels pretty good, obviously. I mean, it's been a long time, got 2 top 4s, but I mean, we knew we could pull it out. We stuck together and made it work.
Give it up for Frosty on his first dub. Coming down, I gotta talk to the marksman, hitting so many snipe shots all weekend. Tell me, what has this event meant to you coming back and being there for your squad?
I know we had 2 performances at our last event. Obviously didn't go as we planned, but I mean, we just worked really hard online and it just showed. So I'm super proud of the guys.
It definitely did show today. That was a 4-0 banger there in the finals. Coming down to Lethal. Lethal, there's so much we can say about you, but I know this win means a lot, right?
Yeah, it feels pretty good, but I think it more so feels better to just not suck, because fourth for us is 2 in a row. Didn't feel good. And for all you haters out there talking shit,
talk to him.
I don't really care.
Talk to him, okay?
I don't really care. I don't really care.
All
Keep
right.
it up. Keep it up.
PJ, all right, you guys came out here and dominated. This tournament was difficult for you, but once you got to that championship Sunday, the team came in a full form, all right? Talk to me about the squad. Talk to me about you holding that trophy right there.
Yeah, honestly, just came up on Sunday, you know, something we're used to, and just played some of our best Halo. We knew we could do it. We just, as soon as the day started, we're like, just play our game, play confident, and really just let that carry us through. Really proud of the team, and a lot of hard work paying off.
Yeah, the hard work did pay off. For the Sentinels fans out there, yo, you got any shout-outs for them? Okay, the fearless leader, all right? What you got to say out there to all the Sentinel fans?
Thank you very much for the support. KC's been awesome. Love you guys. Thank you.
All right, give it up one more time for Sentinels. Lottie, take it away.
I'd like to thank for streaming us on Thursday.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and a huge congratulations to your Kansas City Major champion Sentinels. They look damn good out there, gentlemen. On the desk, I have Clutch, Goofy, and Walshy. Clutch, talk to me about those moments. Throughout that series, it was a quick grand finals because Sentinels were so damn dominant. What did you notice throughout the entirety of it?
They just controlled the pace the entire time. They were in control. And when Sentinels is able to do that, they're the best in the world. When Cloud9 can find a way to get control, they're the best in the world. It's whose game are you playing today? Everybody was playing Sentinel's game, and there's a reason they're holding up that trophy. It's because they still compete for championships.
It was just absolutely phenomenal work from these guys from the beginning of that series, from map number 1. Goofy, I I mean, break it down, the series layout, I mean, my goodness. It was a close call in some instances, that CTF Aquarius coming back again for Sentinels with Cloud9. They knew that it's gonna be a really, really tough one to pull out. And Cloud9 looked pretty good at the start of that. What happened?
Sentinels happened, Lottie. Sentinels is back on the stage, holding up the trophy, a dominating performance in the grand finals. And if there was any doubt in any of these people's minds, it is totally erased. And now, and I'm one of those people, as I can see Clutch shaking his head, because I did doubt this Sentinels roster. I thought Cloud9 or OpTic would be ones at the end of the weekend holding up that trophy, but Sentinels, Snakebite, Royal 2, Lethal, these Frosty, of course, in my opinion, the MVP of the event. These guys played phenomenal Halo. I want to say all weekend long, but specifically on Sunday, we talked about their struggles throughout the weekend, but today they came out like the Sentinels we all know and came to love, and that is a dominating performance. I can't even say I'm surprised. I'm just so amazed at how well Sentinels came and played, and they're back on top.
They certainly are back on top. We have our AMD power play as well, and that's going to Frosty. Walshy, Onset and Bravo called it the play of the game. It was right at the start of the series. And are you surprised it's going to be coming from Frosty, this AMD power play? My goodness, this guy was on fire.
No, I mean, I don't even know exactly which play, because he had so many sick plays throughout this. Oh, this thrust slide, not thrust slide, this slide challenge. This is one of the many individual efforts I saw from Frosty that came out throughout this match. And we talk over and over again how important teamwork is, how important those team shots are. But at the end of the day, every single one of these players can win battles they should just simply not win.
Yeah.
And right there, just Frosty understanding when a person's gonna round the corner and making it a very uncomfortable fight for both of them. And generally, if you're the one that forces that uncomfortable fight, you're coming out ahead, and Frosty did just that.
Frosty certainly did just that. Clutch, you know, it's interesting to see kind of the journey that Sentinels have had, and I feel like in that grand final, we saw a completely different level of Halo Infinite being played, because when you consider who they were up against, Cloud9 have performed lights out all season long so far. So the level of Halo Infinite Sentinels would have had to play in order to do that to them in the grand final, not even close, not even a map dropped. Is that testament to what Sentinels right now are doing on the game?
I think Sentinels was on fire today, and that's a big compliment to them, because it's been a while since they hit that stride and that mark. For Cloud9, it's a disappointing finals, but these guys, I mean, you can't consistently just win every tournament, so they should keep their heads held high, but they have to be aware that there is competition. This is the best thing that could have happened for the HCS scene this weekend, is we needed OpTic Gaming, we needed C9, and we need Sentinels to all be at their top game, all be threats to winning the championship, because come the World Championship, you don't want Cloud9 to have had a perfect road. Now Cloud9 is going to enter the next tournament with a chip on their shoulder, and Sentinels has something to prove as well, as far as are they actually back, or was it the one-time tournament?
That is the question, but for now, the pedestal has been pushed. Let's take a look at exactly how it actually fell over. We have our winners bracket for you guys on screen just to see the journey these guys have been on. Sentinels going right from the winners quarters out at pool play, looking so clean. 3-2 against Quadrant. They then meet Cloud9 for the first time in the winners semis. 3-1, send them down to the elimination bracket. Sentinels then go on to beat OpTic. 3-2, such an incredible series that was. Such a close game as well. And then Sentinels in the grand finals meeting Cloud9 after bumping up from the elimination bracket against OpTic. Cloud9 just wasn't good enough today. Sentinels 4-0. This is the prize pool. This is what we were playing for here in Sentinels. They're going to be taking home $140,000, Goofy. That is just unbelievable. And at this stage in the season, you know, that's life-changing money on the line.
It is life-changing money for about 99% of the world, but for the people on Sentinels, they've been here, done that. They've won the $1 million tournaments in the past, back-to-back world champs. So this is just another day in the office for Sentinels. And once again, I can't say enough about this team and the resilience they showed all weekend. Right when people doubted them the most, today was such an important day for this team, for their legacy, for their future. And they shut everything down. They let the world know that they are the best team in the game right now.
They certainly did. I'll tell you what, you guys are the best as well. You are the best at what you do. Thank you so much for bringing us all of the action, for breaking it down. It's been absolutely amazing to have you on the desk, so thank you for all your hard work this weekend. Folks at home, that is going to do it from us here at the Halo Championship Series Kansas City Major. What an incredible weekend we have had. The tables have turned. And Sentinels, they reminded everyone what they can do. Thank you so much to all the teams competing this weekend, and thank you, the viewers at home, for tuning in for all 3 of the days. GG's to your champion Sentinels, and it's a massive goodbye from us and your Kansas City Major.